Chapter 1. Welcome to the Wasteland Era. Jiang Yuemo dreamed that she was begging on the street, unable to get even a piece of bread. She was suddenly jolted awake when her iron bowl was kicked over. Heaven pity, what kind of dream was that? However, reality was not much better than the dream. Qin Yinshu, with his fluffy bedhead, rubbed his face on the pillow and noticed that Jiang Yuemo, who had suddenly sat up, was awake and drowsily greeted her. Good morning, Momo. Jiang Yuemo had just had a nightmare and didn't feel like responding to him. She casually patted his big head and got up to the basin stand. The pungent smell of mint toothpaste shot straight to her head, waking her still sleeping soul. This was her 23rd day in this place. It was 4:35 in the morning. This was the late stage of the apocalypse, a time when nature and humanity had both suffered devastating losses. Humanity had gone through zombies, natural disasters, and the art project had preserved their bloodlines. But once they emerged, everything was different. Then radiation spread to every corner of the world, causing genetic mutations, with plants and animals undergoing genetic recombination, and the food chain experiencing dramatic changes. Everything welcomed a new life under the overwhelming solar radiation, except for humans. Undrinkable water sources, uncultivable land, overwhelming radiation, and increasingly strong sunlight constantly repelling humans as a species. Establishing protective shields, searching for new energy sources, improving water and soil, reorganizing genes. She was a farming blogger in the 21st century who had fallen into a new persona. The influencer industry rose rapidly, but the turnover was too fast. Once the trend of farming bloggers faded, she began to decline. In order to earn that meager salary, she held in a lot of frustration, and in the end, her company cut her entire team in a layoff of 40 to maintain cash flow. The frustration lingered in her heart, leading to a binge of revenge spending. When her pocket money was spent clean and she was on the brink of bankruptcy, someone smilingly asked her, "Beautiful and generous Ms. Jiang Yuemo, what is your wish now?" Jiang Yuemo replied, "I really want to live on another planet." And so her wish came true. Before she closed her eyes, she was still on the way to the hospital. When she opened them, she was under the foot of a wild boar as big as a Trex. Before she could shout for help, she was kicked away by the wild boar. That kick nearly embedded her into the ground, and she spat out a mouthful of old blood. Seeing her great-grandmother waving at her kindly, faintly, just as she was about to pass out, she caught a glimpse of a tall figure rushing towards her out of the corner of her eye. Jiang Yuemo called out affectionately, "Great-grandma." She didn't know how long it had been, but around her were cries and cheers intertwined. Jiang Yuemo couldn't move a finger, and her ears buzzed. She felt like she was dying. It must have been the alcohol, causing hallucinations. Damn fake liquor dealer ain't gonna complain about you. But this hallucination hurt so much she really felt like she was dying, as if her organs had shifted and her vision gradually blurred. "Great-grandma, your embrace is so warm, just a bit hard." When she woke up again, there were unfamiliar faces around her, gazing at her with scrutinizing, sympathetic, and curious eyes. "Hello, I am Chu Tian, a teammate of Qin Yinshu." "Hey," raced the situation. "The one who saved you is our former captain of the Tianlang Mercenary Corps, Qin Yinshu." He had suffered severe injuries due to a mission, with his limbs severely irradiated. Although there was a protective shield, his skin only suffered mild burns, but his brain was severely damaged, leading to an IQ of only around 7 or 8 years old. The board of the Mercenary Corps does not accept him in this condition, so his situation is complicated now, and we would like to ask you to stay. Chu Tian looked at Jiang Yuemo, who appeared pitiful, and felt a bit reluctant. From his and the surrounding people's babbling descriptions, Jiang Yuemo pieced together the information that Qin Yinshu joined the Tianlang Mercenary Corps at the age of 9, and he was a genetically modified mercenary heavily trained by the Corps. If it weren't for a mishap during a mission, he would still be the captain of the Mercenary Corps, the strongest soldier of the Tianlang Mercenary Corps. But ever since Qin Yinshu was expelled from the team, they lost contact with him and didn't even know he had been wandering. This coincidence allowed the teammates who had been searching for Qin Yinshu to find him. Fortunately, they found Qin Yinshu. Otherwise, in 2 days, his house would have been deemed unowned. The house would be taken as a Nunner property, and they hoped Jiang Yuemo would stay and take care of Qin Yinshu in gratitude for saving her life. Chu Tian deliberated and spoke again. "Old Qi has turned misfortune into blessing. Although he has become like this, it can be considered retirement, right? It's much better than being uncertain about our lives." The other 5 people fell silent. Someone who was once so proud had turned into this. How could it be better than death? Jiang Yuemo wanted to say. This blessing is for you. Do you want it? Well, this isn't a solution. Someone has to take care of him. Look, isn't this perfect? Old Chi owes this girl his life. Go, go, go. Aren't you taking advantage of someone's misfortune? In the small room, crowded with people, they began discussing, leaving no place to stand, and the room smelled quite strange. That Qin Yinshu sat quietly on the side, counting the bullet casings in his hand, closed off as if he had his own little world, completely unlike someone at the center of the conversation. After a few people discussed, they all turned their eager gazes towards Jiang Yuemo. Jiang Yuemo groggily lifted her head, staring blankly back. They had no choice if they were despicable. So be it. They couldn't just watch their comrade die before their eyes. This condition was quite good for Jiang Yuemo, who had suddenly appeared in this world, as if she had gained a residency. The house, though a small 30-square-meter rundown place, and the husband, though a 7-year-old IQ fool, and the job, though a nanny and unemployed, but at least all her requirements were met, right? A grade potion is enough to treat your injuries. This is the highest grade potion we can afford. Just take care of old Chi, just provide him with food. I wonder if you can do that. Jiang Yuemo sprang up excitedly, gripping Chu Tian's rough big hand. Damn, he'll do it. Boss, he'll definitely work hard. Don't fire me. Chu Tian. Chapter 2 gained a 2.1-meter loyal dog husband. Jiang Yuemo's mind was in a daze. However, supported by the resentment of being a worker, she barely sat up. She had a job again, and after her injuries healed, she quickly obtained a marriage certificate. The law in this era states that mercenaries who retire due to injury can only have their property rights managed by their immediate family members. So at 27 years old without a boyfriend, Jiang Yuemo happily acquired a 23-year-old boyfriend. Noticing her gaze, Qin Yinshu grinned, tilting his head, looking silly. Jiang Yuemo chuckled and proudly lifted her head. Now, after 23 days of exploration, she had officially become a scavenger in the wasteland. Today's goal was to find enough food because the base had issued a warning that a large sandstorm would pass in 3 days. The 3 melons and 2 dates at home are definitely not enough for them to withstand a sandstorm coming in 3 days, and the house needs to be reinforced before the day after tomorrow. Today, tomorrow, and the day after 3 days, time requires preparing at least a week's worth of food for emergencies. However, now, due to high radiation, there is very little food available, and these days have been nothing but thin soup. Kinianshu, wash your hands and eat, then I can go out to scavenge. Damn it, scavenging has to be done early otherwise. There won't be anything good left. Mo. Hungry. All right, young master, this old servant is coming right away. Quickly, she turned on a solar power generator, put in a compressed rice pack, heated the thin gruel until the grains were visible, and tossed in the last handful of spinach from yesterday, finishing it off with a pinch of salt. Great, the vegetable porridge is successfully done. Mo quickly brought the dish to the table. I have to say, after more than 20 days of honing, Jiang Yuemo has adapted well to her current identity. Isn't it just taking care of a slightly older child? What's so difficult about that? Even this big baby has a 30-square-meter small house with a protective shield, which means something significant. It's equivalent to having an independent toilet in the suburbs of the capital. After re-registering her identity, with the efforts of Chu Tian and others, Kinianshu can still receive disability benefits every month. There are 5 gene of medium radiation grains, 3 base points, a bottle of a grade recovery potion, and 5 nutrient solutions. It has been a year and a month since he was injured and retired. Now it's early August, and it's time to find a moment to collect next month's subsistence allowance. As he pondered over his little savings, a knock sounded at the door. Jiang Jia. It's 5 o'clock. Jiang Jia, let's go. A head peeked in at the door, showing a big white-toothed smile on a dark little face with bright, grape-like eyes. This is Jiang, and a warm and simple girl, with a lowly figure but a motherly heart. Her care for her these days has been meticulous. Living to her right is her brother Jiang Ping, the captain of the East City While hunting team, a hot-headed guy and a total siscon. He'll be right there. Just a moment. Mo. Kinianshu tugged at her clothes pitifully. Those strong hands were not something Jiang Yuemo could shake off. Jiang quickly stepped in, grinning, and hugged Jiang Yuemo. Jiang Jia, let's go. We're going to a new place today. Don't take him. Kinianka's beautiful peach blossom eyes misted over, filled with Jiang Yuemo, he looked just like an abandoned big puppy. His gaze towards Jiang and was filled with displeasure, frowning in anger. Let go. Kinniancha wants to be a good baby. All right. Jiang Yuemo might have been a ninja in her past life. She directly ignored his puppy-like wet eyes, took the opportunity when he let go, and yanked her clothes free. She opened and closed the door in one go. What a joke, leaving two people to drink the northwestern wind together. With this, they'd have to take a convenience bag to hold some, in case the northeast wind blows one day and there's nothing to drink. Kinniancha felt wronged, watching Jiang Yuemo leave, quietly eating the good food, and began his busy day. King Mo went out to hunt. He must take good care of King Mo and his territory, as well as complete the tasks assigned by King Mo. King Mo likes good, Jiang and dislikes bad. Next time, don't let her in. Thinking of this, Kinniancha frowned tightly, his lips pressed in a serious line, taking out the prepared willow branches, his strong fingers skillfully weaving the dark green twigs. A neat and sturdy willow basket started to take shape. Jiangjia, did you know? That forest where you encountered danger last time found blue energy crystals. No wonder it triggered a beast riot. Blue energy crystals, level 5. No wonder. Jiang Yuemo's feelings were complicated. She had missed out on a huge fortune, but at least she had preserved her life. Are we going to explore there this time? No. Every cell in Jiang Yuemo's body was rejecting that idea. It was a shadow that haunted her for life. Seeing her conflicted expression of whether to risk her life for the sake of a prince, Jiang burst into laughter. How could we? That place is too dangerous. My brother said it's been a month since the incident, and the beast herd hasn't dispersed. That means there are still big fish that haven't been drawn out. It's too dangerous. Let's just quietly dig for vegetables instead. You're right, let's listen to your brother this time. Thinking of her brother, that simple-minded, physically strong guy, Jiang rolled her eyes internally. I really don't know how my parents managed to raise me like this. Lovely, smart, and brave. Jiangping's place. Only bravery remains that in just a short while, the two had quickly reached the edge of the safe zone. Most of the people traveling along the way looked haggard, their steps unsteady, eyes vacant, aimlessly scrambling for a living. Jiang glanced around, lowered her voice, and whispered in Jiang Yuemo's ear. Sis, my brother discovered a hidden sweet potato field yesterday. However, there's a group of mutated porcupines there. Do you think we can contact the Tianlang mercenary group? We'll provide the information, my brother, and I want 30 of the loot, the mercenary group 60, and how about you taking a 10 brokerage fee? Hearing the word porcupine, Jiang Yuemo's vision went dark when she first arrived. She had been kicked by a pig the size of a Trex, and her chest still ached slightly. How big are the porcupines? How many are there? 2 adult ones, about 1 to 1.5 meters long, with 8 half-meter long young ones. The young ones already have a certain level of aggression. Chapter 3. The new harvesting ground. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuemo concluded that this venture was indeed feasible. The fact that she wouldn't have to exert herself was evidently a consideration from the Jiang siblings. Logically, they could have reached out independently, although their share would be diminished. They would still benefit in the end. If Jiang were to discover her thoughts, he would surely be taken aback. Typically, mercenary groups are prohibited from accepting private commissions, save for those discovered independently or introduced by acquaintances. Generally, the base turns a blind eye to such private endeavors. However, esteemed mercenaries prefer to accept only those referrals from familiar contacts, wary of being exploited by their peers. No worries, given the pressing tasks at hand. Once the sandstorm subsides, I shall reach out to the serious mercenary group. I love you, Sister Jiang. Who could resist the charms of a little girl? Jiang Yuemo chuckled indulgently, wrapping her arms around Jiang's waist. Stick with me, and I shall treat you to a life of indulgence and pleasure. Hee, sister. I know there's a patch of spinach ahead. It should be ripe for harvest these days. Let us hasten our pace. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuemo suppressed her earlier nonchalant demeanor. As they passed through the shanty town, Jiang drew the dagger from his belt, its blade glinting in the light. As he noticed the gaze of the two ladies becoming increasingly wary, the closer they approached the spinach field, the more exhilarated Jiang Yuemo became, her steps quickening with anticipation. Jiang remained utterly perplexed. Jiang Yuemo's proactive work ethic is something she has never witnessed in anyone from this land. Her enthusiasm for labor is truly remarkable. Jiang Yuemo remarked that this is merely a psychological self-suggestion employed by the working class upon hearing the signal to commence their duties. Though they appear outwardly optimistic, inwardly, they have been utterly drained of vitality. When the topic of work arises, one might even contemplate the depths of despair, smiling. Along the way, they passed through numerous wild fields, where the vegetables appeared succulent and vibrant, fresh and crisp. How delightful it would be if one could indulge in them. Jiang, resembling a parasitic worm nestled within her, chuckled and said to her, "Sister Jiang, do not gaze longingly. These are not for consumption." Jiang Yuemo awkwardly scratched her head. "Huh, look, just take a look. There's nothing to eat. What is so interesting? I simply cannot comprehend, Sister Jiang." Bystanders observed her flaunting an enormous basket, their envy nearly compelling them to approach and snatch it away. Had it not been for Qin Yinshu's teammates visiting the two of them, Qin Yinshu would have succumbed to either Jiang Yuemo's poisonous concoctions or starvation. Recalling Qin Yinshu's vehement aversion to consuming such things, Jiang Yuemo felt a pang of discontent. Neglecting to eat was indeed unwise. Thus, she covertly transformed the unpalatable into a more appealing form, only for Qin Yinshu to foam at the mouth upon tasting it. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. "I am truly sorry. May the god of wealth bless you." Jiang watched Jiang Yuemo with curiosity, pondering internally. Sister Jiang was always so peculiar. Lost in her thoughts, they finally arrived at the secret stronghold that Jiang had spoken of. Jiang Yuemo and Jiang arrived early, successfully discovering a piece of land blessed by auspicious feng shui. "Oh, what a vast expanse it is. Truly delightful." Jiang Yuemo wore a porcelain doll-like smile. Yet her heart was inundated with a flurry of thoughts akin to a rolling screen. Work, work, work. Despair, despair, despair. Jiang gazed at the towering spinach before her, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed, as the shovel in her hands felt somewhat burdensome. "Sister Jiang, I only brought one shovel. Once I'm finished with it, I will let you use it." The last time she had accompanied Jiang Yuemo to harvest spinach, she had brought just one shovel, and once again, she brought only one this time. She vowed that it was not intentional. Jiang Yuemo suppressed the grievances of the laborers, indifferently rolling up her sleeves and beginning to uproot the wild spinach that reached her waist. Each plant weighed approximately 20 pounds, though it appeared vibrant and lush. It offered no sound when pulled. The broad, thick leaves on the outside were exceedingly resilient, akin to a rubber mat, requiring considerable strength to tear apart, let alone chew. Only the tender shoots in the center held any promise of edibility. Those who arrived earlier were wielding sickles or shovels, digging diligently, while Jiang Yuemo, with her bare hands, stood out remarkably amongst them. Despite having witnessed her extraordinary feat once before, Jiang could not help but exclaim, "Sister Jiang is truly remarkable." She imagined Lin Daiyu uprooting the weeping willows and felt compelled to join in, brandishing her shovel and battling the spinach with determination. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yuemo, the scrutiny of others and Jiang's astonishment surrounded her. However, as the beeping of the food radiation detector echoed in her ears, she bit down on her lip. A small voice inside her screamed in frustration. She longed for a wristwatch with such detection capabilities. Alas, her poverty rendered her unable even to afford a sickle. She was left with only a makeshift spear standing against the wind, a straight wooden stick bound with a heavy iron plate. Nonetheless, this was of little concern. Perhaps it was due to her childhood abundance of nutrition or her innate strength, but she managed to embrace the spinach, as thick as her waist, and uproot it effortlessly. Her strength was astonishing. As a child, she often could not control her power, frequently shattering the toys that hung above her head with a single slap. The plastic shards would rain down upon her, causing her no small amount of distress. As she grew older, she broke door handles, crushed chopsticks while eating, and punctured bowls. These became commonplace occurrences, earning her the nickname, the contemporary Lu Jishin. Eventually, she realized how unique she was and, fearing rejection from her friends, learned to moderate her strength. Little did she know, the ability she once dismissed would prove so useful here, serving as a consolation in her otherwise bleak life. With her head down, she labored diligently. As the sun gradually ascended, The temperature soared to 37 degrees by only 7 in the morning. "It's getting hotter, Sister Jiang. We should hurry," Jiang urged, taking the water bottle and gulping down a mouthful. It was then she noticed the growing number of people around them, all busily immersed in their toil. Most were working diligently, though many had sharp eyes, keenly observing their surroundings. These individuals seemed intent on discerning the sounds they sought amidst the clamor of labor. At this moment, Jiang Yuemo's true nature was laid bare, resembling a spirit drained of vitality, solely focused on the patch of ground beneath her and the reach of her long legs, indifferent to the scrutinizing gazes of others. Methodically, she repeated the motion of stripping leaves, extracting the essence from the wild spinach while discarding the dross, peeling away the thick outer leaves to retain the tender young ones. Each as long as a forearm, still adorned with a delicate white frost. Upon closer inspection, this frost revealed itself to be clusters of white crystals, the salt vesicles. Spinach belongs to the salt-secreting family of plants, expelling salt during its growth, akin to human perspiration. This is a normal process, indicating the spinach is thriving. Observing Jiang Yuemo's imminent transformation into a vengeful spirit, Jiang stifled a giggle, remarking how Jiang Jie oscillated between a cat and a dog. "Yang Ye, I must deliver lunch to my brother shortly, so I will not accompany you. When the sun becomes too fierce, retreat to the shade of the trees. Do not labor under the sunlight any longer. While the radiation is not lethal, it is certainly uncomfortable." "I understand." Jiang continued to fuss over the spinach leaves, her concern palpable. This was all due to Jiang Yuemo's initial naivety. Indeed, Jiang was curious as to why Jiang Yuemo seemed utterly unacquainted with the ways of this era. She was oblivious to which foods were edible, unaware of the extreme radiation during peak sunlight hours, incapable of judging the weather, and knew nothing at all. Jiang surmised that perhaps Jiang Jie's parents had sheltered her too well in the past, leaving her ill-equipped to navigate survival on her own in this unfamiliar world. Sister Jiang has never mentioned her parents, nor does she inquire about them. Perhaps she fears that it might evoke sorrow, which she would find difficult to manage. Instead, she offers gentle reminders about trivial matters. Leaning close to her ear, she whispers, "If you cannot find anything to eat, fret not. My family has provisions. We have plenty of compressed rice packets. You and Brother Chi can seek refuge at my home during the sandstorm. Do not place too much pressure on yourselves." Jiang attempts to comfort Jiang Yuemo, believing that her excitement over the news of new spinach fields stems from concerns about their food supplies and the impending sandstorm. Rest assured, there is enough food at home. Busy and bustling, 2 hours pass, yielding only 4 or 5 meager edible portions, yet they fill half a basket. In those initial days, they relied on the charity of Qi Nianchu's companions to survive. Those 2 or 3 transitional days allowed her to stumble along with a larger group in search of sustenance. Being new to the area, she occasionally found herself unwittingly following the wrong groups, leading to a few rough encounters. Fortunately, her strength, albeit insufficient for filling her stomach, allowed her to endure the assaults. She retrieves a bottle of nutrient solution from her pocket, gulping down a large mouthful, leaving just enough for her rations tomorrow. No matter how many times she drinks it, she cannot grow accustomed to its peculiar taste, reminiscent of rubber. As time draws near, Jiang hastily makes her way to the hunting squad's shelter, taking advantage of the mild sunlight. Meanwhile, she must gather some kudzu vines. Her family owns a loom and can weave fabrics. Clothing, a luxury they cannot afford, is far from their basic need for sustenance. The summer outfit she wore upon arrival is already showing signs of wear. As September transitions into October, temperatures will plummet, heralding a long, frigid winter lasting 5 months. She must prepare food, clothing, medicine, furs, firewood, and a purification device for the winter, while also earning points to purchase medication to alleviate Qi Nianchu's condition. This is her utmost priority. The burden is heavy, and the road ahead is long. Life is not easy. She sighs. Her attire consists of an oversized shirt once worn by Qi Nianchu, which barely reaches above her knees. Yes, a shirt. Qi Nianchu, a towering figure at 2 meters tall, leaves Jiang Yuemo, who stands a modest 1.75 meters, struggling to fit into his garments. The modern trousers she brought with her are the only pair she possesses and have seen over 20 days of wear. Her blue Nike shoes are now tattered. And as for undergarments, the weather makes drying even the smallest fabric a swift endeavor. Washed at night, they are dry by morning. This time, she will experiment with kudzu, hoping to extract fibers for weaving cloth and also gather some wood and bamboo to reinforce their shelter. Luckily, she had previously prepared video material and attempted these tasks, gaining a general understanding of the processes involved in weaving and threading. She plans to complete this work during the upcoming sandstorm respite. After 23 days of diligently exploring alongside various factions, Jiang Yuemo had developed her own set of survival principles for the apocalypse. This time, she intended to venture into uncharted territory and explore the surroundings on her own. Just as she was about to depart, 4 or 5 individuals who had been laboring nearby suddenly rose and obstructed her path. "Hey, young lady, this area is under our protection. If you wish to take anything from here, you must leave behind 1/3 of what you intend to carry away." Jiang Yuemo frowned. When she arrived, this group of people remained silent, only to confront her when she was about to leave after having thoroughly secured her own gains. "In the wilderness, what I have acquired through my own efforts is mine alone. Why should I share it with you?" The man at the forefront, named Zhang San, chuckled upon hearing her words, exclaiming, "Oh, she speaks of her abilities. What abilities could she possibly possess? Perhaps her skills in bed?" His mocking laughter was echoed by the 4 others behind him, who also joined in the ridicule, even attempting to reach out and touch Jiang Yuemo. Jiang Yuemo felt a wave of disgust surging within her. She was utterly vexed by such derogatory remarks towards women. Grasping the spear at her side, she pointed it directly at Zhang San's nose. "You will either leave with me and the vegetables, or I shall take your life with me." Confronted by such a bully who preyed on the weak, one had to be even more resolute. In contemporary society, she would never dare to speak so boldly. But the past was the past. Now she was terrifyingly strong. Were those mere vegetables? A few stalks of spinach hardly qualified. They were her very life. However, as she wielded the weapon, Jiang Yuemo realized she was at a disadvantage. She had no idea how to use it. Clearly, acquiring a suitable weapon was imperative. "Hey, little girl, let your brother teach you." The sharp metal piece on the stick was deftly snapped off by Jiang Yuemo. As the crowd closed in, her hand glided over the metal piece, and with a swift motion, she yanked the approaching Zhang San towards her, holding him hostage at her side. "Planning to rob me? Seeking death, are we?" Dropping the cumbersome stick, she raised her fist, as large as a sandbag, and struck Zhang San's face with a flurry of blows, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. The younger thugs watched in disbelief as Zhang San was kicked in the abdomen, curling up like a shrimp. Before he could react, another thug, who had ventured too close, was seized by the collar and hurled straight into a tree. Jiang Yuemo's ferocious fists relentlessly struck him, as if she had succumbed to madness, completely losing control. Before her stood not a person, but rather a mere punching bag. What a joke! With so many opportunities in the blogging realm, why did I choose to toil in the fields? It is solely due to this inexhaustible strength of mine that I can effortlessly handle all of you undernourished little karamais. Come on. 4 or 5 individuals surrounded Jiang Yuemo, pulling and pushing her, delivering blows and kicks. Jiang Yuemo, responding swiftly to the sound, evaded a punch from an assailant and retaliated with a powerful elbow strike to the intruder's chest. Her aura radiated a formidable 2 meters and 8 centimeters, as if she possessed the strength of 1,000 men. Chapter 5. The Bamboo Rat Do Not Strike. Please do not strike. My dear aunt. My dear aunt. The younger members, witnessing their leader being thoroughly beaten, were rendered helpless. Collecting protection fees? Speaking insolently? With each utterance, they twisted Zhang San's arm mercilessly, causing him to cry out in pain. I was wrong, I was wrong, I was wrong. My dear aunt, you may come and go as you please. Just spare me. Jiang Yuemo glared at him with a sullen expression, commanding him to leave. The remaining 2 lackeys, attempting to assist Zhang San, approached with a furtive demeanor, which Jiang Yuemo misinterpreted as an impending ambush. Raising an eyebrow, she delivered a swift kick that sent one of them flying 2 meters away, while she seized the collar of the other and hurled him to the ground. In agony, Both pleaded for mercy, tears streaming down their faces. Realizing they could not withstand the might of this formidable woman, they abandoned Zhang San, supporting each other as they hastily vanished from the scene. Jiang Yuemo cast a glance around at the onlookers, who hastily averted their gazes, eager to avoid meeting the eyes of the formidable wolf annihilation. Following this fierce confrontation, those who sought to seize valuables had been thoroughly discouraged. Today's tasks were clear. 1. Gather sustenance. 2. Collect kudzu in progress. In this cursed place, humans were more cunning than the spirits themselves. She was well aware that good fortune rarely came without a price. Jiang's ability to depart unscathed was likely due to her brother's affiliation with the wild hunting squad, and fortunately, it had not implicated Jiang. The next time she encountered Jiang, she would certainly persuade her brother to procure a suitable weapon for her. Having steadied her emotions, Jiang Yuemo made her way to the riverbank. The kudzu grew perilously close to the water's edge, nestled beside a grove of mutated bamboo that towered to the heavens, making her neck ache as she gazed up. The bamboo here was thick and robust, resembling mighty trees. Upon spotting the tender shoots on the ground, tears welled up in her eyes. Without tools to dig for the shoots, what a blunder! She regretted having left Jiang and shovel behind. Setting aside her desire to feast on the bamboo shoots, Jiang Yuemo began to excavate the kudzu with her bare hands. Shielded by the bamboo grove, she worked diligently, striving not to damage the root system for future growth. With fervor, she clawed at the earth, her hands working tirelessly. If she could unearth a moderate or low-radiation kudzu root, it would not only provide nourishment, but could also yield a tidy profit at the apothecary. Just as she was about to extract the kudzu root, her hand suddenly struck against a peculiar, plush, yet solid object. With 2 large black claws, Jiang Yuemo wore a perplexed expression as she searched for the peculiar object. Finally, amidst a small mound of earth, she stumbled upon a bamboo rat, unconscious and adorned with stars in its eyes. Surprise! It is no wonder that Jiang Yuemo, a true tiger at heart, seemed to have encountered the king of hell, determining its fate with a mere glance. Swift as lightning, she grasped its neck, indifferent to the consequences, life or death. The little creature barely had time to emit a whimper before departing this world without a trace of pain. In the realm of martial arts, speed reigned supreme, and at last, she beheld the prospect of a meal after 20 long days of consuming only vegetables, her stomach devoid of any sustenance. The unfortunate creature had no chance of escape. It was destined to find its way into her bowl. Upon extracting it from its burrow, Jiang Yuemo was astonished to discover the bountiful treasure she had unearthed. This was no ordinary creature, plump and round, measuring the length of her arm and weighing approximately 20 pounds. Jiang Yuemo squinted with delight, resembling a hefty cat that had pilfered fish. The poor bamboo rat, in the midst of expanding its territory, was caught off guard by Jiang Yuemo's sudden and divine strike, and subsequently met its fate as she grasped its neck. Sealing its destiny, Jiang Yuemo is inclined to refer to herself as a one-punch man. What extraordinary luck! The woodcutter who waits by the tree stump is not nearly as fortunate as she is. She is grateful to the god of wealth for the bamboo rat that has come her way. Just as she revels in her good fortune, she suddenly feels a subtle tremor beneath her feet. A faint sound sends a shiver of alarm through her. At the very moment she lifts her foot, a substantial hole opens up where she had been standing, wide enough to accommodate 3 of her. Emerging from the abyss, the bamboo rat's crimson eyes fixate upon Jiang Yuemo with an unwavering intensity. Realizing that this is the vengeful spirit of the deceased bamboo rat, she cannot afford to linger even for a heartbeat. She bolts away with fervor. What manner of creature is this? Does it consume flesh? In mere seconds, her left foot, adorned with a blue-black claw, has vanished without a trace. Behind her, numerous gaping holes, each capable of engulfing a slender adult, erupt one after another. Oh, my father, my grandfather, my socks, my shoes, do not pursue me any further, or I shall not hold back. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Toothless little fiends, seeking vengeance as rodents. The bamboo rats, seemingly incited by Jiang Yuemo's provocation, swarm from their lair. A rat the size of a dog is in hot pursuit, sending her heart racing with fear. It seems that in this dire moment, she has no choice but to resort to her ultimate tactic. Jiang Yuemo flung the bamboo rat into the basket, her heart aching as she retrieved from her bosom a warm mixture of pepper and chili powder, covering her mouth and nose, scattering it behind her. This was her life-saving weapon. Behold, a hidden projectile. Fortunately, fate favored her, for the winds were at her back, not against her. The powdery biochemical weapon swirled gracefully behind her. A symphony of sneezes and anguished screams erupted, causing the bamboo rats to retreat. The sensation of a deadly pursuit had dissipated. Seizing the chaos, she turned back, extracting a bamboo rat that clung stubbornly to her shoe, catching it off guard, and forcefully slammed it onto the ground until it was dazed. Release. Eat.To, Eat.To. Let go, she exclaimed. How could she prioritize her life over money? Nearly wetting her pants while being chased by the bamboo rat, she still clung to her shoe. Due to this chaotic maneuver, Jiang Yuemo found herself in a predicament. Her arm bore scratches from the rat's claws, her eyes reddened and streaming with tears, and her sneezes seemed endless. Enduring the discomfort, she stumbled to the riverbank and plunged her head into the water, emerging abruptly. In this cursed place, one could never know what sinister entities awaited in the depths. She had no desire to escape one peril only to plunge into another. With a branch in hand, she inserted 2 large leaves she had casually picked into the river, intending to moisten one for a simple face wipe. To her astonishment, as soon as the leaves touched the water's surface, they vanished with a swift motion. Soon after, a few ragged green fragments surfaced, drifting further downstream, and the branch bore evidence of gnawing by some creature. Clearly, the river harbored aggressive life forms. Just moments ago, when Jiang Yuemo had thrust her head into the water, it had startled them, preventing an immediate attack, and then they had mistaken the torn leaves for food. The remnants on her face had mostly washed away, leaving only a lingering sting in her nose and eyes. Jiang Yuemo, with a heart full of sorrow, wiped her tears with a shirt, leaving a considerable stain behind. Her eyes, reddened and glistening with tears, portrayed a pitiable sight. Fortunately, her harvest today was not in vain. A half basket of tender spinach, another half basket of vines, and 1 deceased bamboo rat, alongside 1 rat barely clinging to life. Oh, it still breathes. Let it perish. Chapter 6. End of work. Now, her tally stands at 2 deceased bamboo rats. The rat hides are indeed valuable treasures, yet she finds herself incurring additional expenses in their processing. Oh, the vile nature of capitalism. Current status, light injuries, damaged items, a gaping hole in her shoe, and she mourns the loss of half the sole of her blue sneakers. Beauty, -20. Mood, dismal. Frustrated. The purification machine must be prioritized. Nevertheless, today's harvest was quite satisfactory. Indeed, I am easily contented, Ms. Jiang Yuemo, at the hole in her shoe's sole. She layered several thick leaves and bound them with a resilient wisteria vine, thus managing to walk on. Poverty gnawed at her thoughts, and she grew increasingly vexed, opting instead to glance at her wristwatch. Upon departing from this rarely trodden path, she gradually began to notice the flow of people converging from all directions, each bearing some semblance of a yield. Many carried large bamboo baskets brimming with greenery, their faces pale and weary, embodying the weariness of lives spent in relentless toil. Their spirits ashen. She spotted her neighbor, Dafeng, who appeared equally lifeless, devoid of the energetic vigor he displayed that morning. Seizing the opportunity to distance herself unnoticed, Jiang Yuemo quietly increased the space between them. Scattered among the throng were solitary hunters, exuding a strong scent of blood, their waists adorned with glistening weapons stained with fresh gore. They carried or hoisted their catches, prey weighing between 30 to 50 pounds, creating an atmosphere so tense that no one dared approach. These were mercenaries or ad hoc hunting teams. However, individuals like Jiang Yuemo, a lone wolf, were a rarity. Her large, filled basket and dusty attire rendered her conspicuous. 3 matronly figures murmured behind her. "Look at that girl's basket, so full. Go see what she has." "Oh, why don't you go?" "I certainly will not." Though she claimed disinterest, her eyes betrayed her, darting towards Jiang Yuemo. "I'll go if you want tea," declared a tall matron with meticulously styled hair, her steps light and effortless. Approaching Jiang Yuemo, she feigned casualness, inquiring, "Oh dear, carrying such a heavy basket. You are quite impressive. Aren't you tired? Would you like some help with that?" Jiang Yuemo, "I'm not deaf, truly. However, I must feign strength and lift my face, incredulously asking, 'Is that so? You're truly a good person.' This basket contains the kudzu vines my stepmother tasked me with gathering. I still need to process the kudzu fibers tonight. It is quite heavy, so please do not overexert yourself." Jiang Yuemo, exhibiting no modesty whatsoever, unceremoniously removed the large basket and feigned an intention to thrust it into the embrace of the matron. Her naive and unguarded demeanor momentarily startled the woman. Just as the basket seemed destined to be delivered, the matron deftly executed a serpentine maneuver, evading Jiang Yuemo's advance. How amusing it was! A cursory glance revealed the basket was brimming with kudzu vines. The two other matrons, upon hearing this, hastily flanked their taller companion on either side. With laughter, they remarked, "She is cooking for us, so we shall take our leave." The scene was undeniably vivid, as if the abacus beads were strikingly pressed against my face. Jiang Yuemo shrugged indifferently and adjusted her backpack. With little time to spare for observing others, she hurriedly made her way to the property management center. Due to the unpredictable mutations of flora and fauna caused by radiation, combined with fluctuating radiation levels and the difficulty of procuring sustenance, the Research Institute devised 3 solutions. The first option, to purchase a high-end wristwatch, which could measure radiation levels while gathering or hunting for food, allowing for precise selection. Generally, a medium radiation concentration is deemed safe for consumption. However, such a luxury watch costs 400 to 500 points, and, aside from measuring radiation, it boasts advanced features such as disaster alerts, thermal imaging, location tracking, and communication capabilities, far beyond the financial reach of ordinary survivors. The second option, to harvest what one perceives as low-radiation food and purify it using specialized machines. The purification process is contingent upon the radiation levels, which in turn determines the points expended. The third option, to buy purification agents and the requisite basic machinery for self-purification. Although some foods, due to their complex compositions, cannot be purified independently. Despite this, the majority still opt for the third choice. While official purification may yield cleaner results, the cumulative cost in points can be substantial over time. Consequently, neighbors often band together, 4 or 5 households, to jointly purchase a purification machine, which costs between 100 to 120 points, while a barrel of purification agent costs 1 point and lasts a week. To sustain the operation of the purification machine, oil is also required, costing 1 point for a week's supply. Should one possess a solar energy conversion panel at home, it could help save points. However, should one inadvertently consume food that cannot be purified or is inadequately purified, they must rely on their own fortune. Perhaps it is simply a matter of fate, as if the king of hell were missing a player in his game of mahjong, and you're the one left out. One can only blame their ill luck. Jiang Yuemo places great importance on her health, thus generously utilizing Qin Yinchu's credits to procure purified food from the official sources. As a newcomer, she has been subjected to bullying by those around her, both a foolish girl and a simpleton, who have repeatedly attempted to seize her food. Fortunately, from time to time, her former teammate and close friend comes to intimidate the petty criminals, asserting his continued existence and discouraging them from setting their sights on Qin Yinchu. This has proven effective. The matter of meat is even more daunting. Not only are purification credits exorbitantly priced, but she also struggles to acquire them. It would be disingenuous to claim she is untroubled, for in the span of 22 days, she has already expended 45 credits, all drawn from Qin Yinchu's resources, which ultimately equates to her own. She hopes he will not hold it against her once he recovers, for this is, after all, for their mutual sustenance. Alas, may the God of wealth bestow his blessings upon me. Recently, she has cultivated a rapport with the technician responsible for food purification, discreetly offering him 5 credits in exchange for the opportunity to observe the purification process. This clandestine learning has borne fruit. Particularly, Jiang Yuemo has gleaned a piece of insider information from her squad members and has resolved to undertake some significant ventures to earn a bit of money. Once the sandstorm passes, acquiring her own purification machine will be within reach, sparing her the risk of laboring for others while endangering her own life. In times of chaos, whether heroes will emerge remains uncertain, yet it is undeniable that thieves and marauders will certainly thrive. Chapter 7. Granny Fong's general store. The lighting in the hall is somewhat dazzling. Upon entering, she promptly submitted the tender spinach requiring purification. Clutching a number tag inscribed with the number 21. She must return in half an hour. Tardiness will not be forgiven. Jiang Yuemo responded with a cheerful smile. Thank you, young man. Upon hearing her words, the man dressed in a deep blue work uniform at the entrance cast a languid glance at Jiang Yuemo, lightly nodding as he committed her appearance to memory. Exiting the property management center, she found that the market behind it not only housed a food purification station, but also a grocery store and various street vendors, reminiscent of the rural fare she had seen in the past. Although Jiang Yuemo yearned for meat, circumstances did not permit such indulgence. The 2 bamboo rats she possessed could be exchanged for a considerable number of points or necessary items. With a series of twists and turns, she pushed open a door, dark as night, revealing Granny Fong's second-hand goods shop. An elderly woman, somewhat advanced in years, sat in a rocking chair, fanning herself while feigning sleep. Beside the counter, a large cat, having grown to the size of an adult lion, lay languidly in an iron cage, tethered by a thick iron chain. Upon hearing the creak of the door, the old woman opened one eye and stifled a yawn. The dim light within the shop cast a shadowy ambience, and the air carried a scent reminiscent of her grandmother's rural storeroom. A parrot at the entrance squawked in a peculiar tone, "Ah, we have a visitor. What a sleepy little girl you are." Jiang Yuemo carefully extracted 2 bamboo rats from the basket, her demeanor outwardly serious and austere, while internally she was in a state of frantic disarray. Had it not been for the unexpected turn of events that led her to capture these 2 bamboo rats today, she would not have ventured into such a shop so soon. However, the urgency lay in the fact that if the bamboo rats were not processed promptly, their value would diminish, and she felt a profound sense of insecurity regarding the market prices of various commodities in this era. Taking a deep breath, she presented the bamboo rats to elderly Fong. "Ah, as introduced by others, what price do you offer?" Elderly Fong beamed upon seeing the 2 plump bamboo rats, her smile revealing her teeth, yet concealing her eyes. These creatures are quite elusive. This young lady possesses a certain skill. Her praise was not exaggerated. The bamboo rats were remarkably agile, their evolution a mystery. Although their offensive capabilities were limited, their acute hearing and keen sense of smell were exceptional. They reproduced rapidly and could discern the direction of a predator's movements through the sounds of their flight, enabling them to dig burrows in advance and ensnare their pursuers in traps. Once trapped, other bamboo rats would swarm to overpower their prey. Observing Jiang Yuemo's injuries and her anxious expression, elderly Fong discerned that she was a novice hunter. Yet, the ability to capture such prey indicated considerable skill. Furthermore, upon closer inspection of the bamboo rat's fur, she noted that they bore no injuries, save for a somewhat pungent odor. "Ah, you flatter me, she chuckled heartily. Jiang Yuemo forced a couple of dry laughs, striving to appear more approachable. Granny Fong rubbed her nose and continued to scrutinize her. Such skins, once peeled, were indeed precious commodities. Moreover, she understood that to slay such agile creatures without sustaining injuries required extraordinary skill. This girl must belong to a wild hunting team from the shantytown. However, she had ultimately underestimated her this time. Jiang Yuemo, being pure of heart, harbored the mindset of taking a chance to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Should she sell these 2 creatures individually or as a whole? Was there a distinction? Selling the skins separately? Yet, Jiang Yuemo dared not voice her inquiries, fearing she might be perceived as a novice, unaware that her facade had already crumbled. With a serious expression, she gazed at Granny Fong and spoke in a stiff tone, the whole thing. Granny Fong had anticipated this. It was not that the old lady sought to deceive her, but rather that she had delivered herself right to her doorstep. "Well then, let us calculate," she said, weighing the whole creature by the pound. The larger one fetched 51 points, while the smaller one was 35 points. I'll round it up to a neat 90 for you. How about you spend these points here with me? Originally, Jiang Yuemo intended to purchase some items, so this unexpected turn was a pleasant surprise. She breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. All right, I need an axe, a Class C suppressant, scissors. Granny Fong listed the items Jiang Yuemo acquired, and she selected some that appeared to be in decent condition. An old axe cost 20 points. A Class C suppressant for controlling the illness was 35 points. An old pair of scissors went for 1 point, and 2 vials of nutrient solution for 4 points. The delightful surprise was that 2 second-hand intermediate watches only cost 50 points. It's worth noting that her current broken watch required 3 points. She touched the 8-handed broken watch on her wrist and sighed gently. Oh, if this were the real world, she wouldn't even glance at such a shabby watch. Yet, there was no choice. Poverty was her original sin. These 2 watches, albeit somewhat worn, were still intermediate models, priced at 25 each, which seemed rather steep. Indeed, she intended to haggle, even though she had already grasped the watches firmly, refusing to let go. The team had only provided her and Jiang Yuemo with the most basic watch. Having spent an entire day outdoors, she was unable to ascertain Jiang Yuemo's condition. To claim she wasn't worried would be disingenuous. The basic watch could only tell time and direction, as well as the distance to her home, failing to gauge the surrounding radiation levels. This posed considerable danger in the wild, as one could inadvertently wander into high radiation areas and meet with dire fates. Although these watches were somewhat antiquated, they'd been upgraded to higher standards. Had it not been for the 2 bamboo rats, Granny Fong would never have presented them for her consideration. This was the truth, as the smile on Granny Fong's face resembled a blooming chrysanthemum, never faltering. Such delightful young women were indeed a rare sight. Jiang Yuemo was also quite elated. Such a fortuitous opportunity was indeed rare. The transaction was completed, allowing for the postponement of purchasing a food purification machine. Although the 2 watches were pre-owned, they had been transformed from high-end timepieces. What merits do high-end watches possess? They include food radiation concentration testing. While they cannot entirely substitute for a purification machine, they ensure that the food is safe for consumption. Although the advanced features may have been stripped away, the essential functions of a mid-range watch remain intact. Maps, videos, location tracking, and radiation detection are all readily available. This way, when she is not at home, Jiang Yuemo can still make video calls to her, and she can independently assess the surrounding radiation levels to mitigate risks when she ventures out. While packing for Jiang Yuemo, Granny Fong even gifted her a small nail clipper and 2 charming sunflower hairpins as delightful embellishments, encouraging her to return for more splendid finds in the future. Jiang Yuemo regarded the elderly woman as truly benevolent, effortlessly waving her sleeves as she departed from the modest dwelling, leaving not a trace behind. Inside, Granny Fong shared the same sentiment towards Jiang Yuemo as she hummed a little tune while carrying a bamboo rat, setting down her fan before retreating into the back of her small grocery store. With deft hands, she skillfully extracted 2 small, orange stones the size of bottle caps from the rat's belly. These were energy crystals, the genuine treasures hidden within the bamboo rat. 1 orange energy crystal could be exchanged for anywhere between 300 to 500 points, depending on its quality. Each crystal was worth 3 points. And if the crystal S purity was sufficiently high and the handling executed with precision, it could even yield 5 points. The inhabitants of the shanty town outside were largely unaware of the energy crystals concealed within their prey, and it was no surprise that the little girl was oblivious to their value. Thus, she could not lament her lack of fortune, especially considering that she initially intended to sell each of the 2 universal wristwatches for 100 points apiece. It was not a significant loss. As the proverb states, misfortune can be a blessing, and she perceived that young girl as quite fortunate indeed. Chapter 8. Homecoming 1 must always remain vigilant, for this place is rife with lawlessness. Survivors unable to meet the city's entry requirements must endure the hardships of living in the shantytown, suffering the incessant radiation. The people here exhibit a temperament far more volatile and discourteous than those in the safe zones. Upon exiting the trading post, she maintained her alertness, knowing she had another 20 minutes or so to traverse through the shantytown. This area was teeming with rogues and ne'er-do-wells. Numerous gaunt children, appearing around 3 or 4 years of age, knelt on the ground with their hands cupped like bowls, their eyes glistening with moisture as they gazed at the newcomers with pleading expressions. "Please, give us something to eat, miss. My sister is nearly starving." "Sir, just a bag of rice, please, just one bag." "Miss, I implore you, take me with you. I'm all alone at home, and I am on the brink of starvation." Yet Jiang Yuemo herself was barely able to secure her next meal, rendering her incapable of aiding others. And she pressed onward with a heavy heart. On this not-so-broad path, the sounds of scuffles and laughter from nearby dwellings were distinctly audible. Outside some shanties, red cloth strips were tied, emanating sounds that would make one blush, revealing the unspeakable transactions taking place within. Jiang Yuemo furrowed her brow and quickened her pace, her mind racing with calculations. As of now, including the assets accumulated before Qin Yinshu's injury, they possessed a total of 145.5 points, 2 pounds of miscellaneous grains, and 2 bottles of nutrient solution, one of which Jiang Yuemo had appropriated today. Additionally, there were 3 cantaloupes, each the size of a human head, and 2 dates, each as large as a fist. Their meager belongings included a bed measuring 2 meters by 1.5 meters, a summer quilt, a pillow, 3 sets of Qin Yinshu's change of clothes, 2 wooden buckets, 1 basin, 2 bowls, and 4 pairs of chopsticks. They also had 2 tattered cloth towels, 2 toothbrushes for bamboo tubes, a garbage bin, a ceramic pot, and a precious solar energy conversion panel securely locked within a large wooden chest. Jiang Yuemo often counted these scant possessions daily, yearning for the day they could thrive together and perhaps even provide her with a small bucket or a tiny basin. While Jiang Yuemo hurried through the shantytown, a pair of murky, triangular eyes fixated on her, the small eyes narrowing with a hint of greed as the observer licked their lips. With a light step, they trailed her from a distance, carefully noting the location as she entered a small wooden house in the eastern part of the city before quietly departing. With swift strides, they entered the protective barrier and approached the small wooden house at the eastern edge of the city. Jiang Yuemo stood at the door against the light, the gentle breeze tousling her hair. Qin Yinshu sprang up from the wooden stump, tightly embracing her in her tattered state. Despite being covered in mud and looking rather disheveled, something unexpected happened. A massive object fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Qin Yinshu looked down to see a large axe, almost the size of his palm, perfectly wedged between them. This startled Jiang Yuemo, causing her to retreat several steps. An injured foot was trivial in comparison to the pangs of hunger. However, Qin Yinshu's gaze fell upon the open shoe on Jiang Yuemo's left foot, and he erupted into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha! Jiang Yuemo's good mood was shattered, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward and speechless. "Could you please be quiet? First, let your shoes be silent, ha ha ha." Jiang Yuemo's cheerful disposition was abruptly dispelled, leaving her in a state of embarrassment and bewilderment. "Could you possibly refrain from speaking? First, let your shoes be silent, ha ha." Jiang Yuemo discerned that Qin Yinshu's anger was unmistakably evident, radiating from his very being. Qin Yinshu, fully aware of the trouble he had caused, could not conceal the smile that faded from his face, leaving him flushed and his gaze wandering, deliberately avoiding Jiang Yuemo. In a misguided attempt to embrace her and evade the situation, he sought to perpetuate their closeness. "Emo, a hug, please." Frustrated, Jiang Yuemo sprang to her feet and delivered a sharp smack to his head. After releasing her pent-up frustration, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Jiang Yuemo meticulously organized the baskets that Qin Yinshu had assembled today, stacking 4 large baskets and 3 smaller ones beside the large wooden box. Well done, she thought. Though the 3 smaller baskets were somewhat askew and of inferior quality, they would have to suffice. She subsequently retrieved a vial of E-grade restorative potion, diluting 2 milliliters to cleanse the abrasions on her arm. Both D and E-grade potions were not meant for oral consumption. They could only be diluted for washing or applied directly without dilution. Light injuries benefited from cleansing for disinfection and recovery, while external application contributed to wound healing. B and C-grade potions doubled the effectiveness of external injury recovery and were beneficial for internal injuries when ingested, albeit with a slower effect. As for A-grade potions, Their potency was legendary. Whether diluted or applied externally, their results were immediate. And oral consumption also aided in addressing the genetic deterioration caused by radiation exposure, a veritable lifesaver for Qin Yinshu. Consequently, A-grade potions were exceedingly rare. Unfortunately, complete recovery from the radiation-affected food Qin Yinshu had consumed while wandering, as well as from prolonged exposure, necessitated the use of A-grade potions both internally and externally. For someone of his considerable stature, the amount needed to cleanse and consume was daunting, and the idea of acquiring A-grade potions felt as challenging as scaling a celestial ladder for those of modest means. For now, it had to be this way. She could only hope for a day when fortune would smile upon her, allowing her to purchase a few crates of B and C-grade potions for her dear big child, so he could sip and savor them. No need for instantaneous results. A gradual recovery would suffice. Reflecting on her meager savings, which could barely count on her fingers, she sighed, realizing that even E-grade potions were a stretch. Life was tough. Jiang Yuemo reminded herself not to aim too high, for steadiness was the key to solidity. Momo. Unidentified object detected. Qin Yinshu bounded over with two somewhat worn silver watches, enveloping Jiang Yuemo in a warm embrace. Her head nestled against him as he playfully nudged her, ultimately causing her to tumble to the ground. Ahem, while there were no potions, there were watches. The urge to share her recent purchases momentarily dispelled her future worries. And gazing at the two significant items she had splurged on filled her with joy, her face radiating a beaming smile. This is a gift from your majesty, a reward for your diligent completion of tasks, Qin Yinshu exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he grasped Jiang Yuemo's hands, his large eyes filled with adoration for her. Majesty is magnificent. Qin Yinshu, so enraptured, found himself unable to kneel, opting instead to sit cross-legged on the ground, caressing the watch repetitively before burying his head in Jiang Yuemo's embrace, giggling foolishly. In that moment, he was overwhelmingly happy, though a slight dizziness overcame him, perhaps a consequence of his elation, and he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Don't you dare throw up. This is my only pair of pants. Chapter 9. The concussion of Qin Yinshu. It was indeed his own fault for that earlier slap, knowing full well that his mind was not quite right. Yet still striking his head, why was his hand so troublesome? Surely, he hadn't caused himself a concussion. Montak. Ugh, I am fine. Ugh. The moment I saw him holding that large bamboo trash can, I felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. Jiang Yuemo believed she might have been tamed by this era. She found herself thinking that Qin Yinshu's act of spitting was a waste of food. When the stomach is empty, it craves fresh sustenance. How peculiar and repulsive. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air, compelling Jiang Yuemo to abandon her errant thoughts and feelings of nausea, forcing her into the urgent task of cleaning. She hurried to the well, where she queued to draw water, managing to fill 2 or 3 buckets. Fortunately, the mealtime had long passed, and there were few people collecting water. She changed Qin Yinshu's entire outfit, along with her own trousers and the unfortunate bed linens that had not escaped unscathed. Jiang Yuemo once again prepared a pot of spinach porridge. Observing the nearly empty grain bag, she felt a twinge of confusion. Had they consumed it so quickly? Behind her, Qin Yinshu was retching violently, prompting Jiang Yuemo to meticulously clean the floor once more, eradicating the lingering, unpleasant odor. Now sprawled upon the bed, she felt the ache of her muscles, a weariness compounded by hunger, unable to consume anything substantial. Reluctantly, she resorted to finishing the remaining half-tube of nutritional liquid from lunch. Its taste was far from delightful, yet it provided a modicum of satiety. After washing the dishes, Qin Yinshu wiped himself down and nestled into Jiang Yuemo's quilt. Technically, it was their shared bedding, but Qin Yinshu's robust frame made the already confined space feel even smaller. With only one set of bedding available and no sheets today, they lay atop a somewhat coarse straw mat, which was particularly uncomfortable for Jiang Yuemo, who was not even wearing pants. "Good night, Momo," he said, patting her. Qin Yinshu found a comfortable position beside her, resting his hand on her backside, his peach blossom eyes gazing at Jiang Yuemo with innocence and affection. quietly awaiting her soothing lullabies. Yet, all Jiang Yuemo could think was to give him a light thwack on the head. Just a fleeting thought, of course. She began to hum a gentle lullaby, softly patting her big child to sleep. Gradually, their breaths synchronized, entwined in the embrace of the night. The melody spiraling into the void, transforming into the beautiful dreams woven in the minds of two blissful souls. No fragrant flowers, no towering trees. I am a humble blade of grass, unnoticed and untroubled. You see, my companions are scattered across the ends of the earth. All hail the mighty king. She had performed the grand gesture of 3 kneels and 9 bows. Even the gaze directed at her was filled with adoring starry eyes, shimmering with admiration. The plump figure stood atop a tall box, resembling a proud peacock adorned in vibrant hues, wearing a crown woven from willow branches. With a haughty tilt of her nose and hands on her hips, she elevated her cherubic face, basking in the adoration of 4 little souls. With utmost seriousness, she declared, "My subjects, little Maria shall embrace her new beginning." Then, the door swung open, a beam of light cascading into the room, revealing her grandmother, holding a short and stout broom, standing defiantly against the light. The aura she exuded suggested that those who lingered too long would soon find themselves on the receiving end of a hefty reprimand. The little ones scattered like leaves caught in a tempest. The chubby child wailed and floundered, slapping her own cheeks in desperation. "Wake up! Quick, wake up! This is a dream." Jiang Yuemo jolted upright, drenched in cold sweat, narrowly escaping a potential beating. The haunting chime of the alarm clock struck at 4:30, stirring Qin Yinshu from his slumber as he rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. His hair resembled a nest in disarray as he tugged at Jiang Yuemo's sleeve, declaring, "Emo, I need to relieve myself." With a sigh, she glanced down at his tattered shoes, which bore a gaping hole, and felt a wave of frustration wash over her. After a brief pause, she decided to take him to the public restroom, simultaneously addressing her own pressing matters. Ultimately, she took action, wrapping several layers around the exterior of his shoe and fitting it with a straw sandal, ensuring he could traverse the day without hindrance. Despite the discomfort of the straw, she preferred her delicate blue Nike shoes. After managing breakfast, which consumed over an hour, she and Qin Yinshu diligently examined how to operate the wristwatch. Fortunately, Qin Yinshu had experience with a similar model, while not entirely familiar. He possessed some muscle memory regarding its fundamental functions. "Are you sure it works like this?" he queried. "It should. We need to press this triangle to search for contacts. And this is the map. Please add me as a friend." With a mixture of trial and error, they made significant progress. Jiang Yuemo then slung the new basket Qin Yinshu had prepared the previous day over her shoulder, tucking in the scissors and axe she had purchased. By the time they set off, it was already 6 o'clock. At this hour, most individuals had long departed their homes, making their departure significantly later than the previous day. Qin Yinshu wrapped himself snugly in his blanket, gesturing with his eyes towards Jiang Yuemo, indicating, "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine at home." Jiang Yuemo disregarded him and greeted Jiang in, indicating that there was no need to wait for her, as Jiang had already set off early. At this juncture, returning to that Spanish stronghold would yield little opportunity for advantageous positioning. Jiang Yuemo had no intention of returning to the bamboo grove from yesterday. The bamboo rats were far too terrifying. She would wait until she was certain of her ability to protect and defend herself before venturing back. Instead, today would be dedicated to exploring the newly charted territories, a perfect opportunity to test the map feature of her wristwatch. She first marked the approximate coordinates of the bamboo rat sighting on the map and proceeded downstream along the river. The map indicated that this area was the least irradiated, with a radius of 30 miles, and there might be edible resources available. However, as she approached, she noticed the increasing presence of people. The excitement she felt before setting out had transformed into a sense of despondency. It seemed that even without a device to measure radiation levels, the survivors who had lingered here for so long knew where food was abundant. This realization dampened Jiang Yuemo's spirits, who had hoped to find something valuable. Fortunately, she managed to experiment with other plants along the way, yielding a carrot of moderate radiation levels, approximately the length of her arm, which was not entirely fruitless. After consuming spinach for over 20 days, she felt as though spinach coursed through her veins. Even her flatulence bore the scent of spinach. Suddenly, her wristwatch vibrated. It was a message from Jiang Yuemo. Ever since acquiring the new watch, he had taken to video, calling her every few minutes. Montak, 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 montak. Look at the basket I made, it's big and round. Wonderful. She responded. 5 minutes later, he asked, Mo, have you encountered any danger? Report to the organization. Negative. Another 5 minutes passed. Mo, the weather is splendid today. Ha ha ha. Someone had once advised Jiang Yuemo that when conversation ran dry, one should always discuss the weather. Initially, she would patiently reassure Jiang Yuemo, but eventually, she found it tiresome and scolded him quite sternly. The big fool expressed his desire to work diligently, hoping not to be fed to wolves. Although she felt a twinge of guilt at his pitiful expression, the outcome was effective. Now, Jiang Yuemo only sent her a message every few minutes saying, "Are you there?" The king's smile brought him joy, and his hands flew as he crafted straw shoes, uncertain if they would be sufficient for Mo to wear. One by one, they piled at his feet, and any onlooker might have thought Jiang Yuemo was a centipede, needing so many pairs of shoes. Upon returning to the carrot field, Jiang Yuemo began to merrily test the radiation levels of the carrots, the beeping incessant. High concentration, inedible. High concentration, inedible. A total of 58 warnings. Low concentration, edible. Low concentration, edible. 60 double gold. She silently screamed in delight. Chapter 10. Energy crystals and carrots. Although the yield was low, the quality was exceptional. 60 would suffice. Jiang Yuemo rolled up her sleeves and began to pull up the carrots, her heart brimming with excitement at encountering such low-concentration sustenance for the first time. With a vigorous yank, she found herself tumbling to the ground, landing squarely on her backside, still clutching a generous handful of carrot tops. It turned out her strength had been misguided. The delicate tops snapped easily under her grip. Gazing despondently at the carrots wedged stubbornly in the earth, tears streamed down her cheeks, leaving her with no choice but to dig them out. In recent days, she had begun to transform into the iron-handed Jiang, her once tender skin now roughened and calloused, her fingers wrinkled and worn. Yet at this moment, she had no time to lament her hardened hands. The allure of the carrots was overwhelming, and her mouth watered uncontrollably. Half a carrot was already peeking out from the soil, and she eagerly grasped it, summoning all her might with a determination that could move mountains. To her dismay, the carrot remained stubbornly lodged beneath the surface. In that moment, she felt an intense urge to wrestle with the vegetable. But it was all right. It was only natural for low-concentration food to exhibit a bit of resistance. It was no. Jiang Yuemo was fervently digging into the earth, her fervor so intense that passers-by momentarily believed she was preparing her own grave, silently expressing their sympathy for her plight. Friends who often excavate graves by hand are well aware that the soil is remarkably compact. One can only displace the topmost layer with bare hands. Beneath lies damp and tightly packed earth, leaving Jiang Yuemo with no choice but to seek out suitable stones, twigs, and scissors to aid her in her labor. Jiang Yuemo was currently engulfed in a repetitive cycle of thoughts. Her mood was rather gloomy, and anyone daring to challenge her would receive a sharp reprimand. Suddenly, her hand was grazed by something, leaving her fingers wrinkled and stained with blood. The pain was excruciating. Just as she was contemplating retrieving her scissors to continue digging, her eyes caught a glimpse of something shimmering beside the pit. It was this very object that had caused the injury to her hand. Upon closer inspection of the broken carrot, she noticed a small indentation, likely a result of the mysterious item. With careful precision, she used her scissors to excavate it, revealing a crystal roughly the size of her fist, radiantly crimson with a hint of orange hue, devoid of any impurities. Once she clearly identified the object in the deep pit, she clutched it tightly, encasing it in mud and stashing it in her pocket. Suppressing her inner excitement, she resumed her carrot digging. Regardless of her overwhelming urge to scream, she held it in check, having already attracted considerable attention with her frenzied actions. Her mind abruptly shifted its tune to a melody about good fortune. Abandoning a stubborn carrot that refused to budge, she hastened her pace and successfully unearthed another. However, instead of leaving immediately, she pretended to inspect a few more carrots, feigning disappointment. As she sensed the curious gazes around her gradually dissipate, she discreetly exited the carrot patch. Yet, unbeknownst to her, for individuals of varying heights and builds stealthily followed her departure. Shortly after she left, a nearby woman casually approached, examining the two deep pits, and was pleasantly surprised to find a half-broken carrot. With great enthusiasm, she fetched her shovel and efficiently excavated it, placing it into her basket. She had been near enough to hear the testing sounds earlier. Low-concentration carrots. What a fortunate find. Consequently, the surrounding onlookers lost interest in Jiang Yuemo, assuming she merely lacked the tools to dig for carrots and had not discovered anything of value. Having already slipped away, Jiang Yuemo was oblivious to these developments. She deftly avoided the glaring sunlight, traversing through shadows cast by trees, making her way through bustling crowds of diligent laborers. Along the way, she spotted individuals harvesting kudzu and decided to join in, filling her willow basket to the brim. At last, she felt a sense of reassurance. Earlier, she had checked the crystal value on her wristwatch, discovering it to be 31. This red energy crystal could exchange for over 60 points. She was indeed fortunate. However, as it was her first visit to such a place, she felt somewhat disoriented, unsure of where to proceed next. With no other option, Jiang Yuemo began to study the map. Alas, she had been going the wrong way. Just ahead lay a high radiation zone. Thankfully, her wristwatch had not been in vain. As she examined the map with intent to turn back, she suddenly sensed something amiss in her surroundings. The atmosphere had become unnaturally quiet. The rustling sounds behind her had vanished. I had always believed that the rustling sound was merely the wind stirring the reeds. However, it now seems that I may have been followed. It appears that the matter regarding the crystal has indeed been uncovered. What shall I do? Jiang Yuemo instinctively patted her pocket, discreetly retrieving her axe to HEW at the reeds while surveying the terrain, speculating on the probable location of the pursuer. Behind Jiang Yuemo, at a distance of 10 paces, for figures of varying heights and builds, resembling hyenas in a desolate wasteland, fixated their gaze upon her. Boss, that girl is holding a low-radiation radish. I can't believe it. Silence. Yesterday, it was unclear what she had scavenged from the old woman Fong. The sight of the watch on Jiang Yuemo's wrist, one that had not been present the day before, sent waves of anxiety coursing through him. She. Why isn't she moving? The thin one stammered. Is she cutting reeds? What on earth for? The stout one scratched his bald head in confusion. How should I know? Ahead lies a high radiation zone. If that young lady ventures further in, her low radiation radish will be rendered worthless. Boss, should we take action? The tall man gestured sharply, indicating the need to eliminate her. The slightly shorter, beady-eyed one furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, yet felt compelled to prioritize the situation. If that girl chose to court danger, she should not take the low-radiation radish with her. They split into pairs, the stout and tall one veering left, while the thin and short one moved right, intending to encircle Jiang Yuemo stealthily. Hearing the sounds from behind, a chill ran down Jiang Yuemo's spine. These individuals were distinctly different from the malnourished ones she had encountered in the spinach field. Danger. Despite Jiang Yuemo's considerable strength, it was merely brute force. What would happen if her adversaries wielded more formidable weapons or had malicious intent? Alone, she would be at their mercy. Anxiously scanning her surroundings, she fixed her gaze upon the dense reeds ahead. With a resolute determination, she plunged into them. The four onlookers watched in astonishment as Jiang Yuemo discarded her willow basket and swiftly vanished from sight, leaving them speechless. Old leader, run, shouted the short one, slapping the thin one on the head. What are you waiting for? Chase her. The stout one picked up the willow basket, peering inside at the radishes and vines, a grin spreading across his face, revealing his teeth. The quartet dispersed in search of Jiang Yuemo, but as the sun climbed higher in the sky, nearing noon, they were forced to abandon their quest. Boss, I think that girl might have escaped, one remarked. But look, her radishes are still here. We haven't returned completely empty-handed. Run. The thin one queried, tilting his head in confusion. The short one, evidently their leader, wore a grim expression and remained silent, while the radishes held some value. The true prize was her watch. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuemo found herself submerged in a pool within the reeds, gripping them tightly, her eyes shut in fear, breathing through a reed stem as she feigned death. The four men exhibited remarkable patience, having taken her willow basket and searched for nearly an hour. She felt as if she might drown. Just as she contemplated rising, the sound of footsteps, neither heavy nor light, echoed nearby, prompting her to cling tighter and remain still. Chapter 11. Illness. After taking several steps, the four men abruptly turned back, their gazes fixed on the dense thicket, the short one's face darkening with frustration. "Let's go, boss. Next time we encounter that girl, we'll peel her skin off." The figures of the four gradually receded into the distance. Jiang Yuemo waited for another 3 to 5 minutes before finally emerging from the pit, completely drenched. However, she could not afford to dwell on her predicament. Finding a refuge from the radiation was of utmost importance. When Granny Fong beheld the fist-sized crimson energy crystal, she was overwhelmed with excitement. In less than a day, this young girl had managed to procure yet another energy crystal for her. It seemed that this girl was a harbinger of fortune, and Granny Fong delighted in her presence. Henceforth, the girl would be affectionately dubbed Fortune. "Ah, look, there's even a hint of orange," she noted, albeit in modest quantity. Nonetheless, it was a rare find. "I shall accept this. Young lady, name your price." It was evident that the girl had toiled considerably to acquire such a treasure, as her disheveled appearance suggested her struggles. Did that old woman just bark like a dog? Granny Fong's face remained unchanged, her expression still reminiscent of an ancient fox, unaffected by the earlier incident. Jiang Yuemo believed she was hallucinating, her brows slightly furrowed, lips pressed together. "If you're not sincerely interested, I shall seek another establishment." She could easily discern that this elderly lady was merely testing her knowledge of market prices to negotiate a lower rate. Granny Fong's smile became somewhat stiff, a habitual tactic. She truly did not intend to deceive her. "How about 66? It represents smooth sailing, doesn't it? How's that sound?" "Excellent. It exceeds my expectations by an additional 6 points. It could not be better." With a cool nod, a sense of joy blossomed within her, though her expression remained aloof as she noted the 66 points credited to her account. Gazing at the figure 211, 5 on her wristwatch, Jiang Yuemo felt that wealth was within her grasp. Granny Fong observed her closely, noting the injuries on both of her hands. She retrieved a pair of black gloves from beneath the counter, the material glistening with oil. At the knuckles, there were metallic connections, while the fingertips were crafted from an unknown, sharp material. As Jiang Yuemo contemplated what to purchase, Granny Fong began to leisurely promote the gloves. These combat gloves were fashioned from the skin of a giant python, with the fingertips forged from a blend of crystalline stone and metal. Once embedded with energy crystals, they rivaled the claws of fierce beasts, capable of eviscerating with a single swipe. "How about a shovel?" "Eviscerate, huh? A shovel? Huh. Ridiculous. Just wait and see. I shall return." Granny Fong sighed while holding the shovel, lamenting that this item had languished in her shop for 3 to 4 years without being sold. Had her age caused her business acumen to wane? As she handed Jiang Yuemo the shovel valued at 20 points, a sudden inspiration struck her. She retrieved a small freezer from beneath the counter, opening it with an air of mystery. Inside lay more than 20 vials, marked with the letters D and E. Her gaze towards Jiang Yuemo laden with unspoken meaning. It was filled to the brim. "Oh my God, buy it. Buy it." Jiang Yuemo's lips twitched uncontrollably, appearing quite the fool. "Do I resemble someone who can afford such luxuries?" Granny Fong observed her, her ragged attire causing a flush of embarrassment. The last time she had seen her, she was filthy and presumed to be from the slums. Upon realizing her identity card indicated she belonged within the city, she reconsidered, initially thinking her to be a clever ruse. With a tinge of regret, she put away the freezer, only to be met with Jiang Yuemo's somewhat bashful request. "If there happen to be any B or C grade items, please keep an eye out for me." Granny Fong's sturdy frame trembled with excitement. There was hope. Instantly, her smile broadened, revealing her teeth. Absolutely, without a doubt. Ultimately, Jiang Yuemo spent 6 points to purchase 2 pairs of mid-calf boots before departing. Straw sandals were utterly unreliable, soaked and ruined in the puddles. Spending a little was justified, as she had earned it herself. The blue pair with the bold black swoosh had served its purpose and could no longer be worn. The impending sandstorm was merely 2 days away, and with the carrots in her backpack and 2 pounds of mixed grains at home, it was clear she wouldn't have enough sustenance for a week. It seemed she would have to toil in the carrot field until the very end tomorrow. Throughout her journey, Jiang Yuemo felt increasingly dizzy, fatigued, her head burning with fever. Even before arriving home, her vision blurred and her legs weakened. It was likely that the untreated wound on her hand, having soaked in cold water for too long, had become infected, causing her fever. Just before losing consciousness, she spotted the tall figure of Qin Yinshu rushing toward her, leaving behind a parting remark about spending less money before he left this world with ease. As time ticked away, Jiang Yuemo's temperature soared, and her words grew nonsensical. You, write my assignments, and I shall appoint you as the general of the cavalry. Vuvava, Montak. I want to be a general too. Passers-by, hearing the heart-wrenching cries, couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Every day, there were always those who couldn't withstand the trials. Witnessing such a strong man weep so openly made them ponder if they would be next. The siblings had heard whispers regarding Qin Yinshu, and reflecting on the once aloof yet gentle man reduced to such a state stirred deep compassion within them. Brother Qi, your wife cannot return from the dead. Jiang Ping contemplated before speaking, his expression filled with empathy as he watched Qin Yinshu weep uncontrollably, a lump forming in his own throat. Jiang playfully jabbed her elder brother in the stomach. Sister Jiang would never. That foolish brother could not possibly utter wise words. Mo. Mo is so hot. Montak is cooking. In memories, there had been those who suddenly collapsed, never to rise again. Hearing this, Jiang hurriedly pushed aside her foolish brother and approached Jiang Yuemo, feeling her forehead and neck. Brother Qi, Sister Jiang might be running a fever. We must hurry her to the hospital. If these 2 foolish men delay any longer, Sister Jiang may indeed be lost. All right. The vehicle was small, unable to accommodate Jiang, who could neither ride a bike nor trust his brother, who was hardly more sensible than a fool, to manage a simpleton while also causing trouble for Sister Jiang. Thus, he could only hastily run behind them. The dilapidated little 3-wheeled vehicle was not capable of moving swiftly, remaining within Jiang's line of sight. Fortunately, the hospital was not far. Otherwise, Jiang Yuemo might have met her in there today. Upon awakening, when Jiang Yuemo beheld the hospital's surroundings and the exhausted Qin Yinshu and Jiang Ping, who had already succumbed to slumber, she understood. This time, she was once again facing bankruptcy. Chapter 12. Bankruptcy. Why do the impoverished shy away from seeking medical attention? Because healthcare is exorbitantly priced, especially in an era where life is regarded as cheaper than grass. Everything is costly, except for human life. However, safeguarding one's own meager existence proves to be far more expensive. This is not a tongue twister, but a stark reality. After several deep breaths, she mustered the courage to glance at her wristwatch balance. 1. Darkness clouded her vision. Splendid, her anxious heart finally succumbed. She had even depleted that 0. 5. Alas, I have arrived. Beep. Sister Jiang. Sister Jiang is awake. A yawn escaped her lips. The jarring sounds of medical equipment startled Qin Yinshu, Jiang and the other 8 unfamiliar souls in the ward awake. Jiang Ping, lying on the floor, turned over, mumbled something, and drifted back to sleep. Do not misunderstand. Jiang Yuemo was not dead, merely that the pulse oximeter had slipped from her finger. Jiang promptly reattached the clip, bearing the brunt of the group's grumbling and apologies, before taking a cup to fetch hot water for Sister Jiang, who would need to drink upon waking. Can't sleep? Jiang Ping joked. Brother's mindset is quite good. In truth, Qin Yinshu found it impossible to sleep, silently embracing Jiang Yuemo, occasionally nuzzling his head against her waist, gently sobbing. Jiang Yuemo, at this moment, feels an overwhelming sorrow that eclipses all else. Her eyes are vacant and devoid of life. Some individuals exist in a state that is arguably worse than death itself. On the 25th day of her sojourn in this foreign realm, she once again grapples with the sensation of financial ruin, particularly with an impending sandstorm looming just days away. Her savings, which she had relied upon for survival, now seem to have vanished, leaving her suspended solely by a breath of ethereal energy. Little does she know, a far more devastating blow awaits her. At 12:47 a.m., before even stepping into her home, Jiang Yuemo could sense something was amiss from a distance. Had she forgotten to secure the door? Jiang Yuemo turned his head stiffly to gaze at Qin Yinshu. Qin Yinshu looked at Jiang Ping, who in turn looked at Jiang and, leaving Jiang and utterly speechless. I locked it. Where's the door? Jiang Yuemo has completely lost her mind, sprinting wildly. My home. Before my eyes lies a small room, stripped bare. Aside from the table and the bed, which are too cumbersome to move, only 2 wooden stools remain. Everything else is gone. The vine curtain that served as a partition has been torn down and discarded on the floor, and even the door panel has been removed. Not to mention the pillows. Quilts, pots, dishes, and food supplies have all been taken away, leaving nothing behind. Even the few unpurified fruits that remained have vanished without a trace. This is akin to a locust swarm passing through, leaving not a single leaf behind. The mental thread within Jiang Yuemo snapped abruptly. Jiang watched helplessly as the once vibrant Jiang Yuemo collapsed once more. He hurriedly joined Jiang Ping and Qin Yinshu in lifting her into the vehicle, once again racing towards the hospital. Sister Jiang, at least we are still alive. As long as there is life, there is hope. When life is lost, everything is lost. Therefore, Jiang Yuemo glared with her lifeless, fish-like eyes, her gaze devoid of emotion as she fixated on the restless Jiang. It seemed she was not anticipating her next words, but rather waiting for a reason to seek demise. Jiang felt a parched sensation in her throat. Forcing an awkward smile, too timid to meet Jiang Yuemo's gaze. Observing her countenance brimming with resentment, she found herself speechless, fearing that Jiang Yuemo's spirit might not find peace. Sister Jiang, having just recovered from a serious illness, do take care of your health. May you live a long life and bear children soon. We shall take our leave now. Suddenly, Jiang Ping let out a couple of forced laughs, attempting to lighten the atmosphere while hastily ushering Jiang away. The oppressive aura in the room was suffocating, capable of sustaining 8 malevolent sword immortals. Sensing danger, he felt compelled to flee, taking his sister with him. Don't drag me away. I wish to face adversity alongside Sister Jiang. Jiang protested in vain, but Jiang Ping carried her off. At that moment, Qi, like a bear, lunged forward, enveloping Jiang Yuemo in an embrace, seeking solace. Jiang Yuemo felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Ahem. Qin Yinshu, could you please loosen your grip? Are you feeling better, Yuemo? I'm truly worried about you. Qin Yinshu's voice, deep and resonant like a cello, whispered softly in Jiang Yuemo's ear, conveying his concern and longing. Do not frown. I can wash clothes with Jiang and earn points. I am not foolish. As you have said, Qin Yinshu felt a conflict within himself. He did not wish to see Jiang, yet he did not want Yuemo to be disheartened. I am quite hungry. You are indeed a little mischievous. A warm breath escaped near Jiang Yuemo's ear, and before she could react, Qin Yinshu swiftly planted a large kiss upon her lips. In that moment, the sound of a train's horn echoed in her mind, and her cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson. In my 27 years of life, this is the first time I have been kissed by a man. You. Qin Yinshu tilted his head in confusion, asking, isn't a kiss supposed to make you happy? Me? You? Qin Yinshu. Embarrassment surged within Jiang Yuemo, as if she were truly seeing him for the first time. This towering man, standing at 2 meters tall, though somewhat foolish, was undeniably a man. A man, kissing me. The volcano within Jiang Yuemo's mind erupted. His childish prank left her feeling somewhat ashamed of the emotions that had suddenly surged forth. You should rest. I need to sort things out. Thus, Qin Yinshu witnessed Jiang Yuemo bustling about in the empty little house, flitting here and there in a flurry of activity. Jiang Yuemo, Oh, Jiang Yuemo, even a fool like you feels a stir in the heart. Indulge yourself in something delightful. Yet, he truly possesses a certain charm. Upon closer inspection, he exudes a hint of marital allure, and it seems he may even have abs. Hey. Jiang Yuemo shook her head frantically, attempting to expel the frivolous thoughts cluttering her mind. She realized that the calamity of bankruptcy had completely overwhelmed her. In this unfamiliar place, she could think of no better remedy than to numb herself with incessant work. The alien environment and strangers surrounding her only heightened her sense of vulnerability. She had to remain vigilant against thieves and disasters, the weight of which suffocated her. It's fine, I'm fine, she murmured, but deep down, she sensed a flicker of sadness, a tinge of melancholy. The helplessness and sorrow suppressed within her erupted, manifesting in silent tears that cascaded down, pooling on the wooden surface beneath her. Qin Yinshu pressed his lips together and gently enveloped her from behind, resting his substantial head upon her trembling shoulder. Yet again, she had to expend 125 points for a rescue, this time borrowing from Jiang. Now, she found herself burdened with a debt of 124 points, and the mere thought of it weighed heavily on her. Jiang Yuemo could no longer contain her emotions, turning to plunge into his broad embrace. She reached out, feeling the firmness of his body. A muffled sound escaped her lips as she cried, a release of pent-up emotions. Chapter 13. Regaining strength. Qin Yinshu's enchanting peach blossom eyes were tinged with red, bloodshot, resembling a forsaken puppy. He took hold of Jiang Yuemo's restless hands, pressing his cheek against her palm, proclaiming, "I can protect you. I am strong." Jiang Yuemo, through her tears, broke into a smile and softly murmured, "Fool." Qin Yinshu pouted in a display of grievance, stubbornly muttering, "I'm not. You said so." "Very well, you are not." Jiang Yuemo extended her hand, gently tracing the contours of Qin Yinshu's brows and eyes. His visage resembled a masterfully sculpted work of art, characterized by sharp angles and profound depth. With thin lips pressed together and a pair of dark pupils that seemed to harbor the endless secrets of the universe. Yet at this moment, what reflected back was nothing but her own weary and fragmented appearance. She was so close, her gaze penetrating his eyes like a flame. As if intent on scorching Qin Yinshu, he noticed a single eyelash had fallen into her eye socket, causing her discomfort, igniting within him a longing to remove it. At this moment, Jiang Yuemo found herself consumed by an overwhelming sense of anxiety regarding the future. If she mused, if one day Qin Yinshu were to recover, where'd she go? Would she shamelessly cling to him, relying on the favor she had earned during her days of care? And what if he were never to regain his former self? Jiang Yuemo was uncertain of what she was yearning for, yet she undeniably felt a profound anticipation. Her outstretched hand resembled a coin cast into the air. In that very moment of initiation, she comprehended her desires with clarity. However, she feared that her absurd hopes might be shattered. "I'm sorry, Mo, I shouldn't have kissed you." He recoiled, tucking his chin and tightly closing his eyes, awaiting Jiang Yuemo's hand to rest upon his head. An involuntary swallow passed through him, his Adam's apple bobbing subtly as he softly implored in a deep voice, Mo, be gentle. It's getting late. Let us sleep." Jiang Yuemo gently caressed his head, gazing into his eyes, which sparkled like starlight. Observing Jiang Yuemo, seemingly calm and in good spirits, Qin Yinshu hesitated for a moment before shaking her arm and earnestly requesting, "May I do something?" "All right." Summoning his courage, Qin Yinshu extended his hand and softly brushed her cheek. His hand was large enough to nearly envelop her face, calloused from labor. At times, the friction against her skin felt somewhat bothersome. In his eyes, previously brimming with tears, they now hovered on the brink of spilling, exceedingly captivating. "Anything is permissible?" Jiang Yuemo swallowed hard, her mind suddenly recalling the fleeting kiss that had just transpired, a hint of shyness escaping her lips with a soft murmur. Qin Yinshu slowly approached, his trembling fingertips drawing near to Jiang Yuemo's delicate face, slightly flushed. Then, he playfully poked at her eye. The sharp pain compelled her eyes to produce tears, making it difficult for her to keep them open. Qin Yinshu. Jiang Yuemo wiped away the tears that had been forced from her eyes, gritting her teeth as she raised her hand to strike Qin Yinshu, leaving a dark bruise. "You're as good as dead," she declared. Qin Yinshu, with his eyes swollen and bruised, scrambled in panic, exclaiming, "You promised you wouldn't hit me. You're a liar." "Not hit you? I won't kill you, but you must confess all your misdeeds. Otherwise, today might just be your last." Jiang Yuemo's fingers had forcibly created 5 holes in the bed frame. Under the immense pressure of Qin Yin's force, he confessed all the misdeeds he had recently committed. "I should not have exchanged spinach for Jiang Ping's small basket. Montak, Montak. Please do not cry. I should not have secretly kept cockroaches and played with them at home. I was wrong. Please do not be angry with me." Jiang Yuemo took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to strangle Qin Yinshu. The repression was utterly futile. Grabbing the nearby bed frame, she exclaimed, "Qin Yinshu, you raise cockroaches in this small space. Where on earth do you keep them? You scoundrel, prepare to pay with your life." "Momo, I was wrong. They're gone. Huahua's been killed, they're gone. Please, after you strike Huahua, spare me." Qin Yinshu pleaded, kneeling on the ground, clutching Jiang Yuemo's thigh and nuzzling his head against her waist in an attempt to soothe her anger. "Very well, you even named it, you dog of a man. I admit my fault. And you poked my eyeball. You promised not to hit me, ah." Qin Yinshu was soon rewarded with a thorough beating. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Jiang stood awkwardly in place, holding a quilt, gazing at the empty door frame and the chaotic scene unfolding within. "Sister Jiang." Jiang Yuemo ceased his vigorous assault on Qin Yinshu, locking eyes with Jiang as a peculiar tension filled the air. Jiang chuckled awkwardly, exclaiming, "Ha! This cup is newly crafted. You may make do with it for now. There's no rush regarding the points, so please don't burden yourselves excessively. Please, don't strike Chigu any further. It would be detrimental." As Jiang observed Qin Yinshu's darkened eye sockets, he instinctively recoiled, fearing that Jiang Yuemo might suddenly unravel, succumbing to emotional turmoil. Jiang Yuemo pushed Qin Yinshu aside, taking over Jiang's blanket, a warm current coursing through her heart. At least she knew she was not truly devoid of everything. "Thank you, Xiaohan." "Oh, there's no need for thanks. We are good friends after all. Tomorrow, I will introduce you to the washing team of the hunting party. Life must continue." Subsequently, Jiang reluctantly retrieved her self-defense dagger from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Yuemo. "Here, take it, Sister Jiang. You may have offended someone. Typically, people do not dare to brazenly steal in the safe zone. Keep it for your protection." Jiang Yuemo accepted the dagger, recalling the group that had been trailing her earlier that day, her brow furrowing in concern. She acknowledged her own vulnerability. She was still too weak. Suppressing her agitation, Jiang Yuemo lifted her gaze to meet Jiang's eyes, which sparkled as if imbued with starlight, and offered a radiant smile. "I am fine. You need not worry about me, Xiaohan. Tomorrow may prove perilous," she struggled to articulate, not wishing to ensnare Jiang and endanger. Perceiving Jiang Yuemo's inner turmoil and hesitation, Jiang chose not to press further. As long as Sister Jiang was safe, all was well. "All right, Sister Jiang, when you're unwell, you must rest more. During the sandstorm, feel free to seek refuge at my home. Do not feel burdened. I must take my leave now. My brother is afraid of the dark." Don't call, never mind." Jiang Yuemo understood what she was about to say and smiled helplessly. "I learned from others about an event where one can earn points through a collaborative effort. Would you like to join me tomorrow?" Jiang was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Jiang Yuemo would share such information. This kind of insider news, not yet made public, would entice anyone to exchange their points for it the moment she mentioned it. "Yes, I will go. My brother and I will both attend." "Very well. Good night." "Xiaohan, good night, Jiang Jia." Jiang Yuemo regained her composure, soothing the tearful Qin Yinshu. Observing his darkened eye sockets, she felt a twinge of guilt, uncertain if her actions could be deemed domestic violence. She adjusted the corners of his blanket before stepping outside to gather a few branches. While Qin Yinshu needed to retire early, Jiang Yuemo could not afford such luxury. She required self-defense tools in preparation for the challenges that awaited her the following day. No matter the circumstances, she must confront reality. Recalling the whispered tidings from Qin Yinshu's former teammates, she hastened her efforts. Currently, She needed to accumulate funds to repay debts and procure medicine for Qin Yinshu, for his meager social assistance was utterly insufficient. As for vengeance, time was on her side. Everything taken from her would eventually be returned. Sharpening a slender wooden stick to a fine point, she steeled herself for the impending battle. Meanwhile, the slumbering Qi Nianshu furrowed his brow, his hands involuntarily moving as if ensnared in a nightmare. Once her preparations were complete, Jiang Yuemo embraced him from behind, quietly replenishing her own rest. Outside, the moonlight shone brightly, filtering through the lush branches, casting a cool yet gentle glow upon the two of them. Chapter 14. The Siege of the Yellow Ants. Sister Jiang. Yes, Jiang and Jiang Yuemo opened her hazy eyes, feeling rather bewildered. Why are Jiang and Jiang Ping by my bedside? How did they manage to enter? Sister Jiang, there's no need to look. Your home lacks a door. Jiang Ping chuckled mischievously. The alarm clock. Why didn't it ring? Because it was stolen. Damn it. Jiang Yuemo felt the urge to weep. Yet the moment was not opportune for tears. She needed to escort Jiang into the gathering. Tardiness could result in forfeiting their spots. Jiang Ping lowered his voice and softly inquired, Sister Jiang, what kind of event did you mention yesterday? What preparations are necessary? Shaon has not clarified this for me. What should we be readying ourselves for? Jiang Yuemo sprang to her feet, instinctively reaching for her basket. To her dismay, it had been stolen. Grabbing 3 long sticks that she had prepared the night before, she thrust them into Jiang Ping's hands. Follow me, and speak as we walk. As she slipped on her shoes and dashed outside, Jiang Ping and Jiang hurriedly trailed behind her. Awakened abruptly, Qin Yinshu sat up in bed, a hint of grievance etching his features as he rubbed his stomach, feeling a pang of hunger. After a moment's contemplation, he lifted the wooden bed, revealing 3 sizable underground chambers, each approximately 60 by 60 centimeters. Yawning, Qin Yinshu opened the first chamber door and retrieved a tube of nutrient solution. Standing at the threshold, he waved goodbye to the retreating figures of Jiang Yuemo and the Jiang siblings, slowly sipping the nutrient solution. Upon arriving at their destination, Jiang Yuemo was blissfully unaware of the happenings at home, her heart feeling cold and desolate. To her surprise, she learned that many were already aware of the news, and they had arrived before her. By 5:21 a.m., the early arrivals were bustling with noise, and the task of organizing the encirclement fell to the mercenary group that Qin Yinshu had previously belonged to. A team clad in mercenary attire shouted into megaphones, instilling discipline among the crowd. Sister Jiang, when will it be our turn? On their way, Jiang Yuemo had already explained the situation to her siblings. This time, it was an encirclement operation organized by the Tianlang mercenary group targeting mutated yellow weaver ants. These ants are small creatures that live in large colonies, averaging about 15 to 20 centimeters in length. Their attack power is weak, they emit low levels of radiation, and they are edible, albeit numerous. The Tianlang mercenary group had discovered a new nest of yellow weaver ants. Unable to handle it alone, they spread the word to recruit capable residents for the hunt. The mercenary group was tasked with protecting the residents and charged an entry fee of 5 points per person. Residents were only required to surrender 30% of their catch, and any unexpected fines were theirs to keep. This grand opportunity nearly choked the Jiang siblings with excitement. They rushed to arrive, yet they found themselves a step behind. Don't worry, I'll look for a back entrance. Jiang Yuemo glanced around. The little favors from Qin Yinshu ought to be utilized when needed, for they may vanish if neglected. Another squad of mercenaries patrolled the camp, armed with modern rifles. Suddenly, the roar of engines echoed from ahead, signaling the departure of the first team. The crowd stirred with agitation. As the first team set off, the second team began to assemble. In the distance, Chu Tian spotted Jiang Yuemo at the rear of the line, looking around curiously. Chengyu, he called, beckoning Jiang over. Yes. Chengyu hurried through the throng, waving his hand and calling her name into a megaphone. Miss Jiang, Jiang Yuemo, over here. Jiang Yuemo. Hey, don't shove. Many in the crowd were intrigued by Chengyu's antics. Who is he calling? Someone who's using their connections, obviously. Aren't we all leveraging connections? Are you envious that theirs is stronger than yours? A woman nearby rolled her eyes, unable to tolerate the snide remarks from the young man. Hey, you. Jiang Yuemo took a moment to glance over and, to her surprise, recognized a familiar face. It was a remarkable ant with impeccably styled hair, renowned for her captivating S-shaped movements. Jiang Yuemo waved her hand, leaving behind tears of emotion. This, Chengyu, I am here, finally breaking free from the encirclement. Chengyu reunited with Jiang Yuemo. Miss Jiang, please follow me. We have reserved a spot for you in Team 3. I have brought 2 companions. Is that acceptable? Chengyu felt a twinge of displeasure, surprised that Jiang Yuemo had shared this news with others. However, upon seeing Jiang Ping, all his discontent evaporated. Jiang Ping's wild hunting team was quite renowned within the safe zone, and his presence promised substantial gains. Ah, it's Jiang Ping. Very well, follow me. His gaze swept over to the petite Jiang, who seemed to be merely a filler, and he frowned slightly. What's with this little girl? Jiang Ping, noticing Chengyu's scrutiny, stepped in front of Jiang and with a grin. This is my sister. Please be accommodating. Thanks, buddy. All right, come along. Jiang clung to Jiang Yuemo's arm, distancing herself from Chengyu. She disdained this individual, but knew they would need to rely on him for the hunt. It was unwise to offend him. Chu Tian observed the Jiang siblings with some surprise and smiled as he nodded. Hello, I am Chu Tian. I recognize you, Jiang Ping. You are quite famous. Haha, thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you, Captain Chu. Upon seeing Jiang and Chu Tian's eyes flickered with intrigue, and his smile broadened. Jiang, you are also quite well known. It is a pleasure. Pleasure. Jiang Ping immediately suppressed his smile, gritting his teeth. Chu Tian's charming smile resembled that of Fox, and his gaze was no longer as pleasant as before. Do not display such expressions towards my sister. It's infuriating. Jiang felt puzzled. How could Chu Tian know her? However, before she could ponder further, the second team left amidst the roar of their vehicles. The crowd began to surge towards them. Miss Jiang, please get in the vehicle. I may not be able to attend to you properly moving forward. I hope you understand. It's quite all right. I'm already very grateful. Qin Yinshu is well-fed and warmly clothed every day, so you needn't worry. Then I thank you. Chengyu, please take good care of Miss Jiang. Once everyone is gathered, we shall set off, ensuring we arrive by 7 o'clock. We must conclude by 9, so do not linger. Understood. After another few minutes, Chengyu and the other mercenaries ushered approximately 20 more individuals onto the vehicle. The spacious private area of the truck quickly became cramped. Jiang was nestled in Jiang Ping's embrace, her gaze fixed like a wolf's on Chu Tian. Chu Tian felt uneasy under her stare and walked directly to the passenger seat of the truck, escaping Jiang Ping's watchful gaze. All right, brother, Captain Chu may simply admire you. Hence the way he spoke to me. Jiang Ping rubbed his waist where she had pinched him, muttering softly, what do little girls know? Jiang rolled her eyes, turning to educate Jiang Yuemo about the yellow crazy ant. The yellow crazy ant, also known as the yellow tangerine ant or the red tree ant. The female ants are of a yellowish-green hue and possess a plump physique, while the males are a rich brownish-black. Both sexes are equipped with wings. Upon mating, the female sheds her wings, while the male meets his demise shortly thereafter. Ant wings serve as excellent materials for radiation protection. Thus, one should collect them whenever encountered. A pair can yield 3 points. Therefore, this venture promises to be a lucrative endeavor. Jiang Yuemo stroked her chin, reflecting on the fact that her earnings exceeded her expectations. Indeed, Sister Jiang, I recall that the mutated large worker ant measures approximately 20 centimeters in length and possesses formidable attack power, while the smaller worker ants, ranging from pale yellow to brown, exhibit average offensive capabilities. Neither of these varieties possesses wings. However, one must exercise caution when encountering a large worker ant. Understood. Jiang Yuemo made an okay gesture, and upon encountering the large carpenter ant, chose to flee rather than confront it. Chapter 15. The Insect Hunt. As the vehicle approached its destination, everyone disembarked. Jiang pointed towards a conspicuous spherical object nestled in the tree, continuing his enlightening discourse to Jiang Yuemo. The yellow carpenter ants prefer to construct their nests on the branches of mutated broadleaf trees, particularly in the sunlit areas of the canopy. A colony of yellow carpenter ants may have multiple nests, numbering in the tens of thousands. These nests are primarily composed of secretions from the larvae. which bind together leaves and other plant materials, creating an inverted conical shape. The green ant nest signifies a new queen's recent establishment, roughly the size of a basketball, and contains a limited number of ants. In contrast, the yellow ant nest has been established for a considerable duration, resembling a basin in size, and boasts a substantial ant population. Jiang Yuemo nodded incessantly, aware of the situation at hand. She also knew that the yellow weaver ant eggs were edible. Whether stir-fried or served cold, they were quite delectable. Shengyu had approached them without her noticing. Miss Jiang seems to possess quite a bit of knowledge," he remarked. Jiang cast him a dispassionate glance, unwilling to engage in conversation. Unperturbed by his lack of popularity, Shengyu continued unabated. "This time, you will primarily be responsible for the yellow ant nest. We'll take care of the green ant nest. You all heard the boss's instructions. Do not be tempted. When the time comes, we shall depart, and if anyone is left behind, it will be of no concern to us." "Young lady," Chu Tian delivered a light slap to his head, causing him to spin around. "Less talk, more action. Here lies the ant nest. It's quite high. How shall we manage this? There are so many. A single bite would surely be excruciating. Of course, but it's valuable. Who would undertake this task if it weren't? By the way, how might I get them down? Should I use something to knock them off?" Chu Tian stepped forward to address the restless crowd, calming their excitement before continuing. "As many of you may have heard from the team leader along the way, I must reiterate, we have a total of 3 hours for this activity. Initially, you are to assist us in capturing the queen ant, after which you will have some free time. The queen's nest is not included in your assigned areas. It belongs entirely to us. Moreover, you are required to submit 30% of your findings to us. As for your success, that shall depend on your own capabilities." The crowd, already buzzing with anticipation, was eager to commence. Noticing their enthusiasm, Chu Tian issued the first command. "Everyone, disperse and search for insect carcasses. We shall regroup here in half an hour, placing them approximately half a meter from the entrance to lure out the queen." "All right, no problem." Jiang Yuemo, along with the others, dispersed. Wielding a long stick he had sharpened the previous day, tapping and probing the grass in search of insects. Jiang followed closely behind, perplexed, and inquired of Jiang Ping, "Why must the bait be placed so far away?" This is something you might not comprehend," Jiang Ping replied. "Typically, the queen ant emerges to lead her colony only when she detects an abundance of food and ensures the surroundings are secure. If the food remains too close to the nest, the queen will command from within, making it significantly more challenging to capture her." He gestured for Jiang and Jiang Yuemo to observe the mercenaries, who were assembling large water hoses reminiscent of those used by firefighters. Once the soldiers emerged, the mercenaries would proceed to inundate the ant nest, repeating this operation multiple times until the queen ant was lured out. The ants would then abandon their position en masse. Due to her size, the queen ant moved at a sluggish pace, making her the most vulnerable to capture without the protection of the soldier ants. One merely needed to wait patiently near the nest. Jiang nodded, for the first time acknowledging that his foolish elder brother possessed some utility. "Hey, Jiang, what kind of look is that? Your brother is formidable, you know. After all, I am the leader of the Wild Hunt team." With a team of simpletons like yours, it is no surprise you hold the title of captain." The sibling duo, engaged in their playful bickering, drifted away, leaving Jiang Yuemo face to face with a vividly colored caterpillar, their eyes locked in a silent standoff. "Help! This creature, though small, is quite fearsome. Why must it evolve into a colossal form?" The plump insect, with its bristles standing erect and its obsidian-like, emotionless eyes, was an unsettling sight. With a determined grit of her teeth, Jiang Yuemo raised her wooden stick and struck down fiercely, the plump body of the caterpillar splitting apart with a resounding crack. The diminutive creature was vanquished. At this moment, I am Jiang, the ruthless and unyielding, unafraid of caterpillars, Yuemo. Despite the overwhelming physiological discomfort of the ninja, she deftly grasped the severed remains of the insect with her bare hands, securing them within a plastic bag provided by the mercenary group, all while shielding herself with a leaf. As she reached for the other half, a small piece of crimson substance slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. What would this be? Jiang Yuemo carefully prepared the insect carcass, picking up a pebble no larger than a grain of rice, her pupils dilating in an instant. Money. She tested the minuscule stone against her wristwatch, registering a value of 1. 2 crystals. Thankfully, her keen eyes had not overlooked it. Now, Jiang Yuemo's gaze upon the patch of grass transformed entirely. She had officially assumed her persona as the merciless and ruthless insect slayer. Jiang, what's wrong? The 2 companions shivered in unison. Do not refer to me as Jiang. Call me the bounty hunter. A tiny red stone, akin to a grain of rice, glittered under the sun, radiating a blinding brilliance. Understood, Jiang. The duo joined the ranks of the insect exterminators, jesting that even the smallest mosquito was still flesh, and every minuscule grain added up to wealth. Jiang, and while dispatching insects, expressed his astonishment. Sister Jiang, truly, no one else has ever rifled through the remains of an insect after dispatching it. You are the first. Jiang Yuemo forced an awkward smile, exclaiming, this is quite unexpected. Wait, to slay the insect and to sift through its remains? Jiang Yuemo suddenly recalled that 2 days ago, after she had dispatched the cockroach named Hua, Qin Yinshu had seemingly dismembered it. Very well, Qin Yinshu, you harbor secrets from me. Qin Yinshu, you are finished. Far away in the safe zone, Qin Yinshu, with a new toothbrush in his mouth, was cheerfully brushing his teeth. Upon seeing Jiang Yuemo's abrupt statement, he felt somewhat perplexed. He glanced at the toothbrush, then at his reflection in the mirror. I am not finished. I am perfectly fine. He then lifted the bed and retrieved a willow branch from the second compartment. Sitting joyfully on a small wooden stool to begin weaving a basket, after gathering everyone, half an hour passed, and the group had reaped substantial rewards. Particularly, the bounty hunter trio each collected around 10 red rice grains. Chapter 16. Surrounded by yellow crazy ants, Sister Jiang. How wonderful it would be if every bug contained such treasures. I think so too. Jiang Ping wrapped the items in his hand with a leaf and stuffed them into Jiang and satchel. Turning his head, he looked at Jiang and with a hint of amusement. It seems that after spending so much time with Sister Jiang, you have also become increasingly obsessed with wealth. Jiang Yuemo chose to ignore him, and so did Jiang'an. Both pretended not to hear, striding forward to present their spoils. Cheng Yu observed that the gathering of people was nearly complete, and after receiving a second command from Chu Tian, he departed to rally everyone for action. Everyone, place your items with Group 3, then retreat 1 meter and find suitable cover to conceal yourselves. Before the battle with the insects commenced, this directive elicited little reaction from the crowd. But now, must we all relinquish our items? When we have the freedom to act, what shall we use as bait? Are you foolish? Just contribute less. Well, if you all are giving up your items, I shall not part with mine. If you withhold yours, I shall do the same. Why should they contribute nothing while using the fruits of our labor as bait? Upon hearing this, Cheng Yu's temper flared, his head nearly boiling over as he stormed forward, eager to engage in a debate. You are utterly unreasonable. Chu Tian raised his hand to restrain the volatile figure. Now, before we commence this venture, we had an agreement. Should any of you wish to depart now, the Tianlang Mercenary Corps will not obstruct your exit. However, as long as I, Chu Tian, remain, you shall remain on our collaboration's blacklist. His tone carried an implicit threat, quelling the unrest among those present. We Haven T said anything objectionable, have we? This is merely the truth. 5 points for a ticket. Such easy money to earn. A middle-aged man in a blue t-shirt wiped the sweat from his brow, echoing a sentiment that had surfaced from the crowd. Indeed, our 5 points serve not only as tickets, but also as protection fees. Yet now, where's the danger? Should TU refund us the portion designated for protection? Quite right, that makes sense. Indeed. Utter nonsense, I scoff at that. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your cunning ways. I have consumed more salt than you have rice. As Jiang Yuemo observed the unfolding farce, a familiar elderly lady suddenly emerged from the crowd. She forcefully shoved a tall, lean man, causing him to fall unceremoniously onto the ground. What madness is this, old woman? Don't think that your age intimidates me, he exclaimed. Oh, go ahead and strike. He dares to hit your mother. Chu Tian sighed, his head swirling with confusion. Mom, Please don't cause a scene. Come here. With an air of pride, Chu's mother raised her head, strutting toward him like a victorious peacock. Before departing, she cast a disdainful glare at the slender young man, who resembled a mere bamboo pole. Jiang Yuemo stifled a smile, astonished to see Captain Chu, typically so imposing and strategic, reveal such a vulnerable side in the presence of her mother. Fine, you all have your connections and support. I cannot contend with that, so I shall take my leave. As for those 5 points, I shall consider them as offerings to the dogs. Ah, now I remember, it was indeed the envious brother. Jiang Yuemo was joyfully indulging in a melon, while Chu Tian was preoccupied with quelling the unrest among the increasingly agitated crowd. Many were clamoring to leave, yet reluctant to part with their 5 points, confronting Chu Tian for their dues. The mercenaries, undeterred, encircled him, raising their weapons in unison. The ominous black muzzles aimed at the troublemakers, rendering the scene abruptly silent. In a frigid tone, Chu Tian addressed the assembly. Gentlemen, the points are non-refundable. Should you wish to depart, feel free. The initial instigators, their faces flushed and necks taut, could only stiffen their resolve and exit the ranks under the scrutiny of the onlookers, their glances directed at Chu Tian, laced with malice. Suddenly, a lanky man among them broke into a sinister grin, seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, and hurled a bug carcass towards Chu Tian. Are you foolish? The insect remains scattered across him, the viscous liquid splattering his face. Ouch! The disgusted Jiang Yuemo and Jiang retreated to the side, retching violently. Cheng Yu spat disdainfully onto the ground, casting a contemptuous glance at the perpetrator. Ignore him. Let him fend for himself over there. Who else wishes to leave? Go ahead. Leave. Cheng Yu, clear this area and redeploy the bait. Yes, boss. Their delay had cost them another half hour, and time was of the essence. The remaining residents, disinclined to cause further disturbance, understood the urgency. They needed to assist the mercenary group in subduing the queen ant swiftly. Otherwise, prolonged delays would result in their own detriment. However, as Jiang Yuemo finished vomiting and attempted to regain her composure, she suddenly noticed a swarm of yellow crazy ants descending from the surrounding trees. Both the new and old nests were drawn to the carcass on the ground, converging upon the gathering of people. Help! Save me! Chu Tian! Captain Chu! The man doused in insect remains was now completely enshrouded by ants, rendering him unrecognizable. Chu Tian, just realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a surge of dread. Alert! Damn it, why are there so many? Although the mutated yellow crazy ants lacked formidable attacking power, their sheer numbers were capable of consuming a person. The residents were encircled by the mercenaries, yet a mere handful could not safeguard over 40 individuals. The water pipes intended to flush out the queen ant were now opened, cascading towards the encroaching swarm. Throw the bait far away. Scatter it. Under Chu Tian's command, the terrified residents, now devoid of concern for the scalding burden, exerted their utmost strength. All were gathered around Jiang Ping. Thus, the surrounding yellow crazy ants were relatively sparse. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuemo cast a deep glance at Jiang'an, then flashed a mischievous smile. I have a bad feeling about this, Jiang murmured. In an astonishing display, Jiang Yuemo lifted Jiang as if he were a barbell and sprinted away. Jiang Ping, unable to tear his gaze from the two, stood in shock, his jaw practically dropping. Sister Jiang is truly remarkable. Without the concern for Jiang, and Jiang Ping boldly engaged in action, distributing the wooden sticks belonging to Jiang Yuemo and Jiang and to the two bulliest warriors nearby. He himself discarded the stick, joining the effort to eliminate the ants with bare hands. Cheng Yu retreat. More and more yellow weaver ants were emerging, enough to consume the bones of all 50 of them. Boss, if we retreat now, it will be in vain. That group has already paid a deposit, and we cannot deliver the goods. I said retreat. If we can't deliver the goods, we might as well die, boss. Don't make me repeat myself. Chu Tian's gaze was icy, leaving Cheng Yu too shocked to speak further. Seeing that the mercenaries were running low on water, Jiang turned to everyone and said, gather large leaves from the surroundings and cover the ant swarm with them, then stomp them to death. Yes, don't be afraid. They're just ants. Trust you? Those ants are nearly the size of my shoe. In the absence of viable alternatives, everyone began to imitate him. An uncle in a blue t-shirt suddenly seemed to recall something and shouted loudly, "Lighter, fire! Ignite, I have a lighter!" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping's mind raced with alarm. "No, don't." He rushed forward, extinguishing the sparks that had just landed. "If you want to die, just say it." The crowd gazed at the carpet of fallen leaves and the multitude of ants, their scalps tingling. "Water is useless. Fire is useless. I can do it. I can do it. Get inside the car." A few colossal beasts were hot on their heels. Chapter 17. Beast Master Jiang. And as Jiang Yuemo approached, the crowd could finally see that she was cradling a small wild boar. "Retreat! Retreat! Damn it, this woman has gone mad, daring to hold a piglet. What does it matter? Run." That's a giant pig. The massive pig behind them rampaged, toppling several trees in its frenzy, its enormous tusks quite terrifying. The mercenaries quickly reacted, disregarding the ants crawling on them, and gathered the residents for a hasty retreat. "Damn it, Jiang Yuemo is going to get us all killed. She's incredible. She dares to provoke a giant pig. Hurry up and drive. I don't want to die here. Mercenaries, I've paid, protect me no way." The yellow weaver ants are blocking the front. They're climbing onto the car. The mercenaries wished they could shoot him, let alone protect him. They were struggling to save themselves. Chu Tian swatted the large ants off his body, steeling himself, gripping the steering wheel, and flooring the accelerator directly into the swarm. The other vehicles followed suit, splattering thick goo across the windshield and obscuring their view, forcing them to rely on instinct to move forward. The yellow weaver ants, about 20 centimeters long, resembled eggplants. As the old ones were crushed, new ones climbed up. "There's so many on the car. Shoot them. Kill them. And don't leave me behind." A stout man clad in a blue t-shirt panted heavily as he pursued someone unknown, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the individual who had pushed him from the vehicle. "Hold on tight." Jiang Ping extended his hand, yet his gaze remained fixated on Jiang Yuemo and Jiang'an. With a sudden exertion of strength, he hoisted the stout man back onto the truck, which immediately surged forward. Jiang Ping shouted at the driver, but his pleas went unheeded. In desperation, he unsheathed his machete from his waist, leaped from the vehicle, and rushed towards Jiang Yuemo, a reckless endeavor that seemed to invite danger. As he drew nearer, he heard an unusual melody emanating from Jiang'an's lips. The previously frenzied giant boar abruptly fell into a state of bewildered silence, as if its eyes had been covered, standing frozen in place. Its steps grew unsteady and disoriented. "Hurry, Jiang Ping. Coming, sister." Jiang Ping flashed a confident smile, taking 2 steps for everyone as he raised his blade to strike at the boar's throat. The wounded creature momentarily regained consciousness, ready to retaliate, but the enchanting melody grew increasingly pronounced, the high-pitched notes burning like fervent flames, bizarre and frenzied. They resembled fervent cultists attempting to hear a divine oracle, their eyes bloodshot as they frantically dug into the earth, yet all that awaited them was the merciless butcher's knife. The 2 colossal boars, as large as trucks, met their demise at the hands of Jiang Ping, who, amidst the strange melody, swiftly ended their lives. Jiang Yuemo was utterly astonished by this seamless collaboration. Jiang Ping, with an oily flick of his hair and a self-assured, charming smile, allowed warm blood to trickle down his face with each movement. If one were to overlook his foolishness, there was indeed a certain wild beauty about him. Jiang delivered a punch to his face, eyes brimming with menace, as his hands frantically communicated in sign language, moving as swiftly as if casting a spell. Jiang Ping rubbed his cheek, closed his eyes, and insisted, "I cannot see. I cannot see. How could my dear sister harbor such a malicious curse against her beloved brother?" Jiang Yuemo's lips twitched slightly, a hint of exasperation evident on her face. Just moments ago, as they were fleeing, Jiang suddenly remarked, "Sister Jiang, if we could find a large dead creature to divert the attention of the yellow ants, they would not attack the living. Where could one possibly find such a sizable prey, especially one that is deceased?" Jiang Yuemo felt as though she herself bore a resemblance to that very notion. "Do I look like one?" She pondered. "Sister Jiang, don't you think this seems somewhat familiar?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuemo surveyed her surroundings, tears streaming down her cheeks. For this was indeed her shadowy domain. Not far away, there were 2 large wild boars and 1 small piglet, the latter blissfully scratching itself against a tree, utterly oblivious to the presence of these unwelcome guests. It seems I am fated to encounter wild boars, Jiang mused, gazing intently at the joyful piglet, her eyes deep and contemplative. After a moment, she spoke, "Sister Jiang, I possess the ability to control beasts." This statement escaped her lips like a ghostly whisper, devoid of emotion. "What? Control beasts?" Jiang continued, "The reason my brother's hunting team is so renowned is because of me. I have a method to sway the minds of wild creatures for approximately 30 seconds, during which my brother can strike them down. We have never failed." However, she refrained from mentioning that she had never attempted such a large prey. "How splendid!" Jiang Yuemo gazed at the jubilant little pig, a sly smile creeping across his face. "Allow me to undertake the task of enticing the wild boar." Jiang Yuemo darted forward, seizing the joyful little pig in her arms amidst the bewildered gazes of its parents. "Oomph! Put the child down." She swiftly grasped a nearby Jiangyan, leading the wild boar directly towards their destination. Poor Jiangyan felt no motion sickness, yet she was slightly dazed by the fast pace. She gestured fervently in sign language before Jiang Ping, attempting to convey her thoughts. "All right, I understand your meaning. Rest assured." Jiang Ping nodded absently while dismembering the giant pig, allowing its blood to flow into the ant swarm. The Huangqing ants ceased their pursuit of the convoy, responding to their queen's call to begin transporting food, achieving an oddly harmonious collaboration with the trio. With a swift incision, Jiang Ping eviscerated the colossal pig, his hands probing within its cavity, even leaning in, becoming splattered with blood. Then, as if presenting a treasure, he handed the energy crystals he had discovered to Jiangyan. "Here, a fine find." In his large hand, he held 2 yellow energy crystals, their brilliance undiminished by the crimson stains. Jiangyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she cleaned one of the crystals, confirming both were of the highest quality, each capable of yielding around 250 to 270 points. She stowed one in her bag and offered the other to Jiang Yuemo. "For me?" Jiang Yuemo felt somewhat perplexed. After all, this was the spoils of war belonging to their siblings, and it seemed inappropriate for her to claim it for herself. However, the yellow energy crystal held a certain allure. Jiang began gesturing animatedly, yet Jiang Yuemo could not decipher his intentions. She remarked, "Without you, we would not have encountered this unexpected fortune. It rightfully belongs to you." Did she lose her voice every time she summoned her beast? Jiang Yuemo had not accepted it, but was rather concerned about Jiangyan. Indeed, it had been nearly a day. Her throat bore no damage, yet she found herself unable to speak, likely due to her peculiar ability. Jiangyan forcefully pressed an energy crystal into Jiang Yuemo's hand, visibly displeased by her resistance. At that moment, the convoy that had initially departed returned once more. Fearing the discovery of their immense wealth, Jiang Yuemo had no choice but to accept it, tucking it into her embrace. "Boss, look, Jiang Ping and the others are alive," exclaimed someone in disbelief. What on earth happened to the pig? Cheng Yu stood dumbfounded as thousands of yellow weaver ants swarmed over the massive boar, crawling incessantly across its body, sending shivers of disgust through the onlookers. Jiang Ping tossed his cleaver in the air, casting a disdainful glance at them. "I took care of it. Do you have any objections?" He was irked, wishing to vent his frustration by slaying these fools. "And no objections. Are you interested in joining the Tianlang Mercenary Corps?" Cheng Yu suddenly perked up, enthusiastically grasping Jiang Ping's hand, entirely unfazed by the blood that coated it. "Not interested. Get lost. What kind of grown man holds hands like a child? How revolting." Chu Tian adjusted his glasses, his gaze scrutinizing as he looked toward the giant boar. Regrettably, the density of the yellow weaver ants made it impossible to discern how the massive beast had met its demise. Present were only Jiang Ping, Jiang Un, and Jiang Yuemo. Surely, it couldn't have been Jiang Un and Jiang Yuemo who were responsible. Jiang Ping was indeed a man of hidden depths. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tian stepped forward and extended his hand. "Jiang Ping, you might consider this invitation. It remains perpetually open to you." Chapter 18. The secret of Qi Ninshu Jiangping's laughter grew more boisterous, resembling that of a simpleton, as he warmly clasped Chu Tian's hand, casually wiping the blood off in the process. This is what we ought to do. You can think it over. Chu Tian, with deliberate calmness, retrieved a handkerchief from his belongings, meticulously cleaning the grime from his hands. Following this battle, only half an hour remained for actionable time. Despite the arduous journey, the enormous prey had drawn forth the yellow weaver ants, and the ant queen was within easy reach, allowing the mercenaries to resolve the matter themselves. Jiang Yuemo joyfully joined the residents in collecting ant wings, encountering a small number of yellow weaver ants. With a swift motion of his stick, he struck down upon them and subsequently searched for energy crystals among their remains. His rather unsavory demeanor caused others to keep their distance from him. Regrettably, no energy crystals were found. However, he did manage to gather a substantial nest of ant eggs. After a period of intense mental strain, the individuals inside the vehicle relaxed, gradually succumbing to a drowsy state. Jiang Yuemo, overwhelmed with excitement, found herself unable to sleep, leading her to unexpectedly witness a curious scene. A seemingly inconspicuous man clad in black stealthily extended his hand towards a cloth pouch that evidently did not belong to him. Jiang Yuemo recalled him. It was he who initially instigated the chaos, suggesting that Chu Tian pay the protection fee. That uncle in the blue shirt had also been manipulated by him. Under the stringent management of the mercenary group regarding private jobs, theft was strictly prohibited, for fear that such incidents might lead to the loss of spoils and ignite conflicts that could escalate into significant trouble. Just as Jiang Yuemo hesitated, contemplating whether to voice a warning, Jiang Ping coughed lightly. The thief, startled, immediately ceased his antics, too afraid to act out further. Trembling, the thief realized that this man had single-handedly confronted two colossal boars, an unheard-of feat should he provoke him. What would become of him? Indeed, in the eyes of everyone present, Jiang Ping had become indistinguishable from the foremost warrior of the wasteland. His appearance, emerging from the belly of a giant boar, drenched in blood, resembled that of a malevolent abyssal spirit, indelibly etched in the minds of the onlookers. What are you doing? Why are you lifting the bed? It's rather heavy. Food. I'm hungry. What food? Jiang Yuemo approached with a heart full of suspicion, gazing intently at the three grid-like cellars, utterly astonished. When did we ever dig a cellar? As she effortlessly lifted the bed, Qi Ninshu froze in place. You know, she remarked. Am I meant to know? Classmate Qi Ninshu? So that S where the cockroaches were being bred, right beneath my bed. How outrageous! Jiang Yuemo rolled up her sleeves, narrowing her eyes, preparing to embark on a lesson in love. Are you raising cockroaches here? No, absolutely not. Qi Ninshu shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. They're kept in a container, not here. Then what is this? Food. Consequently, Jiang Yuemo relinquished her intention to educate Qi Ninshu and opted instead to open a mystery box. The two gathered around the three compartments, with Jiang Yuemo secretly rubbing her hands in anticipation. Qi Ninshu pointed at the compartments in succession, indicating the categories: food, clothing, and essentials. Jiang Yuemo lifted the first compartment, revealing a box of nutrient solution that dazzled her titanium alloy eyes. Oh, Qi Ninshu, you truly are affluent. The expiration date is still valid. I'm overwhelmed by this unexpected fortune. Qi Ninshu, obediently snuggling closer, softly murmured, It is us, we are wealthy. Within the compartment, there was not only a box of nutrient solution, but also a substantial bag of approximately 100 gene of assorted grains. Suddenly, they had struck it rich. Jiang Yuemo's excitement was beyond words as she turned to his face and playfully pecked at him. You are simply marvelous. Qi Ninshu, feeling elated from the affectionate gesture, blushed adorably and eagerly opened the second compartment. Tajda. All right, let's close it now. Clad uniformly in a white shirt, black trousers, and size 44 leather shoes, Jiang Yuemo retrieved a set, feeling rather uninterested as she shut it again. Now, only one compartment remained. Qi Ninshu mentioned it was for use. What could it be? Scissors? An axe? A large cleaver? With bated breath, she opened it, only to find it brimming with willow branches. Her anticipation was premature. She closed it again. Qin Yinshu, dissatisfied, tossed the willow branches aside, realizing that Mo was not fond of them, despite his efforts to place them on top. Mo, there is still more. Jiang Yuemo was about to rise when she squatted down again. She observed Qin Yinshu extracting a brown wooden box from the very bottom. What could this be? Jiang Yuemo, caught off guard, accepted the weighty box, which nearly slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. It was surprisingly heavy. Raising her gaze, she met Qin Yinshu's eager, starry-eyed expression that seemed to implore her to unveil the contents. With utmost care, she opened it. As she lifted the lid of the quaint little wooden box, she was taken aback to find a meticulously crafted pocket pistol inside, accompanied by over 100 rounds of ammunition. Wow, Qin Yinshu, you are truly remarkable. Jiang Yuemo leaped forward, effortlessly lifting the 2-meter-tall Qin Yinshu in a grand embrace, spinning her around in a jubilant arc. She had longed for a weapon for quite some time. However, ranged weapons were prohibitively expensive, while melee weapons felt like a cumbersome burden to her. This firearm arrived just in time. Where did you acquire such an item? Jiang Yuemo gazed at the silver pistol with an unmistakable fondness, instinctively inquiring aloud. Qin Yinshu, with his eyes shut in contemplation, found his thoughts increasingly burdensome, ultimately succumbing to the weight of his mind and collapsing to the ground, cradling his head. I am. Where did I? Momo. Jiang Yuemo embraced him, who had curled up into a large ball, doing her utmost to soothe his emotions. Qin Yinshu, do not dwell on it. Let's not think about it anymore. It's all right. I truly cherish your gift, so please stop worrying. After a moment of calm, Qin Yinshu wrapped his arms around Jiang Yuemo's waist, resting his head against her bosom, his voice muffled. I snatched it. I took it. Took it? Yes, from a box. Someone was chasing me. I ran. They hit me. I fled. Upon finishing his words, Qin Yinshu clung tightly to Jiang Yuemo, as if gripped by fear. Do not be afraid. No one will pursue you or harm you. Do not worry. I am here. Once Qin Yinshu felt reassured, Jiang Yuemo helped him to his feet and tidied up the bed. Montak, iam hongli. I forgot to bring the nutritional solution. She retrieved the nutritional solution and they shared it. This is an egg. Such a large piece. It will sustain us for 3 days. No, I do not want to eat insects. You cannot be picky. We must maintain a balanced diet. Rest assured, my culinary skills are quite commendable. The memory of that bowl of highly radioactive vegetable salad still lingered painfully. Do not worry. We now possess a new wristwatch, and it is time for you to utilize your abilities. Identify the edible ones and do your best. Subsequently, under Jiang Yuemo's insistence, the two sat in the empty room, testing the ant eggs with a series of beeping sounds. Beep, low radiation, edible. Beep, high radiation, inedible. High radiation. Beep, medium radiation. Suggested moderate consumption. Oh, that means it is edible. Let us keep it. Chapter 19. Sandstorm Mo. Will you go out tonight? Yes. Let's go together to chop some bamboo and wood to reinforce the house. Upon hearing this, Qin Yinshu shyly lowered his head and smiled, his testing speed increasing. Beep, medium radiation concentration. Suggested moderate consumption. Beep, high radiation concentration, inedible. I'm so tired. There is still a mountain of tasks ahead. The road is long and arduous. Qin Yinshu observed the yawning Jiang Yuemo, his expression serious as he pressed his lips together. Mo, you should rest. No, let us finish quickly. There is another task awaiting us. Jiang Yuemo is currently racing against time, her pace frantic. A sandstorm is imminent tomorrow, and the winds have already begun to howl outside. She still needs to purchase a preservation machine to safeguard the ant eggs and cut bamboo to reinforce the house. Before Jiang Yuemo could finish her sentence, Qin Yinshu suddenly scooped her up. What are you doing? Put me down, Qin Yinshu. Ignoring her protests, Qin Yinshu stubbornly placed her on the hard wooden bed and tucked her in with the blankets. Rest. Jiang Yuemo was truly on the verge of desperation. I do not require rest. I have numerous tasks to accomplish, and besides, the day is still bright. I cannot succumb to slumber. Qin Yinshu extended his large hand to cover her eyes, forcefully pressing her beneath the quilt. Darkness enveloped the room. Amidst their playful tussle, It was uncertain whether it was the quilt's warmth or Qin Yinshu's embrace that bestowed a sense of security upon her taut nerves. But she eventually fell into a drowsy slumber. In her dreams, she transformed into a large sloth in the Amazon rainforest, happily swinging while clutching mangoes, bananas, and kiwis. Suddenly, a frenzied sloth appeared before her, prying the mangoes, bananas, and kiwis from her mouth, shaking her vigorously. Oh, oh, oh! Chew! Sister Jiang, Sister Jiang, Sister Jiang. Jiang Yuemo was abruptly startled awake. Sister Jiang, quick, wake up! A sandstorm is approaching. Jiang's cherubic face was etched with urgency. Had it arrived earlier than expected? There was no time for inquiries. Jiang Yuemo quickly sprang to her feet, ready to relocate, when she suddenly realized, where's Qin Yinshu? Brother Qi just dashed out as the sandstorm hit. My brother went after him. There's no time to explain. Let's head to my house. A fierce wind surged through the doorway, toppling the table. I must go find them. Jiang Yuemo felt a twinge of concern for Qin Yinshu, yet she remained oblivious to his whereabouts. Rest assured, my brother noticed his departure and has gone in pursuit. He should be safe. Jiang uncovered her mouth, and just as the words left her lips, a tempestuous wind arose, swirling a vast expanse of yellow sand. The sky turned a murky hue, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, casting a new threat upon this already fragile earth. Jiang Yuemo had barely taken 2 steps before she was knocked to the ground by the ferocious wind, gripping the earth tightly, reluctant to let go. The air was thick with the taste of dust, rendering it difficult to breathe. In the distance, the buildings and trees became indistinct, as if everything were being consumed by the swirling sands. Don't move, Sister Jiang. I will save you. Jiang, braving the peril of being swept away, forcefully pulled Jiang Yuemo into the cellar. Jiang Yuemo understood that venturing outside at this moment would be tantamount to courting death. However, the mere thought of not seeing Qin Yinshu for even a moment filled her with an overwhelming sense of anxiety, rendering her breathless. Rest assured, my brother is here, she reassured herself. In truth, Jiang was equally beset by turmoil, silently praying for the sandstorm to pass swiftly. The howling winds surged through the crevices of various debris, producing a sharp, piercing wail. It felt as though countless malevolent spirits lurked outside, poised to seize the lives of those inhabiting this barren land. At this moment, Jiang Yuemo felt acutely that in the face of nature, human strength is exceedingly insignificant. The mysterious disappearance of Qin Yinshu weighed heavily on her heart, a constant source of concern. Jiang also clenched his fists in anxiety, silently praying for the storm to pass swiftly and for Jiang Ping to remain safe. They would be all right. The cellar was shrouded in profound darkness, and those within were oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Fortunately, there was food and illumination prepared by Jiang and Jiang Ping within the cellar. Enduring 3 days here would pose no challenge. Jiang ignited the worn-out lamp, casting a dim yellow light that enveloped the cellar, providing a modicum of warmth to the two. Sister Jiang, look, this is all our food. If you find yourself hungry, you can prepare a piece of compressed rice. Jiang attempted to initiate a conversation to lighten the mood. Damn that thieving sky. It won't even allow us to live in peace. And poor Brother Qi, such a tormented soul, must be enduring even more anguish. I can only imagine how heartbroken Sister Jiang must feel. Here we are, a pair of destitute siblings, and one of us is missing. Suddenly, Jiang's spirits plummeted, burying his head in his knees and trembling softly. Jiang Yuemo felt an overwhelming dryness in her throat, unable to part her lips. Uncertain of how to comfort her, and thus chose silence, simply enveloping her in a silent embrace, allowing her to lean against him. After a while, Jiang Yuemo feigned nonchalance and remarked, "Fortunately, I did not venture out to chop wood to reinforce the house. Otherwise, it would have been an exercise in futility." Indeed, Jiang attempted to lighten the atmosphere. Earlier, while retrieving a shovel from the hospital, I encountered a group afflicted by food poisoning. It was quite the spectacle, as they had consumed mutated melons and dates. The mutated melons emitted a peculiar fragrance, overwhelming the senses, while those who ingested the altered dates transformed into little red figures. It's astonishing that some still remain oblivious to the fact that such items are inedible. Food poisoning? Dates and melons? That sounds oddly familiar. What do they look like? Highly distinctive, they encompassed a variety of shapes and sizes. Ah, it must be those 4 fools who pilfered from my home. Jiang exclaimed. Where do you suppose my brother and the others are? I shall have my revenge. Their conversation meandered in a disjointed manner, and thus they languished in this state for quite some time, until the sounds of heavy objects falling and the howling winds outside ceased. Jiang, we can emerge now. Jiang Yuemo gently nudged the drowsy Jiang aside, and together they opened the door to the cellar. It was now the 17th hour since the sandstorm had descended. Brother, it's my brother. In the distance, amidst the yellowish dust, Qin Yinshu, bare-chested, carried Jiang cradling a rectangular object draped in his white shirt. Jiang stumbled towards Qin Yinshu, rushing to him, with Jiang Yuemo closely following. What happened to my brother? Why? Gulf, I'm Fine. I'm as robust as an ox. Really? He managed to say, but then a spurt of blood splattered against Qin Yinshu's back. The strange warmth sent a shiver down his spine, and instinctively, he tossed Jiang Ping to Jiang causing both to collapse to the ground, resulting in Jiang Ping sustaining a second injury. Momo. Upon seeing Jiang Yuemo, Jiang Ping transformed into a clingy little creature, resembling a forlorn puppy, inching closer to seek comfort. With eyes reddened from worry, Jiang Yuemo anxiously examined Qin Yinshu from head to toe. Is there anywhere that hurts? What were you thinking running outside? It's so dangerous. Qin Yinshu appeared to be in good health, albeit covered in dirt, and seemed to have sustained no serious harm. I want to get this. You said you wanted it. He lifted the preservation machine before her eyes. Even though he himself was dust-laden, the machine remained untouched. Upon seeing the preservation machine, Jiang Yuemo's restrained sobs erupted into a flood of tears as she embraced him tightly. You fool. I am not. You said so. Jiang Yuemo, her tears transformed into laughter. Muttered fool. Qin Yinshu, displeased, pressed his lips together with a huff, declaring, I shall ignore you for 3 minutes. Chapter 20. Post-Disaster Restoration, King Songzi. Gradually, the winds subsided, and the sandstorm quietly retreated. The sky brightened, as if awakening from a dreadful nightmare. The torrential rain had thoroughly washed the land, revealing its original visage. On the 27th day of the wasteland era, at 5:34 in the morning, the air was infused with the scent of earth. Jiang Yuemo, shouldering her new basket and wielding a shovel destined for Jiang set forth once more. Today, Jiang was tasked with caring for the injured Jiang Ping, who had been affected by the sandstorm, and repairing the house alongside Qin Yinshu, leaving her to scavenge alone. Regarding the events of that fateful day, both Jiang Ping and Jiang Yuemo were at a loss, with Jiang Ping speaking in disjointed fragments, and the whereabouts of the two during the storm remaining a mystery. Following the sandstorm, another downpour occurred, causing a significant drop in temperature. Though it was only August, there was an unmistakable hint of early winter in the air. The weather had become increasingly capricious. The provisions at home were far from meeting her expectations. The environmental changes undeniably heightened her anxiety and intensified her urgency to procure food. Consulting her wristwatch map, she proceeded along the route to the carrot destination from last time, advancing cautiously. Yet, reality struck Jiang Yuemo harshly. I told you, cheap goods are never worthwhile. Where have you led me to? Jiang Yuemo felt no blame towards herself. She had followed the navigation precisely. Yet, the road was exceedingly obscure, leading her to meander between the main path and narrow trails for nearly 30 to 40 minutes, ultimately leaving her utterly lost within this quaint little grove. Beneath her feet lay a thick carpet of fallen leaves, and now the mere sight of them sent shivers down her spine, for she dreaded the thought of countless yellow weaver ants emerging from below. In the midst of her anxious thoughts, she inadvertently glanced down and was taken aback by a remarkable discovery, an oak acorn. In truth, she preferred to call it a spinning top. This humble food source, once a lifesaver in ancient times, though containing trace amounts of toxins, boasted a composition of 70 starch, making it suitable for fried rice, baked cakes, and even tofu. That slight toxicity posed no concern for a true gourmand, The ancients had discovered that repeated steaming could eliminate the poison and bitterness, enhancing its flavor. Fortune favors the bold. As long as it was cooked thoroughly, she would be safe. Thus, she joyfully filled a large basket with her findings. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her reverie. "What delicacies are you gathering, little girl?" Startled, Jiang Yuemo jumped in surprise, her heart racing. Her timid demeanor elicited hearty laughter from the man behind her, his face alight with mischief. Jiang Yuemo was genuinely apprehensive that he would next inquire, "Little girl, do I resemble a human or a ghost?" She swallowed hard and glanced at her overflowing basket of acorns, resolutely strengthening her resolve. Paving the road, am I merely a 3-year-old child? Surely, laying stones is not beyond my capabilities. It must be something edible. With this thought in mind, she gazed at the brimming basket of acorns, her eyes glimmering with an even greater greed. Jiang Yuemo was revolted by his grotesque appearance, her gaze narrowing as she seemed to withdraw slightly, displaying a hint of timidity. "Brother, this is something I painstakingly selected. If you desire it, feel free to take it," she said, a nervous chuckle escaping her lips. "Oh, but that would be rather embarrassing. Is there truly such an abundance of this? Can we consume an entire basket?" The lecherous man stroked his chin, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he retrieved an item from the container, pressing it against his wristwatch. "Moderate radiation levels detected. Consumption in moderation is advised." "Well, considering your earnestness, I shall not take advantage of you. Let's make a trade," he declared, brandishing a gleaming triangular dagger which glinted menacingly as he tossed it in the air. His eyes brimmed with a threatening intensity. Without allowing Jiang Yuemo a chance to protest, he kicked his own burden beside her. Jiang Yuemo rose from the ground, hurriedly shouldering the King Gangzi basket, secretly placing 2 heavy stones within, nearly causing him to topple backward. Quite weighty indeed. The man, having secured the basket, silently cursed Jiang Yuemo for her foolishness, yet feared her propensity for stirring trouble, and swiftly departed while bearing the burden. Jiang Yuemo berated him as a fool, urgently pulling at his basket to evacuate. "Ha ha ha! Qin Yinshu, you have no idea. Just a moment ago, someone exchanged 3 fronds of bracken and 2 raspberries for a basket of inedible green acorns for me. What a profit!" Jiang Yuemo arrived by a small river, laughing so heartily that he could barely stand upright. He truly was foolish, although Qin Yinshu could not discern what was amusing. Seeing Momo so joyfully laugh brought him happiness. Indeed, he was even more foolish than you. There seems to be something peculiar about it. Presently, following the flow of the nearby crowd to the nearest summer retreat seemed to be the wisest course of action. After a hurried, yet unhurried journey, they finally caught up with the tail end of the throng. "Little Jiang, oh, little Jiang, come here." Jiang Yuemo surveyed her surroundings and immediately spotted the most eye-catching trio in the crowd, the vibrant traffic light Andes. "Onju." Jiang Yuemo unceremoniously shoved aside the exhausted stranger, resembling a lifeless dog, to join the summer retreat. "What brings you here today, little Jiang? Are you here to gather the autumn harvest too?" The girl, it seemed, was yet another member of a mercenary family. My son is Chengyu. What a pleasure to meet you. How old are you, dear girl? Do you have a partner?" "Let me tell you, my son is quite." Don't pay attention to her flattery. Your boy is truly the remarkable one. Your son is none other than the second in command of the mercenary group, Commander Fong Jiechi. You know what second in command means, right? All right. Let the young lady catch her breath. She hasn't even recovered yet. Aunt Chu rescued Jiang Yuemo from the clutches of these 2 overly enthusiastic women, moving her to tears of gratitude and prompting a change in her address. "Aunt Chu, I'm merely passing through. My family as Qin Yinshu is no longer a mercenary, so I don't have a quota to gather the autumn harvest. I was just looking for some green oak nearby, but it was snatched away." As she spoke, a fleeting sense of loneliness washed over her, igniting the protective instincts of the 2 women. Such a fine young lady. Marrying so young is truly a pity. She should be with someone like Qin Yinshu, TSK. Jiang Yuemo retrieved 3 sprigs of bracken from the basket, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The gazes of the 2 elderly ladies were filled with compassion. How outrageous it was to seize the belongings of a young girl. "Have you lost your senses?" one exclaimed, her voice rising with indignation, a torrent of dialects mingling as she unleashed a stream of invectives upon the offender. Meanwhile, Aunt Chung and Aunt Chu flanked Jiang Yuemo, soothing her with gentle reassurances and even offering her their own provisions, dismissing the trifling amount of bracken as inconsequential. Once the sun is high, come with us, dear. We shall find you something far more delectable than what you could procure on your own. Let us forget about this little lot and consider it as feeding the dogs. Really? Thank you, aunties. The pitiable expression on her face stirred a protective instinct within the ladies, reminiscent of a hen guarding her chicks. As they boldly set off with Jiang Yuemo in tow, Aunt Chu, without hesitation, contacted her son, Chu Tian. You're the captain, aren't you? Allocate a plot of land for me. It would be of great use. Mom, I'm a captain, not a lord of the city. Dear son, I am your mother. Can't you agree to this small request for your beloved mother? Mom, do you truly consider me your son? Chu Tian felt overwhelmed. First, tell me what it's for. Aunt Chu felt a twinge of guilt. She had intended to impress her old friends and the young girl, but it seemed her son was unable to fulfill the request. She discreetly distanced herself, continuing her conversation. Have you encountered little Jiang from the Chi family? Oh dear, their situation is dire. Their home has been stripped bare. I heard even their bed has been taken, and all the mouse holes have been cleaned out. They are beset by sandstorms that have torn the roof off, leaving them with not a morsel to eat. Isn't it only right to lend a hand, considering what little Chi has endured? Chu Tian fell silent, aware of the gravity of the situation. It was indeed a neglect on his part. The family quota for the team had already been allocated and could not be altered without inciting public outrage. However, he could allocate his share to Qin Yinchu's family. Mercenaries possess their own agricultural land, which is in close proximity to the military district's grain fields, superior to civilian farmland. Then you'll be left to gnaw on your fingers this year. No, no, no. She wished to assist Jiang Yuemo, but not in such a manner. This predicament arose from her actions. Had Qin Yinchu not stepped in for her, her very existence would be uncertain. Enough. That was his decision to make. It has nothing to do with you. Do not speak further. I do not concur. Regardless, they would still need to hire someone to harvest the autumn crops. And employing young Jiang would suffice. I have made my decision. This is final, she concluded, ending the call. Upon hearing her son mention the previous mission, Aunt Chu felt a surge of anxiety. She was not ungrateful, but when it came to her only child, she found herself compelled to be a little selfish. Ultimately, it was her son, Chu Tian, who bore the weight of responsibility. Little Jiang, beside Annie's autumn grain field, there lies a patch of barren land, which we three aunts have been tending together, yet we find ourselves unable to manage it alone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuemo's eyes sparkled with delight. How wonderful! That is truly splendid. Thank you, dear aunts. Aunt Fong gently patted her head, affectionately saying, You are such a good child. If only our little girl were still here. She would have grown to your height by now. Oh, why bring that up? Let's hurry along. The sun is setting. The group ambled towards the autumn grain greenhouse, listlessly digging for vegetables. Little Jiang, we have nearly finished harvesting this land before the sandstorm. Just a little more, and we shall be done today. The barren land is to your left, behind Aunt Fong's greenhouse. You can work here, and this afternoon, we shall split the harvest equally, 2.5 portions for each of us. Although we have tidied it up a bit, do exercise caution. All right, Aunt, just watch me. Before her lay vast stretches of potato vines. Though she was unsure of what to be cautious about, it was always wise to be vigilant. Aunt Chung planted a sign bearing the name Tonlang Mercenary Corps into the ground, casting a disdainful glance at the curious onlookers before turning away with her head held high. Come on, sisters, let us go. Work diligently, little Jiang. Oh, you let us be off then. Do stay safe. The three aunts entered the greenhouse, completely leaving Jiang Yuemo's sight. Sighing, she thought, what a delightful dilemma it is to have such a vast expanse of land. Before commencing her work, she remembered to lower the volume on her watch to avoid attracting attention. Thus, like a little wild boar entering the potato field, she joyfully set to work. With a single shovel, both beans and soil were unearthed. Jiang Yuemo cradled the potato in her hands, resembling a basketball, heavy and substantial, weighing approximately 10 pounds. Its skin was notably coarse, presenting a dull yellow hue, with some areas lumpy, Yet it was not unattractive, merely the appearance of an ordinary potato. Some of the potatoes, upon excavation, bore the marks of being nibbled by small creatures. At last, she understood what Aunt Chu meant by caution. She peeled off a bit of the skin and placed it on her wristwatch for a measurement. Beep. High radiation concentration detected. Consumption is not advisable. Alas, what a waste for such a large specimen. Jiang Yuemo tossed it aside and commenced digging up another plant. Perhaps due to a mutation, the potato vines tended to produce solitary offspring, with twins being a rarity. In truth, today's harvest was quite satisfactory, as the potato field yielded unexpected delights. This was indeed a potato, a legitimate staple food, enough to sustain her and Qin Yinshu for 2 days. By the time she had tested the 30-something potatoes, a small mountain had formed beside her. Beep, beep, beep. Moderate radiation concentration detected. Consumption is advised in moderation. Perhaps fortune favored her, for she had already unearthed 5 edible ones, one of which had a low radiation level. Potatoes were cultivable and relatively easy to grow, should she acquire soil purifiers. She would certainly cultivate potatoes. Humming with joy, she felt as exuberant as a pig. Report, Your Majesty Mo, Jiang Ping and I have completed the roof. Suddenly, Qin Yinshu sent her a video call, revealing Jiang Ping beside him, his head wrapped in bandages, yet appearing utterly exhausted. Jiang Ping lifted his t-shirt to wipe his face, his attractive waistline and abs fully exposed to Jiang Yuemo's gaze. Jiang Yuemo had yet to fully appreciate the contours of several abdominal muscles when she found herself jostled aside by Qin Yinshu. Momo praised me. You're amazing, Qin Yinshu, he said, a bashful smile gracing his features, contemplating whether to unbutton his shirt. Just then, he noticed Jiang and approaching, anxiously fiddling with the hem of his clothing. Brother Qi, it's still early. How about we gather some bamboo to enclose the yard? It might offer some protection. Alas, Sister Jiang. Jiang abruptly pushed the awkward Qi Ninshu aside. Sister Jiang, how are you? Have you encountered any danger? I'm well. Thank you for your efforts today. Thankfully, avrisi nicht orderet. Ha ha ha. A twinge of guilt washed over her as she recalled how she and Qin Yinshu had conspired to deceive their still-recovering, foolish elder brother. Earlier that day, after Jiang Ping had regained his strength, he had taken Qin Yinshu into the woods to fell trees for their house repairs. Brother Qi, you chop, and I'll carry. Together, we shall labor without weariness. Qin Yinshu grasped the axe, bewildered as he glanced around, before hurling it like a throwing weapon, the blade grazing Jiang Ping's face before embedding itself in a tree behind him. Whoa! Jiang Ping promptly knelt, gingerly touching his head. Damn, it's still there. All right, I understand. I'll chop, you carry works too. He spat a couple of times, removed his shirt, his muscular arms radiating power, sweat cascading down his taut back, exuding a primal beauty. Meanwhile, Qin Yinshu and Jiang waved small red flags, cheering him on, urging Jiang Ping to intensify his efforts. Go, brother. Go, brother. Keep it up, keep it up. Jiang Ping flashed a broad smile, striking the massive tree with vigor, loudly proclaiming, Timber. The axe struck the wood repeatedly, shards of sawdust swirling around as the towering tree crashed to the ground. The distant fauna fled in a panic from the thunderous sound, save for a plump bird clutching a worm, rendered momentarily dazed. Chirp, chirp. Where's my home? A grand home, spacious enough to welcome a bride. As it opened its beak, the worm fell. Chirp, chirp. My meal. Chapter 22. The cauliflower snake Jiang Yuemo, filled with joy, eagerly shared her day's discoveries with the trio. Upon hearing her words, Jiang An's face turned a ghostly pale, and he exclaimed in disbelief, How can this be? Jiang Yuemo, puzzled by his expression, sensed that it did not reflect happiness. Sister Jiang, a snake? A snake? With a sudden shock, she encountered the serpent, letting out a piercing scream. The sight of the cauliflower snake repulsed her, triggering waves of nausea. The stench was akin to that of rotten eggs left to decay for centuries, assaulting her senses mercilessly. Not only did the snake emit a foul odor, but the places it slithered through reeked as well. Jiang Yuemo recalled hearing tales of the cauliflower snake in her childhood. Although it bore no venom, it was notorious for its magical attacks. She had initially mistaken the foul aroma for that of greenhouse fertilizers, only to discover it was indeed the scent of the cauliflower snake. Jiang Yuemo hastily scooped up her 5 precious potatoes and fled, not forgetting her basket. The serpent loomed large, seemingly capable of swallowing her whole, its icy gaze fixated upon her. No matter how fervently Jiang Yuemo attempted to shoo it away, the creature stubbornly lingered. Hiss! Jiang Yuemo glanced around and suddenly discovered a cluster of tender green plants. Ginger. Snakes possess an inherent aversion to pungent aromas. Thus, as Jiang Yuemo fixated on the approaching serpent, she diligently excavated ginger, crushing it with her bare hands and casting the fragmented pieces onto the snake's body. Ginger, ginger, ginger! Begone, great serpent! Hiss! Indeed, the cauliflower snake dared not advance any closer, but instead turned to retreat. In a frenzy, she continued to unearth the ginger, crushing it and flinging it away in a relentless cycle, encircling herself within a fragrant barrier that brought her to tears. Depart now, dear brother, hasten your retreat. Yet, the great serpent seemed compelled by an unseen force, lingering in the distance around Jiang Yuemo. Jiang Yuemo felt as if she were a monk trapped within the circle of Sun Wukong, rendered utterly immobile. She had always adhered to the philosophy of embracing her circumstances with equanimity. Jiang Yuemo found herself ensnared in a predicament, unable to enter or exit, left to await Aunt Chu's realization that she needed assistance. The remoteness of the location, combined with the fact that they were in a greenhouse, rendered her cries for help inaudible. Thus, she commenced the excavation of ginger. Beep, beep, beep. The high radiation levels rendered it inedible. Beep, beep, beep. Moderate radiation levels made it suitable for limited consumption. Beep, beep, beep. Hi, hi. As half an hour elapsed, Jiang Yuemo managed to unearth 2 pieces of ginger with moderate radiation levels. The great serpent grew increasingly agitated, slithering slowly towards her side. Brother, what is it that you find appealing? Might you grant me reprieve? Peace. No. Jiang Yuemo found the snake exceedingly peculiar. Had the cauliflower snake evolved to the point of preying on humans? Very well, then. Today shall determine our fates. It shall be either your demise or my survival. Jiang Yuemo crushed the inedible ginger she had just unearthed and threw it before the serpent, asserting her dominance for 30 seconds. The creature, repelled by the pungent odor, hesitated to approach, instead writhing restlessly in place while continuously flicking its forked tongue. Bolstered by the iron shovel in her grasp, Jiang Yuemo felt emboldened. However, the serpent's grotesque nature was utterly repugnant, exuding an unbearable stench. Had it not been for the threat of an attack, she would have preferred to keep her distance from it. Jiang Yuemo brandished the iron shovel in her hand, heedless of whether the serpent could comprehend her words, and shouted fiercely, "Get away! This is your final warning." She bent down to pick up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the creature in an attempt to drive it away. However, her actions only served to provoke the snake further. Struck by the stone, the serpent's pain transformed into a deeper animosity towards the intruding biped. Hissing in fury, the great serpent coiled itself into a defensive posture, forming a semicircle as it hissed menacingly at Jiang Yuemo. The serpent's head darted forward several times, testing her resolve. As it opened its jaws wide in a threatening display, raising its upper body in an effort to intimidate her with its imposing stature. This snake is truly grotesque. How repulsive. Yet, its massive size left her bewildered. Where exactly was its vulnerable spot? Jiang Yuemo took a swift step forward, brandishing the iron shovel in her grasp. In an instant, her demeanor transformed from a defensive posture to one of fierce aggression, embodying the spirit of a solitary warrior ready to conquer legions. The shovel sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, creating a sound reminiscent of a breaking wind. Though her initial strike missed its mark, Jiang Yuemo spun the shovel, conjuring deceptive shadows around her. Uncertain of the precise location of its vulnerable point, she resolved that severing its serpent head would surely ensure its demise. As it attempted to encircle her, seeking to constrict her with its body, its expansive movements played directly into Jiang Yuemo's hands. Jiang Yuemo is a fierce individual. Grasping the shovel in her hand, she struck downwards, albeit missing her target and merely slicing a wound along the serpent's body. The colossal snake, in agony, became frenzied, rearing its head once more and opening its massive jaws to lunge at Jiang Yuemo. Jiang Yuemo raised the iron shovel in her hand, its sharp edge slicing through the air as it struck horizontally at the gaping maw of the enormous serpent. In an instant, she severed half of the creature's head, and its massive body came crashing down towards her. With no time to evade, Jiang Yuemo was struck squarely. Ugh! At that moment, it felt as if her stomach were about to heave itself from her body. The commotion drew the attention of many as more people emerged from the greenhouse, and Aunt Chu's exclamation captured the gaze of several onlookers. The foul, acrid blood of the serpent stained Jiang Yuemo from head to toe, enveloping her in the putrid scent of rotten eggs. Aunt Chu, the serpent seemingly appeared from nowhere. Ugh! The sight of her retching began to unsettle Aunt Chu as well, while Aunt Fong and Aunt Chung marveled at the spectacle of the serpent. So, quickly contact the team members who are not on duty. That little Jiang has slain quite a large snake. Chung Yu had just finished his physical training when his mother's words left him perplexed. Which little Jiang? Is there anyone with the surname Jiang on our team? The little Jiang from Qin Yinchu's family. Oh, it's Jiang Yuemo. Upon hearing her name, Jiang Yuemo turned her gaze towards Aunt Chung. Chung Yu was taken aback, locking eyes with the bloodied Jiang Yuemo. Her icy stare pierced like a blade, as though it could penetrate the screen and reach him. Yet in an instant, Jiang Yuemo averted her gaze and continued to heave violently. Hurry, hurry, I won't speak with you any longer, just come. Aunt Chung ended the call, delightfully pulling at Aunt Chu. Ingzi, how shall we divide this snake among ourselves? Aunt Chu furrowed her brow. Since we haven't exerted any effort, it seems rather unjust. Doesn't it? Jiang Yuemo finally subdued the overwhelming urge to vomit. Upon hearing those words, she turned and supported Aunt Chung, who began to retch once more. Oh dear, Xiao Jiang, be careful. Chapter 23. The divided cauliflower snake. Aunt Chung wiped the blood from the massive serpent onto her wristwatch. Drip, with a moderate level of radiation. It is advisable to consume in moderation. Oh my, this is truly remarkable. Ladies, you did not inform me beforehand that there was such a large snake here. Jiang Yuemo felt her blood pressure surging uncontrollably. The prey she had fought tooth and nail to subdue was now being eyed by someone who had not lifted a finger. The fury within her was nearly impossible to contain. Yet, she ultimately restrained herself, for the identities of the three individuals present commanded respect. It was prudent to consider their stature. Do not worry, Xiao Jiang. When Chu Tian arrives, he will surely provide you with an explanation. Aunt Chu, too, was captivated by the enormous serpent. Should it prove inedible, she would certainly advocate for Jiang Yuemo. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that this 3-meter-long serpent was indeed a substantial source of meat. Jiang Yuemo realized she was now utterly isolated. Clutching her shovel, she stood resolutely before the colossal snake, her gaze imbued with an icy ferocity. Should she confront them? No, that would be unwise. They had a mercenary group backing them. Even without that, she could not guarantee her ability to secure the serpent. For now, she had no choice but to wait. The odds were precariously balanced. If Chu Tian were to arrive and also succumb to greed, she might not be able to protect her claim. The situation was dire, especially as the crowd around them continued to swell. Sister Jiang. From a distance, Chung Yu drove a 3-wheeled vehicle, hastily accompanied by Chu Tian. Sister Jiang, this is the one you killed. Chung Yu exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting this young woman to be so formidable. Miss Jiang is truly impressive, Chu Tian remarked, his statement a testament to her valor as she stood bloodied and fierce. Before Jiang Yuemo could respond, Aunt Chung hurriedly interjected, Little Chu, listen to your aunt. We had an agreement before coming here. Whatever we harvest, we shall share equally. Although we did not exert ourselves in the hunt, we discovered this wilderness, as evidenced by the sign still standing. Every year, during the autumn harvest, the mutated beasts attack humans, and some daring individuals seize the opportunity to slay them. Thus, there exists an unwritten rule. Whoever kills it claims it as their own, a consensus among us all. Aunt Chung was well aware of this. Yet the serpent was simply too magnificent to resist. She anxiously pulled Chu Tian toward the sign, and he quickly grasped the situation's origins. He genuinely admired Jiang Yuemo's bravery. This young woman was indeed extraordinary. Now, with a group of mercenaries poised to encircle the serpent, it would take considerable time and effort, and there was no guarantee of a safe retreat. Miss Jiang, I understand the entire situation. This giant serpent was slain solely by you, and thus it rightfully belongs to you. However, given the prior agreement with the ants, it has led to this entanglement. How about I serve as a mediator? The mercenary group could purchase the serpent from you using points, ensuring your share remains yours while I acquire the remainder at market value. Or the serpent's skin, gall, and fangs. This indeed appeared to be a commendable resolution. In this tumultuous era, one of the gravest missteps is to test human integrity through the medium of food. Naturally, transactions occur at market value. A few elder women have found their guiding force, and it matters little whose purse is tapped. After all, they are assured of their meat. Aunt Chu quietly exhaled in relief, thankful that her relationship with Jiang Yuemo did not reach an impasse. As for the funds used to purchase the snake, they were drawn from public resources, not her son's. However, with a serpent of such size, it is indeed unfeasible for us to transport it, my friend. If only we could portion it out. I came prepared with a knife, yet I did not anticipate the serpent's immense scale. The butchering will undoubtedly require a significant amount of time. Portioning? Jiang Yuemo wiped the blood of serpents from his face and stood atop a stone, gazing down at Chengyu. Hand me the knife. Huh? Chengyu turned and retrieved a large machete from the vehicle, presenting it to Jiang Yuemo. It would be of little use to you. The snake's hide is remarkably tough. You might not even. Goodness. Jiang Yuemo raised the machete, aimed carefully, and with a swift motion brought it down. The snake's blood instantly stained the ground, seeping into the soil. Fortunately, there were mercenaries patrolling the area. It was not a remote forest, but rather a stretch of flat land. Otherwise, it might have attracted other carnivorous creatures. Let us move. Jiang Yuemo cast a cold glance at Chengyu. Yet within her heart, a mischievous figure stood with hands on hips, laughing heartily. Huh, surely, I have deceived him. Chengyu, damn it, I have fallen for her trick. Jiang Yuemo's recent encounters with mercenaries have yielded rewards that would surely incite envy even in seasoned veterans. The group adeptly hoisted the massive serpent into the bed of a three-wheeled cart. Although merely a tricycle, it was larger than ordinary ones. Its cargo area comparable in size to that of a tractor. Atop, it was a row of solar energy conversion panels, capable of both energy storage and propulsion. The entire structure was securely encased in thick metal sheeting, so robust that she would readily believe in its bulletproof capabilities. Were she to possess such a little tricycle herself, she could hardly fathom the joy it would bring her. Envisioning mornings spent scavenging and evenings returning home bathed in the golden hues of sunset, where Qin Yinshu would have dinner awaiting her, while two children played at the doorstep. What bliss! Miss Jiang? Miss Jiang? Huh? What is it? Remember our earlier agreement? We said we'd split it evenly. I'm not one to go back on my word. Her light-hearted tone rendered the older women slightly uneasy. Yet, Jiang Yuemo was not particularly magnanimous, reserving for herself only a modest portion. She was determined to cultivate potatoes, and with the kind contributions from her aunts, she intended to keep the best for herself. After dividing the potatoes, Jiang Yuemo climbed aboard the three-wheeler, the first time she had ever ridden such a vehicle in this world, and it rumbled away from this place of turmoil. With an abundance of snake meat, neither she nor Qin Yinshu could possibly consume it all at once, nor would they wish to, as it constituted a vital supply for their winter sustenance. How will you store all this snake meat? What? The wind is too strong. I can't hear you. Chengyu, resembling an elderly man hard of hearing, tilted his ear towards her and shouted, his hands gripping the handlebars as the vehicle vibrated beneath him. How does your mercenary group? Rumble, rumble. Store fresh meat. Rumble, rumble. Our mercenary group has drying equipment. Rumble, rumble. So there's no need for concern. Rumble, rumble. We can process it directly at the mercenary group. Rumble, rumble. He was thoroughly delighted, feeling fortunate that his mother's outing could provide him with such a feast. Jiang Yuemo suddenly realized the situation. It was indeed convenient that within the mercenary group, there was no need to worry about the scent of meat attracting thieves. After drying, the meat could be preserved in sealed bags, ready for consumption at any moment, which was both convenient and reassuring. Qin Yinshu had even purchased a preservation machine, allowing some fresh meat to be stored within it for approximately a month. It must be said that the technology in this world was remarkably practical. Dried meat could be consumed even in the following spring without concerns of spoilage. Chapter 24. Changing animal hides upon returning to the mercenary group. Chengyu was filled with enthusiasm, eagerly taking on the task of drying the meat. This meat had not been part of their original plan, and its sudden acquisition felt like a windfall. Although it required using internal points from the mercenary group, it was noted that those points belonged to the group, not to him personally. Chengyu declared that once the meat was dried, it would be evenly distributed among the brothers, ensuring everyone received their share. Long live the leader. It was not said that our three families. However, the motivation to work had noticeably diminished. Fang Jiaqing, holding a thermos, leisurely strolled over to Jiang Yuemo's side. Once again, we meet Miss Jiang. Jiang Yuemo was startled by Fang Jieqi's sudden approach, instinctively throwing a punch that caught Fang Jieqi off guard, delivering an unexpected blow. Lately, it seemed as though people frequently closed in on her unexpectedly. With a spurt of blood foam escaping her lips, Fang Jieqi's golden-rimmed glasses slipped down, precariously resting on the bridge of her nose. Miss Jiang possesses commendable skills. The once cheerful and amiable Fang Jieqi, resembling a seasoned bureaucrat, now removed her golden glasses, and in that fleeting moment, her gaze fixed on the ground like a venomous snake poised to strike. The smile that had graced her face, reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze, now concealed a sharp blade beneath its surface. I am truly sorry. Upon witnessing her in such a state, Jiang Yuemo was engulfed by a shiver, her innate alertness akin to that of encountering a venomous snake surging forth once more. However, she resolutely pledged that her reaction was entirely unintentional, merely a reflexive response. Once she readjusted her spectacles, Fang Jiaqing reverted to her leisurely, bureaucratic demeanor, gently massaging her aching face, as if the previous scene were but a figment of Jiang Yuemo's imagination. It's nothing to worry about. A touch of caution is indeed a virtue. Jiang Yuemo felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing to vanish into the ground. Miss Jiang, let us speak plainly. Could you possibly part with those snake fangs? Snake fangs? I am but a humble individual with a penchant for crafting animal specimens, and I find myself in need of a pair. Alas, the snake's head was too severely damaged. Otherwise, she had just struck someone with a stun gun, and now that individual sought her assistance. It felt rather impolite to refuse. Very well, I shall sell them to you at an 8% discount, as a gesture of friendship. How delightful. Miss Jiang, you are a person of true character. I accept your offer at the discounted price. Fang Jieqi was genuinely amused, finding the girl rather sincere in her dealings. Chu Tian observed the lively exchange between Jiang Yuemo and Fang Jieqi, astonished by their cheerful camaraderie. He had never expected to see Fang Jieqi wearing such a radiant smile. He had thought her demeanor was permanently affixed like a mask. Miss Jiang, I have prepared the snake skin, if you have no use for it. Might I sell it to the mercenary group? The snake skin was a vital component for crafting radiation-resistant suits, making this acquisition quite lucrative. Certainly, but does the mercenary group possess any animal skins? I would like to exchange the snake skin for some. That would be splendid. Jiang Yuemo followed Chu Tian to the warehouse where the animal hides were stored. Behind her, Fang Jiaqing observed Jiang Yuemo's silhouette, sipping leisurely from her thermos, the warmth of the water bringing a playful smile to her lips as she gently pressed her tongue against the softness of her cheek. Miss Jiang, I hope you do not hold a grudge regarding earlier events. Chu Tian was a gentleman of considerable decorum, difficult to dislike, and adept at navigating situations with poise. Jiang Yuemo found great pleasure in his company. I understand. Rest assured, I am not so petty. That is reassuring, especially since Qin Yinshu will require your assistance for some time to come. They had previously agreed that a retired mercenary would take over her responsibilities for Qin Yinshu. Yet time had passed without anyone stepping in, and he worried she might harbor resentment. Qin Yinshu is quite agreeable and does not demand much attention. This was truly the case. Aside from his youthful exuberance, he was predominantly quiet, dutifully completing tasks assigned to him, giving no indication of any mental shortcomings. Thank you. Once the Great Serpent is dealt with, the mercenary group will likely reward you with around 500 points. Selling that serpent's fang to Fang Jiaqin should yield you a considerable profit, at least 100 points. Do not let him deceive you. Haha, indeed, I doubt it. Jiang Yuemo scratched her head, finding Fang Jiaqin unlikely to be malicious. It was understandable. In such a desolate place, an unstable mental state was the norm. Chu Tian, however, was an anomaly. Among all the peculiar individuals she had encountered, he stood out as the most composed. Speaking of which, his demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of Fang Jiaqin, yet Chu Tian exuded a sense of refined propriety. While Fang Jiaqin had the air of a charming yet volatile individual, a delicate flower ready to blossom into chaos at the slightest provocation. Recalling her earlier misstep, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Surely he did not harbor any ill will towards her. We have arrived, Miss Jiang. A product of the mercenary group is guaranteed to be of the highest quality. The warehouse was modest in size, with animal hides meticulously packed in crates, each labeled with details such as the type of animal and the date of storage. These crates were not opened lightly, as the preservation of the hides required minimal exposure to air. When stored, the entire hide was laid out flat, with the fur side of one hide pressed against the flesh side of the next, stacked in layers not exceeding 50. Once neatly arranged, a layer of salt was sprinkled on top of the uppermost hide to prevent decay, stored in specialized boxes. This arrangement also ensured that the hides did not come into contact with the warehouse floor, which could lead to moisture absorption and spoilage. Periodic checks and secondary treatments were necessary to prevent deterioration. These hides were yet to be processed. Some had been taken out previously for drying and were visible at the front. You may look and see if anything catches your eye, Chu Tian suggested, gesturing towards a prominent tiger hide draped over a rack, instantly captivating Jiang Yuemo's attention. Chu Tian subtly positioned himself before her, a smile gracing his features. This way, Miss Jiang. The price appears to be rather steep. Let us instead explore the options of squirrel fur, rabbit fur, and mouse fur over here. Jiang Yuemo, unyielding in her beliefs, furtively glanced at the price tag concealed beneath the animal hide. 1,000 points. In an instant, despair washed over her. Even if she laid bare all her possessions, she could barely afford half of this tiger skin, rendering it an impractical choice. Miss John's portion of snake skin could be exchanged for 8 pieces of mouse skin, 6 pieces of rabbit skin, 4 pieces of sheep skin, or 2 pieces of fox skin. How astonishingly valuable snake skin was. She had thought that 3 pieces would be the utmost limit. Her hand reached out towards the smooth, lustrous green mouse skin, and her lips twitched involuntarily. She could scarcely fathom what Qin Yinshu would look like donning a vest crafted from this green mouse skin. Yet, its thickness was undeniable. The color was of little consequence. Warmth was paramount, and it would provide enough leather for him to have a pair of shoes as well. With a sudden resolve, she boldly caressed the fox skin. It felt delightful to the touch, though she harbored a strong aversion to wearing fur. The harshness of her surroundings left her with no choice. Without adequate warmth, she would surely perish from the cold. She silently repeated 3 times, "Do not blame. Do not blame. Do not blame." These 2 pieces of hide were fortuitously available. The entire warehouse contained only these 2 fox skins, which she had discovered during a mission. Foxes were notoriously elusive, rarely caught by anyone, and it was sheer luck that she stumbled upon 2 that had lived out their natural lives. Jiang Yuemo hesitated between 8 rat skins and 2 fox pelts. With a determined resolve, he shifted his gaze away from the pile of skins. I shall opt for sheepskin. Though the sheepskin was neither as abundant as rat skins nor as costly as fox pelts, its warmth was unparalleled. Warmth is of utmost importance. Chapter 25. Stealing a leisurely moment. Miss Jiang is indeed a straightforward individual. He had anticipated that the young lady would choose the fox pelts instead. After the mercenary group settled their accounts, including the 91 points earned from selling the snake fang to Fang Jiechi, Jiang Yuemo had amassed a total of 623 points. 10 pounds of fresh meat, 50 pounds of dried meat, and 4 large sheepskins. One single sheepskin was ample enough to cover her small, worn bed, with plenty to spare. Jiang Yuemo felt a surge of excitement. That three-wheeled cart had left her utterly envious. Riding the cart to collect discarded items, how delightful it would be. Chu Tian discerned Jiang Yuemo's immense interest in the tricycle. Very well then. Cheng Yu and the other two team members loaded Jiang Yuemo's share of dried and fresh meat into the cart. Miss Jiang, hop on. Experience the thrill of speed. They urged. You really won't let me drive? She asked, half joking. Not a chance, came the reply. However, before she could reach home, she beheld a striking transformation of her residence from afar. The roof, previously torn off by the sandstorm, had been repaired, and bamboo had been erected around the entrance, firmly packed with earth at the base. The thick layers of bamboo resembled a fortress wall, effectively shielding the courtyard. And the same was true for the Jiang siblings' home next door. Yet, at her own gate, a large lock dangled ominously from the slender bamboo door. Is Qin Yinshu not at home? She pondered. From the neighboring bamboo fence, a head emerged, two dark eyes glistening with tears of joy. Loosen the ropes? What happened to your eyes? Jiang chuckled awkwardly. Oh, it's nothing, Sister Jiang. I was just trying to help fix your house. Chiga wouldn't allow it, so my brother had to tie him up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuemo swiftly dismounted from the cart and hurried into Jiang's courtyard. At that moment, Jiang Ping was atop Qin Yinshu, untying the ropes binding him. They had indeed tied him up quite securely. Jiang Yuemo recalled the day Lin Qinxian had sneakily sold the land deed, and he too had been bound up like a spring roll. Shaking her head, she cast aside the odd thought. Qin Yinshu. Jiang Ping, with one blackened eye, glanced at Jiang Yuemo while continuing his task. Qin Yinshu's gaze towards Jiang Yuemo was filled with grievance. He destroyed our home. Come on, brother. Are you even reasonable? I was helping you repair your house. Otherwise, where would you and Sister Jiang live? Jiang Ping retorted, wincing in pain. Damn it, that hit made my head buzz. Good intentions had turned into a bitter experience, and he thought to himself that he could never stay at Jiang's home again, especially with his sister still there. Observing Jiang Ping's plight, Jiang grabbed a hot towel meant for Qin Yinshu and pressed it against her brother's face. The sibling duo, both sporting matching panda eyes, lamented their predicament. Blaming Qin Yinshu, Jiang felt her heart shatter. When Chi-Go went mad, he even smashed their dishes, but thankfully Jiang Ping managed to restrain him. Watching the siblings, a mix of misfortune and humor bestowed upon them by Qin Yinshu, Jiang Yuemo struggled to contain her laughter, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yet, Jiang Ping's pain was quite amusing. He grinned through his grimace, exchanging knowing glances with Jiang. I'm so sorry, haha. The panda-eyed siblings shared a moment of mutual exasperation. Meanwhile, Cheng Yu, accompanied by another team member, drove off in the eye-catching three-wheeled cart, its engine sputtering away. Jiang, I express my gratitude for your assistance in repairing my house. Today, let's feast at my home, savoring braised snake meat. Jiang Ping lifted a substantial piece of fresh snake meat, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Sister Jiang, your generosity is commendable. However, Sister Jiang, have you perhaps overlooked something? Jiang Yuemo surveyed the desolate home, tears streaming down her face. It dawned on her that their pot had been stolen. Thus, the quartet relocated to Jiang's residence. Jiang Ping adeptly donned an apron and activated the solar energy conversion panel. With a satisfying pop, a surge of blue flames erupted from the pot's base. Qin Yinshu, intrigued by the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, pondered why, despite using identical ingredients in cookware, the dishes from Jiang Ping's home always seemed to possess a far superior flavor compared to his own. Jiang Ping sliced several pieces of potato into the pot, also adding 2 large pancakes, with 4 mouths to feed and a rare indulgence of meat on the menu. He treated them to 3 rice bundles and steamed a large pot of fluffy rice. Brother, it's time to eat. I'm absolutely famished. Jiang felt she could devour an entire pig at that moment. The 4 gathered around the table, each holding a fresh bowl while a steaming platter of dishes stood at the center. The bowls from both their homes had either gone missing or met an unfortunate fate, leaving Jiang Yuemo with no choice but to make another trip to the grocery store to purchase 4 bowls and a bag of planting soil. She also sold the red rice grains that had been stored at both homes to Granny Fong, who truly wished to cherish this golden child. Savings 30. Jiang Yuemo meticulously tied an apron around Qin Yinshu, served rice with care, and prepared handkerchiefs for wiping hands and mouths before finally serving herself. Jiang Ping and Jiang exchanged glances, each perceiving an unusual sentiment in the other's eyes. Brother Qi, how pitiful he is. Sister, why don't you tie an apron for me? Jiang rolled her eyes and took a hearty bite of her pancake, unwilling to engage with him. Oh, this pancake is absolutely delightful. Really, let me have a taste. Jiang Ping leaned in, only to miss his bite. Faced with Jiang and his protective glare, he refused to back down. Jiang, I'm doing laborious work. What's wrong with me eating a little? But I am a younger sister. You ought to yield to me. Respect your elders and cherish the young. I'm still a patient, and I don't see you showing any regard for the sick. The two nearly came to blows over a single pancake. Meanwhile, Qin Yinshu, taking advantage of their secret rivalry, quietly served meat to Jiang Yuemo. They both relished their meal immensely, for this was Jiang Yuemo's first taste of food in this unfamiliar world. Oh my, this is incredibly delicious. The meat soup over rice was already her third bowl. Sister, save me some. As the dishes neared emptiness, with the meat all gone, the siblings discovered that the potatoes were equally delightful and began to compete for them. Eventually, the dish was left empty, and the four of them sat back, akin to pregnant women in their third month, slumped in their chairs. Ah, how comforting. Chapter 26. The reappearance of the quartet of diverse statures. Indeed, they were planting potatoes. The basketball-sized potatoes had been devoured by them, leaving just enough for planting after drying. Jiang Yuemo intended to plant the remainder, utilizing the basket from the Jiang family's home renovation as her vessel. She laid a layer of soil and a layer of planting fertilizer at the bottom, then placed the cut potato tubers with their cut sides facing down and then covering them with a thin layer of soil. Is that sufficient, Sister Jiang? She pondered. Uncertain, she decided to place it in a sunlit area, waiting until the soil turned pale to water it, hoping to witness the sprouts emerge. At this moment, the advantage of their enclosed courtyard became evident, as no one could observe their activities within. They planted a total of 2 baskets, one for each household. Particularly in gratitude for Jiang Ping and Jiang An's assistance in constructing her house, Jiang Yuemo presented them with 10 pounds of dried snake meat. You are too kind. Sister Jiang, a wealthy benefactor indeed. This remark regarding her affluence was undoubtedly fitting. It was no exaggeration to say that, within a mere few days, Jiang Yuemo had amassed savings that rivaled her own. Sister Jiang undoubtedly brings prosperity to her fortune, a touch here and there to bask in the aura of wealth. Unable to resist the charms of the adorable lowly, Jiang Yuemo found herself momentarily lost in a flurry of emotions. Qin Yinshu, slightly displeased, tugged at her sleeve. Momo, my queen. My beloved, I know what brings you here. Qin Yinshu gently pushed aside Jiang and leaned close to Jiang Yuemo's ear, whispering, There are people outside. Jiang Ping? Qin Yinshu fell silent for a moment, as if straining to listen intently. Soon after, he gently shook his head, then nodded. 5 of them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuemo was taken aback. Damn thieves. A message popped up on her wristwatch. Jiang. I shall take their red bean paste. Jiang Ping. Agreed. The post-meal activity is upon us. Jiang Ping squinted his eyes, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his mouth, as he licked his back molars, resembling a malevolent spirit intent on devouring children. Subsequently, he stealthily crouched behind the 4 individuals. That cannot possibly be false. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Sigh, enough already. If the leader sees it, there can be no deception. All right, enough talk. Once the lights go out, we slip in and deal with those 2, then swiftly relocate the goods. Do you understand? The stout one scratched his head, recoiling slightly, his head bobbing like a rattling drum. I want to go. I faint at the sight of blood. The short one rolled his eyes in annoyance. Useless. If he weren't the uncle of the leader of the Huang Shiyu mercenary group, they wouldn't even consider including him. If he doesn't go, I want to go either. The thin one's eyes darted around, his disheveled hair contrasting with the stout one's One's cheerful gaze directed towards the Tall One. The Tall One huffed in frustration, glaring at me. Why do you want me to go? What are they thinking? I am the intellect of our squad. How can a strategist enter the fray themselves? If none of you are going, then I shall. Jiang Ping patted the stout one's shoulder, revealing a mischievous grin with his small tiger teeth. Well then, huh? Who are you, brother? I am a king of hell. Jiang Ping raised his fist for a decisive blow, then gazed incredulously at his own hand. Oh, what a thrilling punch to the eye. Curse be it. We've been discovered. The four scrambled to distance themselves from Jiang Ping, one inadvertently crashing into the courtyard gate, colliding with the menacing Jiang Yuemo, who radiated a fierce aura. The four stood back to back, besieged by Jiang Yuemo and Jiang Ping. Qin Yinshu brandished a bamboo stick, having pulled it from who knows where, joining the fray. Boss, let us go for it. 4 against 3. The Tall One revealed a large machete from his coat, glinting coldly under the moonlight. The short one reached into his pocket, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He had no intention of allowing Jiang Yuemo and the others to survive. This discovery was merely a temporary lapse in control with the Tall One's skills. Escaping would pose no issue. What the hell? Jiang Yuemo regarded the Tall One's machete, an amused eyebrow raised in a smirk. As he slowly drew a silver pistol from his pocket, the dark muzzle swiftly pressed against the Tall One's head at the moment of elevation. What are we fighting for? Speak again, I didn't catch that. The Tall One knelt with a thud. Fighting. Fighting for more. Spending more. Jiangyan, bind them. Anyone who resists shall be killed. Jiangyan, armed with pre-prepared ropes, tightly secured the defiant short one and thin one. Jiang Ping approached the stout one, giving his shoulder another pat. The stout one turned, only to receive another eye-popping glare. Ah, the sensation of combat invigorated Jiang Ping. The rotund adversary proved to possess an unexpectedly gratifying resilience. Hey, brother, he exclaimed. Do you have any idea who my brother-in-law is? The hefty man, seemingly enraged, did not resist. It was astonishing that he could endure such blows. Jiang Ping stepped upon his shoulder, sending him sprawling to the ground, a malevolent grin illuminating his face. Do you know who I am? The rotund figure faltered, taken aback by Jiang Ping's inquiry. After a moment's hesitation, he erupted with expletives. Who the hell knows who you are? Unaware, are you? Jiang Ping exchanged a knowing glance with Jiangyan, and together they revealed a radiant smile, displaying 8 gleaming teeth. This is simply splendid. Jiang Ping unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks, each strike landing with visceral impact. Stop, please. Brother, sister, big brother, grandfather. I was wrong. Help me, brother-in-law. Why am I the only one being beaten? In this world, only the hefty man bore the brunt of the punishment. The 4 captives were tightly bound, and Jiang Ping had confiscated several small knives and other implements from their persons to thwart any escape attempts. Having watched numerous television dramas, Jiang Yuemo took the rope used to bind Qin Yinshu and skillfully tied the hands of the 4 thieves in a manner reminiscent of crispy snacks, then settled down to deliberate on how to deal with these miscreants. I recognize this rotund figure. He is the younger brother of the leader of the Huangshu mercenary group, a habitual petty thief, emboldened by the protection of his brother-in-law, and in the eastern part of the city, few dare to confront him. While tending to his own wounds, Jiang Ping's gaze remained fixed on the hefty man. TSK, I feel somewhat unsatisfied, he mused. The blindfolded captive shivered, a chill creeping down his spine. Could someone not provide him with a blanket? Even captives deserve certain rights. Chapter 27. Embarking on the path of robbery, perhaps we should dispose of him. After all, that fellow likely contemplates the same. Jiang Ping cast a sinister glance at the diminutive one. His instincts warned him that the small man harbored ill intentions and needed to be closely monitored. Jiang Ping circled behind the little man and delivered a hefty kick, tearing away his blindfold. Hey, small fry, where's your lair? Speak clearly to this esteemed gentleman. I am Huang Hu-san, he declared, a long, dark scar running across his face, his eyes glinting ominously with murderous intent. You would do well to kill me now. Otherwise, when I rise, I shall slay you all. Jiang Yuemo approached, standing before him. Kill you? Why would I want to do that? She spoke softly, seemingly casually engaging in conversation with Jiang Ping. Yet her gaze remained locked onto Huang Husan's smiling eyes. Jiang Ping, did you know that the Tianling Mercenary Corps has a unique punishment for traitors called deprivation of senses? They confine you in a room devoid of natural light, sound, and even scent, dressing you in garments so light that they elicit no sensation at all, stripping away all of your senses, including time. Under such circumstances, the condemned typically descend into a state of mental collapse, living a fate worse than death. Furthermore, I have heard of a method that can extract all the blood from a person's body without leaving a single wound, though I have never tested it. TSK. Do you think it's true? Jiang Ping, in deep contemplation, grinned with a roguish charm, carefree and audacious. Let's give it a try then. Although he understood not a word, he found it profoundly intriguing. Meanwhile, Huang Husan, observing the seemingly harmless smiles of Jiang Yuemo and Jiang Ping, felt his pupils constrict and cold sweat break out over his body. These are methods employed by the military to deal with spies. How does she know? You, don't try to deceive me, he stammered. Jiang Yuemo effortlessly yanked the towering figure, despite their stark difference in stature. She managed to lift the tall man onto the table with a single hand. Sanzi, release him at once. What are you doing? Let me go. You little wench. If you have the guts, then release me, or I'll knock you out 8 times over. Sanzi, his eyes completely covered, was deftly bound to the table by Jiang Ping. Jiang Yuemo paid no heed to his cries. You're called Sanzi, are you not? Fear not, for I shall merely make a small incision upon your wrist. You shall not perish. If you divulge swiftly enough, your chances of survival may indeed be favorable. The portly Wang Tianbao and the lean Goshen, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, suddenly sensed an opportunity to redeem themselves. Wang Tianbao hastily exclaimed, I know. Ask me. I am aware. Woo-woo. I also know, I say, are old. Woo-woo. Jiang Ping silenced their voices with tape, declaring, no need for your words. There will be a time for that. Jiang En and Qin Yinshu each took one away for individual interrogation. Witnessing this scene, Huang Husan's eyes brimmed with rage, yet his gagged mouth emitted no sound. Sanzi felt the icy edge of a sharp object graze his wrist, sending a searing pain that numbed his senses. In the throes of sheer terror, the incessant dripping echoed like the grim countdown of death. Do not deceive me. I am educated. Damn it. If you possess any courage, release me. Boss, say something. Am I to perish? I do not wish to die. Time ticked by relentlessly, as Jiang Ping and Jiang Yuemo remained unresponsive to Sanzi's desperate pleas and curses. Sanzi sensed his blood flowing ever more sluggishly from his wrist, rendering his entire arm numb. Tears and snot streamed down half of his face. I swear, I will tell you everything. I beg you, do not kill me. The items we stole are all in a shanty town, all in Huang Husan's abode. The last time we robbed you, it was also there. I had no part in it. Please spare my life. A pungent odor wafted from beneath him. Jiang Yuemo's fist grazed past his ear, creating a gaping hole in the table beside his head. You have sullied my table. Please do not kill me. I possess points, many of them. I shall buy my life. He pleaded, desperation lacing his voice. Huang Husan, save me. My blood is about to drain. Curse it. Are we not brothers? Why do you remain silent? Huang Husan, with his mouth gagged, could emit no sound, only watching helplessly as Jiang Yuemo traced an ice cube along his wrist, droplets of water falling nearby, while the foolish Sanzi was led astray by her antics. Huang Husan realized that he was utterly doomed. Wang Tianbao and Dogsheng would surely expose the color of his underwear. Jiang Ping, incapacitate them all. Jiang Ping cracked his knuckles and swiftly rendered them unconscious. Outside, Qin Yinshu dragged the equally unconscious Fatty and Slim, gazing at Jiang Yuemo with confusion. How would they end up in my house? Surely they won't sleep in my bed, will they? Oh, they must be extremely tired. Jiang Yuemo cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Ping, who understood and dragged the other two from the room into the courtyard. He then brought out his electric tricycle from the house, taking 4 people away with great speed. The following day, 4 bare bodies were found hanging from a large tree at the entrance of the shanty town, swaying in the wind. Lu Jian, the leader of the Huangshu Mercenary Corps, hurriedly organized a team to lower his brother-in-law, he had watched grow up. His father-in-law and mother-in-law had passed away early, leaving behind a 3-year-old brother-in-law. Over the years, Lu Jian had no children of his own and had raised the brother-in-law as his son, who had the audacity to treat Lu Jian's brother-in-law in such a manner. Who? Who is it? Brother-in-law, wah. He dared not speak. If his brother-in-law found out he had been stealing, he would surely break his legs. Yet, he felt immense grievance, crying uncontrollably in his brother-in-law's embrace. The two became a striking scene at the entrance of the shantytown. They successfully trended on social media with hashtags like Lu Jian, leader of Angsha mercenary corps, suspected of cheating with brother-in-law, and Lu Jian's brother-in-law spotted naked with 3 at shantytown entrance. Lu Jian's wife's backyard caught fire. Arsonist turns out to be his biological brother. Ha ha! Jiang Ping, you are truly ruthless. Who could be as cunning as you? Even remembering to pilfer from their home, earthworm hole. After hanging the 4 individuals from the tree yesterday, Jiang Ping had also taken their watches. He then led Jiang Yuemo, Jiang and Qin Yinshu to the locations where the 4 had hidden their belongings. Huang Husan was indeed crafty, hiding items in 3 different places, some even concealed in the earthworm hole. The group worked through the night to transport the stolen goods to the Tianlang Mercenary Corps, gradually moving most of the items over the course of the night. Chu Tian was bewildered by the sudden influx of wealth presented by Jiang Yuemo. How had she become so rich overnight? Had she resorted to robbery? Understanding the meaning in Chu Tian's gaze, Jiang Ping nodded knowingly. Yes, we just committed robbery. Chapter 28, Disposing of Stolen Goods. You? Who did you rob? Looking at the abundance of items, from tables to chairs and various knickknacks, it truly seemed they had not merely raided a home, but had engaged in outright robbery. Jiang Yuemo awkwardly scratched his head and said, "It's a long story. Can these items from Captain Chu be exchanged for points?" "They can be exchanged, indeed, but not here. Allow me to take you to a place where it is possible." Jiang Yuemo nodded as Chu Tian directed his team to move items, leading them to a street Jiang Yuemo had never ventured into before. Upon entering the last shop on this street, she was immediately struck by the brilliance that made it difficult for her to open her eyes. To be frank, it resembled a lavish bathhouse from the northeast, resplendent in gold and glitter. 2 burly bodyguards stood at the entrance beneath a luxurious crystal chandelier that dazzled the eyes, while a solid wooden table stood before them, behind which sat a portly gentleman exuding affluence. Upon seeing Chu Tian enter, Wan Fugue flashed his golden smile, revealing his large, gem-encrusted hands as he warmly grasped Chu Tian's hand. "The esteemed Captain Chu graces us with his presence. How could we not extend a grand welcome? Your visit truly illuminates our humble abode." Chu Tian responded with a subtle smile, gently withdrawing his hand after the greeting. "Wan, it's been a while." Wan Fugue nodded enthusiastically, appreciating that Chu Tian was a man of culture, someone he preferred to engage with, especially those with significant connections. With a hearty chuckle, Wan Fugue patted his belly, causing a resonant sound. "What brings you to my establishment, Captain Chu?" "I have brought a friend to handle some matters," Chu Tian replied. Wan Fugue's gaze shifted to the individuals behind Chu Tian, finally recognizing the distinction of Jiang Yuemo, realizing she was indeed the friend he had mentioned. Jiang Yuemo refrained from further trivialities, directing his gaze towards the individuals behind him who were carrying items, signaling to Wan Fugue to take notice. "My friend, I, Wan Fugue, have traversed the world for many years, thriving amidst the currents of fortune, akin to a carp leaping high. Yet, I do not accept just any refuse. Are you perhaps somewhat short-sighted to dare bring such detritus to my doorstep? You are the first to do so, and I must admit I am rather astonished, utterly flabbergasted. What idiom is this?" Wan Fugue felt a tinge of displeasure. Surely, there was no need to haul that pile of tables and chairs here. Did he truly think of him as a scrap collector? Such a notion was a humble self-deprecation, indicative of a lack of culture. But what if we were to add this? Jiang Yuemo placed 4 wristwatches upon the table, subtly piquing Wan Fugue's interest. "Ah, there's indeed a high-end piece," he remarked, as he reached out to examine each watch, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the assortment. 2 mid-range, 1 high-end, and 1 low-end. He then looked up at Captain Chu Tian and said, "Captain, Let us adhere to our customary arrangement. Regardless of the final price, I shall take 30%. How does this esteemed lady perceive this proposal? Jiang Yuemo expressed no objections, considering that regardless of the outcome, any gain was fortuitous. Very well, if there are no objections, I shall proceed. Wan Fugue eagerly picked up the watch belonging to the portly Wang Tianbao and opened it with a hint of excitement. The first luxury timepiece revealed itself, boasting a mere 21 points, quite a rarity. However, disappointment washed over him as he found nothing of substance within. If only he had drawn something of greater value, he could have amassed a more substantial reward. Fortunately, this watch held considerable worth, and he could easily persuade the others to sell it to him later. After making this observation, he reached for the second mid-tier watch, showcasing it to the two individuals present. This one belonged to the slender Go Sheng, accumulating 121 points. The third belonged to the tall Sanzi, with 31 points. For the fourth, Wan Fugue disdainfully tapped the last low-tier watch, sneering at it. The young lady appeared so tense. It was almost comical. Surely, she could not expect to profit from such a trinket. He wouldn't even accept it if offered. Whether I can strike it rich hinges on this one, doesn't it? He chuckled, dismissing the earlier 3 draws as mere trifles. And this last one was even inferior. Its lens marred. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuemo's heart raced anxiously. She was acutely aware that this watch belonged to Huang Husan, who certainly had a trick up his sleeve. Wan Fugue, nonchalantly following the procedure, caught sight of Jiang Yuemo's anxious demeanor and scoffed. He was skeptical that anything remarkable could emerge from this. Yet in an instant, his breath caught in disbelief, and he found himself recounting the points once more. Jiang Yuemo was in an anxious state, leaning in to take a closer look. Goodness, countless. Wan Fugue raised an eyebrow, a grin stretching from ear to ear, reminiscent of a fortune cat, which made Jiang Yuemo feel an unsettling familiarity. Before she could ponder further, her gaze was drawn once again to the staggering figure of 33,871. Adding the previous deduction of 30%, I would receive 10,213, a neat sum of over 100,000. Not to mention, even Chu Tian was left astonished. A woman named Jiang Yuemo was already contemplating a path that veered towards illicit activities. Ahem, Miss Jiang, I, Wan, have chosen to befriend you. Those trinkets of yours can remain with me. Rest assured, I will offer you a price that is completely fair, devoid of any deception. Truly a treasure that one cannot bear to part with. It was evident that Wan Fugue had developed an infatuation with the lowly watch in his possession. Ahem, Miss Jiang, there is something I neglected to mention before my arrival. Chu Tian had not anticipated that Jiang Yuemo would manifest such immense wealth. He felt a twinge of envy, but not to the extent of compromising his moral compass or resorting to nefarious deeds. If the points exceed 300, I strongly advise you to spend them here. Following Chu Tian's gaze, Jiang Yuan noticed that Wan Fugue's grip on the watch had remained unyielding. His demeanor, though seemingly cheerful, bore an underlying tension, and the warmth in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a more guarded expression. The two bodyguards at the entrance had, unbeknownst to them, shifted from a position of indifference to one of direct confrontation, as an unsettling and tense atmosphere enveloped the room. Understood. It's a case of black eating black, as I have seen in crime dramas. Jiang Yuemo turned around, resting her hand on the wristwatch, her smile radiant and bright. Our points will be entirely spent here with you, so I kindly ask you to keep this a secret. Wan Fugue was exceedingly pleased. Interacting with culture individuals was effortless, for they all shared a common understanding. There was no need for discord. Oh, what are you saying, little Jiang? From now on, I shall be your dear elder brother, and you will be my cherished younger sister. Should you require assistance, count on me to stand by you, ready to face any challenge without hesitation. Brother, it's better for you to say fewer idioms than to say anything at all. Haha, I do appreciate your straightforward nature. You don't hide from me. I almost forgot. Not everyone can pursue education. Little Jiang, perhaps you grasp only a portion of what I say, so I shall express myself in a more comprehensible manner. There is no need for excessive simplicity. She felt quite articulate already. Wan Fugue's gaze towards Jiang Yuemo softened considerably. He recalled his mother mentioning that he often encountered someone who would bring him fortune. He had felt a twinge of envy then, and now he found himself in a similar situation. Not merely good fortune, but an abundance of it. Chapter 29. Becoming an auxiliary member of the mercenary group? Sister, let us discuss a transaction. Here, you can exchange for food and weaponry, everything you could desire. State your requirements, and I shall recommend suitable products at reasonable prices. Over 30,000 points. Is that enough to buy a house? We wish to purchase a home. Juan Fugue sputtered, tea spraying from his mouth. Taken aback by Jiang Yuemo's words, Chu Tian was also surprised, not expecting the young lady to have such lofty aspirations. How much does a house cost? Juan Fugue chuckled, realizing that ignorance was bliss. Perhaps it is the unknowing who are fearless. Buying a house might require even more points. But isn't Miss Jiang residing in the eastern part of the city? Oh, do you sell houses in the east? We can negotiate a fair price. Even the most naive Jiang Yuemo has come to realize that selling the house in the east of a city is akin to losing a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. Currently, she has an abundance of food, the meat, vegetables, rice, and flour seeds from Huang Husan are more than sufficient for her and Qin Minshu to endure the winter. This season, they need not worry about sustenance or warmth. Valuable items, such as furniture, purification machines, and preservation devices have all been transported for resale. As for medicine, I desire the A-grade potions. Juan Fugue stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yuemo would directly request A-grade potions. A-grade potions? How fortuitous. I happen to possess 3 of them. Although these items are invaluable yet scarce, I have just the right quantity. Juan Fugue turned and retreated to the inner chamber, re-emerging with a black, portable cold storage medicine box. Inside lay 3 azure test tubes, quietly resting amidst a light mist, containing absolutely pure A-grade potions. However, let us address the terms first. Business is business. While you are my dear little sister, the original price stands at 30,000. I shall offer you an 8% discount, bringing it down to 24,000. 24,000 for the 3, agreed. With these, Qin Yinshu might just regain his health. Juan Fugue shook his head, emphasizing 24,000 each. Chu Tian adjusted his glasses and nodded towards Jiang Yuemo, affirming, indeed, that is the correct price, and it is worth noting that it is scarce in the market. At an auction, it could fetch 50,000. Thus, adding this to the equation, Jiang Yuemo extracted the orange energy crystal from his pocket and placed it upon the table. Sister, even with this, it remains insufficient. The orange energy crystal, though costly, was merely worth 500 points, a sum that had once seemed monumental to Jiang Yuemo, yet now felt barely adequate. What are these at the back? If it weren't for the presence of your high-end goods, he continued, let me put it this way, sister, selling items incurs a handling fee. Is that not enticing enough for you? I could serve as a bodyguard. The 2 burly men at the entrance exchanged glances. Brother, in less than 3 minutes, someone is plotting to take our lives. I've heard, second brother. Jiang Yuemo, fearing that he might not believe her, dashed in front of the 2 bodyguards and, before the second brother could react, effortlessly lifted him in a princess carry. Startled, the second brother squealed, his delicate fingers raised in alarm, appearing quite bashful. I truly can do this. I can carry 2, just watch. All right, I believe you. Please set me down. Once safely on the ground, he rushed into the embrace of the elder brother, weeping like a valiant warrior. Chu Tian struggled to suppress his laughter. Each time he witnessed her showcase her strength, the scene felt rather surreal. Oh, but I must say, your abilities are quite impressive. I'll reserve 3 months' worth of the potion for you. He would never divulge that it would expire in 3 months. Thus, Ms. Jiang Yuemo purchased an A-grade potion in full. As she and Chu Tian exited the door, she remained astonished, having exchanged an entire truckload of goods for such a diminutive vial. They even gifted her a potion freezer, promising tenfold compensation for any counterfeit, with an abundance of after-sales service. Miss Jiang, your prowess is remarkable. Would you be interested in joining our mercenary group? Me, Jiang Yuemo, with her petite head, was filled with great perplexity. Am I capable as well? Is your review process this hasty? Ha ha ha. Miss Jiang was merely jesting. Your abilities are evident to all. and we are in dire need of talents like you. After all, it is the first time in his life that he has witnessed a woman capable of lifting two formidable men and sprinting away with such swiftness. Jiang Yuemo, with a resolute expression of righteousness, firmly declined, saying, "No, no, no. I still need to care for Qin Yinshu at home." In her heart, she thought, "The difficulty of your tasks is exceedingly high. The income is unstable, there is no freedom, and it offers no retirement. I'm quite clear about my priorities. Such a pity, but may I invite you to become a temporary staff member? You may consider it as a part-time position, with remuneration based on the difficulty of each task before it begins." Speaking of tasks, Jiang had previously mentioned a particular project involving a peanut field inhabited by a group of porcupines seeking to collaborate with you. Porcupines, splendid. We have clients who urgently require porcupine quills. We shall take on this task. Please contemplate the temporary position. As a temporary staff member, you would have the opportunity to reside in the mercenary group's family quarters. Living in the family quarters was a considerable temptation for Jiang Yuemo, as she yearned to temporarily escape her home and evade scrutiny. All right, it's settled. As their conversation progressed, they drew nearer to Jiang Yuemo's residence. Qin Yinshu stood at the entrance, counting the bullet casings in his hand. Upon hearing the sound of the electric vehicle, he lifted his head. The moment his gaze met Jiang Yuemo's, his eyes sparkled, but recalling her admonition that he must not leave home even a step, he could only stand there anxiously waving his hand. "Wife, dear wife." Jiang Yuemo was initially filled with excitement, but upon hearing him call out those two phrases with a voice that was both crisp and tender, she hurriedly rushed over, covering his mouth. "Who taught you that? My dear wife, MMM." Jiang Yuemo, unable to spare a moment to bid farewell to Chu Tian, clutched her medicine kit tightly and dragged Qin Yinshu into the house, firmly covering his mouth. She was utterly astonished to discover this side of Qin Yinshu. Chu Tian leisurely lit a cigarette, his demeanor exuding a languid air as he reminisced about the past shared with Qin Yinshu. The taciturn man from his memories had long since vanished, leaving behind this foolish individual who required assistance even for the most basic needs. He irritably extinguished the cigarette, exhaling one last plume of smoke before starting the car, eager to escape the clamor behind him. Perhaps this A-grade potion would bring about his recovery. "Qin Yinshu, who taught you to utter such words?" Jiang Yuemo's ears flushed crimson at the intimate address, truly a moment of social embarrassment. Chapter 30, Side Effects. Jiang Ping. He exclaimed. "He said he wants to marry a wife to sleep with. We sleep together every day, so he must be my wife, right? What's wrong with that?" Qin Yinshu declared with conviction, gazing at Jiang Yuemo. "Everything is wrong. The kind of sleeping Jiang Ping referred to is not the same as our sleeping. Jiang Ping, you are truly a troublemaker. Since we sleep differently, I wish for you to be my wife," Jiang Ping continued. "A wife is the person who treats me best in this world. If you are my wife, you cannot be the best for anyone else. Your mind works quite swiftly. Who said you were foolish?" Qin Yinshu remarked as he scooped Jiang Yuemo into his arms, moving toward the bed, his head nuzzling gently against her. "I am not foolish. I want to sleep a different kind of sleep. You are aware of that. Indeed, you are not foolish. Stay away. I could never sleep with you," Jiang Yuemo protested, scrambling across the bed in an attempt to break free from Qin Yinshu's grasp. Qin Yinshu tilted his head, confused and deeply saddened. Mo usually cuddles with me to sleep. Why is it different this time? I haven't even asked what kind of sleep is different. What is this different kind of sleep? Mo. Why are you avoiding me?" Jiang Yuemo came to realize that he had overreacted. He truly understood nothing at all, and it was merely a false alarm. The essence of a different kind of slumber lies in the ritual of consuming this elixir before bedtime. Jiang Yuemo, struck by a sudden inspiration, pressed the grade A potion into his hand. "A potion? It's for your foolish head." "I am not foolish." "Excessive, oh Jiang Yuemo. You are excessive." In a fit of anger, Qin Yinshu gulped down the potion in one go and turned away, sulking and ignoring Jiang Yuemo. All right. You are not foolish, but why are you sweating so profusely?" In mere moments, Qin Yinshu began to sweat excessively, as if he were being steamed alive. Without any warning, he toppled backward, unresponsive to Jiang Yuemo's frantic calls. It seemed the potion was taking effect, but this was far too swift. His temperature soared. and his breathing grew increasingly labored. After approximately 5 minutes, Qin Yinshu began to show signs of discomfort. Jiang Yuemo observed his furrowed brow, his hands gripping the sweat-soaked sheets beneath him. Qin Yinshu's face visibly transformed into a deep crimson hue, the veins in his neck standing out prominently. And Jiang Yuemo could hear the grinding of his teeth. To prevent him from inflicting harm upon himself, Jiang Yuemo took a piece of cloth, forcefully pried open his mouth, and stuffed it inside. Qin Yinshu, can you hear me? Wake up. As soon as Jiang Yuemo's words fell, a pained cry escaped from Qin Yinshu's throat, followed by a violent struggle that caused him to tumble directly off the bed. For a moment, he clutched his head in agony, while at another, his hands desperately clawed at the ground, the tips of his fingers beginning to show signs of abrasion from his frantic grasping. Qin Yinshu, awaken a little, do not. Jiang Yuemo felt utterly powerless, her heart aching at the sight of him. She could only cling to him tightly, preventing him from inflicting harm upon himself. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the rope, and with a steely resolve, she bound him once more. Qin Yinshu resembled a ferocious beast, his eyes wide open and bloodshot, pupils dilated, veins bulging on his neck. His restrained body thrashed violently on the bed, even resorting to striking his head against the bed frame. Jiang Yuemo held him tightly in her embrace, soothing him as tears and snot streamed down his face. Gradually, Qin Yinshu's struggles diminished, and he slowly quieted down, leaning against Jiang Yuemo as he drifted into a deep slumber. Jiang Yuemo untied him and gently wiped his body with water, striving to ease his discomfort while also providing a measure of cooling relief. All she could do was pray for Qin Yinshu to safely navigate this ordeal. Fortunately, it appeared that the most perilous phase had been surmounted, and she hoped for his swift awakening. After changing him into fresh attire, Jiang Yuemo resolved to prepare a new set of bedding. Sharing a single quilt for two was indeed lacking in decorum. Having previously endured with only one blanket due to their impoverished circumstances, they now found themselves in a position where separate arrangements were feasible. Once Qin Yinshu regained consciousness, she intended to procure a new bed, as despite their nominal status as husband and wife, it would be inappropriate to share a bed should he recover his memories. Jiang Yuemo's mind was in disarray. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Qin Yinshu suddenly turn over, and her heart was irresistibly drawn to him. It was only when he remained still that she finally felt a sense of relief. She reached out to touch his forehead. It was pleasantly cool, no longer feverish, though a hint of moisture had begun to form. It seemed he might start sweating again. Perhaps she had changed his clothes too soon. Nevertheless, it was of little concern, as Qin Yinshu possessed 8 identical outfits, more than sufficient for his needs. Jiang Yuemo intends to craft a quilt cover from the fabric salvaged from Huanghusan, while the bedsheets are readily available and appear to be brand new. Unfortunately, there is no cotton left for the quilt filling, and she plans to procure some when time permits, for there are still many preparations to be made for the winter. Cotton, firewood, heating devices. Tomorrow, she is set to accompany Chu Tian, Jiang En, and Jiang Ping to the hedgehog peanut fields, hoping that nothing unexpected will occur. As she mentally calculates the time, she continues her work without pause, contemplating whether she should take a glance at Qin Yinshu. Fortunately, all the quilts in the house are crafted by her, and she is well aware of their dimensions, rendering any further measurements unnecessary. She must also prepare a pillow and 2 pillowcases. Jiang Yuemo contemplated as she spread the fabric upon the floor. After measuring the dimensions, she commenced her work. By afternoon, Qin Yinshu's perspiration began to increase significantly, and his body temperature surged dramatically, initiating yet another round of turmoil. However, this time, it was evidently less strenuous than the previous ordeal. Observing the soiled garments once again, she clicked her tongue and decided to remove them. After all, they were among friends, and this was hardly the moment to be concerned about such trivialities. Qin Yinshu had previously exhibited remarkable self-discipline. His physique was truly impressive. Unable to resist, Jiang Yuemo discreetly brushed her hand against him, marveling at the silky texture. Before long, Qin Yinshu's temperature soared once more, his skin visibly reddening at an alarming rate. Jiang Yuemo hastily took the rope once more to bind him, and it was truly peculiar. The bedding was not only damp, but also sticky and tied up. It was an unbearable sight. "Sister Jiang, are you at home?" Jiang Ping barged in, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he swiftly retreated. "Goodness! Sister Jiang, are you indulging in such playful antics? Why is the door left unlocked? Get out!" Jiang Yuemo, despite having 100 mouths, found herself at a loss for words, her frustration causing steam to rise from her head. Jiang, leisurely holding a toothbrush, approached with a nonchalant demeanor, inquiring, "What's the matter, brother? Why aren't you going in?" Jiang Ping playfully smacked her on the back of the head, saying, "What do you know, little one? Finish brushing your teeth. You shouldn't have come out before you're done. So annoying. I'm already 21. Jiang retorted, forcefully spitting out a mouthful of toothpaste onto Jiang Ping before dashing away. Chapter 31. The Siege of the Porcupine. 1. After being tossed and turned several times throughout the night, Qin Yinshu finally stirred awake, murmuring, "Mo." Jiang Yuemo groggily opened her eyes, her hands still tightly gripping the rope that bound Qin Yinshu. Mo. I'm feeling unwell. I need to relieve myself." Qin Yinshu's eyes were tinged with red, anxiously tossing and turning on the bed, feeling as though every bone in his body was about to shatter. Oh, all right." Jiang Yuemo hurriedly untied him, ready to assist him in addressing significant matters in life. "Qin Yinshu, do you feel any discomfort, or perhaps has something come to mind?" After pondering for a moment, Qin Yinshu shook his head. "No." For reasons unknown, Jiang Yuemo felt a sense of relief. Yet the conflicting emotions that had lodged in her heart began to churn once more. After changing the sheets and Qin Yinshu's clothes, she lay on the edge of the bed, forcing herself to close her eyes. Momo sleep. Qin Yinshu cautiously edged closer. Initially, it was a gentle touch. Upon sensing no resistance from Jiang Yuemo, he exhaled in relief. "Good morning, Momo." Qin Yinshu felt invigorated. Previously, each breath had caused a stabbing pain in his chest. But since awakening yesterday, that discomfort had vanished. Even the pervasive sensation, akin to being crawled over by ants or gnawed upon by small creatures, had dissipated. He no longer woke in the night from inexplicable headaches. Instead, he had enjoyed a peaceful slumber while holding Momo close. This was indeed a different kind of sleep, and he relished it. "Qin Yinshu, do you feel unwell?" The previous night had been too dark for a thorough examination, so this morning, Jiang Yuemo scrutinized him from head to toe. On the surface, he appeared unchanged. In fact, his skin seemed even healthier. It was a texture that Jiang Yuemo, who was exposed to the elements daily, envied. Qin Yinshu shook his head, then nodded slightly. "I need to relieve myself." After addressing Qin Yinshu's essential needs, changing clothes, and having breakfast, Jiang Yuemo planned to take him to participate in the upcoming operation against the hedgehogs. "Sister Jiang, we are ready. We can depart at any time." The siblings were dressed impeccably, with Jiang Ping securing a machete at his waist, while Jiang retained his ever-present dagger concealed within his attire. Jiang Yuemo had sent a message to Chu Tian early on, and the sound of a vehicle approached the entrance. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the already assembled members of the Tianlang Mercenary Corps. "Let us depart." To their surprise, they encountered Qin Yinshu, which left Chu Tian with an almost surreal sensation. "Miss Jiang, I'm truly grateful to you." Most of the team members shared a deep bond with Qin Yinshu, and witnessing his star transformation from before brought tears to the eyes of some younger members. Damn it, good people never get there just for rewards. Brother Qi is living quite well now, far better than we are, so do not fret. Do you have no conscience? My illustrious and mighty brother Qi, the youngest among them, Liming, merely 16, turned away in sorrow. Jiang Yuemo scratched his head awkwardly, realizing that it was not too troublesome. He was quite obedient. "Let us set off," he suggested. "All right, let us embark," came the response. Chu Tian wore an expression akin to that of Aunt Chu, one that conveyed understanding, which made Jiang Yuemo feel somewhat uneasy about the daily, laissez-faire approach to caring for Qin Yinshu. The group of 15, traveling in 3 modified armored vehicles, headed towards the peanut fields indicated by Jiang Ping. Towering trees and lush greenery whizzed past the windows, while grotesque, mutated flora loomed menacingly. For everyone except Jiang Yuemo, such sights had become mundane. It is just ahead, but the vehicles cannot proceed. We must walk from here, someone announced. Thus the group disembarked, lightening their load and arming themselves with shields and weapons as they continued onward. Jiang Yuemo gazed upon the patch of peanut fields situated gracefully beside a meandering stream. The leaves of the peanut plants had now turned a golden hue, signaling the imminent harvest. 3 diminutive porcupines were foraging beneath the peanut vines, their quills glistening with a lustrous sheen. The mercenaries had formed a semi-encirclement, stealthily concealing themselves, yet had yet to detect the presence of any larger porcupines. These creatures favor dark, cool, dry, and clean habitats, particularly thriving in mountainous grasslands or dense woodlands adjacent to crops. Typically, a family resides together in a single burrow, and being nocturnal, they engage in small group activities, emerging at night along established routes. Their movements are relatively sluggish, often returning to the same location over several nights to scavenge. The presence of only 3 young ones indicated that the adults were likely nearby, perhaps nestled in a cave or tree hollow. Having organized the formation, Chu Tian directed his team to cautiously approach the young porcupines, striving to avoid startling them. They remained vigilant for large tree hollows and porcupine droppings, seeking signs of the adult porcupines. Acknowledged. Jiang Ping moved alongside the mercenaries, while Jiang and trailed behind, fuming with the irritable Qin Yinchu. Although Qin Yinchu wished to accompany Jiang Yuemo, he dared not disobey her, opting instead to cautiously lie low among the grass. Recognizing Jiang Yuemo's audacious nature and her lack of experience in teamwork, Chu Tian decided to keep her close to avert any potential mishaps stemming from her boldness. Despite their youth, the 3 porcupines still fell within the category of sizable prey. Their eyes and ears were diminutive, with robust skulls, pronounced nuchal crests, and long, broad nasal bones, measuring nearly half the length of their heads. The quills on their hindquarters were dense and elongated, with their tails concealed among them. The fur on their foreheads and backs was a soft brown, adorned with creamy white stripe patterns. Indeed, these little creatures exuded an undeniable charm. If the young ones were already of such size, the adults would undoubtedly be even larger, necessitating a heightened sense of caution. As Jiang Yuemo cast a fleeting glance, her previously tense demeanor transformed instantly into one of excitement and exhilaration. In her fervor, she struck Chu Tian with such force that he nearly coughed up blood. Ahem! What is the matter? Look, sweet potatoes! Following the direction of Jiang Yuemo's finger, upon closer inspection, one could discern a colossal tree behind the peanut field, beneath which a tangle of sweet potato vines meandered, not easily noticeable. Previously, I had pondered why the porcupines had taken over a patch of peanuts, considering they were more inclined towards tuberous sustenance. Now it appears that this area harbors not only peanuts, but also sweet potatoes, and likely in abundance. The peanut fields seem to cover merely a little over 10 square meters, which is hardly sufficient for the porcupine family. Jiang Yuemo's calculations were indeed accurate. The sweet potato field must have been shielded by the dense canopy of the towering tree. It is likely that Jiang Ping, during his previous visit, was overly cautious of the porcupines and failed to conduct a thorough inspection. This tree may very well serve as their lair, so everyone must exercise caution. Porcupines possess remarkable climbing abilities, with certain species spending the majority of their time aloft in the trees. However, this particular specimen, given its substantial size, is likely to reside within a hollow trunk. Chapter 32. The Pursuit of Porcupines, Part 2. Chengyu, take 4 individuals and proceed ahead to dig traps swiftly, ensuring minimal noise. Li Ming and Lin Muzin each lead 2 people to set up the pre-prepared bait to divert the young porcupines. The remaining members should further ascertain the location of the adult porcupines, strategically placing bait to ensure they follow the designated path we have established. Chu Tian created a group on his wristwatch, adding Jiang Yuemo, Jiang Ping, and Jiang'an, where he assigned tasks to them. Jiang Yuemo felt a peculiar sensation, as though she were engaged in a grand immersive live-action role-playing game. Very well. Understood. The highly trained mercenaries swiftly set up the bait, while the young piglet patrolled its territory. Suddenly, it caught a whiff of an enticing aroma of corn. irresistibly following the team, led by Liming and Lin Musin, away from the peanut field. Cheng Yu and the other four began their vigorous excavation efforts. Just as Chu Tian and Jiang Yuemo sought to further ascertain the location of the adult porcupine, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A sound erupted from their right rear, a grunting noise from the porcupine, accompanied by a heavy rustling, startling the group who believed themselves to be well concealed. The enormous porcupine, clearly roused from slumber by the alluring scent, emerged from its burrow, shaking its head in confusion. Their initial assumptions were misguided. The porcupine had not been in the tree hole they had anticipated, but had been sleeping soundly behind them all along. This imminent danger sent a chill down Jiang Yuemo's spine. Fortunately, Chu Tian reacted swiftly, guiding Jiang Yuemo to conceal themselves once more. The large porcupine, sniffing the air, followed the smaller piglet towards Liming and Lin Musin. Such a glutton. Fortune favored Chu Tian in three aspects: timing, location, and human resource. However, he had failed to consider the porcupine's remarkable sense of smell. The large porcupine's movements obliterated Chu Tian's meticulously crafted plan. Cheng Yu promptly arranged the bait. Indeed, the adult porcupine detected the unfamiliar scent in the air, cautiously sniffing the delicious aroma of corn. Although it remained vigilant, the irresistible fragrance overwhelmed its reason, causing it to dismiss any sense of danger. It could never have imagined that such a delectable scent stemmed from technology and cunning. Liming and Lin Musin joyfully soaked leaves in corn-flavored essence, casting them along the path they had devised. As they inhaled the enticing aroma, another sweet and tempting scent wafted through the air, causing both massive pigs to hesitate, standing still in indecision. What to do? Everything smelled so delightful. However, Cheng Yu's concoction was specifically designed to attract the adult porcupine, ensuring the plan proceeded smoothly. Jiang Yuemo exhaled in relief. Had things not gone according to plan, it could have become far more troublesome, especially if Qin Yinshu were to be harmed. Chu Tian stealthily accompanied Jiang Yuemo as they followed the adult porcupine, drawing ever closer to Cheng Yu. Just as the adult porcupine was about to step into the trap, a larger male porcupine behind it suddenly froze, its quills erect, revealing an aggressive stance. Intruder. The female porcupine continued to forage for leaves, but unfortunately, it lost its footing and fell victim to the trap, which had been set with a steel jaw. The sharp mechanism pierced the upper half of the porcupine, causing it to scream in agony, trapped and unable to escape. The sight of the copious blood incited the male porcupine to exclaim, "Wife." It charged toward Jiang Yuemo's position in a frenzy. Not good. Defensive position. Throw the torches. Chu Tian ignited a torch, and in an instant, a ring of flames encircled the porcupine and the group. Fortunately, the mercenaries had previously established a containment zone, preventing the fire from spreading elsewhere, effectively controlling the blaze. The male porcupine, startled by the sudden appearance of fire and noise, attempted to flee, but found itself surrounded by flames with no escape route, becoming increasingly agitated as it rooted the ground. Its bristly fur stood on end, and its long snout revealed glistening white fangs, its gaze menacingly fixed on the group. Clearly, it would not be easily deterred and was poised to retaliate. Just then, Chu Tian hurled the flaming torch towards the male porcupine, followed by Jiang Yuemo and the other mercenaries, who threw their torches as well. In an instant, sparks erupted from the straw-covered sticks, and a magnificent wall of fire surged towards the wild boar. Regardless of its fierce disposition, it could not escape the primal instinct of wild animals to fear fire, especially when faced with such an unexpected blaze. The male porcupine was driven back by the advancing flames, its hind feet singed, emitting frantic grunts as it grew increasingly agitated, attempting to charge twice but being thwarted each time. Jiang Yuemo picked up a wooden stick from the ground and aimed it at the porcupine's eye, striking it squarely in the left eye. The immense pain rendered the creature irrational. Turning its back to the crowd, it charged forward, playing right into Cheng Yu's hands. With shield in hand, Cheng Yu deftly sidestepped, causing the male porcupine to crash into the trap behind him, immobilized and unable to turn over. Ha ha ha, foolish beast. Cheng Yu reveled in his triumph. Although the pit was only half dug due to the haste of the moment, Its functionality was undeniable. The male porcupine struggled momentarily, but just as the mercenaries were closing in to subdue it, it summoned an unexpected strength and flipped over, its sharp quills aimed at the nearest mercenary. It struck him with such force that he was impaled and sent flying a considerable distance. The sudden turn of events prompted the remaining mercenaries, who had initially rushed to extinguish the flames, to converge once more. Fire! With a comrade injured, there was no time for hesitation. At Chu Tian's command, the mercenaries unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the porcupine, and within roughly a minute, the massive creature was reduced to a sieve. Jiang Yuemo found it incomprehensible and was greatly astonished. If they were able to fire, why did they not do so from the outset? No worries, boss. We are on our way to meet you. We shall arrive promptly. Jiang Yuemo gazed at the injured mercenary being carried away, her heart a tumult of emotions. Yet she could not suppress her curiosity. Why, when one is capable of firing a weapon, must one take such a convoluted route? Chu Tian remained silent for a moment before responding. Miss Jiang, the value of military supplies far exceeds your imagination. There is little more I can divulge. As it pertains to confidential matters, if the residents were to discover that the armed individuals were deficient in military provisions, or that their weapons were devoid of ammunition, they would not hesitate to act recklessly. This would utterly negate any deterrent effect. It can be said that for this mission to hunt the porcupines, we have invested significantly. 11 individuals armed with a mere 50 rounds of ammunition, though that amounts to less than 5 rounds per person. Jiang Yuemo's throat was parched, rendering her speechless, while the bloodied appearance of the mercenary was etched deeply in her mind. In this land, the value of human life had been recalibrated in her thoughts. Had Chu Tian informed her at that moment that the more than 100 bullets she possessed were worth their weight in gold, she would not have carelessly stashed them beneath her bed. However, Chu Tian was unaware of her cache of bullets, nor did she comprehend the exorbitant worth of ammunition in this era. Chapter 33. The Unexpected Visitor's Boss. It seems someone is approaching. Chu Tian immediately halted all actions and crouched down, quietly counting. There were 5 individuals, approximately 500 meters away, presumably drawn here by the commotion. A swift resolution was imperative. The others hastened to deal with the porcupine and extinguish the flames, but the porcupine's quills posed a significant hindrance. The unexpected group drew closer, and Cheng Yu observed from a distance. Boss, 3 of them are carrying shotguns. They appear to be part of a hunting party. 3 individuals armed with shotguns? Are you certain they are hunting rifles? Chu Tian furrowed his brow. 5 individuals with 3 firearms did not fit the profile of an ordinary hunting party. Gather your things and retreat. We cannot afford the risk. If the opposing party has more ammunition than we do, remaining here will only lead to unnecessary casualties. We must avoid conflict at all costs. However, the individuals across from them, upon spotting Jiang Yuemo and her companions, exhibited an unusual excitement and did not retreat despite the greater numbers of the Tianlang mercenary corps. The leader, shouting from a distance, seemed anxious they might flee. Don't go! Don't go! A group of burly men jogged over. Captain Chu, what a pleasure to meet you. I am Lu Jian, the leader of the Huangshu mercenary corps. Lu Jian, stocky and short, huffed as he ran, his ample belly bouncing with each step. Pleasure to meet you, Captain Lu. Captain Chu, to be brief. I have a business proposition for you. Speak plainly. Lu Jian's eyes darted around, as if searching for something, before he lowered his voice to speak to Chu Tian. We have discovered a mine. A mine? Chu Tian was taken aback, his heart instantly filled with caution. Why would he discuss such a significant matter without reporting it? Captain Chu, the location of the mine is rather peculiar. Lu Jian appeared anxious, his gaze suddenly fixating on Jiang Yuemo and Jiang, his eyes gleaming. Captain Chu, trust me, if I take you to see it, you will understand. Are these 2 young ladies new members of the Tianlang mercenary corps? Truly impressive. Let us go together. Chu Tian subtly positioned himself in front of them, fully comprehending Lu Jian's intentions. Discovering a mine and failing to report it was tantamount to illicit mining. A course of action he could not condone. Lu Jian, perspiring profusely, was clearly exasperated by Chu Tian's lack of understanding. Captain Chu, you will understand upon seeing this. Lu Jian pulled Chu Tian to the side, gritting his teeth as he retrieved a stone the size of a fingernail from the pouch at his waist. The sunlight filtering through the tree canopy was obstructed by the two of them, and the small stone emitted a purple glow at Lu Jian's fingertips. A purple energy crystal. Even a fragment of such diminutive size could be worth a fortune. This tiny piece could easily purchase their entire mercenary group and secure his allegiance for 30 years. It is important to note that the energy required to maintain the protective shield of the safe zone is derived from purple energy crystals, which are virtually non-existent in circulation. The location of the crystal mine remains a well-guarded secret. Chu Tian felt a shift in his resolve. Initially wary of a potential deception, he now perceived that the potential reward outweighed the risk, and he needed to contemplate further. Captain Chu, is this sincerity sufficient? Lu Jian wiped the sweat from his brow. Flanked by 5 mercenaries from the wolf pack, all armed and encircling him, he feared the negotiation gone awry could escalate into violence. Yet, he genuinely had a matter of significance to discuss. It was truly fortuitous that Lu Jian had stumbled upon this crystal mine. Operating such a mine illegally could result in expulsion from the city, and one might even face death, given the critical nature of the mine's location. Captain Chu, this could very well be an undeveloped new mine. Follow me, and we shall converse along the way. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tian exchanged a glance with Cheng Yu, who understood and drove off with a truck laden with hedgehogs. Chu Tian, accompanied by the remaining 4 team members, as well as Qin Yinshu, Jiang Yuemo, and the Jiang siblings, trailed Lu Jian. Sister Jiang, I have a feeling this rotund fellow is not to be trusted. He's been eyeing us. I have noticed as well. Let us proceed with caution. Jiang tightened her grip on Jiang Yuemo's wrist, feeling somewhat anxious. Jiang Ping patted Jiang on the shoulder. Then, as she turned, he stood beside her and made a comical face. Ha ha, big silly. Don't worry, little sister. I've got your back. Jiang rolled her eyes, feeling that having such a foolish older brother was her greatest source of frustration. What is Lu Jian looking at? Nothing much, Captain Chu. This is the issue I have encountered. Lu Jian deliberated before deciding to lay everything bare. 3 months ago, we discovered this crystal mine. After ongoing development, we established a passage. The initial portion of the mine was quite ordinary, filled with rubble, and just as I thought it was a worthless site, the cave collapsed. Last night, as I was preparing to abandon the excavation, I extracted this from the mine door. Lu Jian gently patted his abdomen, gesturing towards Chu Tian. Even a minuscule amount is invaluable to me, Captain Chu. I am not particularly ambitious. I am merely driven by curiosity. As for money, I only need enough to get by. But when such a significant opportunity presents itself, I can't help but desire to taste its flavor. Captain Lu, so generously, shared the location of the crystal mine without fear of me, the gentleman first and rogue second, Chu. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, surprised by Lu Jian's well-known pettiness and vengeful nature. He never expected him to divulge such exclusive information. I trust Captain Chu's reputation. After all, it is your esteemed name on the line. To be frank, I had already dispatched individuals to monitor this place 3 months ago. The newly organized mine is rather diminutive, too cramped for us robust men. Thus, I hope. Lu Jian's gaze fell upon Jiang and Jiang Yuemo. No, they are not members of our mercenary group and should not partake in such perilous endeavors. Jiang Yuemo sensed the penetrating gaze of the 2 individuals quietly conversing at the forefront, their eyes fixated upon her and Jiang. Though their words were inaudible, an ominous premonition enveloped her, particularly ignited by Lu Jian's expression brimming with astonishment. Could it be that Chu Tian intended to betray them? Perhaps the chubby boy and his brother-in-law had informed on them. Jiang and Jiang Yuemo exchanged glances, each discerning the unspoken thoughts reflected in the other's eyes. Lu Jian's eyes widened in realization. It was over. His secrets had been unveiled prematurely. Captain Chu, we are now inextricably linked. You are aware of my secret, and you must assist me. The profits can be split 55 to 45. Captain Lu, what are you saying? I do not comprehend. Chapter 34. The Wolfpack in the Woods. Lu Jian, whose mind operated slowly and whose temperament was impatient, had not anticipated that Chu Tian would refuse him. Why would one forfeit a lucrative opportunity especially with the prospect of a crystal mine. Gaining control over this mine could enable them to establish a new city. Prior to his arrival, he had encountered Jiang En and Jiang Yuemo, and his uncle had mentioned that these two young women possessed remarkable skills. Thus, he had conducted a discreet investigation, although recent distractions surrounding the crystal mine had delayed his plans. Fate had conspired to bring them together in this moment. Two seemingly unremarkable, yet capable girls were a boon to his ambitions. Captain Chu, if you merely hand over those two girls to me, I shall share the spoils with you. Once he seized control of the two girls, compelling them to mine energy crystals ceaselessly for him, he would amass an inexhaustible wealth. What significance did a mere fingernail-sized energy crystal hold? It would not only allow him to avenge the grievances against Jiang Yuemo and his uncle, but also facilitate mining, an opportunity yielding dual benefits. Wait, what is it now? Chu Tian forcefully interrupted Lu Jian's impotent fury, having detected an unusual scent in the air. The once wolf-like stare directed at Lu Jian transformed as Qin Yinshu suddenly grasped Jiang Yuemo's arm, his body taut as a drawn bow, his expression grave as he surveyed their surroundings. Montak, what is the matter? Qin Yinshu, what is it? Jiang Yuemo felt a sense of confusion. However, at that moment, a sound emanating from the forest caused her body to stiffen, enveloping her in an instant of tension and gravity. Howls echoed through the air. Were they wolves? Captain Lu, did you notice any wolf packs while you were keeping watch earlier? Never encountered such a thing. Lu Jian was on the verge of tearing his hair out in despair. It was over. Surely he was doomed. Jiang Yuemo scanned the surroundings and shouted loudly to the crowd, "Climb the trees. Wolf cannot ascend." Upon hearing this, the others swiftly followed suit. Just as Jiang Ping was lifting Jiang and onto a tree and preparing to climb up himself, a swift and dark figure suddenly lunged at them. Fortunately, Jiang Ping reacted in time, scaling the tree with remarkable agility, successfully evading the colossal wolf's attack. The wolf was terrifyingly large, 3 times the size of what Jiang Yuemo had ever known. Not far away, from the thicket, pairs of eyes glimmering with an eerie green light emerged. It seemed there was no escape. She furrowed her brow. Casting a glance at the encroaching pack of wolves before her eyes fell upon the tree that had just been attacked, its bark sliced cleanly by the wolf's formidable claws, leaving deep gashes. 3 or 5 massive wolves prowled restlessly beneath the tree, occasionally attempting to leap up, but their efforts were in vain, and they showed no intention of departing. Wolves typically do not abandon their territory easily. This place was either theirs or held something they considered prey. Chu Tian gazed at the wolves below, lost in thought. Their group had taken refuge in 3 trees, with 21 wolves total, and beneath his and Lu Jian's tree, there were as many as 15, with one even attempting to climb atop another. In the distance, a particularly sleek and imposing wolf raised its proud head to regard them. "Captain Lu, did you take something from him?" Lu Jian raked his fingers through his hair, exclaiming, "Impossible! I haven't touched anything. I've been living off the provisions from the team, and this is my first visit to the mine in over a month." Chu Tian's gaze lingered on his abdomen. Deep in contemplation, Jiang Yuemo gazed at the desolate scene before him, bewildered that it had transformed into a zone of devastation. However, the pressing concern at hand was how to extricate himself from this predicament. With noon rapidly approaching, he realized that he faced a dire fate, either being consumed by the monstrous wolf or succumbing to the merciless sun. Jiang Yuemo felt that her life was drawing to a close. With a heavy heart, she gazed up at the heavens. How beautiful this azure sky, a sight she would never behold again. How delightful, the birds soaring freely above. If only she possessed a pair of wings, she could escape from this place. The birds in the sky seemed to heed her silent plea, their flight paths abruptly shifting, gradually approaching her. Danger! Jiang Yuemo swiftly concealed herself, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp cry emanated from a nearby tree. "Caw! Oh, save me! Captain Chu, please!" To her astonishment, a gigantic bird glided overhead, its target unmistakably fixed upon the plump Lu Jian, whom it snatched up and soared towards the elevated radiation zone. The creature's weight was such that Lu's desperate struggles caused it to momentarily plummet. "Lu! Captain Lu has been taken away? Good heavens! "Captain, we must save him. Fire your weapons." "But where on earth are the bullets?" Jiang Yuemo was equally astonished by the bizarre scene unfolding before her. The colossal wolf, encircling the crowd, as if deprived of its prey, relentlessly pursued the birds soaring above, dashing across the ground with remarkable speed until it vanished from sight. At that moment, a torrent of frustration surged through Jiang Yuemo's heart. Chu Tian was equally taken aback. Yet the pressing matter at hand was to descend from the tree and seek refuge from the radiation. The proximity to the high radiation zone rendered the situation perilously treacherous. Upon reaching a safe location, the haunting image of that strange spectacle lingered like a shadow over everyone. The leader had simply vanished into the air. "Captain Chu, you must save our leader," cried the 4 mercenaries of the Yellow Weasel Mercenary Corps, their faces streaked with tears and snot. They had never anticipated that their usually timid leader would choose to sacrifice himself for their sake. "I shall dedicate my life to honor our leader," they lamented. "Oh, leader, is there still hope for you?" Jiang Yuemo felt a surge of embarrassment. She was close enough to witness everything clearly. Their leader was not acting of his own volition, and she would attest to that. "I had warned that today was not suitable for venturing outside. Even the almanac advised against it, stating that today was ill-fated for any endeavors. Our situation could certainly be construed as such. Chased by groundhogs all morning, we finally encountered a living person only to be pursued by wolves. Now, our leader had been snatched away by a bird. How could we be so unfortunate?" Chu Tian recalled that purple energy crystal as if it were the root of their misfortune. It must be said that he had uncovered the truth. At this moment, Lu Jian, grasped by the enormous bird, felt as though death was imminent. Intense radiation lashed against his skin, bringing excruciating pain. His shoulder had been pierced by the talons of the bird of prey, while the giant wolf lurked menacingly below. It seemed that ever since he had ventured into the woods with that purple energy crystal, ill fate had dogged him. The cursed purple energy crystal. It couldn't possibly be the cause. Lu Jian touched the lump on his abdomen, gritted his teeth, and reluctantly discarded it. The massive falcon screeched and suddenly released Lu Jian. Diving downward, the giant wolf fixated on the black pouch, and a lopsided struggle ensued. Yet he remained ensnared in a high radiation zone. A fierce will to survive compelled him to crawl forward. Chapter 35. The search for Lu Jian. Qin Yinshu was hungry, anxiously pacing back and forth. It was time for his afternoon nap. Come on. Qin Yinshu clung to Jiang Yuemo, seeking comfort. On another front, 4 mercenaries from the Yellow Gopher mercenary group surrounded Chu Tian, tears streaming down their faces. "Captain Chu, you must save our leader." The 4 burly men clutched at Chu Tian's sleeves, sobbing uncontrollably. Chu Tian attempted to withdraw his arm, but found himself unable to escape their grasp. "Calm down, everyone. I have already notified Cheng Yu to bring the radiation suits." "Why, Captain Chu, you are truly a good person." In the distance, Cheng Yu hurriedly approached with 8 fully equipped individuals. "Leader, we can move now." Cheng Yu brought numerous radiation suits to distribute among the group. "Qin Yinshu, you and Jiang wait here. I want to go too." Jiang Yuemo furrowed her brow, poised to utter a response when Jiang suddenly grasped her sleeve. "Sister Jiang, Qi Ge is a grown man. He knows how to take care of himself. He is not as fragile as you might think." Jiang Ping stood alongside Qin Yinshu, who towered over him significantly. Indeed, Qin Yinshu exhibited a gentle demeanor, never causing her distress or embarrassment. Rather than labeling him as a fool, it would be more accurate to describe him as somewhat naive and taciturn. Jiang Yuemo felt that this was her first formal encounter with Qin Yinshu. As she met his clear, innocent gaze, a sense of embarrassment washed over her. All this time, she had treated Qin Yinshu as her own son. "Well then, let's proceed," she said. Qin Yinshu was overjoyed, tightly grasping Jiang Yuemo's hand in delight. The group, clad in radiation-proof suits, followed the flight path of the giant bird, remaining vigilant against the lurking pack of wolves. Affirming that Lu Jian was apprehended due to the contents of his bag, Chu Tian cast a profound glance her way and gently nodded. "As far as I am aware, you can only endure an hour in the radiation zone, lest you face severe genetic degradation." Qin Yinshu initially wandered aimlessly, ultimately venturing into areas of high radiation, sustaining numerous injuries of varying severity. Indeed, after an hour, I will likely need to trouble you and Jiangping. Me, Jiang Yuemo, with a face resembling a perplexed black question mark, holds no relevance to me. We shall negotiate the remuneration with the Yellow Weasel Mercenary Corps. How does an orange energy crystal sound? Very well, boss. I'm always at the ready. Jiang Yuemo instantly transformed into SpongeBob, turning to search for Jiangping and Jiang'an. I have no issues, but I must inquire with them. Jiang'an and Jiangping are also untroubled. The one with the problem is Qin Yinshu. Wife, I do not wish to part from you. Jiang Yuemo hastily covered his mouth, shaking her head like a rattling drum, stubbornly tugging at his clothes. He hoisted Jiang Yuemo up, even casting her shoes far away, ensuring that he could serve as her feet, preventing her shoes from carrying her away. Put me down. Let her go. The four burly men of the Yellow Mongoose Mercenary Corps looked on with tearful eyes, encircling Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu. Could this living ancestor please lower the girl? They were counting on her to save their leader, and with each passing second, their leader faced greater peril. Chu Tian gently patted Qin Yinshu beside him. Big Qi, a man must heed his wife's words. Otherwise, she might just leave you. Jiang Yuemo's ears were so red they seemed to bleed. Does no one in this world care about my existence? My wife, please do not abandon me. Jiang Yuemo felt immensely grateful to Chu Tian, despite the somewhat peculiar nature of the process. Thank you for your efforts, Miss Jiang. Jiang Yuemo, Jiang'an, and Jiangping, burdened with significant responsibilities, pressed onward. Jiang'an, what is that? It seemed to be Lu Jian taking a closer look. Jiang'an grasped the collar at the nape of her neck and remarked, "That is an ant nest. It is still active, Sister Jiang. Precisely because it is active." Jiang Yuemo felt a twinge of guilt. What is that? It appears to be Lu Jian. Let us investigate further. Jiang Yuemo was restless, exclaiming, "That's a mushroom. It's poisonous." Jiang Jie, perhaps I should get you a pair of glasses. Jiangping chuckled carefreely. Ever since Jiang Jie entered the high radiation zone, she seemed to have developed severe myopia, requiring clarification on everything. Jiang Yuemo expressed, "It is not merely a semblance. She is truly on the brink of blindness." Jiang'an, I believe I am facing some difficulties. Jiang Yuemo felt her vision becoming increasingly blurred, as if a delicate veil of mist enveloped her surroundings. Is this real? Please don't frighten me, Sister Jiang, she pleaded. Jiangping and Jiang were unaffected, but only Jiang Yuemo found herself descending further into darkness, her sight now shrouded in a crimson haze. Jiang'an, why is it so red here? She exclaimed in disbelief. Goodness! As Jiang Yuemo turned around, two streams of blood tears cascaded from her eyes, a sight so horrifying that Jiangping instinctively recoiled, dragging Jiang'an back 3 steps. Sister Jiang, you must transform. Jiangping thought, fearing that Jiang Yuemo might be some mutated beast that had evolved into a human, luring them into the forest to devour them. No, I must take Jiang'an and flee. Jiangping, let go of me, you big fool. Jiang'an exclaimed. Sister Jiang is facing a genetic collapse. We must leave this place at once. But Sister Jiang isn't a genetic experiment. What genetic collapse could she possibly have? Indeed, I am just an ordinary person. What is wrong with me? Am I crying? Jiang Yuemo began to bleed profusely from her 7 orifices, yet she felt nothing, wiping the blood from her face. She approached Jiang, and with a calm demeanor. Jiangping shook his head, dismissing the peculiar thoughts that plague his mind. Sister, you are my only sister. Let's not dwell on trivial matters. We must leave swiftly. Shall we not search for Lu Jian? Jiang Yuemo believed it was merely an obstruction of vision, inconsequential indeed. However, it seemed that Lu Jian was present. Ought one not to take a glance? Regardless so, it truly appears to be him. Jiangping hastened over, discovering that Lu Jian had already lost consciousness, surrounded by a few ants, yet still clinging to life. Jiangping felt a sense of relief. As long as he was alive, there was hope for accountability. He wrapped Lu Jian securely in a radiation-proof garment and, bearing the nearly lifeless Lu Jian, Jiang guided the half-blind Jiang Yuemo as they rushed towards the low-radiation area. Thank heavens, Sister Jiang, if we could just get out quickly, we may yet be safe. Jiang Yuemo wiped her face, smeared with blood, and flashed a smile at Jiang and that she believed to be gentle, yet it appeared rather eerie. I'm fine. Don't worry, she reassured. Please don't smile. Jiang enclosed her eyes, attempting to calm her tumultuous emotions. She sensed that she would undoubtedly be plagued by nightmares that night, and resolved to leave the light on while she slept. Chapter 36. The Love of a Monkey. Mother Jiang, and it seems there is someone flying among the trees. Oh no, Sister Jiang is hallucinating. Allow me to carry you. We must hasten our pace. Jiang Yuemo squinted her eyes, striving to see more clearly. Indeed, she perceived a figure meandering through the woods, drawing ever closer to them. It was true. He was approaching. Jiang Yuemo pointed towards the approaching figure, signaling Jiang and to take notice. What? Goodness. Brother, quickly get down. Before Jiang Ping could fully comprehend Jiang An's words, his body instinctively obeyed the command. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuemo was a beat slower, only to be enveloped by a fluffy large monkey. Sister Jiang. Oh, I caught you. The monkey seized Jiang Yuemo and dashed away, swinging from the vines with increasing speed, disappearing from their sight in mere seconds. What shall we do, brother? Sister Jiang has been taken by the monkey. It's all this unfortunate creature's fault. Jiang Ping kicked Lu Jian fiercely, hoisting him up as he hurriedly made his way towards the camp, determined to rescue Jiang Yuemo as swiftly as possible. Jiang Yuemo felt the wind slicing across her cheeks like a blade, her vision clouded in a vivid crimson. She couldn't fathom why her elder brother was swinging her back and forth through the forest. Brother, could you please let me go? Oh. Jiang Yuemo was rendered deaf, unable to discern any sounds. Once she was set down by the monkey, her mind felt as muddled as soft tofu, and she leaned against a grand tree, retching violently. The troop of monkeys, intrigued by the large female monkey cradling a hairless infant, gathered around in curiosity. Oh. Mind your own business. The matriarch swatted at the surrounding monkeys, baring her teeth to drive them away. She found the fabric adorning Jiang Yuemo utterly unappealing, a dull yellow, reminiscent of her own fur, reflecting poor taste. The tiny creature, abandoned by a heartless mother due to its lack of fur, was pitiful. No witties, the mother shall love you from now on. The mother monkey tenderly nuzzled the disoriented Jiang Yuemo, who was on the verge of losing consciousness. Oh, mother loves you, she cooed, while the larger monkey cradled her in her embrace, akin to a mother with her child, gently swaying and attempting to place her upon her back. Fortunately, Jiang Yuemo, with quick reflexes, clutched tightly to the monkey's neck, preventing a fall. Though she could not gauge the distance to the ground, it felt immeasurable, as if it stretched infinitely. Oh, are you hungry? Tears of blood cascaded down Jiang Yuemo's cheeks once more. Is this monkey mute? Why does it remain silent? The surrounding monkeys observed them for a brief moment before losing interest and scampering away. The matriarchal monkey hoisted Jiang Yuemo on her back and swung from one tree to another. In a hazy daze, Jiang Yuemo sensed that she had entered a hollow in the tree. Clearly, this was the matriarch's private domain. Surely, she wouldn't contemplate devouring me, would she? Monkeys are not known to consume humans, are they? Who can say? In this bizarre place, where pigs are as large as Tyrannosaurus rex, one must wonder whether monkeys indeed feast upon humans. Lost in such thoughts, the matriarch tossed an apple her way. However, all Jiang Yuemo perceived was a spherical object hurtling towards her, which she caught with her bare hands, only to crush it with excessive force. Juice splattered onto her wristwatch. Beep. Low radiation levels detected. Safe for consumption. Hiss. Who spoke? The matriarch instantly assumed a defensive posture, rummaging through the nest, scouring every corner of the hollow, yet found no other monkey. Could it be that her own offspring had spoken? The matriarch scratched her head in confusion. Jiang Yuemo brought the apple closer, inhaling deeply, yet detected no aroma whatsoever. However, her wristwatch had just emitted a fleeting green light, indicating a low concentration, safe for consumption. A whole day had passed, and she had not eaten anything. Surely, this fruit cannot be toxic. She decided to take a taste. Extracting a piece of apple from her palm, Jiang Yuemo placed it in her mouth. The crunch of the apple echoed as she devoured it voraciously. Oh my! Who knows how long it had been since she last savored fruit. To her surprise, the apples here had evolved into a variety devoid of any apple fragrance. The sight of Jiang Yuemo, resembling a famished spirit reincarnated, stirred an overwhelming maternal affection within the great mother monkey. The air was infused with the pink bubbles emanating from her, as she delighted in the sight of her young one devouring food with such gusto, undeniably adorable. Consequently, the great mother monkey gathered all the fruits from their nest and presented them before Jiang Yuemo. Jiang Yuemo sensed that the monkey did not wish to devour her, but rather intended to nurture her. Regardless, she thought, one must first satiate their hunger. Since she was here, she might as well find contentment. If she had not possessed such a mindset, she would have succumbed to despair on her very first day. How delightful it was! After consuming an entire apple, Jiang Yuemo resumed her exploration of the fruit pile before her. As she rummaged, an unsettling feeling washed over her. The monkey in front of her was gesticulating animatedly, occasionally mimicking the opening and closing of its mouth, presumably attempting to vocalize like a monkey. Yet, could it be that she had lost her hearing? It seemed not only her hearing was gone, but she had also lost her sense of smell. As Jiang Yuemo's vision faded to black, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Oh dear! The mother monkey became frantic, darting back and forth in a flurry of activity. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she swiftly cradled Jiang Yuemo, swinging through the forest until she landed precisely by a small creek. The stream was modest in size, about 1 meter wide, meandering endlessly, its depths visible and clear. Beside the water, other monkeys and animals gathered to quench their thirst, including tigers and wild boars, while little birds frolicked in the water, chirping melodiously. The creatures coexisted without disturbing one another, creating a strangely harmonious scene reminiscent of an animated film, tranquil and serene. The mother monkey chose a spot downstream, where no other animals lingered, and submerged Jiang Yuemo entirely into the water, as if attempting to drown her. The icy water jolted Jiang Yuemo awake. She knew this monkey intended to fatten her up before devouring her. Though she had regained consciousness, she dared not open her eyes, clenching her fists and trembling in fear. The mother monkey swished her around in the stream a couple of times, sensing her shivering form before lifting her and gently placing her on a large sunlit rock. The monkey bustled around her, arranging bits of grass and stones, perhaps some apples. This is it. Am I to be served as a meal? What is that on me? A garnish? My life is forfeit. A gentle breeze brushed across Jiang Yuemo's damp body, bringing with it a chilling sensation. Yet, she felt the rock beneath her radiating warmth. Could it be that they intended to roast her alive? She had not heard any sound of a fire being lit. Could monkeys even start a fire? Poor Jiang Yuemo, too frightened to open her eyes, gradually began to hear the whispers of the wind through the distant trees, the calls of birds, and the purring of big cats. Chapter 37. A familiar face? Oh dear, the little one has awakened. The mother monkey danced excitedly beside the rock, nuzzling Jiang Yuemo and puckered her lips for a loving kiss. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air, compelling Jiang Yuemo to open her eyes. She was met with the sight of thick, dark lips descending toward her sunburned face. Stop! What is the matter, little one? Mommy wants a kiss. Ah, am I going mad? The monkey can talk. Jiang Yuemo, in a state of sheer fright, tumbled into the stream, sending splashes of water cascading onto the nearby tiger, which was lazily stretching. What a foolish hairless monkey! Exclaimed the tiger, surprisingly articulate. What has befallen this hairless creature? Why does it remain motionless? Could it be that it has been frightened to death? I have done nothing. Dear matriarch monkey, you witnessed it. The matriarch, baring her teeth in irritation, scooped up a handful of dirt and hurled it at the tiger. Keep your distance from my offspring. How absurd. I did not lay a finger on it. Why must you be unreasonable? The grand tiger stood, its powerful form shaking as it rid itself of the dirt, before leisurely ambling away a short distance to recline and lap at the stream's water. Monkey, is this your new offspring? Why is it devoid of fur? Can it even survive? A wild boar approached, grunting inquisitively, its glossy eyes fixated on Jiang Yuemo, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Mind your own business. Ha 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 ha. Surely, I have lost my mind. Tigers and pigs are conversing. Ha ha ha. Even monkeys are speaking. Indeed, I must be dreaming, merely dreaming. Jiang Yuemo closed her eyes and then opened them, awakening. A child? No, this dream feels too vivid. Consequently, Jiang Yuemo began to slap her own face furiously. Jiang Yuemo's face was streaked with tears, her heart aching for these tigers, monkeys, and pigs, who truly seemed to possess the gift of speech. The matriarch monkey, worried that she had indeed taken in a fool, anxiously grappled with the notion of animals speaking. Meanwhile, the bewildered Jiang Yuemo swayed amidst the woods, drifting away from the stream's edge. Oh, elder! A robust figure sat atop the grandest tree, and from Jiang Yuemo's perspective, the silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn. At this moment, Jiang Yuemo finally realized that the world around her was no longer drenched in crimson. When had this transformation begun? It seemed to have commenced after she awakened in the stream. Before Jiang Yuemo could fully process this revelation, her mind was once again engulfed by the enchantment of the forest. The figure referred to as the elder by the matriarch monkey slowly turned, locking eyes with Jiang Yuemo. Elder, look at my offspring. It seems rather foolish human. Comrade, at last, I have awaited your arrival. Who are you? The shock of encountering a kindred spirit here was akin to witnessing a monkey speak. It's a long story. You've realized that you can understand the speech of the animals in this realm. Haven't you? Yes, but the elder cast a glance at the matriarch monkey, suddenly adopting an air of inscrutability, and coldly commanded, "From this moment forth, no monkey is permitted near my cave. I wish to converse with your offspring." Understood, elder. The matriarch monkey was overjoyed. Her progeny did not appear foolish at all, and bore a striking resemblance to the elder. Perhaps one day, they too could ascend to such a status. Oh, my darling, your mother is proud of you. Thus, this doting mother monkey diligently stood guard outside the tree hollow, embodying seriousness and devotion. My name is Shunjibai. I have resided here for 3 years. Shunjibai's tree hollow was immaculate, resembling a cozy sitting room, complete with a table, chairs, and a bed, in stark contrast to the matriarch monkey's grassy nest. You have spent 3 years in a high radiation zone. Seated in his handcrafted rocking chair, Shunjibai's eyes brimmed with nostalgia and anguish as he took a sip of water and began to speak slowly. 3 years, 5 months. In 26 days, precisely 3 years, 5 months, and 26 days. Do you have any inkling of how I have endured this? Shunjibai evidently grew agitated. I once believed that my misdeeds in a past life had condemned me to rise early for work in this one. I loathed that feeling of being trapped in a cell, and in a moment of idle whim, I expressed a desire to become a monkey on Mount Ame, and lo and behold, I truly became one. With a semblance of madness, tears welling in his eyes, he lamented, "Why do I often find tears in my eyes? It is because of the profound love I harbor for this existence, alas. You wouldn't understand." Shunjibai, having suddenly encountered a fellow human, became overwhelmed with excitement and rambled on, sensing he had lost some composure. My apologies, let me regain my calm. Jiang Yuemo squinted slightly and slowly spoke. The heavenly king covers the earth tiger. Shunjibai responded, "What tiger?" "Ah, nothing at all." Jiang Yuemo let out a dejected sigh. Having assumed this individual was a kindred spirit, she detected the unmistakable scent of decay, unique to those who toil, and initially thought Shunjibai was also a traveler from another realm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Yuemo, and today I was just captured by a monkey. To become its offspring. I imagine you are curious as to why I suddenly comprehend the language of animals. That monkey outside must have taken you to drink from that peculiar stream. She is the mate of the Monkey King. There is something strange about that stream. After I drank from its waters upon arriving here, I felt my senses heighten significantly to the extent that I could even understand the speech of animals. Shunjibai produced a fist-sized purple stone from the drawer of the coffee table and placed it on the surface, astonishing Jiang Yuemo. A purple energy crystal. An energy crystal? You are familiar with this object? It would be quite strange if you were not. Jiang Yuemo was utterly perplexed, wondering how this person could appear even more indigenous than herself. Shunjibai nodded, somewhat comprehending, and raised his hand to lightly tap behind his ear, causing a pale, blue crystal screen to materialize abruptly before the two of them. Wait, this object, Jiang Yuemo's CPU had burned out. She believed that, given the scientific advancements of the Wasteland era, such a groundbreaking phenomenon should not exist. Yet, with talking monkeys now a reality, what else could be deemed implausible? I have been in this place for 3 years, 5 months, and 26 days. Through my analysis, I discovered that the miraculous properties of that stream stemmed from years of erosion of this energy entity. The prolonged fusion of two substances has led to an energy transfer. Thus, the water has transformed, now imbued with the essence of this energy entity. You can't possibly be from this era, can you? Shun Jibai cast a perplexed glance at her, beginning to question whether this counterpart was truly as foolish as she appeared. Chapter 38. She might have extraordinary parents. With this thought, Shun Jibai gazed at Jiang Yuemo with excitement, even contemplating taking matters into his own hands. Bring it forth. Where is your spaceship? I do not possess a spaceship. Jiang Yuemo swallowed hard, her mind reeling at the realization that the era in which this person lived was so vastly different from her own. No, you didn't accidentally land here, did you? I traveled through time from the 21st century. Wait, the 21st century? Surely you don't mean to say you hail from ancient Earth? Don't jest. The man burst into hearty laughter, only to be met with Jiang Yuemo's serious expression. It's true. I arrived here 26 days ago. I came to participate in a mission to hunt hedgehogs, but inadvertently ended up in a highly radioactive area. This time, it was Shun Jibai who was taken aback. The term highly radioactive area seemed to echo Jiang Yuemo's earlier mention. Could she be implying that there were other humans beyond the forest? What do you mean by a highly radioactive area? Are you suggesting that there are other humans beyond the forest? Isn't this a primitive wilderness? I thought you were sent by the organization to rescue me. What have I been doing for the past 3 years? Damn it, why hasn't heaven struck me down with a bolt of lightning? Shun Jibai fell into despair. He had always believed he had landed in the fabled ancient Earth. Initially, he was exhilarated, but the endless forest and overwhelming solitude soon drove him to the brink of emotional collapse. Not to mention the suffocating heat of the sun, which must have been the high radiation Jiang Yuemo had referred to. In an unexpected turn of events, he had drunk from a stream, and suddenly, his aches and pains vanished. He even discovered that he could understand the monkey's chatter. Either this world had gone mad, or he had. It appeared he was indeed not quite sane, unable to coexist with other species, save for the troop of monkeys that accepted him. He taught them to use tools to construct a shelter, successfully integrating into their midst. Finally, he encountered a fellow human, yet, rather than being his savior, she revealed that he was not alone. Thousands more existed beyond his immediate surroundings. What, then, did his 3 years of consuming apples, bananas, and kiwis amount to? Tell me, what does it mean? Yes, my family and friends are out there. They must be devising ways to rescue me. Give it up. The reason I believe this world was devoid of humans and inhabited only by animals is that I have been wandering here for 3 years without finding a way out. Shun Jibai mused quietly. Just stay here. There's no way out. Jiang Yuemo cast a silent glance at the shadowy figure of Shun Jibai. They would come to rescue me within a day. Would you care to join me? Join you? Shun Jibai momentarily ceased his brooding demeanor, startled. Indeed. I can accompany you. He began to gather his belongings, each item inexplicably vanishing from his grasp. The blanket. Yes, I need the blanket. Oh, and the pillow, too. Let us not forget the cup. And this chair is rather comfortable. I'll take that, as well. Are you a holographic device? The coffee table. Perhaps not the coffee table. It's too heavy. Yes, a holographic device. How did your possessions suddenly disappear? They've been transported into a spatial realm. It's my supernatural ability. Don't you possess any powers? All right, you hail from the 21st century. It's quite normal for you not to have any. So there's no need for embarrassment. Shun Jibai suddenly trembled, finally finding his equilibrium, attempting to present himself in a more elevated light, likely hoping to obscure the fact that he had not ventured beyond this forest for 3 years. Supernatural abilities, I wonder if this qualifies. Jiang Yuemo effortlessly lifted the solid wood tea table from the ground, even managing to twirl it around. A display of extraordinary strength. Oh, great one. Shield me with your prowess. Strength-based abilities are renowned as the most formidable in practical combat. On their planet, those endowed with such powers are nurtured as elite individuals. Who would have thought that he would encounter a wielder of strength-based abilities in such a desolate place? However, wait a moment. Aren't you from ancient Earth? Do people from ancient Earth possess abilities? I have always been this strong since childhood. It could merely be attributed to an exceptional talent, not an ability. Perhaps it is a bloodline ability. Sister, you're my only sister. I implore you to acknowledge me as your brother. Shen Jibai was even more exhilarated. Bloodline abilities are exceedingly rare, with no more than 5 families on the entire planet possessing them. What exactly is a bloodline ability? On our planet, many individuals do not manifest abilities until they reach the age of 18, at which point they undergo a single activation that grants them a secondary ability, entirely contingent on chance. Bloodline abilities, on the other hand, are primary abilities. There exists a minuscule probability that a secondary ability may be passed down to offspring during procreation. This means you possess an ability that you were born with. So, does that imply that one of my parents is an ability wielder? Perhaps one of her parents descended upon ancient Earth, fell in love with the other, and thus you were born. Recalling her parents, whom she had never met, Jiang Yuemo felt a surge of complex emotions. After the age of 5, she had not seen her parents again, growing up alone in her grandmother's home. The images of her parents had long faded from her memory. Noticing Jiang Yuemo's despondency, Shen Jibai felt a bit awkward. Breaking the ice was never his forte. Oh, and take this sock as well. This jar of plum wine is homemade and quite delightful. Do take it with you. I shall open a jar for you to taste another day. Jiang Yuemo sat quietly at the cave entrance, gazing up at the sky as dusk approached. Even if she were to leave, it would have to be tomorrow. For tonight, she could rest here. The matriarch monkey sensed Jiang Yuemo's gaze and joyfully approached. Dear Lady Monkey, I am not your offspring, nor will I stay to be one. My family awaits me outside. Though the reality was harsh, she truly could not remain as the matriarch's child. With tearful eyes, the matriarch enveloped Jiang Yuemo in her arms, cradling her like a cherished doll. Please, my dear, do not leave your mother. Mother loves you. The soft, plush fur of the matriarch pricked Jiang Yuemo's face, a warm sensation flowing from the matriarch to her. Shen Jibai emerged from the cave and, upon witnessing the matriarch's vigilant expression, could only smile helplessly. Molly let her go. You wouldn't want her mother to grieve over the loss of her child, would you? The matriarch, named Molly, wept even more sorrowfully, clutching Jiang Yuemo tighter as if trying to meld her into her very being. My dear, my child, why is it that the beast god has taken not my life? But my child. Chapter 39. Crystal Mind Molly sobbed, struggling to catch her breath, reluctant to release Jiang Yuemo. My dear, my child. Unbeknownst to her, a larger, more robust monkey stood behind Molly, his eyes reflecting an inescapable sorrow. The king. Shen Jibai lowered his head gently, adhering to the survival instincts he learned within the monkey troop. The monkey king, Zhuojia, embraced his partner, and Jiang Yuemo was similarly cradled within his embrace. This scene was peculiar, strange, yet warm. It marked the first time since she turned 5 that Jiang Yuemo felt the weighty love of parents, even if she was merely a surrogate for a little monkey. After a moment, Zhuojia calmed Molly and spoke in a voice both authoritative and magnetic. I know I cannot keep you. You have taught us much, and as long as I reign, you will always be welcome here. Subsequently, Zhuojia lowered his head and performed an unexpected act that astonished all the observing monkeys. He lifted Jiang Yuemo high, allowing her to ride upon his shoulders. In the realm of animal society, this gesture bore profound significance, indicating her acceptance as his heir, a recognition from the king of his lineage. And you, little one, Molly adores you, and I welcome you anytime. Zhuojia gazed affectionately at Molly. Witnessing this moment, Molly once more dissolved into tears, burying herself in Zhuojia's embrace. Their bond enveloped in a bubble of love and happiness. Very well, I too am a part of your play, am I not? The monkey king Zhuojia and Molly prepared an abundance of fruits for Jiang Yuemo, all of low to moderate radiation, filling a basket to the brim, heavy as a small mountain resting on her back. Farewell, Molly. Farewell, Zhuojia. I will cherish memories of you both. Shun Jibai waved his hand behind him, while Jasmine and Zhuojia held each other closely, also bidding farewell to Jiang Yuemo and Shun Jibai. Jiang Yuemo, do you still remember the path we took to arrive here? When Jiang Yuemo arrived, she was swinging from the trees, reminiscent of a pirate ship, though her memories of that moment were rather hazy. However, her wristwatch contained a map, and now that she had distanced herself from the monkey troop, she could re-establish contact with Qin Yinshu and the others. If she failed to reassure Qin Yinshu, that lad would surely go mad. With the watch's battery dwindling to a single bar, Jiang Yuemo succinctly sent her location to Qin Yinshu, accompanied by the message, "I am well safe." Just as the power of her watch flickered and faded into silence, she thought, "I have sent my location to my friends. We shall wait here for their rescue." "Oh, good," Shun Jibai replied, spinning in place. After scanning the vicinity with his holographic brain, he determined there was no immediate danger, as they were quite close to the stream. "We are now near the source of life. It is quite safe here. Perhaps we should rest for a while." "Indeed," Jiang Yuemo agreed. "Last time we left in a hurry, I didn't have the chance to fully observe the stream. You refer to it as the source of life. It must be a cure-all." Jiang Yuemo became increasingly excited, realizing that this could indeed save Qin Yinshu. At the very least, external injuries could heal rapidly, and it was not uncommon for animals to immerse themselves in the stream to alleviate their fevers. The two hastened to the stream side, which remained unchanged. A tiger lay languidly beside the water, emitting low, rumbling sounds. A leopard, accompanied by her cubs, leisurely drank from the stream. Although the cubs were still young, they had already grown to half a meter in length, playfully butting heads as they frolicked around their mother. A spirited little deer lapped at the water before it, while birds flitted about its back, creating a scene of tranquil harmony. Beneath the stream, astonishingly, lay energy crystals. This revelation truly challenged Jiang Yuemo's worldview. Yet she wondered why the crystals were white. She reached down to retrieve one, a milky white energy crystal that emitted a soft, gentle glow. It was unfortunate that her watch had run out of power. Otherwise, she could have measured its value. Quickly, she thought, discard it. Toss it away. That unfortunate child. Toss it. The tiger lazily lifted its eyelids to cast a glance her way, its massive body tensing as it suddenly pounced, pinning her beneath its paw as if it were a mere mouse. The leopard and the surrounding animals took notice of the scene, drawn to the energy crystal that had rolled onto the ground. Where did this hairless monkey come from? Jasmine's cub. Perhaps I should eat her. How dare she touch this? Shun Jibai was taken aback, hurriedly trying to pry Jiang Yuemo from beneath the tiger's paw. "Dali, it's me, Shun Jibai, the one who taught you to climb trees." The great tiger sniffed Shun Jibai, its ears twitching in annoyance, before releasing Jiang Yuemo and striding imperiously around the two. "Shun Jibai, I remember you. Take your kin and leave. Do not meddle with the stream again, or even Zhuojia cannot protect you. Dali, you've grown distant. Are we not the best of friends?" Shun Jibai feigned a hurt expression, subtly helping Jiang Yuemo up, distancing them from the tiger's menacing presence. "They are so tense about this stream. How did you manage to?" Shun Jibai swiftly covered Jiang Yuemo's mouth, glancing around to see that no other animals were paying them any heed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Don't speak. It was stolen. This little one is quite formidable." Jiang Yuemo made a gesture as if zipping her lips, revealing a mysterious smile directed at him. "You truly are incorrigible." Shun Jibai was rendered speechless. This sister was indeed willing to risk her life for money. "I must see for myself what utility this object possesses. It should be a more potent energy entity, the primary factor influencing that water. I had contemplated acquiring it before, nearly falling victim to that ferocious tiger. Your hands are far too swift. Not even 8 mouths could deter you." Jiang Yuemo, with a sense of resignation, shrugged her shoulders and turned the stone away from Shun Jibai, tucking it against her chest. "Ahem, is there any place safer than this? I have previously scanned this area. Beneath lies a source of energy, an energy crystal mine, a cristal mine. Goodness, an entire vein of it. Such a thought was beyond her imagination." Chapter 40. Leaving the forest digging for sweet potatoes indeed, yet the animals here possess an insatiable desire to guard this crystal mine, unwilling to permit any intrusion. Your success in retrieving this piece is likely due to the fact that you drank from the stream earlier, which naturally imbued you with the scent of this energy, thus allowing you to go undetected. Does the energy crystal have a scent? Animals possess a far more acute sense of smell than humans. It must indeed have a distinctive aroma. A tiger, as large as a starship, chased him relentlessly, prompting him to unleash his latent potential and scale a towering tree. Ultimately, he agreed to return the energy crystal and teach the tiger, named Dolly, how to climb trees, which finally earned him his freedom. Jiang Yuemo nodded in a manner that suggested a partial understanding. Momo. As Jiang Yuemo lifted her gaze, she saw Qin Yinshu sprinting towards her, clad in a radiation-proof suit. His eyes red-rimmed as he enveloped her in an embrace. Emo, you deceived me. You promised to leave for just a moment. I apologize, Qin Yinshu, for causing you worry. With the sight of Jiang Yuemo unscathed, Chu Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Let us depart from here swiftly. This place is perilous. This time, Chu Tian had brought along 15 individuals, including Jiang Yuemo and Shen Jibai. They filled 3 modified vehicles to capacity. Jasmine crouched atop a tall tree, gently waving her hand. Shen Jibai had mentioned that this gesture signified farewell, a promise of future reunions. May I inquire, who might this be? Chu Tian adjusted his glasses, the cool, transparent lenses reflecting his scrutinizing gaze. Greetings, Captain Chu. I am Shen Jibai, also an unfortunate captive of the monkeys. By chance, I encountered Miss Jiang, and together we managed to escape. This was the explanation he and Jiang Yuemo had concocted. They would not divulge the details of their time-traveling escapade to a third party. After all, it was widely acknowledged that those outside one's kin were likely to harbor ulterior motives. Even if they bore no malice, they would inevitably be regarded as outsiders. Moreover, such matters would seem utterly absurd to the people of this era. Without first-hand experience, they would find it hard to believe. Ah, I see. Chu Tian remained uncertain of the truthfulness of the statement. It appeared he was merely making casual conversation as he turned his attention back to Jiang Yuemo. Miss Jiang, it's still early. We have tasks ahead involving the digging of sweet potatoes and peanuts. Would you like to participate? Of course. Who would ever complain about an abundance of food? Upon arriving at the original peanut field, they were unexpectedly met with 3 wild chickens that had taken over the area. All right. Even a clay figurine has its temper. Harvesting peanuts and sweet potatoes has truly been fraught with complications. Chu Tian dispatched 10 mercenaries, who swiftly dealt with the 3 half-human-sized wild chickens. Fortunately, these creatures lacked formidable offensive capabilities. Had they encountered the porcupines from before, it would have required considerably more effort. Qin Yinshu held Jiang Yuemo beneath the shade of a tree, observing the mercenaries as they handled the carcasses of the mutated chickens. In addition to energy stones, the feathers, hardened beaks, and claws of the mutated chickens were valuable items that needed to be collected. Mo, darling, my wife. Qin Yinshu adopted the demeanor of a wronged Doberman, glancing at Jiang Yuemo with a pout. Noticing her lack of consolation, he turned away in feigned anger, though his gaze would occasionally dart back to her. How utterly adorable he is. Jiang Yuemo gently patted his shoulder, attempting to reach his head, but finding it impossible due to Qin Yinshu's towering height of 2 meters. She signaled him to lower his gaze. Qin Yinshu, with a hint of pride, stubbornly refused. Forgiving her so easily seemed too lenient. All right, I promise you, I shall not break my word next time. Wherever ye go, I will take you with me, if you will allow it. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yinshu finally relented. He then tugged at Jiang Yuemo's sleeve, urging, hurry, while they're busy with their catch. Let's go dig for sweet potatoes. Jiang Yuemo glanced at Qin Yinshu, who was anxiously fearful of having his little secret discovered, and then turned her gaze to the side where Chu Tian and others were still laboriously gathering wild chickens and organizing shovels. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips as she reached out to remove Qin Yinshu's radiation-proof cloak, folding it neatly and placing it in the car. All right, let us hasten to secure a prime location. Qin Yinshu, seizing the moment, clasped her hand, their fingers intertwined, and grinned with triumph. Hurry up, otherwise they will soon come over and snatch from us. That won't happen. There is such a vast area here. My watch has run out of battery. I'll measure for you later. Thus, Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu embarked on a harmonious endeavor of cooperation, a perfect blend of male and female labor. Beep. Moderate radiation detected. Consumption is advisable in moderation. A promising start. Gazing at a sweet potato the size of a head, Jiang Yuemo could not help but reflect on the difficulty of procuring a meal in this place. After digging up 4 or 5 and tossing them to Qin Yinshu, the beeping continued. Moderate radiation detected. Consumption is advisable in moderation. Moderate radiation detected. Consumption is advisable in moderation. Low radiation detected. Safe for consumption. Oh, the yield is quite substantial. You dig, I'll measure. Oh, all right. Qin Yinshu thrust his shovel into the ground, unearthing 2 sweet potatoes and tossing them to Jiang Yuemo. High radiation detected. Not advisable for consumption. High radiation detected. Not advisable for consumption. Why is her hand so grimy? I refuse to believe this. Diakin. Qin Yinshu worked diligently while Jiang Yuemo, akin to a blind box enthusiast, became exasperated, utterly perplexed. Whenever she dug and he measured, the results were edible. Yet when he dug and she measured, they were inedible. What kind of mysticism was this? Let us switch, you measure. Thus, moderate radiation detected. Consumption is advisable in moderation. Low radiation detected. Safe for consumption. Jiang Yuemo was utterly perplexed, as she had indeed confirmed the identity of the Black Beast Chieftain. Chu Tian and the other mercenaries joined in the effort of harvesting sweet potatoes and peanuts. The sweet potatoes exhibited a mutation towards gigantism, and the peanuts did as well. However, each peanut plant bore only 2 or 3 pods, unlike the abundant yield she recalled, where a single plant would produce many, sometimes even a solitary offspring. The yield of peanuts was markedly lower than that of the sweet potatoes, despite the peanut plants occupying an area twice as large. Ultimately, the harvest of peanuts matched the quantity of sweet potatoes. Was this the cave of the porcupine from before? Qin Yinshu and Jiang Yuemo stood before a vast tree hollow, gazing in curiosity. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian looked up and indeed saw that it contained a significant amount of winter provisions for the porcupines, even cotton, although the cotton was no longer usable. Does this imply that there are cotton fields nearby? Yes, in a few days, we will begin the cotton harvest. Miss Jiang, would you like to join us? Jiang Yuan nodded eagerly, her smile radiating exuberantly under the warm embrace of the sun. Of course I shall go. Cotton is an essential for winter, she exclaimed. Do not forget to call me when you leave. I promise. Chapter 41. Return home. Jiang Yuemo activated the illumination of Qin Yinshu's wristwatch, and the dim cavern was instantaneously transformed into clarity. The tree hollow was foul-smelling, having been mostly ransacked by mercenaries, leaving behind only a few dark, cotton-like remnants. Qin Yinshu, behold this. A small piece of dark red matter beneath the cotton caught her attention. She prodded it with a stick, drew it closer, and held it in her hand, inhaling its scent. This is Yanghe ginger. Yanghe ginger? Yes, indeed. It is also known as summer lotus, but this is merely the remnants left by a porcupine. I cannot be mistaken. Jiang Yuemo emerged from the tree hollow, exhilarated, and marked the location, annotating it as Yanghe Jiang for future reference. Although this plant bears the name ginger, it bears little resemblance to the yellow ginger one might expect. Its upper part is a rich reddish-brown, while the lower portion is a tender white, presenting an overall fusiform shape. It could be consumed raw, pickled, or stir-fried. Upon noticing Jiang Yuemo's exit from the hollow, Shun Jibai hurried forward. Jiang Yuemo, just now Qin Yinshu followed closely behind, exchanging a cold stare with Shun Jibai. Shun Jibai swallowed hard. This individual was remarkably tall, even taller than the commander. What is wrong, Shun Jibai? Just now, Chu Tian mentioned that if I have nowhere to go, I could join their mercenary group temporarily. I came to inform you that I will be working as a mercenary here from now on. Haha, congratulations. The benefits of Chu Tian's team are quite good. Hearing his name, Chu Tian quickly approached. We must leave. It may rain soon. Then, for modern individuals, it might merely be a minor inconvenience, even something to enjoy, as many find pleasure in the rain. However, for those from the wasteland era, rain is akin to having acid rain falling from the sky. Okay, I understand. Let us hurry. Shall we return here tomorrow? Yes, indeed. When I come back, I might even be able to harvest that patch of Jiang. From a distance, they appeared as intimate lovers, whispering sweet nothings to one another. Qin Yinshu shook the fruit basket gifted by Jasmine, feeling its weight, which provided a profound sense of security. He nodded subtly, satisfied with today's bounty. Truly deserving of the praise, for Shu Tian observed them conversing leisurely at the back of the group, feeling as though his own pig had finally found a patch of fine cabbage. After Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu assisted each other into the car, Cheng Yu, with a cheerful grin, eagerly rummaged through his backpack and produced several edible sweet potato leaves. I can't believe I almost forgot about these. Sweet potato leaves are quite delectable. Hee, look at all those baskets of sweet potatoes. I bet you didn't save the leaves. Cheng Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Lin Muzin and Liming exchanged exasperated glances. How could Cheng Yu's few leaves possibly compare to the abundant fruits that Qi and Jiang Jie had brought? They couldn't help but feel envious of the copious bounty of fruits. Qi, Jiang Jie, are you selling those fruits? Please sell me some. Liming, being the youngest and with an insatiable appetite, was practically glued to the sight of the fruits. Certainly, I'll offer you a special price. 2 points each, regardless of size. That's fantastic, Jiang Jie. Those fruits could fetch at least 4 or 5 points each at the market. Each person in the vehicle happily selected 2 or 3 fruits, significantly depleting the basket, while Jiang Yuemo earned 32 points. Cheng Yu, with an apple in his mouth, wiped it clean and mumbled Jiang Xiaoya. Regarding the points from our last hunting expedition, I'll transfer them to you. Add me. All right. My watch is out of battery. Just add Qin Yinshu. I have. Oh wait, not anymore. All right, it's done. Points, 300. Wealth accumulated again. Following their previous heist, they had struck gold once more. The cold raindrops lashed against the car windows, creating a picturesque scene shrouded in mist, reminiscent of a tropical rainforest. In just half an hour, the group arrived at Jiang Yuemo's doorstep. Some hurriedly donned their coats, scurrying home to escape the rain, while others, like marionettes, wore expressionless faces, allowing the rain to wash over them. Quick, come inside. Jiang Yuemo hesitated momentarily before yielding to her thoughts. Qin Yinshu gently placed Jiang Yuemo into a large basket and secured it on his back, then proceeded to wrap fruits and sweet potatoes in Shu Tian's backpack before striding into the house. Upon entering, the damp Qin Yinshu hurriedly released Jiang Yuemo from her confines. Their eyes met, and they both erupted into laughter. Quick, pull me out, stop laughing. Mo is so adorable, he said, cradling her head, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Stop laughing. A warm kiss brushed against Jiang Yuemo's forehead, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water. Jiang Yuemo found herself momentarily stunned, her gaze fixed on Qin Yinshu. His warmth radiated through his large hands, casting a rosy hue upon her cheeks. You, Jiang Ping remarked, to treat your wife well is essential. Only then will she bear children. A kiss brings her joy. Jiang Ping, what nonsense are you teaching Qin Yinshu all day? In the distance, Jiang Ping, balancing a basket atop his head to shield himself from the rain, sneezed heartily. Achoo! Achoo! Huh? Is someone speaking of me? Jiang unrolled his eyes, bemused by his brother's vanity. Just a figment of your imagination. Dinner consisted of boiled and eggs, and Jiang Yuemo had stewed fresh snake meat, seasoned with a tube of sweet and spicy sauce and a dash of savory essence. Indeed, in this desolate place, salt was a precious commodity. The regulation of salt was even more stringent than in ancient times. Trafficking in illicit salt could lead to execution without question. Thus, their daily salt intake was primarily derived from nutrient solutions and various condiments, maintaining only a basic level. Salt was more expensive than food, yet it remained a necessity. Their supplies were dwindling, causing concern. For dessert, they had freshly sliced apples and oranges. The remaining fruits were stored in a preservation machine, which resembled a small refrigerator but was not quite one. Its lid was transparent, with a black exterior, and when operational, it emitted a humming sound akin to that of a refrigerator. As the rain ceased, Jiang Yuemo donned the yellow radiation-proof suit she had purchased from Chutian, carrying a water bucket as she ventured outside. The potatoes in the yard, influenced by the growth agent, had begun to sprout, having been planted there by Jiang Ping and Qin Yinshu. Once wilted, the leaves now thrived, rejuvenated by the rain. After drawing enough water from the purification well for both her and Qin Yinshu's bath, they enjoyed a comfortable wash. In that moment, Jiang Yuemo finally felt a sense of safety. Her body relaxed, her taut nerves eased, and she quietly drifted into slumber as Qin Yinshu dried her hair. Chapter 42. Receiving welfare benefits. Picking cotton, soft moonlight crept through the window, enveloping the two embracing figures in a delicate veil. Good morning, Qin Yinshu. Do you know what date is today? Good morning. What day is it? Today is the day to receive welfare benefits. Jiang Yuemo rose with exuberance, dressing herself with a spirited demeanor. Although she no longer found the meager subsistence allowance appealing, even the tiniest morsel held value. This morning, she heated the leftover snake stew from the previous night, simply preparing a rice package and generously ladling on the broth, savoring 2 bowls with a sense of cool satisfaction before embarking on her journey. Upon reaching the supply station, no, not the social welfare office, she was greeted by a throng of eager individuals, their enthusiasm nearly encircling the modest building. The staff responsible for distributing supplies removed their shoes and struck the iron plate beside the window with force, commanding, "Queue up." His voice resonated like a lion's roar, prompting the crowd to scramble into a disordered line. When it was Jiang Yuemo's turn, she desperately produced a small packet, so much so that a button from her tattered shirt popped off. Initially, she had intended to weave fabric from the vines, but now that finances were no longer a concern, purchasing ready-made garments or fabric was more than feasible. Shopping brings joy to both body and spirit. Look at what I bought. Qin Yinshu, having just finished washing the dishes, still had moisture on his hands. Fabric. How ugly. He scoffed, less fussing around. Jiang Yuemo intended to craft a larger bed sheet and quilt cover from the fabric, with the remaining material perfectly sufficient to fashion cotton jackets for the two of them. Speaking of cotton jackets, it was fortuitous that Chu Tian sent a message. We will head to the cotton gathering site this afternoon. Okowo. Excellent. The two of them set off with renewed vigor, armed with machetes and axes. Once again, they found themselves in the familiar bamboo grove. In thoughts of the 2 plump bamboo, rats brought tears to Jiang Yuemo's eyes. Yet, such sentiments were inconsequential now. She swung her axe high and felled 2 stout bamboos, comparable in thickness to her own. Throughout the morning, Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu diligently chopped and processed bamboo. Just as luck would have it, Chu Tian's vehicle passed by her doorstep, sparing her the need for an extra trip. Thus, while Qin Yinshu remained at home to strip the bamboo of its splinters, Jiang Yuemo set out with 4 large bags to collect cotton. Miss Jiang, allow me to clarify the situation. Our destination is the cotton gathering site at the base. The entrance fee is 10 points per person, and we must surrender half of the cotton we collect. How outrageous! Half! Why doesn't he just resort to robbery? Jiang Yuemo thought incredulously. However, surveying the entire expanse of land, the neat and secure cotton gathering area seemed to be the only one of its kind. Thus, it appeared that the base had monopolized the cotton industry, rendering their exploitative practices somewhat understandable. All right, I can accept that. Good. We will settle the fees collectively, and you can transfer the points to me. Okay. Beside them, Chung Yu yawned and smugly remarked, Miss Jiang, don't be too reluctant. This is still the internal price for our mercenary group. If it were regular residents or wild hunting squads, they would charge 15 points and take 3/5 of the earnings. Considering this, Haven TU come out ahead? People lacking a sense of propriety are truly exasperating. We have arrived. Once we gather enough people, we shall set off again. Jiang Yuemo rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window with a slight arch of her brow. As expected, some residents, eager to save on ticket costs and hoard more cotton, willingly offered additional 3 points to the mercenary group for a coveted spot. This practice was tacitly approved by the base, for despite the limited opportunities, the base must ensure that the mercenaries also benefit. The tasks here extended beyond cotton picking. There were also hunts for wild chickens and other harvesting endeavors, resembling a miniature job fair. How fortunate we mercenaries are, with such generous benefits, with our presence. Your safety is assured. The lingering echo of Cheng Yu's voice resonated once more. Jiang Yuemo smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped as she gently raised her hand, effortlessly crushing a small piece of the car as hard iron plate. With a flick of her wrist, the fragments cascaded down before Cheng Yu. Do not disturb me, understand? Understood, Sister Jiang. I shall take my leave for a breath of fresh air. Cheng Yu scrambled out of the vehicle in a hasty retreat. Good heavens! This woman possesses extraordinary strength. That was iron, not plastic. She shattered just like that, and in pieces no less. His masculine pride took a considerable blow. Before long, the crowd gradually quieted, with more and more people arriving. Such tasks inherently attract greater numbers. The more individuals involved, the more the base benefits, which is precisely what they desired. As they set off again, Cheng Yu opted not to share a vehicle with Jiang Yuemo. She, meanwhile, relished her leisure, delighting in the scenery retreating behind the car. The watch emitted 3 beeps. It was a message from Jiang and Sister Jiang. I heard you went cotton picking. Can you take me next time? Although the cotton gathering site at the base is relatively safe, its environment tends to attract some small mutated beasts, making it easy to inadvertently wander into their territory. Please be cautious while gathering. The cotton yield is not high, so even if the harvest is meager, do not be disheartened. Take care and stay safe. Reading those few lines warmed Jiang Yuemo's heart. All right, I will be careful. I'll invite you to join me tomorrow. Sister Jiang, I discovered a plethora of thunder mushroom. Come to my house for dinner tonight. I look forward to it. I will definitely come. As their conversation concluded, they arrived at the cotton gathering site, and the passengers began to disembark. Upon lifting her gaze, Jiang Yuemo beheld billowing white clouds clinging to the mountainside, a truly magnificent sight. It was only now that she realized the vastness of this cotton harvesting location, stretching for dozens of kilometers, the entire mountain peak draped in a blanket of white. A most delightful view, Jiang Yuemo observed as Chu Tian pressed a button on his wristwatch, which then emitted a series of beeping alarms. Beep beep. Containing mutated cotton aphid eggs. Collection is not advised. This revelation clarified Jiang Yuemo's earlier mention of low yield. It was indeed quite alarming. One could imagine a well-made quilt suddenly revealing a lurking insect. Ah, the mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Chu Tian found her petrified demeanor somewhat amusing. Do not be anxious. They're merely insect eggs. They pose no threat to us, but their disposal is quite challenging, and there's a high likelihood of oversight. Therefore, it is best to collect only what is usable. Jiang Yuemo suppressed the tingling sensation on her scalp and began to immerse herself in her work. Chapter 43, Cotton Picking. Why are there no cotton bolls on some of the cotton plants? Jiang Yuemo examined several cotton plants and discovered that not all of them bore cotton. Frequently, a small patch of plants lacked bolls, their leaves wrinkled or damaged, standing out starkly amidst the expanse of white cotton. The culprit was the cotton fleahopper, a common pest in cotton fields that feeds on the sap of the plants. 2 years prior, there had been a catastrophic outbreak of these pests in this area, resulting in significant losses. Although large-scale preventive measures have been implemented now, a small fraction of losses remains unavoidable. Jiang Yuemo gazed sorrowfully at the small patch of bald cotton plants, realizing that cotton picking was indeed a matter of luck. It was arduous to locate a cotton field, and even then, there was no guarantee of finding usable cotton. Not only were there cotton thrips, but also cotton stainers and aphids. It was essential to remain vigilant and not to let one's guard down. Chu Tian, like a caring elder brother, patiently instructed Jiang Yuemo on the art of cotton picking. The cotton aphids nestled on the underside of the cotton leaves, drawing sap, their overall hue of vibrant green, glistening like dew, resembling tiny grasshoppers. The sight of so many aphids clustered together made Jiang Yuemo's scalp tingle. Thank you. There's no need for such formality. I have an extra set of cotton picking tools in the car, which will be much more efficient than picking by hand. Chu Tian suddenly recalled the scissors, collection bags, and gloves his mother had brought during her last cotton picking venture, still tucked away in his storage box, perfectly suited for Jiang Yuemo's use. That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. Having never picked cotton before, she was ill-prepared with only a bag in hand. Beep, beep, genetic cotton aphid eggs detected. Harvesting not advised. Beep, beep. No eggs present. Harvesting permitted. Upon discovering a plant untouched by cotton aphids, it indicated that at least this small area had a high probability of yielding cotton. Jiang Yuemo, filled with joy, busily sorted and bagged her harvest, exuding a carefree exuberance akin to a piglet that has wandered into a vegetable field. In a brief moment, she had managed to fill half a bag. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she reflected once more on the nobility of the working class. Ahead lay another area severely affected, with no cotton ready for picking in sight. Jiang Yuemo decided to take a moment to rest. As she turned back, a green plant caught her eye. Was it amaranth? Amaranth stewed with Crucian carp would be delightful, though alas, she had no fish. Nevertheless, the amaranth would suffice. She plucked an old leaf and let a drop of its juice fall onto the plate. Drip, drip, drip. The medium concentration of radiation suggested moderate consumption. Woohoo! Jiang Yuemo squinted her eyes in delight, feeling as though she had struck the lottery. She carefully unearthed the entire plant, sparing not even its roots. Merciful heavens! Had it not been for her prior assumption of a farming persona and the company's effort to educate her about these wild plants, she would have remained oblivious to its identity. For the first time, she truly understood that knowledge is power and felt grateful for her years of study. Little girl, you work quite swiftly. How much have you gathered? Let me see. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed above her. Instinctively, she concealed the iron weed behind her before looking up. It was that weasel who had stolen a basket of her green acorns. Do you need something? It's you wretched girl. Huh. You still remember my surname is Huang. You didn't deliberately set me up last time, did you? After purifying that basket of green acorns, I used 3 barrels of purification liquid, and the worst part is they were still inedible afterward. Damn it, daring to play tricks on me. Finally, I have caught you again. Jiang Yuemo seized the basket and struck him fiercely. Previously, in the wilderness, she hesitated to take action alone. Now, surrounded by so many people, she feared not this scoundrel. Who does he think he is? With blow after blow, she sent Huang Er scurrying in disarray. Hearing the commotion, Captain Chu hurried over. This woman is attacking for no reason. Quickly execute her. Arrest her. Yes, apprehend her and throw her out, never to return for cotton picking. Huang Er, feeling triumphant, thought he could outmatch her. However, just as he basked in his arrogance, 2 towering mercenaries seized him and dragged him away. You got it wrong, brothers. It's her. Arrest her. Silence. Throw him out. The mercenaries replied with a wicked grin as they pulled Huang Er farther away. Is everything all right? All is well. Just this man had previously stolen something. He is utterly despicable. He hasn't received a proper lesson, which is rather unsatisfactory. Chu Tian chuckled lightly, noting her penchant for holding grudges. Once he falls into their hands, he won't escape unscathed. Rest assured, he will return to gather cotton in the future, and he will certainly offer them ample tributes. However, though Jiang Yuemo did not voice the rest, she understood that troublemakers and thieves would no longer be permitted in the base S gathering grounds. I am merely curious. This person does not seem capable of overpowering you. How could he possibly steal from you? After all, one could easily believe that Jiang Yuemo could strike down a rat with a single punch. Jiang Yuemo felt a profound sense of suffocation. Ever since her arrival here, her attempts to gather supplies were consistently thwarted by others, leaving her isolated and hesitant to provoke conflict. Particularly during the initial days, despite the protection offered by Chu Tian and his companions, she frequently found herself bullied. This experience cultivated a reluctance within her to confront others alone. She could only muster the courage to resist in crowded spaces. Even if she were to falter in combat, at least there would be someone to retrieve her, rather than facing the grim prospect of perishing alone in a corner. Chu Tian failed to comprehend her plight. If he possessed such abilities, he would eagerly welcome any challenge, relishing the opportunity to retaliate. He had previously wielded a knife, which deterred her from resisting. Now, devoid of such a weapon and with their presence, she was emboldened. In future encounters, should she find herself in peril, she resolved to fight with all her might, and if defeated, to flee. These ruffians clung to her like adhesive plaster, impervious to blows or attempts to shake them off. Only by instilling fear within them could she hope to deter further harassment. Rest assured, we shall remain steadfast at your side. Jiang Yuemo suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Chu Tian's expression bore a striking resemblance to the way Jiang Ping had instructed Jiang in ahead. The majority of the area was a gathering spot for cotton aphids. You may wish to explore the left side, although it is rather remote, and there could be mutated beasts lurking nearby. Previously, I eradicated a nest of mutated rabbits in that vicinity. They were burrowing everywhere, so please exercise caution as you proceed. Very well. I shall venture over there to take a look. Jiang Yuemo carefully placed the iron amaranth into the basket and proceeded in the direction indicated by Chu Tian. Along the way, she examined the cotton plants, and without exception, they were all infested with cotton aphid eggs. It was a pity for the pristine white cotton, so splendid and cloud-like, yet harboring so many insect eggs within. Chu Tian's observation about the overlooked details was indeed accurate. Before she could reach her destination, Jiang Yuemo inadvertently stepped into a void and fell into a subterranean hole. Chapter 44. The Rabbit Hole. Could this possibly be the burrow of mutated rabbits? What a remarkable coincidence. The entrance was narrow enough for Jiang Yuemo to navigate while stooping. She cautiously advanced with scissors in hand. It is said that rabbits hoard food, and being herbivorous creatures, they typically stockpile grass, roots, and tree bark. Surely, the mercenaries must have explored this area thoroughly. Yet, what if Jiang Yuemo, with her innocent gambler's mentality, wandered aimlessly through the rabbit hole, nearly losing her way? Just as she contemplated giving up, a faint sound captured her attention. The rustling of the earth beside her heralded the emergence of a large rat, its head startlingly close to hers. Both parties were taken aback, letting out startled cries. Yet, driven by instinct, Jiang Yuemo acted without a moment's hesitation. As the rat became ensnared at the entrance of the burrow, she deftly plunged her scissors into its neck. The unfortunate creature struggled desperately, but to no avail, as it was dragged from its lair, framed by the terror reflected in Jiang Yuemo's eyes. Without uttering a word, Jiang Yuemo swiftly brandished her scissors and, stepping upon the writhing mouse, plunged them down with decisive precision. The action was brisk and clean. The blades rose and fell repeatedly until the creature was rendered to a mere sieve, its demise assured. A series of beeps indicated a heightened level of radiation, advising against consumption. Yet, although it was inedible, this mouse had unwittingly unveiled a new pathway for Jiang Yuemo. She bent low and proceeded cautiously along this newfound route. As expected, after traversing approximately 200 meters and navigating through a dozen turns, she stumbled upon the mouse's granary. Her fortune soared. Such a bounty could not possibly be the result of a single large rodent's efforts, indicating the presence of many more. While she could manage one, a larger group posed a significant threat, as her movements would be restricted, making her vulnerable to a swarm of mice. After filling a large basket with peanuts, corn kernels, sweet potatoes, and a miscellaneous assortment of other items, she ensured that she had no more room to carry any additional goods before leaving with a sense of fulfillment. Along the path she had just traversed, she had made marks to guide her return. After a leisurely 10-minute walk, Jiang Yuemo emerged from the burrow. To her astonishment, this was not the cotton harvesting area she had anticipated, but rather a new forest. Fortune favored her, as she encountered 3 chicken leg mushrooms, each no longer than her forearm. Although she could only consume one, she was thoroughly satisfied, for such treasures are rare. Energized, Jiang Yuemo carefully stowed her basket of food and the coat filled with provisions, retrieved her cotton collection bag that had fallen to the ground, and resumed her harvesting. She even took the time to mark the location of the mouse burrow. She could not manage the abundant food supply alone, but Chu Tian and the others could. Good fortune is best shared, and she anticipated rewards for her efforts. Goodness, I thought you were lost. You scare me to death. Qingyu finally spotted Jiang Yuemo and exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he was assigned by the leader to protect her, but his pride had taken a hit when he carelessly lost sight of her. Had she gone missing, he would have been held accountable. Wow, what is all this? Jiang Yu exclaimed, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Which family did you rob to gather such a vast amount of food? Jiang Yuemo looked at him with a playful smile, beckoning him to come closer. I have discovered a mutated rat hole. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. A task has arisen. I shall promptly inform the boss. Jiang Yu hurriedly dashed over to Chu Tian, animatedly gesturing and chattering for a while. Jiang Yuemo then observed Chu Tian furrow his brow in disdain, followed by a look of astonishment as he exchanged glances with her, who was laden with bags and a large basket. He then nodded in agreement. Sister, Jiang Jie, the boss said you'll be riding in his car shortly for further discussions. Thank you for making the trip, she replied. Oh, there's no need for thanks. It is my duty. However, sister, you are truly fortunate. It seems wherever you go, you manage to gather an abundance of food. Jiang Yuemo sighed with a bitter smile, remarking, do not be deceived by the size of this large basket. It remains uncertain how much of it is truly edible. Nevertheless, she continued, very well. Please take this item and place it in the leader's vehicle to deter those with ill intentions. Jiang Yu's gaze swept over the restless crowd. And it was then that Jiang Yuan noticed that those who had been busy weighing and loading were now subtly eyeing her conspicuous basket. There was no denying it. Her basket of provisions was indeed quite eye-catching. Before long, the base's convoy began to sound the whistle for cotton collection. After ensuring Jiang Yuemo's substantial bounty was secured, Jiang Yu proceeded to assist with the weighing at the base convoy. Jiang Yuemo cast a glance in that direction, realizing that it would take a while for everyone's harvest to be weighed. She reclined in the passenger seat of Chu Tian's car, peering through the sunroof to behold the sunset, which had painted half the sky in hues of crimson. Like a graceful maiden, it choreographed the farewell of the day with its elegant dance. The sky was tenderly brushed with a golden hue, reminiscent of a dazzling layer of gilded foil, shimmering radiantly. The vibrant colors intertwined like a poetic tapestry, intoxicating the onlooker with the breathtaking scenery. How wonderful it is to witness such a magnificent sky. In the distance, aboard the Proda, Samingli Amutra Leeslark, known as the sprite of cotton fields, the Leeslark typically boasts a slender, petite form, with a brownish head and upper body, complemented by near-white brow and cheek markings. However, this mutation had granted it an appearance akin to that of an eagle. With elongated toes, the returning Lee's lark soared through the colorful clouds, its wings carrying the remnants of the sunset and a faint scent of fresh grass. It glided gracefully amidst the hues of red and orange, weaving effortlessly between the branches of the trees, exuding a gentle demeanor upon its return home. Miss Jiang. Please, do not call me Miss Jiang. Just call me Jiang Yuemo. We have known each other for quite some time, and such formalities feel rather distant. Ju Dian, Bao Set. Contemplating this, and realized she was right. Then you may call me Brother Chu, haha. After all, Qin Yinshu and I are like brothers, by rights. I ought to refer to you as my sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is a bit too much. Jiang Yuemo thought it odd that Qin Yinshu called her his wife every day, and she felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. All right, speaking of which, where is that mutated mouse hole you mentioned earlier? You weren't injured during your search, were you? No, I should be fine. It's likely outside the cotton grove as I got lost underground and emerged from the forest outside. Jiang Yuemo awkwardly scratched her face, feeling somewhat embarrassed about being lost. That's good. Do you recall that location? If it were in the cotton harvesting area, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. In the jurisdiction of the base, any prey discovered must yield half of the spoils to the base. However, if found outside, particularly by inadvertently wandering into the cotton gathering zone, there would be considerably more leeway. Of course I remember. I'll mark the coordinates and will send them to you now. Thank you. Tomorrow, I will dispatch someone to investigate, and as per our agreement, you shall receive 10% of the results. No problem. A sense of urgency filled her heart. She suddenly longed to see him, feeling that even if things continued this way, it would not be unfavorable. She would take charge externally while he managed matters internally. Jiang Yuemo couldn't help but smile to herself. Qin Yinshu must have made the bed by now. Chapter 45. The unfamiliar Qin Yinshu, the man's originally resolute countenance, turned as he heard the door creak open, and he looked towards her. The corners of his lips gently lifted, revealing a faint smile that radiated warmth and kindness, as if the very air around them had softened. He spoke softly. "Something feels amiss, Qin Yinshu. Something is indeed amiss." Jiang Yuemo stood frozen in place, sensing that events were unfolding in the direction she had been contemplating. "Indeed, you have noticed, haven't you? You've worked hard these days." Bathed in dappled sunlight, he leisurely poured a glass of water for Jiang Yuemo. Sitting in a chair adorned with the golden hue of sunlight, exuding an aura of quietude and steadiness. When he smiled, a gentle strength emanated from his deep-set eyes, as if capable of dissolving all worries and troubles. "How have you suddenly returned to yourself?" "No, that's not what I meant. What I intended to say is that I hope for your recovery, but it just seems so abrupt." Jiang Yuemo's words became increasingly incoherent, causing water to spill all over her. Qin Yinshu retrieved a tissue from the side and gently wiped her hands. "I understand. I am grateful for the past few days." Remembering the affectionate gestures towards her, Qin Yinshu felt his ears flush with embarrassment, realizing how inappropriate it seemed, especially given the awkward nature of their relationship. "If you are well now, I shall take my leave." Jiang Yuemo was on the verge of tears, bewildered by the situation. "Why must I leave? This is the empire I have built. If I go, where shall I find solace? Why must I depart?" Qin Yinshu, perplexed, reached out to remove the stray leaves tangled in her hair. "Do not misunderstand me. We are bound as husband and wife, and this place is your home. Moreover, without you, I would have long lost my sense of home." In other words, he hoped she would not disdain him. At the very least, Qin Yinshu rolled up his sleeves and patted his shoulder. "At least I still possess some strength, so please do not cast me away." Jiang Yuemo gazed at his familiar, ingratiating expression, her tears transforming into a smile. "Then why did you suddenly recover?" Qin Yinshu retrieved the warm stone from his pocket, placing it in Jiang Yuemo's hand, still imbued with his body heat. "It was this," he explained. "During the cleaning today, it fell to the ground, and after I picked it up, I fainted. When I regained consciousness, my muddled thoughts had become remarkably clear. What he did not disclose was that, at that moment, it felt as though every bone in his body had shattered, and his mind was tormented as if a knife were stirring within it. He had crawled on the ground for 2 hours, feeling as if his bones were being gnawed by ants. What is this? I've never seen anything like it. Where did you find it? In a high radiation zone. At that time, I drank water infused with this stone and subsequently gained the ability to resist radiation. Qin Yinshu was profoundly shocked. The capacity to withstand radiation would undoubtedly cause a sensation in this land. This matter is of utmost importance. Remember not to speak of it to anyone. Does a third person know? He added, if the base discovers this, it will certainly precipitate monumental changes. There is another. Currently working as a temporary laborer in the Serious Mercenary Corps. Jiang Yuemo suddenly realized that he seemed to have uncovered something extraordinary. Would he dare to speak of it? Certainly not. He would never do such a thing. That is a relief. Qin Yinshu's large hand repeatedly toyed with a milky white stone, deep in thought. The energy emanating from this stone astonished him. It not only healed his body, ravaged by radiation, but also restored his mind, all without any discernible side effects. Since it proves beneficial to you, I shall create a hole so you can carry it with you every day. Jiang Yuemo, struck by a sudden inspiration, felt a surge of excitement. No need for that. I am perfectly fine now. Let us not squander its energy. We shall set it aside for the moment. A soft rumble emanated from her stomach, which had been hollowed out by a long day's labor, the sound echoing conspicuously in the stillness of the night. Qin Yinshu, covering his mouth, regarded Jiang Yuemo with eyes filled with starlight. It seems I have been remiss. Dinner has been left cooking. The fragrant aroma of stewed snake meat and freshly stir-fried ant eggs with the unique lei gong mushrooms wafted through the air, accompanied by the enticing scent of multi-grain rice. Delicious, oh so delectable, she exclaimed. The meals prepared by others bore no comparison to her own concoctions, which had been reduced to mere dog food. Life had worn her down, rendering her more pliable, and she had been forced to adapt to a less than ideal existence. Yet now, she could no longer tolerate the subpar dishes she had once prepared. With a nod of approval towards Qin Yinshu's culinary skills, she eagerly indulged in the feast before her. Slow down, There's plenty more to enjoy. The Legong mushrooms were a gift from Jiang. Please eat first while I assemble your bed. The bamboo has dried sufficiently this afternoon. It merely requires assembly now. Jiang Yuemo spoke indistinctly, and once the matter was laid bare, her entanglement dissipated. Embracing the philosophy of when in Rome, do as the Romans do, she adhered to her long-standing principle of action. Qin Yin looked at her cheeks, puffed out like a little hamster, finding her somewhat endearing. After toiling for most of the day, Jiang Yuemo and his bed were finally completed. Though the wooden planks from the previous bed proved insufficient for the new one, they managed to cover part of it for now, intending to purchase a new mattress the following day. Yuemo, lend me a hand. Jiang Yuemo meticulously prepared the bowl, her anticipation mounting as she yearned to behold her new bed. Wait a moment. This before her, it cannot be a double bed, can it? Does that mean she will have to share it with? Though she had slept beside someone before, why the sudden anxiety? Yet, Jiang Yuemo approached the door, engaging in a flurry of thoughts, and then walked in unison with her hands and feet to stand before Qin Yin. What thoughts occupy your little mind? Her gait resembled that of a charming little duck, undeniably endearing. Does this imply that we have established a relationship? Jiang Yuemo has always favored directness. She cannot comprehend the nuances of ambiguity. Therefore, without clarity, she finds it impossible to navigate the evening with him calmly. After all, everything is altered since the moment she stepped through the gates today. Qin Yin set aside what he was holding and regarded Jiang Yuemo with earnest eyes. His towering figure seemed to eclipse the moon, while she barely reached his chest. Miss Jiang, are you indeed seeking a divorce from me? His large hand tenderly brushed her cheek, igniting a fervent blush upon both their faces. I am ready to wait until you feel prepared. You are a wonderful person, and I hope you find satisfaction in our relationship. I wish for us to be compatible. If you desire to leave, please express it. I cannot bear to witness you compromising your own happiness. Who would have thought Qin Yin possessed such emotional sensitivity? He appeared to be the reticent type. In truth, before encountering Jiang Yuemo, he had always been solitary and withdrawn. It was a novel and delightful experience for him. Deep within, he secretly yearned for her acceptance, for he wished to embrace the complexities of love. Chapter 46. Defining the relationship we can, for now, give it a try. Oh my. A handsome man has just confessed his feelings for me. In the depths of Jiang Yuemo's heart, a mischievous little figure laughed heartily. At the age of 27, she found herself receiving a declaration of love from a boy for the second time in her life. The first instance had occurred during her first grade, while playing house. She vividly recalled that child, stuttering as he presented her with a large white rabbit milk candy, boldly proclaiming his intention to support her, only to be overheard by his mother. Thus, his tender affection was swiftly extinguished. Now, however, someone genuine had knocked on her door, cautiously inquiring within. Qin Yin gazed at Jiang Yuemo, whose bashful nods were endearing, and shook his head vigorously. A peculiar sensation surged within his chest, and, inexplicably, his breath felt slightly constricted, while his heart's rhythm accelerated, and his cheeks flushed with warmth. Overwhelmed with joy, his body reacted swifter than his mind. Qin Yin scooped Jiang Yuemo into his arms, twirling her around in exuberance. Laughing heartily, I am truly elated. Startled, Jiang Yuemo was unsure whether to cover his mouth or her own face. Grateful they were in the courtyard. No, put me down quickly. Stop laughing. You'll disturb the neighbors, she exclaimed. No, I shall laugh. I'm exceedingly happy. As his gentle and anxious demeanor faded, Jiang Yuemo felt that his silly, hearty laughter suited his tall figure perfectly. The two of them clumsily assembled the bed. After washing up, utterly exhausted, they resembled mummies, each tucked under one side of the blanket, an invisible boundary drawn between them. Good night, Qin Yin. Good night, Mo. After a while, Jiang Yuemo shifted, feeling a chill as the empty space allowed the wind to seep in. Are you asleep, Qin Yin? Not yet. Qin Yin parted his lips, yearning to embrace her, but hesitating to move. Tomorrow, we shall go cotton picking together. All right, what shall we eat tomorrow? We'll have the leftovers from tonight. Jiang Yuemo found herself at a loss for words. Truly, could this man not find a topic of conversation? Even after regaining his composure, He remained foolishly dazed. Beside her, the sound of steady breathing indicated that Qin Yinshu had fallen asleep while she was lost in her thoughts. Jiang Yuemo let out a sigh of relief as she gently tugged at the blanket, attempting to cocoon herself within its warmth. To her surprise, Qin Yinshu, in a fluid motion, turned over and effortlessly pulled her into his embrace, just as they had done on countless evenings spent nestled together. Startled, Jiang Yuemo felt a rush of emotions. Yet, he made no further movements, appearing to have truly fallen asleep, leading her to ponder whether she was merely overthinking the situation. Jiang Yuemo peacefully closed her eyes, seeking a comfortable position in his embrace as she slipped into slumber. Qin Yinshu, having succeeded in his endeavor, suppressed a smile that threatened to escape, the mirth in his chest nearly overflowing. The following morning, the alarm clock buzzed at 4:30. Qin Yinshu opened his eyes to find an octopus nestled against him, its fluffy head resting in his embrace. He reached out to tousle Jiang Yuemo's disheveled hair, which caused her a slight discomfort, prompting her to instinctively nuzzle closer. Qin Yinshu tightened his hold just a fraction, feeling a profound sense of tranquility with her in his arms. "Let it not ring." Jiang Yuemo sought to raise her hand to silence the alarm clock. Yet Qin Yinshu's embrace was too tight, rendering her arm trapped beneath her head. "We spent the entire night like this." Qin Yinshu silenced the alarm and gently placed a kiss atop her head. "Good morning, my dear." Jiang Yuemo's face suddenly flushed with warmth, resembling a ripe jujube, radiating heat. This man, early in the morning, was already casting glances her way. "Hurry up. We need to get ready. We have cotton to pick today." "All right, leave breakfast to me." Qin Yinshu couldn't help but pinch her cheek, swiftly donning his trousers before she could react, and proceeded to heat the oil in the pan. This man was truly excessive. Why was he not wearing a shirt? It was undoubtedly intentional. Yet, the aroma of the meal was delightful, and he seemed to emit a subtle fragrance as well. Qin Yinshu approached with a toothbrush, the toothpaste perfectly squeezed, his face exuding a profound tenderness as their faces gradually drew closer. Brushing teeth. Brush, brush, brush. Just brushing teeth, yet so close together. Jiang Yuemo's cheeks flushed with a warmth that could ignite flames. She bit down on her toothbrush, pushing aside the captivating man who perpetually radiated charm, and ambled towards the mirror, feigning nonchalance as she brushed her teeth. Qin Yinshu raised an eyebrow, contemplating that today, as antics ought to cease. Should he press further, the little one might frighten herself away. The second strategy to win over his wife, to capture a woman's heart, one must first conquer her stomach. The fragrant remnants of last night's meal reminded Jiang Yuemo of the delectable dishes from eat.To's home. Seizing the moment while she indulged in her food, Qin Yinshu began to gather their belongings for their outing. Not only had they assembled the bed the previous night, but Jiang Yuemo had also crafted 2 masks. The cotton-filled ones could allow the pesky cotton bug to fly about, occasionally landing in one's hair. The mere thought of that sensation made her contemplate a haircut, though she hesitated to part with her locks. Reluctantly, she resolved to don protective gear, which also served as sun protection. Thus, 2 bandits emerged into the world. "Ha ha ha, you truly resemble a robber." Qin Yinshu chuckled at the sight of Jiang Yuemo, who was only revealing her eyes, mouth, and nose. She appeared even more fitting for the role. All right, let's cease our laughter. Chu Tian must be growing impatient." Unbeknownst to Chu Tian, Qin Yinshu had regained his health, and Jiang Yuemo was eager to share the news. "Wait, take this." A silver pistol gleamed coldly in his hand. It was a trophy acquired from vanquishing a rogue faction. "I kept it unused, and it shall serve you well for self-defense." Qin Yinshu produced a small green satchel from seemingly nowhere, perfectly sized to accommodate the pistol and 10 bullets. "Where did this satchel come from? Does your home harbor such items?" "It must be something you procured from Huang Husan, tucked away in a corner box." She recalled that among the spoils taken from Huang Husan, aside from what had been sold, there remained various odds and ends she had yet to sort through. "Let us not dwell on that. We should set off." Just then, Chu Tian, noticing Jiang Yuemo's absence from the assembly point, happened to arrive at her doorstep. The driver was now quite familiar with the route to her home. "Jiang Yuemo, hurry up. We've been waiting for you." Cheng was dressed exceptionally handsomely today, seemingly having emerged from yesterday's bruised ego. His mother had remarked that Jiang Yuemo was a capable child, and that Chigo might be a burden to her. If possible, she hoped he would spend more time with Jiang Yuemo, for they could care for Chigo together in the future. Zhu Big Chi. Qin Yinshu removed his mask, his countenance bright and spirited, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, clearly having recovered. Chu Tian approached with delight. Big Chi, you've returned to health. Yes, thanks to MO's A-grade potion and the time spent recuperating. Excellent. It's wonderful to have you back. Cheng Yu, seated in the car, froze, feeling as though his world was shattering around him. Chapter 47. Cotton picking. Nightshade, it was all my fault back then. Had it not been for me. Qin Yinshu interjected with a smile, assuring that no one should bear the blame for the past. All right, let's not dwell on it any longer. We should get in the car. Chu Tian, a man of formidable stature, found himself with reddened eyes as he beheld his dear brother standing before him, seemingly in perfect health. He had once feared that the best outcome would be for Qin Yinshu to continue living in that dazed state, yet he never anticipated witnessing his friend's return to normalcy. Holding Jiang Yuemo's hand, Qin Yinshu ascended into Cheng Yu's vehicle. Wait, what is it? There's also Jiang, and Jiang Yuemo suddenly recalled her agreement with Jiang and from yesterday. No sooner had she thought of it than Jiang and sent her message. Sister Jiang, I won't be going to the cotton collection site. I need to accompany my brother on a mission. Is it all right if I buy cotton from you later? No problem, she replied. After all, she was out with Qin Yinshu today, which would surely allow her to gather more. Once in the car, Cheng Yu's eyes were fixated on Qin Yinshu, captivated by the fact that Chi Ge had recovered. He felt as if he were a tender morsel, charred on the outside, yet soft within, harboring secret hopes of igniting a spark in Qin Yinshu's heart, only to have those aspirations extinguished before they could even ignite. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Chi Ge had indeed recovered. A wave of joy surged through him, sweeping away the cobwebs from his mind, as he lunged towards Qin Yinshu with tears in his eyes. Chi Ge, you are truly well. His voice rose and fell in a melodious crescendo, so poignant that one might think Qin Yinshu had departed. It was a pity he wasn't performing a lament. Jiang Yuemo smacked her lips, wearing an expression of deep regret. Captain Qin Yinshu forcefully grasped Cheng Yu's nape and hurled him into the car, where a group of mercenaries attempted to pounce. Indeed, I have recovered, and I shall no longer serve as a mercenary. Captain Qi, is it true that you will never be a mercenary again? Brother Qi, it is truly wonderful that you have regained your strength. Captain Qi, you're finally well again. Oh, how I long for the sensation of being trained by you to the brink of survival and despair. It seems something peculiar has infiltrated our midst. Along the journey, everyone chattered incessantly, inquiring about Qin Yinshu's recent circumstances and feelings in great detail. Big Chi, let us reminisce after this mission. I must now proceed to execute a suppression task. Would you care to join me? Chu Tian yearned for the camaraderie of fighting alongside Qin Yinshu. I shall not accompany you. I have cotton to pick, for I am now a man with a family. Qin Yinshu gently lowered his gaze, regarding Jiang Yuemo with warmth. Jiang Yuemo felt a slight flush on her face. How infuriating it was that this man could emit such charm at any moment. All right, I shall take my leave, she declared. Chu Tian, having organized his weapons and equipment, set off with 10 men to hunt down the nest of mutated rats. Let us commence as well. Thus, in the cotton harvesting field emerged a pair of formidable bandit spouses, seemingly more intent on plundering the cotton than harvesting it, leaving naught but barren patches in their wake. Particularly striking was Qin Yinshu's intimidating attire, which further instilled fear. The good citizens, who preferred to avoid trouble but feared it nonetheless, hastily retreated, apprehensive of the couple's potential outburst. After joyfully shaving a patch of cotton, Jiang Yuemo realized that she and Qin Yinshu seemed to have been isolated. Why was everyone keeping their distance from us? Perhaps it was due to our appearance, resembling that of a robber. Qin Yinshu chuckled lightly. Thanks to their attire, he and Jiang Yuemo were able to enjoy a leisurely moment, at least free from the disturbances that had beset Jiang Yuemo the previous day. If Jiang Yuemo were aware that donning a mask would deter others from troubling her, she would adorn herself with a different one each day of the week, each distinct from the last. Scarlet, orange, crimson, green, azure, indigo, and violet, each a unique hue. When you pick cotton, do take care. Just yesterday, I unearthed a plant of ironweed. Very well. Jiang Yuemo, feeling fatigued, found herself once more at the edge of the cotton field, this time on the western side. Let's take a moment to rest. We have done quite enough, she remarked. Together, they had gathered 2.5 bags, and combined with yesterday's harvest, it would suffice for both Jiang and Jiangping. Qin Yinshu, do you see something dark over there? Jiang Yuemo squinted her eyes, straining to gaze towards the left front. She had initially thought it to be some small creature, but now, having shifted her perspective away from the cotton field, she realized it was likely a type of plant. Curiosity beckoned her to investigate further. As the two approached, they discovered a colossal nightshade, laden with clusters of dark. Glusifhui. Heavens! What is this? So dark and intriguing, and seemingly edible. Jiang Yuemo, filled with excitement, plucked a fist-sized solanum fruit and let a single drop of its juice fall onto the testing panel. Drip, drip, drip. The high concentration of radiation rendered it inedible. This particular solanum plant bore over 30 fruits, causing its stem to bow under their weight. Qin Yinshu followed suit, eager to conduct his own tests. To his astonishment, he discovered that some of these fruits were indeed edible, a surprising revelation, considering their dark, ominous appearance suggested toxicity. After a succession of tests, Jiang Yuemo finally identified 2 fruits that were safe for consumption. One with a medium level of radiation deemed suitable for limited intake, and another with a low level of radiation confirmed as edible. The remaining fruits, however, were deemed unfit for consumption. Jiang Yuemo held 2 fruits in contemplation. The one with a medium concentration was larger, while the one with a lower concentration was smaller. Which one would be better for Qin Yinshu? You choose first. I shall be content with either. Jiang Yuemo handed the lower concentration one to Qin Yinshu. Consume this. The lower concentration is beneficial for your health. Jiang Yuemo chuckled softly, realizing that this way she would be able to indulge in the more substantial portion. She truly was clever. Qin Yinshu felt somewhat touched and returned the lesser concentration to Jiang Yuemo. This one is good. You should have this. Jiang Yuemo blushed slightly and chuckled. All right. To be honest, I prefer a larger one. She appeared somewhat naïve in her demeanor. You can have it all. I don't have a taste for sweets. Just take a bite from me and leave me a piece. Jiang Yuemo had not indulged in such a delicacy for an eternity, casting aside her modesty. She savored a delightful bite. The sweet juice trickled down the corners of her mouth, and her fingers became stained with the purple hue of the fruit's skin. Indeed, the larger ones were far more delectable. Her childhood wish for them to grow bigger had finally been realized. Qin Yin watched her relish her meal, his heart melting at the sight. In the end, he did not partake in even a single bite, for Jiang Yuemo devoured them all, her lips tinged with a deep violet. What is wrong with your mouth? Jiang Yuemo pouted her purplish lips, yet they were obscured by her nose, rendering them entirely within her visual blind spot, completely invisible to her. What was wrong with her lips? They appeared somewhat purple. Could it be that she had truly been poisoned? Jiang Yuemo reached out and dabbed her hand, smearing her palm with a viscous purple juice. Oh, this substance has grown larger, which is somewhat unpleasant, as it becomes sticky while eating. It's all right, just stain purple. Ugh. In an instant, Jiang Yuemo felt as though the world was spinning around her. She believed she had turned, yet in reality, she was supporting Qin Yinshu, who was violently retching. I told you this substance is toxic. Chapter 48. The Fierce Bandit Couple versus the Wild Duck. Jiang Yuemo felt as though her stomach was about to turn inside out, and Qin Yinshu was also retching uncontrollably. By the time both of them had regained their composure and distanced themselves from the area of foul odor, the water they had brought along was completely consumed. Help! To be so utterly mortified in front of Qin Yinshu was truly a social death. Jiang Yuemo wished to dig a pit and bury herself within it. That dark substance, poisonous, should never be consumed again. Very well, even without your words. I'm aware. That cursed wristwatch, it claimed it was edible. Jiang Yuemo was engulfed in despondency. Yet Qin Yinshu suddenly conceived a possibility. It must be an evolved variant of toxin. A variant toxin? How many plants inherently possess mild toxins? Perhaps having leaned towards the amplification of toxicity throughout the course of evolution? Indeed, while the nightshade may be substantial in size, it does not reach the exaggerated proportions of other plants. Moreover, in the bustling cotton harvesting area, it would be inconceivable for it to have gone unnoticed. Jiang Yuemo has finally grasped the essence of the phrase suffering by the roadside. Look at this, Qin Yinshu said, producing a sprig of amaranth. I have also found amaranth. We shall feast upon it tonight. If only we could savor a dish of amaranth stewed with crucian carp, she mused. However, do not hold your breath for the carp. The fish in this world may well consume her. Fish? There is a river nearby. I can certainly give it a try. It is merely a matter of fishing. A trivial concern, although he hesitated to speak too definitively, fearing to disappoint Jiang Yuemo. Really? In this lifetime, the one thing that Jiang Yuemo cannot let go of is her chopsticks. For a morsel of food, she would brave any peril. Just give it a try, and you'll understand. The two of them followed the marked location on the map in search of the river depicted therein. It is indeed a fateful connection. The map reveals that opposite the small river lies a grove of bamboo, the very grove she knows all too well. By the riverbank, numerous aquatic plants, unfamiliar to Jiang Yuemo, flourish, while two wild ducks frolic in the water. They crouched behind a thicket, observing the playful ducks, and Jiang Yuemo's eyes sparkled with delight, already contemplating how to prepare them. Qin Yinshu, what do you think about us having them for dinner? She mused. Her insatiable appetite constantly yearned for more. Those two ducks were quite formidable in appearance, reminiscent of ostriches from Jiang Yuemo's memory. But regardless of their size, they remained ducks. Ducks, however, are not easily subdued, especially since they can fly and possess considerable strength. Qin Yinshu felt troubled. While he could easily take down one, he was reluctant to let the other escape. I have a gun, Jiang Yuemo declared, the silver firearm gleaming in her hand. With Qin Yinshu's skills, dispatching both with 2 shots to the head would be a trivial matter. Fortunately, your foresight has ensured that these 2 roasted ducks will not elude them. The down from these ducks would suffice to craft a complete set of warm clothing for both Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu, even if they could not feast upon them. Duck down is still a valuable commodity. With a shared resolve, Qin Yinshu and Jiang Yuemo set their sights on the pair of ducks nestled together in the water, determined to claim their prize. The fierce couple versus the wild ducks. Jiang Yuemo grasped the vine beside him, meticulously intertwining each strand until they were bound tightly together. A precaution against the possibility of startling another duck into flight once the gun was fired. Jiang Yuemo skillfully cast a rope to ensnare it, providing Qin Yinshu the precious moments needed to take his second shot. Once everything was meticulously prepared, Jiang Yuemo, filled with exhilaration, began his culinary endeavors. Braised duck, roasted duck, and salt-baked duck frames, all while savoring the anticipation. I am ready to commence. Although Qin Yinshu had not wielded a firearm for over a year, his grip was still clean and precise, swiftly delivering a fatal shot to the larger of the 2 ducks. The affectionate pair, each clutching a fish in their beaks and poised to ascend the shore, was caught off guard. One fell victim to the gunshot, while the other, startled, took flight, dropping its fish upon the bank and flapping in distress. Jiang Yuemo, filled with urgency, deftly ensnared the foot of the startled duck, which fell to the ground in panic. Responding to the crack of the gun, Jiang Yuemo charged forward in a swift motion, exuberantly delivering a punch that shattered the head of the fish lying on the ground. The fish flopped a couple of times before falling utterly still. Qin Yinshu, the fish I have witnessed. It was struck down by your fist. A fate it could never have anticipated in its lifetime. Alas, it may be unsightly, but I was merely concerned it might escape. I could have simply picked it up. There was no need for such theatrics. Jiang Yuemo has only just realized the truth of the matter. Indeed, Qin Yinshu took the fish and proceeded to test it. Beep, beep, beep. Moderate levels of radiation detected, recommended for limited consumption. Ah, fish. A delightful stew of fish and amaranth. Let us not forget those 2 ducks. Observing her joy, Qin Yinshu felt a sense of happiness himself. The 2 of them approached, the two lifeless wild ducks with the excitement akin to purchasing a lottery ticket. Beep, beep, beep. High levels of radiation detected, not suitable for consumption. Beep, beep, beep. Elevated levels of radiation detected, not suitable for consumption. As expected, fortune does not always favor her. Nevertheless, it is already a significant catch. We have procured such a large fish. Jiang Yuemo carefully wrapped the sizable grass carp in large leaves and placed it securely in a basket. We have been out for quite a while. It is time to return to the group. Wait, Jiang Yuemo bent down, rummaging through the grass as if in search of something. What could it be? There are snakes in this vicinity. One must be cautious. Ah, she found it. Oh, fortune goddess, I adore you. From this moment forth, you shall be my lifelong belief. A duck egg. Could it be that she is truly a genius? He glanced at the duck beneath his feet, then at the fish in the basket and the duck egg in her hand. For the first time, he marveled at how effortlessly hunting could be. Let us be on our way. Jiang Yuemo placed 8 duck eggs and fish into a basket, meticulously surrounding it with the remnants of a wild duck nest. This was her most fortuitous day, even surpassing the joy of meeting Shun Jibai and the elation of learning that Jiang Yuemo had recovered. Upon arriving at the assembly point, she fortuitously encountered Chu Tian and his team returning. Each of the 10 mercenaries carried a large basket. Some contained provisions, while others held the carcasses of mutated rats, and even live rat pups. Chu Tian spotted the tall figure of Jiang Yuemo from a distance, who stood out conspicuously among the crowd. Ah, quite a harvest, Jiang Yuemo remarked, glancing at the bounty the mercenaries had unloaded, noting a portion, about 10%, belonged to his beloved Mo. My Mo. Chu Tian's attention was drawn to the wild ducks in Jiang Yuemo and Jiang Yuemo's hands. You two managed to take down 2 ducks. How did you do it? It was Mo with the slingshot. Jiang Yuemo decided against revealing the use of a firearm to Chu Tian. Having previously conspired with Jiang Yuemo on this explanation and discreetly removed the bullets. Observing the fatal wound on the wild duck's head, Chu Tian's perception of Jiang Yuemo deepened. This girl was a formidable force. Thanks to that little silver slingshot, Jiang Yuemo's standing in Chu Tian's eyes soared, igniting a pressing desire to recruit her into the mercenary group. Chapter 49. Collusion and Chaos, Just Average. We rank 3rd in the world. Comrade Jiang Yuemo, you must seriously reconsider my earlier proposal. Just as she was about to flaunt her prowess, a piercing and brilliant alarm rang out. Everyone halted their activities and, laden with their spoils, surged toward the base's assembly point. The crowd was so dense that Jiang Yuemo was jostled about. Once Jiang Yuemo steadied himself, he heard her whisper curiously, "What is that?" At that moment, Jiang Yuemo's expression darkened considerably as he gritted out 2 words, "Beast attack." A beast attack. Though Jiang Yuemo had never experienced such a thing, the meaning of those words was clear. It's wolves. Stay alert. This operation involved 4 mercenary groups collaborating with the base: the Tianlang Mercenary Group, the Chiefing Mercenary Group, the Jiutian Mercenary Group, and the Xinwen Mercenary Group. Together, the 4 groups comprised 50 individuals, while the peacekeeping forces dispatched by the base numbered 30. Yet they had over 200 residents to protect. Even if they encircled the residents, it would prove insufficient. Received. Jiutian in the west has spotted 2 southern and northern reports. The southern Xinhua has discovered 8, but one is rather peculiar. It's sitting upon another giant wolf. The northern Tianlang reported no sightings of mutated black wolves. Chu Tian's position was remarkably advantageous, with a river at his back, thus avoiding any stealthy encirclement by mutated black wolves. We can retreat to the north. Report the specific conditions in the north. In the north, there are no anomalies, positioned at the rear. A river 6 meters wide lies 300 meters away, providing a feasible escape route. The commanding officer of the base, Lu Li, furrowed his brow. While the use of the latter is indeed a viable option, he is uncertain whether it can accommodate the passage of approximately 300 individuals. With no alternative course of action available, the speed of the giant wolves is rapidly increasing, drawing perilously close. The order to evacuate the civilians to the north is issued without delay. Understood. At the moment the 4 mercenary teams heard the command, they chambered their rounds. Even though their aim was precise, the giant wolves charged forth with reckless abandon. Those mercenaries unable to evade were swiftly subdued by the razor-sharp claws of the black wolves, meeting a gruesome fate in mere moments. 3 giant wolves, enticed by the scent of blood, became invigorated, surrounding their prey and indulging in a savage feast. Jiang Yuemo found herself at the rear, and evacuation should have been a simple task. However, Qin Yinshu, unable to put his mind at ease, insisted on aiding Chu Tian after ensuring Jiang Yuemo's safety. What else could Jiang Yuemo do but don her mask and adopt a stance of indifference? At that moment, she set aside her concerns, armed with her small silver gun, and joined the fray, concealed within the underbrush to launch her surprise attacks. Simultaneously, she discerned a peculiar creature perched atop the last of the colossal wolves. This giant wolf, positioned at the rear of the pack, was notably larger and possessed a more lustrous coat than the others, suggesting it was the alpha. Yet its ears were pinned back, as if it were attentively awaiting some command. The strange entity resembled a wolf, albeit with disproportionately short forelimbs. It was a bai. According to Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica, the bai has short forelegs and possesses the ability to discern the location of food. The wolf, burdened with its shortened hind legs, is thus referred to as wolf and bai in conjunction. In contemporary society, the mythical bai is perceived as a wolf with physical deformities or deficiencies. An unusual-looking wolf or jackal, possibly a hybrid born of interbreeding between wolves, foxes, or other canids. However, in reality, there is no such creature as the bai. It is said that the bai is the most intelligent being within a wolf pack, capable of commanding the loyalty of its fellow wolves from birth. Contemplating this, Jiang Yuemo gazed intently at the dark bai, her expression grave. A trap had been set. Howls echoed through the air. There are wolves. We must flee. Do not crowd me. Do not crowd me. Help me. Save me. Save me. Gurgle. Dozens of wolves, dripping wet, swam across the river, and those who had already crossed were swiftly torn apart by the ravenous beasts. The mercenaries, having exhausted their ammunition, were left to grapple with the wolves in hand-to-hand combat. But how could mere humans contend with beasts as large as cattle? The casualties were staggering. Qin Yinshu proclaimed, to capture a thief, one must first seize the king. Eliminate that bai. Yes, it was that peculiar creature atop the alpha wolf. Jiang Yuemo found it impossible to target the alpha wolf or the rogue, yet Qin Yinshu could. The gun Qin Yinshu retrieved from the ground contained but a single remaining bullet. To eliminate the rogue, he first needed to dispatch the alpha wolf. This was a formidable task, as the alpha wolf was well guarded. Thus, he resolved to aim for the alpha wolf, reasoning that the rogue could not escape. Yet, what if the rogue fled while he was occupied with the alpha wolf? He reassured himself that the rogue would remain. Qin Yinshu believed that Jiang Yuemo might possess a clever strategy and was prepared to take a decisive risk. With a last bullet, he pulled the trigger, sending the projectile hurtling from the heated muzzle, striking true at the center of the alpha wolf's forehead, just as its arrogant gaze met his. It was dead. The moment had come to act. Taking advantage of the moment when the other wolves were caught off guard, Jiang Yuemo sprinted while firing at the jackal, hitting it 4 out of 5 times, one bullet striking its eye. The jackal writhed in agony on the ground, attempting to shield itself behind the corpse of the fallen alpha wolf to evade the bullets. Help! Help me! The mutated black wolves, tails tucked in fear, began to flee just as Jiang Yuemo fired his 6th shot, which struck the jackal's heart. The creature lay still, abandoned by the mutated black wolves, exhaling its last breath in regret. He's dead. He's really dead. Father, someone save me. Do not linger. Withdraw immediately. Lilikumanda Dasizivedi. Aware that the wolves might return or that the scent of blood could attract other predators, such a scenario would be a true disaster. Remaining here would merely serve to provide a feast for others. A few fortunate souls, who had ventured out to gather cotton and narrowly escaped with their lives, did not wait for their mercenary leader's orders and hastily jumped into the truck. The first priority upon their arrival was to load the cotton they had harvested onto the vehicle. Although the truck's cargo area was spacious, the survivors and the injured clearly required that space more urgently. 5 full sacks of cotton quickly filled the area to capacity, leading to disputes among the survivors. This is my hard-earned crop. Why should I discard it? Can't you see the injured? How can you be so selfish? Stop moralizing. Why don't you just throw away your own cotton? Chapter 50. Tensions Risley felt as though his head might explode from frustration and ordered his subordinates to discard the cotton of those who did not comply. Everyone was to board the vehicle and escape at full speed. Some obeyed, while others erupted in outrage. Wasn't it common knowledge that gathering cotton came with life-threatening risks? No one had ever discarded resources at the first sign of danger. Otherwise, they might as well have stayed home. Lily was not one to indulge them. He kicked one individual off the truck. If you enjoy being with the cotton so much, then remain with it. Let the tiger consume you and turn you into fertilizer for the cotton. Was it necessary to risk their lives just to earn a pittance? Did his brothers' lives mean nothing? If they delayed any further, those he vowed to protect would truly perish. Without further ado, he commanded his team to execute the order and discard all the cotton from the vehicle. Some resisted, only to be tossed out alongside it. The group fell silent, reluctantly discarding their cotton, hoping others would do the same for them. The mercenaries might have indulged their whims, but the peacekeepers did not. They took action, seizing the cotton and tossing it out while the mercenaries pulled the remaining individuals onto the truck. Thus, at least 20 unfortunate souls were left behind. However, there is no time to delay any longer. For the sake of the lives of this large group of individuals, Lily must prioritize the greater good. Safeguarding his brothers is of utmost importance. Jiang Yuemo sat in the car driven by Chu Tian, enveloped in a profound silence. Her cotton and spoils had just been placed in the trunk, thus negating any losses. Yet, she found herself once more grappling with the stark value of human life in this world. The truck roared to life, swiftly retracing its path with urgency. However, the tension in the air remained palpable. The group was steeped in the anguish of lost loved ones and the bittersweet relief of survival. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was hauntingly quiet. Even those who had previously exhibited a resolute demeanor now made every effort to conceal their emotions, fearful that the sound of a single sob might unleash a torrent of grief that could lift the very roof of the truck. Jiang Yuemo observed Qin Yinchu's shoulder, marred by extensive abrasions, a gruesome sight that evoked profound sympathy. Fragments of grass and fine grains of sand remained unaddressed upon the wounds. "Allow me to tend to your injuries," she offered. "It's nothing serious," Qin Yinchu replied, averting his gaze, his eyes closed in a semblance of tranquility. "Are you truly unscathed?" Jiang Yuemo inquired, as he gently caressed her silken strands, relieved that she had emerged unscathed. In those fleeting 30 seconds, he found himself torn between gratitude for her presence and frustration over the peril she had unknowingly embraced. Yet, fortune favored him. The calamities he had dreaded never materialized, and the heavens had not stolen his moonlight. Thank goodness you are here," he murmured, enveloping Jiang Yuemo in a tight embrace, repeating his sentiment like a mantra. As the sound of the engine reverberated, they moved aside, avoiding the gaze of those within the vehicle, for in this world, a car signified a certain status. Soon, they left all others far behind. The vehicle swiftly entered the dilapidated quarters, traversing the eastern part of the city, until it arrived at Jiang Yuemo's doorstep. "Are we here for dinner?" Qin Yinchu inquired, eager to reconnect with Chu Tian. "Not today. I still have injuries to attend to. Perhaps tomorrow," she replied. In the center of the yard lay a large saw alongside various tools intended for cutting bamboo. To the left, a set of tables and chairs stood, accompanied by a substantial basket of grain, while in the corner, potato vines thrived. As Jiang Yuemo stepped into the courtyard, she finally felt a sense of security wash over her, instantly relaxing. She hastily seated herself on a chair and poured a generous glass of water to drink. The day was still young, allowing them to sort out the provisions from yesterday. Qin Yinchu, sitting nearby, took a sip of water and nodded at her words. He then retrieved a vial of nutrient solution from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Yuemo. "Drink this first. We shall forego lunch today." Faced with Qin Yinchu's stern expression, Jiang Yuemo dared not argue, promptly accepting the nutrient solution and gulping it down. Almost immediately, her face contorted into a grimace. This punishment was truly unbearable. To think she was being compelled to skip a meal. Qin Yinchu had long since ceased to be angry. He was merely a bit fatigued today, Yet her reaction elicited an involuntary chuckle from him. The two sat together for half an hour, gazing skyward, allowing their thoughts to settle while they rested. Then, they commenced their monotonous cycle of testing. Beep, beep, beep. High concentration of radiation detected. Consumption is not advised. Beep, beep, beep. High concentration of radiation detected. Consumption is not advised. Beep, beep, beep. High concentration of radiation detected. Consumption is not advised. Beep, beep, beep. Moderate concentration of radiation detected. Consumption is advised in moderation. A yam bean, not bad. Qin Yinshu tossed the hefty yam bean into his hand, feeling a sense of satisfaction. My hands are so sore. Jiang Yuemo was exceedingly picky, finding nothing palatable. This mouse was utterly useless. Qin Yinshu playfully flicked her forehead, and before her temper could flare, he gently clasped her hand and began to massage it tenderly. Jiang Yuemo gazed into his eyes, where flickers of joy and tenderness danced. Her right hand instinctively clenched. Qin Yinshu cleared his throat softly, the tips of his ears tinged with a faint blush. Do you feel a bit better? Yes, a bit more rubbing might help, she replied. Their gazes intertwined, drawing them closer with each gentle caress. Their speech became increasingly hesitant. Alright, no. It's not uncomfortable anymore. Let's get back to work. A smile graced Qin Yinshu's lips as he pulled Jiang Yuemo's head closer, teasing, "Little one, trying to escape at such a moment?" With that, he leaned in and pressed his lips against hers, his body descending, causing Jiang Yuemo's waist to rest against the armrest of the chair. Ouch! Qin Yinshu had intended for a deeper connection, but Jiang Yuemo's sharp intake of breath halted his advance. What does it hurt? My waist. It feels like it might break. I've been hunched over working all morning. I'm utterly exhausted. It feels as though my waist is no longer my own, let alone attempting such acrobatics. I apologize for my boldness, Qin Yinshu murmured, slightly lifting himself. He wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her into his embrace. Observing her, he noted the noticeable flush of her lips, a soft smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his gaze deepening. He then leaned down to place a gentle kiss upon her lips. Chapter 51. Organizing belongings. Jiang Yuemo's eyes widened as she gazed at Qin Yinshu's gentle brow and eyes. Qin Yinshu chuckled softly, releasing her from his lap. As he observed Jiang Yuemo's hurried retreat from his embrace, a smile broke upon his lips, one he could hardly contain. What should I do? I truly do not wish to let her go. Jiang Yuemo's heart was a tangled mess. What had happened that led to such an unexpected kiss? As she held a corn cob, she meticulously removed the kernels, one by one, the rhythmic sound of droplets incessantly ringing in her ears. This was even more effective than a calming incantation and utterly addictive. Before long, Jiang Yuemo found herself entirely absorbed in the task at hand. Qin Yinshu brought forth the hot water he had just boiled and began the process of plucking the feathers from the duck. The duck had been deceased for quite some time, its body stiff and unyielding. Qin Yinshu first soaked the feathers in cold water, followed by a scalding dip, adding a small spoonful of the last remaining salt to the hot water, carefully plucking the feathers in the direction of their growth. The salt was running low. He would need to purchase more. Left alone in the yard, Qin Yinshu wrestled with the wild duck. One wild duck was as large as an ostrich, its down sufficient to make a cozy comforter, while the other could be transformed into a down jacket for both himself and Jiang Yuemo. Qin Yinshu, look at this. Jiang Yuemo approached with excitement, clutching what appeared to be a tree root. As she drew nearer, Qin Yinshu discerned that it was not a root at all, but rather a ginseng. He hurriedly wiped his hands clean and, with utmost care, accepted the precious find. After scrutinizing it, he inhaled deeply and returned it to Jiang Yuemo. This was no ordinary ginseng. It was a red ginseng of remarkable size. Goodness gracious! Jiang Yuemo was taken aback. Ginseng is renowned as the king of herbs. Even without the weight of this title, its reputation alone is already quite formidable. Jiang Yuemo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although this ginseng had been violently uprooted, resulting in a loss of several roots, its overall structure remained remarkably intact. Having never encountered genuine ginseng before, she thought to herself that one need not have seen a pig run to recognize it. This ginseng bore an uncanny resemblance to the one etched in her memory. Beep, beep, beep. The moderate radiation level indicated that it was advisable to consume it in moderation. The two could not contain their relief, which quickly transformed into sheer ecstasy. They had struck gold. My heavens, they were grateful for nature's bounty, for the favor of Lady Luck, and for the coverage from CCTV, as well as the investigative team behind the program. What a curious turn of events. First, they must place it in the preservation machine, ensuring that its medicinal properties remained intact. Jiang Yuemo felt a subtle stir in her heart. She had previously learned the method of preparing ginseng, which was quite simple, though she had never attempted it herself. I could prepare ginseng, but our home lacks a steamer. Qin Yinshu was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face brightened with joy. I find that quite delightful. As Jiang Yuemo concluded her words, she strode into the house with Qin Yinshu, handing him a shopping list. I suggest you purchase a new pot. If you acquire a dryer, you might as well get a vacuum sealer as well. Additionally, please buy 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks for when guests visit. Don't forget to pick up some salt at the base's salt sales point. I've noted everything else on the list. Thank you for your efforts. Qin Yinshu glanced over the list, which contained various sewing supplies, jars, and everyday essentials such as towels and shoe brushes. As he stepped out of the house with the list in hand, he felt a lightness in his stride, his fingertips still warm from the brief contact with Jiang Yuemo's hands. How wonderful it was. This was the essence of having a home. The moonlight elongated his shadow, and by the time he returned with a large basket and smaller bags, Jiang Yuemo had already sorted the 2 baskets of grain. One basket was filled with edible provisions. A bountiful harvest indeed. As for the duck eggs, if she could not have the ducks, at least she could indulge in the eggs. Let me take a look. Jiang Yuemo carefully retrieved the dishes and placed them delicately upon the table. Most of the items had been procured by Qin Yinshu, yet were the chopsticks. He had only acquired the bowls, neglecting the essential utensils. As Qin Yinshu organized the items, he glanced up at Jiang Yuemo and remarked, "There is no need to purchase chopsticks. I shall simply carve a few myself tomorrow." "Ah, very well," she responded. Jiang Yuemo did not dwell on the matter. It was no concern. If Chu Tian and the others arrived without chopsticks, they could simply use their hands. Qin Yinshu then continued to tend to his duck feathers. He washed the plucked wet and dry feathers twice in warm water to remove dust, soil, and grime. He added degreasing powder mint for cleaning poultry feathers to the water and rinsed them thoroughly 3 more times. Though he was uncertain if he had entirely eradicated the duck's odor, as his nose had become accustomed to the scent, leaving him to do his best. The quality of the gray cloth was not suitable for making clothes. Thus, one piece was fashioned into a bed surround, while another was used to spread the duck feathers. As Qin Yinshu finished laying out the gray cloth, he noticed Jiang Yuemo waving at him through the window, holding a duck egg that was nearly half the size of her face. Dinner was a delightful stew of amaranth and fish, a dish that Jiang Yuemo had longed for. With the fragrant aroma of the fish tantalizing her senses, rendering her utterly enchanted as she lingered by the stove. Qin Yinshu had invested significantly in salt, spending a full 100 points to procure enough for them to last the entire winter. Could we perhaps plant ginger as well, so we need not dig for it in the future? She mused, recalling how the ginger had been her stalwart companion in her battle against the giant serpent. The remnants of their encounter now neatly stacked in her preservation machine. Logically, it seemed feasible. They could certainly give it a try tomorrow. Jiang Yuemo joyfully scooped a substantial amount of ginger from the basket. How does one cultivate this? Qin Yinshu, intrigued, picked up a piece of ginger the size of his palm, examining it from every angle. Forgive his ignorance. During the wasteland era, the methods of nurturing and planting certain unique plants were beyond the comprehension of an ordinary individual like him. At most, he was familiar with the cultivation of potatoes and a few seed-bearing plants. His curiosity extended not only to the cultivation of ginger, but also to why Jiang Yuemo possessed such extensive knowledge. Break the ginger into pieces like this, then use hydroponics to sprout it. In half a month, it can be planted in the soil, he thought. If one were to use growth enhancers like with potatoes, might they not grow even faster? Chapter 52. Crafting Red Ginseng. Qin Yinshu emerges from the bath. Jiang Yuemo recalled the 2 sprouting potato baskets, clapping her hands in delight, momentarily forgetting the dilapidated state of the world. Yet, in this realm of public benefit, there existed unexpectedly advanced technology. Indeed, within less than half a month, or even just a few days, the sprouts would appear. Qin Yinshu raised an eyebrow, neither affirming nor denying. After meticulously cleaning the newly purchased plates, he lifted the pot lid under Jiang Yuemo's eager gaze. A rich and savory aroma wafted through the air, the distinctive fragrance of the fish captivating her instantly. Midway through the stew, Qin Yinshu had added a handful of thunder mushrooms, which further tantalized the appetite. We still have plenty of these thunder mushrooms, and this large fish is too much for us to consume alone. Let's invite Jiang and Jiang Ping over. All right, let us hurry. Jiang Yuemo generously filled 2 large bowls with steaming rice, eagerly taking her seat at the table. Just days ago, it was Qin Yinshu waiting here for a meal, and now it was Jiang Yuemo. Qin Yinshu presented a substantial piece of tender fish belly to Jiang Yuemo, free of any pesky bones. The flesh firm and exquisite in texture. It was truly delightful. This was the most delicious fish she had ever tasted. Although Jiang Yuemo was not particularly fond of fish and had seldom eaten it in her youth, in this desolate place, any food was a blessing. Indeed, in these wasteland times, it was essential to cure all forms of pickiness. Slow down. Such a large fish is enough for us, she remarked, acknowledging the truth that even half of it would fill 2 plates. After satiating her hunger, Jiang Yuemo playfully shirked the task of washing dishes, skipping merrily away with a sturdy earthenware jug to fetch water from the well. Qin Yinshu observed this peculiar scene with a twinge of melancholy, feeling that his girlfriend seemed even stronger than he was. As for washing the dishes, he thought little of it, just a mundane chore. Yet it felt like a lifetime of scrubbing awaited him. Jiang Jia, Jiang and pushed open the gate to the small courtyard, her eyes falling upon a large piece of cloth laid out on the ground, seemingly concealing something beneath it. Oh, what is this? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Jiang and Qin Yinshu said as he removed his apron and approached her, carrying half a pot of stewed fish. He had to lower his head slightly as he passed through the doorway due to his height. Brother Qi, you're better, Jiang exclaimed, her eyes scanning him with excitement. Yes, this is the fish that Mo specifically saved for you. Eat it while it's hot. She accepted the fish, still bubbling with enthusiasm, though at a loss for words. At that moment, Jiang Ping entered, lugging half a pig's leg, his eyes drawn immediately to the large cloth, much like his sister's. Oh, Brother Qi, wow, you're well again, congratulations, Jiang Ping exclaimed, taking 2 steps at once to drop the pig leg at Jiang's feet and giving Qin Yinshu a hearty pat on the shoulder. When did this happen? Such significant news, and I wasn't the first to know. Truly, heaven is watching over you. I always believed that good fortune would favor you, Brother Qi. Startled by the sudden slap on his shoulder, Qin Yinshu chuckled along with him, sensing that Jiang Ping was far more exuberant than before. Yes, it happened the day before yesterday. The medicine Momo bought worked wonders, dissolving the clotted blood in my head, and I've made a full recovery. That's wonderful. By the way, this is the hind leg of a wild boar I hunted today. I discussed it with Xiao and thought to trade it for 4 bags of cotton. I hope that will suffice. The value of cotton in the wasteland exceeded that of food. Winter clothing was fraught with unknown dangers, not only due to extreme weather conditions, but also the potential for blizzards lasting up to a month. Food can at least still be procured during winter, albeit at a premium. However, cotton becomes a luxury beyond reach, existing only in name, yet unattainable in reality. Before succumbing to hunger, one risks perishing from the cold. Naturally, I shall procure it for you at once. Can you sell me the pig's blood at market price? I will take as much as you have. She herself remains indifferent to this scene, yet those around her gaze upon her, as if she were a monster. After all, who wouldn't he find it peculiar to witness a delicate girl holding an over 800-pound water jug filled to the brim? Proudly, Jiang Yuemo's tail almost reaches for the heavens. She detests the looks of those weaklings, as if being able to lift that jug somehow brands her as an oddity. Yet, Qin Yinshu possesses discerning taste. You may wash first. I shall begin steaming the ginseng. Jiang Yuemo, with a toothbrush clenched between her teeth, began to boil water, while Qin Yinshu, armed with his toiletries, made his way to the rudimentary bathhouse he had constructed with Jiang Ping before his injury. This communal bathhouse served both their families. Typically, a water bag would be filled with water and left to warm under the sun, allowing them to enjoy a hot shower in the evening. Should they be in haste for a wash and the water bag ran dry, they would resort to heating water in a pot outside, specifically designated for bathing during winter. Once the pot inside was bubbling with boiling water, Jiang Yuemo carefully retrieved the soft-bristled brush Qin Yinshu had recently purchased, meticulously scrubbing the dirt from the red ginseng, taking great care to avoid damaging its delicate skin. After cleansing it thoroughly, the water reached a boil. She then laid out the newly bought curtain and steaming cloth, preparing to steam the ginseng, a process that would take 2 to 3 hours. This marked her inaugural attempt at preparing red ginseng, and a sense of nervousness enveloped her. As Qin Yinshu entered the room, he emanated an invigorating freshness that instantly captured Jiang Yuemo's attention. His hair was still damp, droplets cascading down his forehead, cheeks, and collarbone. His eyes, deep and luminous, seemed to harbor an enigmatic allure that compelled one to gaze into their depths. The steam had imparted a slight flush to his skin, rendering it soft and warm to the eye. Jiang Yuemo stared intently at his smooth, well-defined abdominal muscles. Unfortunately, Qin Yinshu was wrapped in a newly purchased white towel, obscuring Jiang Yuemo's downward gaze. Qin Yinshu, amused yet exasperated, thought to himself if this could be considered harassment from his little wife. What kind of look is that? Are you dissatisfied with what you see? What do you mean by that? What do you see? She retorted, having suffered from a severe visual impairment since childhood, firmly believing that only what she could touch was truly real. Chapter 53. Handling pork ahem, not too bad. Qin Yinshu leaned in closer, and in response to Jiang Yuemo's anxious yet bashful eyes, he slowly extended his hand. You? Me? Jiang Yuemo felt Qin Yinshu's hand brush against her ear before he reached out and extinguished the light. Good night, Momo, he said, suppressing a chuckle as he tucked himself under the covers in his own spot. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuemo was left in a state of agitation, caught in a position that was neither comfortable nor uncomfortable, her anger causing her head to simmer. Damn Qin Yinshu, may he suffer. Jiang Yuemo completely shattered her idealized perception of Qin Yinshu. He remained as detestable as ever. No, I was wrong. Qin Yinshu received a thorough beating before bedtime. The following morning, he arose early, rubbing his sore back from last night's kicking, and made his way to the base's cold storage to retrieve his designated pig leg. The leg was too large for the preservation machine, so he and Jiang Ping exchanged points to store the divided portions in the cold storage. Upon reaching his doorstep, Qin Yinshu found Jiang Ping, sporting dark circles under his eyes, weakly knocking on the courtyard gate. As luck would have it, Jiang Ping lazily handed over some blood sausage and blood tofu to Qin Yinshu. You haven't slept a wink, have you? Qin Yinshu took the generous portion of blood sausage and blood tofu, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, I've been busy stuffing and boiling blood sausages. I want to say more about yawning. I'll take my leave now. Good night. Pushing open his door, Qin Yinshu placed the basket filled with blood sausage and blood tofu on the stove and lifted the pot lid, allowing the fragrant aroma of vegetable porridge to waft towards him. I'm so hungry. What shall I eat for breakfast? After recovering, he truly had taken on fewer responsibilities, cooking being one of them. A light breakfast was in order, so he prepared porridge using the leftover rice from last night. How delightful! He added the last bits of thunder mushroom and amaranth, finely chopped and cooked within the porridge. After breakfast, Jiang Yuemo began assembling a duck-down comforter while Qin Yinshu worked on slicing the pig leg. The two comforters were sewn by Jiang Yuemo into 18 compartments. She dampened the down, mixing it within a snakeskin bag, rolling it into balls the size of tennis balls, and placed them neatly into the compartments. It felt strange that she could no longer share a comforter with Qin Yinshu. After a full hour of meticulous work, she finally arranged all the down puffs, which would then be dried and fluffed once dry. Throughout this process, she repeatedly patted the comforter, ensuring the down was evenly distributed until her duck-down comforter was complete. Qin Yinshu, are you ready? Help me pull the rope. The clothesline was a bit low, and the comforter was too long, necessitating an adjustment of the rope height. I'm coming. Qin Yinshu set down the pig leg, washed his hands, and began to pull the rope. His gaze fell upon the comforter in Jiang Yuemo's hands, a smile lighting up his face, but this joy dissipated upon realizing there were two comforters. You made two? Are we taking turns? No, we each have our own. Qin Yinshu pursed his lips, silently hanging the comforters, his demeanor reminiscent of his pre-recovery self. Jiang Yuemo yearned to escape the stifling atmosphere and hurriedly made her way to the kitchen. The pig's leg had already been meticulously carved by Qin Yinshu, neatly arranged to the side, while the vacuum sealer and dehydrator stood ready, fully charged. Jiang Yuemo placed the sliced pork leg into the dehydrator, turning it to the highest setting. The moisture in the meat visibly diminished, while the air became infused with the enticing aroma of roasting pork, delightfully fragrant. Jiang Yuemo yearned to spread honey atop the dried meat, sprinkling it with sesame seeds, relishing the delightful sensation akin to savoring pork jerky. Qin Yinshu, having finished sun-drying the blankets, entered and carefully sealed the dried meat in bags, employing a vacuum machine to extract the air. Each package contained approximately 7 or 8 pieces of jerky, sufficient for their daily consumption. The tantalizing aroma that permeated the air left both of them in a state of blissful distraction. Fortunately, at this hour, their neighbors were all out scavenging for vegetables and collecting refuse. Otherwise, their home might have faced another robbery. How delightful it smells! Might I indulge in one? Jiang Yuemo cautiously extended her hand, locking eyes with Qin Yinshu, who wore a possessive gaze. After a moment's hesitation over a small piece, Qin Yinshu found himself at a loss with her antics. He gently picked up a morsel, which Jiang Yuemo had deliberately crushed, and placed it into her mouth. It was devoid of any seasoning, bearing a bland flavor reminiscent of chewing tasteless sugarcane, utterly unpalatable. Ugh, I cannot eat this anymore. Perhaps another time, she declared. Uft, you glutton. The duo toiled until 3 in the afternoon, finally drying and preserving all the meat. As for those ant eggs, they would spoil if left uneaten, so I shall roast them first, then vacuum seal them for preservation. Jiang Yuemo gathered a dozen ant eggs and strung them together with a skewer, setting a fire in the courtyard to roast them. As she cooked, she devoured 3 or 4 of the eggs. When Qin Yin arrived to collect the roasted delicacies, he was met with the sight of her, resembling a mischievous child caught in the act, with a ring of black soot around her mouth. It was a scene imbued with an inexplicable sense of humor. How many have you eaten? Jiang Yuemo swallowed the final morsel, discreetly concealing the salt tucked away in her pocket, her guilty intentions resolutely refusing to acknowledge her indulgence. What is this? A glutton? Qin Yinshu retrieved a tissue, gently wiping the remnants from her lips. It was then that she realized her mouth was encircled in darkness. Help! How mortifying! All right, once it cools down, do hand it over to me. I shall store them away. Very well. Jiang Yuemo nestled her head in the crook of her arm, her voice barely audible, even softer than the hum of a mosquito. In truth, the earlier meal had hardly satisfied her hunger, and she yearned to inquire about the lunch menu, yet felt a twinge of embarrassment. After tidying up the fire pit in the courtyard, she anticipated a sumptuous lunch of pork and blood sausage. What a delightful day this is! Jiang Yuemo joyfully extinguished the flames and meticulously tended to the pile of ashes, eagerly awaiting her pork and blood sausage stew. I intend to excavate a larger cellar to store our winter provisions. Though it may seem abundant, it is prudent to seek out additional supplies as a precaution. I understand. The rice and grains at home, including those seized from Huang Husan, would suffice for the two of them for 5 months, leaving only the wilted carrots she had unearthed. To her surprise, Qin Yinshu harbored a strong aversion to carrots, both in the past and present, causing these vegetables to rot in the corner until they were no longer viable options. Such a waste of carrots. Jiang Yuemo reminisced about the tale involving this radish. Although merely a few days had elapsed, it now felt as if an eternity had passed. Ah, I have yet to prepare that energy crystal-infused water today. Allow me to pour it for you now. Jiang Yuemo placed the energy crystal into a specially designed kettle, administering a small amount to Qin Yinshu each day, with the hope that it would expedite his recovery. Chapter 54. Planning a Cozy Abode. The fragrant pork stew with blood sausage left Jiang Yuemo thoroughly satisfied, invigorating her spirit for the tasks ahead. In a short span of time, Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu reimagined their courtyard. To the left, a modest patch of land was cultivated for the planting of potatoes and ginger, while the other half was adorned with chairs, creating a pleasant leisure area. Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu ventured once more into the bamboo forest, hewing 2 substantial bamboo stalks with the intention of constructing a new storage shed. Beneath the carefully measured area for the shed, they excavated a fresh cellar. Valuables such as dried meat will be stored in the cellar beneath the bed, a space uniquely designed by Qin Yinshu that offered both moisture protection and concealment. The modest room, already small, was nearly filled to capacity with heaps of rice and flour. Truly a sweet burden. In the yard, the ginger had sprouted overnight, thanks to the application of a growth stimulant. However, this stimulant was not omnipotent. While it could hasten germination, it could not accelerate maturation, as that would be akin to pulling up seedlings to aid their growth. The household's baskets and containers were insufficient for the burgeoning harvest, necessitating attention the following day. As night fell, the two labored diligently, securing the wooden stakes and solidifying the cellar to ensure its stability and reliability before finally emerging from the pit. They paused for a moment, anticipating the construction of the storage shed atop this foundation the next day. Tomorrow, then. Very well. I shall go out to gather vegetables and collect scraps while you remain at home to weave baskets and build the shed. Together, we shall, scavenge. Qin Yinshu reflected that previously he had been unable to protect her, often placing her in peril. Now that he possessed the means, he could not allow her to scavenge alone. Rest assured, I am well versed in the locations of fresh produce, and besides, I will not be alone. Jiang will accompany us. Jiang Yuemo was indifferent. After all, she had always been alone or with Jiang. What difference did it make whether Qin Yinshu was present or not? Would Jiang be available tomorrow? After their hunting expedition, they should have little to attend to. She would inquire about it tomorrow. Very well. The two of them shared a meager dinner and, burdened by fatigue, swiftly succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Jiang Yuemo once again dreamt of the granary at her grandmother's house. Yet this time, there were no children, only 2 indistinct figures repeatedly calling her name. One was tall, the other short. One male, the other female. Father, mother. The slumbering Jiang Yuemo sobbed softly, her shoulders trembling, while the tender-hearted Qin Yinshu held her tightly, somewhat at a loss on how to comfort her. After an indeterminate period, Jiang Yuemo finally fell silent, a smile gracing her lips as she turned over. Eventually, Qin Yinshu could no longer resist fatigue and succumbed to slumber himself. Awoken abruptly by the blaring alarm clock, Jiang Yuemo was startled out of her deep sleep, sitting up abruptly in bed, though her spirit still lingered in the realm of dreams. The clock indicated it was already 5:30. In that instant, a sense of disorientation washed over her. Qin Yinshu emitted a groan, instinctively recoiling. Help! What is happening below? I wonder if pretending to be in a state of somnambulism will suffice, she thought, her gaze meeting Qin Yinshu's, who raised an eyebrow in response. Embarrassed, Jiang Yuemo clambered out of bed. Good morning, haha, good morning. How peculiar. It seems my hand inadvertently pressed something it shouldn't have. Good morning, he replied, his voice raspy from sleep, a sound that resonated in Jiang Yuemo's ears and caused her to fumble with her clothes, putting them on inside out. You're wearing it inside out. Change here while I prepare breakfast. Breakfast? I'll pass this morning. I need to leave. Jiang Yuemo, her face flushed, quickly donned her attire and seized her dedicated collection basket before hastily pushing the door open and escaping. Within the basket lay an assortment of tools and nutritional solutions she had prepared the previous night, sufficient to sustain her throughout the day. Back in her abode, her desires extended beyond mere nutritional sustenance. To be candid, she was yet to decipher the nature of her feelings towards Qin Yinshu. No one had ever enlightened the 27-year-old Jiang Yuemo, who had remained single since birth, that this sensation was what one might call infatuation. Jiang Yuemo gently knocked on Jiang's door, who was still indulging in breakfast, with her mouth full. Slow down, Sister Jiang. Is there a special arrangement today? Why the haste? Jiang nearly choked on a bun, But after swallowing the morsel with great effort, she inquired of Jiang Yuemo, her face flushed. Looking up, she was taken aback to find that Jiang Yuemo's cheeks were even more crimson than her own. "Sister Jiang, what has happened to you?" Jiang Yuemo gently touched her flushed cheeks, attempting to deflect the conversation. "Oh, it's nothing, really. I previously marked the location of a Yanghe ginger, and I'm just a bit anxious about it." "Yanghe ginger? How far is it? Where is it? Send me the coordinates." Jiang Ping responded, yawning and mumbling as he drove the three-wheeled vehicle, accompanied by Jiang Yuemo and Jiang'an. "What is Yanghe ginger anyway? Is it delicious? Ginger eaten raw?" "Brother, if you don't understand, it's best not to speak out of turn, lest your lack of education be revealed," Jiang'an retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Hey, you ungrateful little one. Just because you've read some books, you think you're superior? Your brother didn't study for himself. He did it for you," Jiang Ping shot back. "Ah, I truly wonder who was late, skipped classes, got into fights, and ultimately faced expulsion," Jiang quipped. "Would you be any different if I didn't poke fun at you? Would you lose a piece of flesh?" "That's none of your business," Jiang replied, unyielding. The two had grown up together, their bond too strong to be shattered by mere words. They were simply expressing their frustration. Throughout the years, Jiang'an had always been Jiang Ping's emotional anchor, and thus, he unconditionally supported his sister in all her endeavors. Naturally, what he despised most was when Jiang'an tarnished his heroic image in front of others. At that moment, however, Jiang Yuemo was oblivious to their banter. She plucked a delicate pink wildflower and began to pluck its petals, murmuring softly, "1 petal, I like him. 2 petals, he likes me. 3 petals, I like him. 17 petals, I like him. Ugh, what a foolish flower with an extra petal. I do not like him. How could I like him? No, let's do it again. 1 petal, I like him. 4 petals, he likes me. 5 petals, I like him. 17 petals, I like him. Are you 2 twins? Why do the petal counts match so perfectly?" Jiang'an inquired curiously, glancing at Jiang Yuemo. "Sister Jiang, what are you doing, being all mysterious?" Chapter 55, Digging for Yanghe Ginger. Jiang Yuemo anxiously clutched the flowers in her palm, locking eyes with Jiang'an. "It's fine, we'll arrive shortly." The stems and leaves sprouted from the soil, resembling ordinary ginger, tall and slender. Perhaps due to some mutation, the stalks had hardened, akin to corn stalks. The trio took some time to locate a patch of Yanghe ginger at their previously marked spot. "So much. Is this Yanghe ginger?" Jiang'an crouched down, digging into the Yanghe ginger. With a slight tug, he uprooted a piece that was nearly half an arm's length. The upper portion was a striking purplish red, while the lower part was white, reminiscent of bamboo shoots or a lotus yet to bloom. Its appearance delightful. So plump, one could suffice for 2 meals. Jiang Ping weighed it in his hands, estimating it to be around 3 kilograms. Ample enough for both him and Jiang and to enjoy 2 meals, and if rationed, could last a day. Jiang eagerly dripped a bit of the juice onto a plate. Drip, drip, drip. The medium concentration radiated, suggesting moderate consumption. "Wow, what a great start." Jiang Ping flashed a bright smile, showcasing his little tiger teeth as he happily placed the Yanghe ginger into his backpack. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." Jiang'an teased with a playful grin. "Have you seen it in a dream? Come on, I'm serious. But how does one eat this?" Yanghe ginger can be stir-fried, and if there is success, it can be pickled. In winter, the variety of edible vegetables is limited, so this is indeed a novelty. Jiang'an joyfully plunged into the earth, exuberantly harvesting the Yanghe ginger. "Did you all not know that this can be eaten?" Jiang Yuemo casually plucked one, simultaneously examining it while engaging in light conversation with Jiang'an. Whether others were aware or not, I cannot say. In any case, I remain oblivious. Even if they are aware, they would not share that knowledge with me. Yet now I find myself enlightened. Jiang Ping's mind was ensnared by her words, swirling with the notions of knowing and not knowing. Alas, previously we were unaware, for its color was exceedingly vibrant, leading us to believe it might be toxic. Coupled with the fact that we were not particularly in want of sustenance, we generally refrained from forging such a thing. Jiang Yuemo, feeling a twinge of guilt, scratched her face, almost forgetting the matter of toxicity. However, considering that porcupines are edible, it seemed unlikely they would be poisonous. Beep, 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 Low-level radiation detected, safe for consumption. Jiang Yuemo has finally commenced operations, and it is a splendid beginning. Elated, she placed the ginger from Yanghe into her backpack. The three of them harvested the ginger as if they were wild boars in a melon field, leaving no root behind. Sister Jiang, do you truly believe this patch of Yanghe ginger is exclusively ours? Jiang questioned, gazing at the pit that had been dug at an unknown time, filled with confusion. It should be, for I discovered it during my last excursion with Chu Tian and the others when we were hunting the porcupines. Jiang Ping, having unearthed yet another edible find, fervently wished that this place would remain a secret, allowing them to possess it indefinitely. However, what one desires often comes to fruition. Before Jiang Ping's daydreams could fully unfold, an unforeseen circumstance abruptly interrupted them. The trio crouched amidst the ginger field, the dense stalks and leaves concealing them thoroughly. Yet through the gaps in the foliage, Jiang Yuemo spotted 5 burly men accompanied by a diminutive figure approaching from the distance. Someone's coming. Jiang Yuemo gestured for her siblings to look over. The 6 individuals appeared exceedingly cautious, frequently glancing around and conducting thorough checks. These imposing men were unmistakably not amiable. Clad in gloves and wielding pickaxes, they approached with an unwavering focus on their direction. Judging by their expressions, they certainly did not seem to be of good character. With only 3 of them facing 6 adversaries, the odds were undeniably against them. What should we do, brother, sister Jiang? Jiang Ping whispered, feeling uncertain as he observed the burly men. Let's sneak away, he suggested. Agreed, she replied. However, this was not merely a retreat. It was a strategic withdrawal. Jiang Yuemo and Jiang Ping seizing the moment while the 6 men were still engaged in their cleanup work, quietly retreated toward a narrow path. Fortunately, they had previously surveyed the terrain during their earlier wanderings. They now found themselves in the east, with the burly men approaching head-on. To the west of this Jiangdi area lay a steep cliff, leaving no option for retreat. Otherwise, they would be trapped. The northern gate led to a densely forested region rife with radiation, and the soul escape route lay to the south, an area they had not yet explored, leaving its conditions unknown. However, at this moment, they had no alternative. The trio moved cautiously through the Jiangdi, striving to minimize noise and avoid confrontation with the approaching men. Big brother, someone has been here. Damn it, have we been discovered? That can't be. We always clean up after ourselves. Could it be mercenaries? There were mercenaries here before, dealing with that porcupine. The leader of the burly men crouched down, probing the very pit that Jiang Yuemo had initially dug, his brow furrowed in concentration. It hasn't been long since it was dug. The person can't be far. Search, no matter how many there are. We must ensure that this secret remains forever ours. The youngest member of the team, a cautious boy named Keidu, spoke up, eager to commence foraging for food. He was 13 years old. Huh, you're called Keidu, aren't you? The man referred to as Wuda Gu scoffed dismissively, giving Keidu a gentle shove that sent him staggering. Do you know what the only rule of my team, Wu Gang S, is? Tell him. The burly man behind Wu Gang grinned, displaying his yellowed teeth, and looked at Keidu with mockery. Everything goes by Wu Gu, right, kid? If it weren't for your mother giving me 30 points, you wouldn't even be allowed in the team. Understand? Wu Gang grasped Keidu by the collar, lifting him off the ground. The boy's face, previously pale from fear, flushed crimson, amused by the boy's comical predicament. Wu Gang tossed him to the ground as if discarding waste. Cough, cough, I understand. Keidu clutched his throat, curling up on the ground, too afraid to cough loudly. After a moment, he waved his hand, urging everyone to act quickly. The boy was right. Foraging for food was crucial, but ensuring this location remained undiscovered was of paramount importance. Jiang Yuemo faintly heard the sounds of their quarrel and realized she had been discovered. A sense of panic surged within her, and seizing the opportunity while they were preoccupied, she fled ever faster with Jiang and Jiang Ping. Sister Jiang, ahead. Jiang Yuemo pushed aside the Jiang rod, and upon discerning the situation before her, her heart sank into despair. Chapter 56, Escape. The mountain. To the south lies the mountain. Let us hasten forth, regardless of the circumstances. We shall ascend the mountain. Jiang Ping grasped Jiang and with one hand and Jiang Yuemo with the other. propelling them upward with fervor. What a mountain! It posed no challenge to him. The ascent was steep. This area was seldom trodden by human feet, leaving no path to follow. All three clung desperately to what appeared to be sturdy vegetation, leveraging it to climb higher. Such a long gash. Jiang Yuemo steadied herself, ensuring she would not slip and fall. She bent down to tear off Jiang Ping's shirt, simply bandaging Jiang and wound. Bear with it for now. I see a cave above. We can seek refuge there. Not far ahead lay a slate cave, appearing quite sturdy. It was unlikely that ordinary beasts would choose such a den, which suggested it might offer a measure of safety. By the time those individuals deduced that they had fled southward, they would likely abandon the pursuit, as their primary objective was to gather provisions, not to chase after them. All right. As Jiang Yuemo ascended the mountain, she deftly broke 3 branches and handed them to her siblings, thereby conserving some energy. Jiang Ping, filled with concern, gazed at Jiang and cautiously surveying their surroundings until he finally spotted a small cluster of hemostatic grass. He hastily strode over, plucking some tender leaves to extract the sap, then unwrapped Jiang's bandage and applied it to her wound. Within 3 to 5 minutes, the bleeding ceased. It doesn't hurt. Really. I'm here with you, he reassured her. With tear-filled eyes, Jiang fumbled, feeling the sharp sting of the sap on her injury, particularly excruciating given its location, brimming with sensitive nerves. The pain intensified rather than diminished. Grasping the hemostatic grass, she persevered, limping onward, having just realized that her leg bore scratches as well. It's all right. Let's press on. At long last, they arrived at a cave, its interior shrouded in darkness. They had no intention of venturing inside. Instead, they sought a nearby, sheltered spot to rest. Just then, the midday sun unleashed its most potent rays, and this refuge afforded them protection from the radiation. The pursuers trailing them would likely be unable to locate this hidden haven. Jiang Yuemo speculated that their next primary task would be to gather the Yanghe ginger, and they would no longer waste time and energy searching for them. Jiang, why don't you mention that your leg is also scraped? Jiang Ping exclaimed, a mix of concern and anger in his voice. He lifted her pant leg, but it was unnecessary. Jiang's left trouser leg was already torn and shredded by the unknown wild grass. Are you made of iron? Can't you even dodge? Jiang, in pain, felt reluctant to speak. How could Jiang Ping be so naive, thinking she didn't want to avoid it? Had she known that the grass could inflict such wounds, she would never have ventured into it. I'll be right back. There's an E-grade potion in my bag. Sister Jiang, could you please prepare for her? By the cave, there was a stream, and Jiang Yuemo took a piece of tattered shirt to wash it by the water's edge. After rinsing it with clean water, she gently wiped Jiang's injury with the cloth, rinsed it again, and then carefully applied the medicine. It's nothing, Sister Jiang. Just a superficial wound. It will heal quickly. Jiang felt confident in her physical resilience, thinking this minor injury was trivial. If you don't clean it properly, you could easily contract tetanus and fall ill. Tetanus? Can one really get that now? Better to be cautious. There's no harm in taking extra precautions. You are right. Although she had no knowledge of what tetanus entailed, it certainly did not sound pleasant. Quickly, brother, chew it up and apply it. She was about to shove the hemostatic grass in her mouth, but Jiang Yuemo was quick to prevent her. What are you doing? You glutton. Just crush it. The bleeding has already stopped, so the hemostatic grass is optional. Oh, look at me, I forgot. Are you hungry, Shaowen? I brought 2 tubes of nutritional fluid. Enough to satisfy. Jiang took the nutritional fluid and drank it all at once. Their harvest had been quite fruitful. Jiang Yuemo had collected 5, while Jiang and Jiang Ping each gathered 8. Their carrying baskets had limited space and couldn't hold much more. What are we having for lunch? After setting up the new warehouse at home, Qin Yinshu tapped away at his watch, deleting and revising repeatedly, before finally sending a message with a few words. What am I even saying? Nutritional fluid. Jiang Yuemo sent a picture of the Yanghe ginger to Qin Yinshu, expressing her desire to savor the stir-fried Yanghe ginger as well as the pickled version. Jiang Yuemo cradled her face, smiling with a fluttering heart at the Azure chat screen suspended in the air before her. Sister Jiang was conversing with Brother Qi. What are they discussing? Let me take a look. Oh no, don't cover my eyes. Your hand is still injured. You can see everything. We shall have some stir-fried Yanghe ginger for dinner tonight. I've never tasted it before. Let's try it and see how savory it is. No, I need to rely on this for winter. I plan to send it to Sister Jiang to pickle into kimchi. Pickling kimchi sounds delightful. Let us go over to Sister Jiang's for dinner today. I truly wish to savor it. Dining for free never seems enough. That fish from last time was incredibly fragrant. It's been ages since I had Brother Chi's cooking. I miss it dearly. Don't be so formal. My beloved sister. Jiang Ping winked at Jiang'an, causing her to feel a wave of nausea. All right, I shall expedite this. Jiang Yuemo closed the chat box and glanced at the time. 3:10 in the afternoon. Jiang Ping, carrying Jiang'an on his back, disregarded her objections and proceeded according to Jiang Yuemo's map. Wu Gu, let us commence our work. If we delay any longer, it will be evening, he urged. Damn it. Just do as I say, Wu Gang retorted, ominously striking his subordinate on the head. Brother, do you think they might reveal this location? On this matter, Wu Gang was quite confident. He chuckled and explained, no, they won't. We have guarded this stretch of the Yanghejiang land for 2 years now. Previously, a group of hedgehogs protected it, and ordinary people dared not approach. Most have forgotten about it. Rest assured, human nature is driven by greed. Those fortunate enough to stumble upon this place will regard it as their greatest secret and will certainly not divulge a word. They would be more afraid of others discovering it. There is no reason to speak out about it. This is sustenance for the winter. Which fool would disclose it? Jiang Yuemo, in a moment of folly, nearly stumbled and tumbled down the hill. Truly, who claimed that descending was easier than ascending. Clearly, both endeavors present their own challenges. Chapter 57. Harvesting lotus roots after a laborious descent. Jiang Yuemo felt on the verge of exhaustion. Jiang Ping, carrying Jiang and on his back, followed closely behind. As he surveyed the surroundings, a sudden recollection struck him. Ah, Sister Jiang, I remember there's a collection area for lotus roots nearby. We can enter by exchanging 3 points, and we must submit 1/3 of our harvest. Upon hearing the mention of lotus roots, Jiang Yuemo's spirits soared. She adored them immensely. Was this area truly so bountiful? So many delightful treasures awaited? Wait, let's go later. I need a rest for a moment. Jiang Ping's legs trembled as he set Jiang'an down and sat beside him. It was indeed a strenuous journey for the 3 of them, not to mention the added burden of carrying Jiang'an, which had required considerable effort. Jiang Yuemo glanced at the time. It was 4:38 p.m. There was still ample time. Taking a 20-minute break before proceeding would not be too late. Jiang'an, unable to descend to harvest lotus roots, could only remain beneath the tree to guard their Yanghe ginger. Jiang Ping accompanied Jiang Yuemo to the lotus root gathering site, where the pond had been cordoned off by the enforcement team, allowing passage only through the entrance beside the camouflage tent. Here to harvest lotus roots? They were instructed to write their names and tally points, with no tools available for rent, 5 points for an hour. The guard stationed in front of the tent yawned languidly. Jiang Yuemo was taken aback. How dark it was! The entrance ticket cost merely 3 points, yet the rental of tools demanded an astonishing 5 points per hour. Jiang Ping and Jiang Yuemo possessed only a single shovel, lacking even a pair of gloves, let alone the requisite waterproof boots for traversing the muddy terrain. Not far away, those digging for lotus roots donned waterproof trousers, rummaging through the mire. Suddenly, one of them unearthed a robust lotus root, its pure white hue reminiscent of jade. And joy instantly illuminated his face. Jiang Yuemo, eyes gleaming with envy, made a swift decision to rent tools. She opted for 2 sets. The guard glanced at her, retrieved 2 large snakeskin bags, and placed them at the feet of Jiang Yuemo and Jiang Ping. Please register here, and remember to check out the tools. A deposit of 50 is required. Indeed, it seemed that those who ventured to harvest lotus roots ought to possess some means. Otherwise, they could scarcely acquire the necessary equipment. After settling the deposit, Jiang Yuemo opened the snakeskin bags. Inside, the tools were quite comprehensive, including a shovel and waterproof trousers, albeit rather filthy, appearing as though they had merely been rinsed after the previous user's labor. As Jiang Yuemo grasped a spade and ventured into the mudflat, where withered lotus stems lay scattered, She meticulously examined the firmness of the soil, searching for any remnants of standing water or patches of soft mud. It was now September, and the pond held only mature lotus roots. The soil was parched and solid. Harvesting lotus roots from a dry pond offered the advantage of allowing one to wield tools with precision. Moreover, she had a preference for the mature roots, as the tender ones are primarily suited for raw consumption, while the mature roots, rich in starch, are ideal for cooked dishes and the production of lotus root powder. With a sense of determination, she resolved to proceed without hesitation. Jiang Yuemo surveyed her surroundings, meticulously examining the muddy pond in search of her target. The method to accurately locate lotus roots is rather straightforward. It involves identifying areas where lotus seedlings emerge. The tips of the seedlings protrude from the muck, often nestled beneath or beside the withered lotus stems, revealing their delicate points above the surface. Once one discerns the presence of these tips, it is certain that lotus roots lie beneath. Moreover, the greater the number of seedling tips in a given spot, the more abundant the roots will be. Utilizing tools to excavate the roots from such locations, or even retrieving them by hand, is a task that can be accomplished with ease. Conversely, if one were to flail about aimlessly with a spade, the labor expended and time squandered would be considerable, yielding far less in return. She was elated to discover a splendid lotus tip emerging from the muddy earth, a most delightful find. Jiang Yuemo, clad in waterproof trousers, meticulously divides the mud of the pond with a shovel. Although the surface appears dry, the depths are saturated. Ah, how delightful it is to dig for lotus roots. It truly alleviates stress. Jiang Yuemo joyfully placed a small amount on her wristwatch. Beep, beep, beep. Moderate radiation detected. Consumption in moderation is advised. Hooray! This lotus root is not the only one in the mud. Jiang Yuemo cautiously extracted the lotus root, making every effort to prevent mud from tainting its delicate holes. Though the lotus root emerges from the murky depths unblemished, any rupture or injury would allow the muddy water to seep into its chambers. Regardless of its outward appearance, such a root, once compromised, cannot be cleansed of the impurities within. Hence, when harvesting lotus roots, ensuring their integrity is of paramount importance. Jiang Yuemo unearthed a portion of lotus roots from the pond, carefully removing the layer of mud above in the direction of the root's growth. This meticulous action facilitated her endeavor to harvest the cluster of roots. Upon her prior observation, it appeared that this lotus pond employed a method of selective harvesting, in which 3/4 of the area is excavated while 1/4 is left untouched. This remaining quarter serves as seed roots, allowing for the sprouting of new lotus shoots in the following year. Thus, even when reaching the lotus nest, it is imperative to avoid indiscriminate excavation, lest one be expelled from the area. Jiang Yuemo navigated the lotus pond with effortless grace, while Jiang Ping found himself ensnared, struggling to advance. What on earth is this? Jiang Ping's entire leg was trapped in the mire, devoid of any leverage. He could only embed his shovel into the mud and laboriously extricate himself. The shovel, caught in the same quagmire, propelled him backward, sending him crashing into the lotus pit, completely covered in muck. I refuse to succumb to your malevolence. With determination, he thrust the shovel into the earth, unearthing a layer of mud, beneath which lay lotus roots gleaming like gold, igniting a spark of desire in Jiang Ping's eyes. Beep, beep, beep. High concentrations of radiation detected, inedible. No matter. On to the next. Beep, beep, beep. High concentrations of radiation detected, inedible. No matter. On to the one after. Beep, beep, beep. High concentrations of radiation detected, inedible. Alas, this is excessive. You mean to tell me that in this vast expanse, every single edible one is tainted? Frustrated, Jiang Ping hurled a lotus root aside, inadvertently striking another person. Hey, watch where you're looking. Eyes are meant for breathing. My apologies, my apologies. Jiang Ping's gaze fixated on the individual burlap sack, brimming with lotus roots as thick and long as his own thigh. Though muddied, they appeared plump and enticing, igniting a pang of envy within him. The struck individual, feeling the weight of Jiang Ping's stare, became uneasy. Surely, he wouldn't attempt to rob me. Alarmed, he hastily fled with his sack of roots. Jiang Ping stroked his chin, deep in thought, and approached the spot where the previous individual had been. Beep, beep, beep. Moderate radiation detected. Advisable to consume in moderation. How delightful. Thank you, nature, for your bountiful gifts. Chapter 58. A bountiful harvest. Having reaped a plentiful harvest from others' lotus pits, Jiang Ping accepted his fate as an unwitting misfortune bearer with satisfaction. Upon excavating one pit, he would cast his gaze upon others, until his scrutiny unnerved them, forcing them to vacate their territory, at which point he would seize their lotus pit. Thus, the lotus pond became home to a notorious voyeur, tarnishing Jiang Ping's reputation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuemo, after persistently plundering 4 lotus pits, had filled an entire burlap sack with roots, even renting another bag from a tent to accommodate her bounty. How marvelous! How dare anyone encroach upon the territory I have claimed? Jiang Yuemo strode over with an air of confidence, delivering a forceful kick to the elevated rear of his assailant. Jiang Ping was sent sprawling 2 meters away, creating a path through the chaos with his body. Who dares to ambush me? Jiang Ping? Jiang Yuemo awkwardly shook her ankle, having accidentally struck one of her own. Sister Jiang, what are you doing? She exclaimed, spitting in disbelief. Jiang Ping, covered in mud, resembled a lotus root freshly unearthed from a swamp, his entire being soiled. Well, it's a long story. Jiang Yuemo hurriedly stepped forward to assist Jiang Ping, rescuing him from the mire. Was it really necessary to be so heavy-handed? Oh dear, my backside. I'm so sorry, Jiang Ping exclaimed, grasping his waist as he extricated himself from the mud. It's quite all right. I thought you had given up on this lotus pit. No harm done. After rubbing his posterior and finding the pain had subsided, Jiang Ping hoisted his sack of lotus roots. I've nearly finished digging. Sister Jiang, how much have you gathered? Shall we make our way? Jiang Yuemo brought over 2 bags from the side, waving them in front of Jiang Ping. This is all I have. I wonder if it will suffice. Suffice? She gathered 2 bags and asks if it will suffice. It truly makes one want to commit a crime out of frustration, she remarked with a hint of sarcasm. There isn't much, but should be enough for you and Brother Chi. Is that so? It feels like we're still lacking a bit. Once I finish digging out the remaining bit, we shall depart. Jiang Yuemo rolled up her sleeves and continued to cultivate her territory. It was only after filling her bags to the brim and cradling a large bundle in her arms that she reluctantly proceeded to weigh her haul. Jiang Ping, unwilling to be outdone, employed his piercing gaze, capable of inducing pregnancy in one and miscarriage in another, to drive away numerous individuals, compelling them to abandon their own lotus pits. Remarkably, he managed to fill 2 bags himself, feeling quite satisfied. After weighing their collections, Jiang Yuemo was left with just 2 bags, while Jiang Ping had 1.5. Subsequently, he spent 5 points at the unscrupulous base to purchase the 2 snakeskin bags. Jiang Yuemo glanced at the time. It was already 7:54 p.m., which explained her intense hunger. The 2 returned triumphantly before Jiang En, their arms laden with their bounty. Huh, brother, you look as though you've transformed into a lotus root. Jiang Ping's appearance was indeed comical, with his upper body covered in mud while his lower half remained pristine, thanks to his waterproof overalls. A stark contrast that was quite humorous. Why don't you mention how much lotus root your brother has prepared for you? Laugh, 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 it's infuriating. Although she claimed to be annoyed, her eyes sparkled with laughter as she gazed at Jiang En. Come, let me carry you. No, you're filthy. Hee, trying to escape? Where do you think you can run, little emperor? Jiang En, limping and dodging, was ultimately caught off guard by Jiang Ping. Amidst their playful banter, Jiang Yuemo, with her petite frame, bore a large basket and carried 2 substantial bags that could easily accommodate her, as she stepped into the small courtyard under the fading sunlight. Qin Yanxin watched Jiang Yuemo with a bittersweet heart, reflecting on how such a small person bore the weight of their household, facing the storms of life and the uncertainties of danger. Meanwhile, he had merely built a storage shed, washed 3 basins of clothes, and woven 18 baskets. He truly felt inadequate. You have worked hard. Jiang Yuemo wiped the mud from her face, revealing a radiant smile adorned with her bright white teeth. It was not arduous at all. Qin Yanshu showed no signs of disdain for her soiled hands and gently guided her to sit down. It was only then that Jiang Yuemo realized the yard was meticulously organized. Potatoes and ginger were neatly planted in the left vegetable patch, the soil appearing moist, suggesting it had been watered. The new storage shed had also been constructed, resembling a quaint little house, albeit lacking windows. Numerous new bamboo racks adorned the yard, laden with fresh winnowing baskets filled with sun-dried corn kernels, sweet potato slices, soybeans, peanuts, and sorghum, grains extracted from the burrows of rodents. A clothesline displayed 7 or 8 garments, alongside bed sheets and quilt covers, while a collection of baskets of various sizes was arranged beside the tables and chairs, indicating that Jiang Yuemo had been industrious throughout the day. Jiang Yuemo, you are truly remarkable. All of this is your handiwork. The house was suffused with the enticing aroma of food, leaving one to ponder why men are fond of virtuous wives. She too appreciated the sentiment, yet she did not wish to assume the role of a devoted spouse. Jiang Yuemo smiled silently, emerging from the house with a basin of warm water, gently dampening a towel to wipe Jiang Yuemo's face. A brief wipe would suffice for now. They would wash up properly after the meal. No, that wouldn't do. Jiang Yuemo abruptly sat up, snatching a towel as she was about to rush outside, only to be stopped by Jiang Yuemo. What's the matter? Why such a strong reaction? Jiang Yuemo gazed at him earnestly, her expression grave. I must bathe before Jiang Ping, otherwise he will deplete the hot water. Jiang Yuemo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Then hasten. I shall bring you your clothes later. I will wash this outfit for you tonight. Agreed. Jiang Yuemo made an okay gesture and briskly departed, towel in hand. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping, perched at home, was whistling while searching for his towel. Jiang, may I borrow your towel? I can't seem to find mine. Jiang tossed a grimy piece of cloth at his face, exclaiming, without a second thought, get lost. What a miser. Alas, what is this smell? Jiang glanced at the familiar black cloth and exclaimed, isn't this the one for wiping the table? We have a cloth for that. Jiang Ping looked between the table and his towel, his fury igniting in an instant. Jiang, I swear I'll make you pay. That's my towel, my towel. You used it to wipe the table. Jiang limped away, retorting, how was I to know it was yours? You leave it on the table every day. I thought it was for cleaning. Come back here. Jiang Yuemo arrived at the bathhouse, red-faced, carrying a variety of Jiang Yuemo's clothing and towels. Ahem, I brought everything. Jiang Yuemo was washing her hair, water trickling down her forehead and into her eyes. Upon hearing Jiang Yuemo's voice, she extended her hand through the narrow gap of the shower curtain. Give it to me. A delicate, lotus-white arm emerged, still glistening with moisture. It flushed a rosy hue after being caressed by the warm water. Jiang Yuemo's entire face turned crimson as he hurriedly offered the bathing basket. Yet the curtain was snagged on a hook inside, rendering the gap too small for it to pass through. It wouldn't fit. Let me bring you the bath towel first. The shampoo stung Jiang Yuemo's eyes, and she realized the towel had vanished. She desperately needed a dry one to regain her sight. All right, I'll get the bath towel. Her body collided with the concrete, producing a resounding splash. Montak, that hurts. Chapter 59, Some Peculiar Troubles. Don't come in. Despite falling, Jiang Yuemo clung tightly to the curtain, straining to open her eyes. All right, I want to come in. You clean yourself up first, and then I will give you your clothes. Jiang Yuemo suppressed the urge to lift the curtain and instead shoved a towel through the gap. Jiang Yuemo, having slipped, felt a sharp pain in her lower back, particularly around her coccyx. It was her right foot that throbbed incessantly. Every slight movement sent waves of agony coursing through her. Jiang Yuemo passed her clothes through the narrow opening, while Jiang Yuemo endured the pain to sit up, hastily wiping her body. Putting on her clothes was manageable, but lifting her legs to wear her pants was excruciating, causing tears to stream down her face. Mo, how are you? Outside the curtain, Jiang Yuemo was anxious, pacing in circles upon hearing her muffled cries of discomfort. I can manage. Jiang Yuemo took a moment to compose herself, leaning against the pillar as she struggled to put on her trousers. Can you walk? May I come in? Please do enter. Jiang Yuemo, her body half drenched, had her hair clinging to her face, still dripping with water. Her left eye was reddened from the shampoo, leaving her in a most disheveled state. Can you walk? Allow me to carry you out, Qin Yin said, as he wrapped a towel around her hair and upper body. Jiang Yuemo gingerly moved her ankle, finding herself utterly unable to exert any strength, and helplessly encircled his neck in a desperate embrace. Thank you. Qin Yinshu furrowed his brow deeply, reached out, and effortlessly lifted Jiang Yuemo by the waist, striding into the room with purpose before gently placing her upon the bed. What does it hurt? Jiang Yuemo found it somewhat difficult to articulate her discomfort. Could she really admit that her posterior ached? Her right foot seemed to be swollen. Qin Yinshu gently lifted her slightly wrinkled foot, scrutinizing it with utmost care. Jiang Yuemo felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, awkwardly wishing to withdraw her unattractive foot. Do not move. Be a little compliant. It seems to be sprained. Attempt to move it so I can ascertain whether any bones are injured. Jiang Yuemo's ears were flushed to the point of near bleeding, and the pain in her feet had become a distant memory, overshadowed by a profound sense of social embarrassment. Her bones were unharmed. She would apply a cold compress later and perhaps offer a massage before bedtime. A massage? Who would administer such a thing? Looking at Jiang Yuemo's face, which was as red as if it might ignite, Qin Yinshu couldn't help but smile in exasperation. Even in this state, her mind was wandering. What could possibly be occupying her thoughts? No, I don't want to. Oh heavens, just leave already. Qin Yinshu placed 2 rice balls he had prepared that afternoon by the bedside, along with warm water and tissues, his heart laden with concern as he departed. Upon hearing the door close, Jiang Yuemo emerged from her cocoon of blankets, releasing a deep sigh of relief. He was finally gone. She had dressed far too hastily earlier, her undergarments damp and uncomfortable. However, it was unimaginable to ask Qin Yinshu to purchase undergarments for her. This world is truly peculiar, if one were to call it advanced. It was riddled with decay, resembling a post-disaster reconstruction devoid of essentials, unable to maintain even the most basic order. Yet if deemed backward, it boasted protective shields against solar radiation, holographic smart wristwatches, and highly efficient solar energy conversion panels, things she had never encountered or even heard of before. Indeed, one must ultimately rely on oneself. Jiang Yuemo gritted her teeth against the pain as she retrieved the fabric basket from the bedside, positioning it next to herself. She began to stitch together a small garment tailored to her own measurements. Indeed, possessing only a single set of undergarments proved to be quite the inconvenience. Previously, during Qin Yinshu's period of incapacitation, she could indulge in self-deception, washing them discreetly at night and then sleeping in the nude. However, that was no longer feasible. A sense of guilt now weighed upon her. Nevertheless, after sewing 3 tiny triangles in succession, she found herself at a loss for how to attach them to her body. Shaoan, where did you purchase your underwear? Jiang En, who was busy stitching a towel for Jiang Ping, was taken aback by the message that Jiang Yuemo had sent. Sister, from which remote mountain have you emerged, a primitive being? Obviously, I bought them from an underwear store. Jiang Yuemo, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, scratched her face. Where's the lingerie store? Now it was Jiang En's turn to be speechless. She could only marvel at her sister's antics. At home. Okay. Jiang En hurriedly made her way to Jiang Yuemo's bedside, gazing at her swollen foot, which resembled a pig's trotter, and fell into silence. You mean to say you slipped while bathing, and this is the result? Jiang En couldn't help but chuckle, suddenly recalling her sister's agile form as she leapt across rooftops earlier that day. Stop talking. My backside is killing me. Wait a minute. Let me laugh for a bit. Truly, what a turn of fortune. Ha ha ha. You were quite spry today, weren't you? Jiang En. All right. Don't be upset. It's just that this foot is too adorable. I have a new set of lingerie at home. How about I bring it over for you? Jiang Yuemo cast a glance at Jiang En, then at herself. Jiang En possessed a quintessential pear-shaped figure, with her curves gracefully distributed in all the right places. Though her height was a modest 160 centimeters, she appeared anything but overweight. Rather, her physique was perfectly proportioned. In contrast, Jiang Yuemo stood at 175 centimeters, with a rather flat silhouette. It was rather presumptuous of her to fret over her A-cup size. Jiang En, too, had noticed the discrepancy in their measurements. Sister Jiang, I have my own troubles as well. For instance, during the sweltering summer, Even wearing loose clothing makes me look broad-shouldered and stocky. There was no need for further elaboration. The concerns Jiang and voiced were foreign to Jiang Yuemo's experience. They truly were two extremes, one suffering from drought, while the other was inundated. Tomorrow, when my brother and I go hunting, I will bring you a few pieces, she offered. Your kindness is deeply appreciated. Jiang could not help but poke Jiang Yuemo's foot, eliciting a painful yelp from her. Montak, Montak. At that moment, Qin Yinshu abruptly flung open the door, their gazes locking in a charged silence. Jiang Yuemo closed her eyes, clutching Jiang's head with her mouth. Jiang released her grip, firmly grasping Jiang Yuemo's little feet. Qi, brother Qi, what a coincidence, you're here too, haha. Jiang, your brother was looking for you just now. What happened to him? It seems he slipped on a towel in the bathroom. Upon hearing this, Jiang rushed off to rescue Jiang Ping, a mischievous smile unable to be contained on her face. After Jiang left, Qin Yinshu settled into the spot she had just vacated, displaying the items he had purchased one by one. Does it still hurt? A little. Qin Yinshu sighed, knowing she was in pain, yet still causing a ruckus. This is the seasoning for pickling vegetables. Tomorrow we can start by pickling the ginger. Aren't we pickling lotus root too? Grated lotus root is delicious, crisp, and refreshing. Not right now. Let us save the lotus root for making lotus root powder. We want to be going out for the next few days. We can make the lotus root powder together. All right. Besides, with my foot swollen like this, I can't even walk. Subsequently, Qin Yinshu retrieved an ice pack, carefully wrapped in a towel, and pressed it against Jiang Yuemo's foot. Does it hurt a lot? No, not really. Jiang Yuemo gazed at Qin Yinshu's long eyelashes, her heart shamefully racing. Now is the moment. I must make it clear now. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 60, Our Marital Relationship. Qin Yinshu, what exactly is our relationship at this moment? Qin Yinshu looked up in surprise, meeting Jiang Yuemo's flushed face. It was evident that the young girl had mustered considerable courage to pose such a question. Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu locked eyes, her heart racing under his intense gaze, which transformed from resolute to disconcerting. Oh no, he surely must not perceive me as someone frivolous. Perhaps I should soften my approach. Jiang Yuemo. Qin Yinshu's hand cradled the back of her head, their foreheads touching as his expression turned serious and unwavering. We are bound by the sanctity of marriage. Upon uttering these words, he unexpectedly pressed his lips against hers. This marked their second kiss, igniting a burst of fireworks in Jiang Yuemo's mind. She closed her eyes, savoring the sensation as their lips danced together. Qin Yinshu's body leaned in, and they both tumbled onto the bed. After the kiss, he straightened his lips into a firm line, his expression tinged with displeasure. Why do you ask such things? Jiang Yuemo was left dizzy by the kiss. This was only their second kiss, yet his progress was astonishing. What? Qin Yinshu covered her mouth, finding her words a source of frustration. So soft and kissable, yet capable of uttering things that angered him. What kind of relationship is this? Sharing a bed daily, and yet not being a couple. Could they be considered opposites instead? Oh, why are you covering my mouth? You are truly wicked. Do not even think of abandoning me. Qin Yinshu's gaze deepened, and after releasing her, he immediately kissed her again, offering Jiang Yuemo no chance to resist. Of course, she had no intention of resisting, as she was completely pinned down. The sudden kiss struck like a tempest, with sweet nectar swirling between their entwined tongues. Her mind went blank. She simply closed her eyes submissively, as if it were all perfectly natural. She forgot to think, nor did she wish to, instinctively. She wanted to hold him tighter, even more so. Mo, do not leave me. After venting his emotions, Qin Yinshu became flustered, uncertain of what he had done wrong. How could Mo question their relationship? Wasn't obtaining a marriage certificate sufficient? Did they need more? Jiang Yuemo met Qin Yinshu's fervent gaze, feeling momentarily scorched, and hastily pushed him away. Leave, she said. What are you talking about? Where could I possibly go like this? Jiang Yuemo's foot had significantly improved after the cold compress, yet she still experienced a lingering sensation of swelling and pain. Qin Yinshu, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently cradled her foot in his hands, massaging it tenderly. Montak, Montak. It is my fault for allowing you to endure such suffering and for depleting your points due to my actions. I am acutely aware of my selfishness. I should not have bound you with a marriage certificate without considering your feelings. However, it is inconceivable for me to let you go. I promise to treat you with even greater kindness in the future. Please do not leave me." As he spoke the latter part, Qin Yinshu's voice dwindled to a whisper, overwhelmed by a sense of shame. Forcing a young woman to stay, marrying her, and even exhausting her savings. Was there truly any distinction between him and a deceptive fortune hunter? There was indeed one difference. He was not a charlatan. Jiang Yuemo was taken aback, wondering what thoughts were swirling in his mind. When had she ever indicated a desire to leave? In truth, she was on edge, fearing that he might dismiss her at any moment. It seemed they were akin to two sensitive souls, each believing the other was poised to depart. "Rest assured, I shall not leave." Qin Yinshu's lips involuntarily curled into a gentle smile, his cheeks slightly flushed as he softly called out Jiang Yuemo's name. His voice was as delicate as a feather, touching the heart with an extraordinary tenderness and consideration. "Momo." Jiang Yuemo has been utterly captivated by Qin Yinshu's alluring demeanor, leaving her in a state of disarray. Ever since she uncovered Qin Yinshu's true feelings, she has felt as if she were floating. "I adore you." A shocking revelation. Someone please silence her to enliven the atmosphere. "Ahem, I too." After a night filled with fervor, Qin Yinshu, satisfied with his efforts, fell into a slumber, embracing Jiang Yuemo, whose eyes were tinged with red, her voice husky. The following morning, the alarm clock barely sounded before Qin Yinshu's large hand silenced it. His arm bore numerous marks and imprints, a testament to their intimate encounter. Jiang Yuemo's hair was in disarray. Startled for a moment, she turned over and nestled into Qin Yinshu's embrace, finding a comfortable position before drifting back into slumber. Observing her in this state, Qin Yinshu felt his heart melt. He gently pulled up the blanket, propped himself up to gaze at her, his expression soft and tender. At last, there was a sense of tranquility. It was 10:32 in the morning. Jiang Yuemo suddenly sprang from the bed, akin to a startled cat. Qin Yinshu, what time is it?" Don't move around. You've twisted your ankle again, haven't you?" "Ouch, it hurts." Qin Yinshu, with a sense of helplessness, gently tousled her disheveled hair and leaned down to inspect her foot. "It's nothing, just stay still." "And you dare to say that? Who is it that is causing all this commotion?" Jiang Yuemo murmured in dissatisfaction, prompting Qin Yinshu to chuckle softly. All right, it is my fault. My dear, lie down for a while. You must be hungry. I shall prepare a meal." Upon hearing such endearing terms, Jiang Yuemo felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, for it was a name he had unwittingly used in a moment of passion the previous night. Now, both were quite sober, and his continued use of such affectionate language made her feel rather embarrassed. Qin Yinshu, having donned his trousers, proceeded as he did every day, bare-chested to prepare breakfast. However, the marks of Jiang Yuemo's affection were evident on his shoulders and waist. Perhaps it was time for her to trim her nails. Lost in her whimsical thoughts, Jiang Yinshu returned with a bowl of snake meat soup, accompanied by 2 oranges and 2 apples. Noticing her dazed expression, he playfully pinched her cheeks. "Oh, come on. We should finish the fresh snake meat today, and the fruits can't be stored much longer. We could turn them into jam or fruit wine. What do you think?" "Fruit wine. Have you purchased what is needed for brewing it?" "Not yet. I wanted to see what you prefer. It seems you are quite fond of fruit wine." "Yes, indeed." Jiang Yuemo nodded vigorously, a devoted enthusiast of fruit wines, having even dabbled in brewing her own. The mere recollection of the homemade grape wine she had crafted before her arrival, which she had yet to savor, shattered her heart. Qin Yinshu presented her with the supplies they hadn't finished examining yesterday. In addition to the pickling spices, he had procured 4 ceramic jars, 2 large and 2 small. Jiang Yuemo gazed at the large bag filled with crimson liquid, her brows furrowed in contemplation. "Is this the marinade?" Qin Yinshu pondered, scrutinizing it from various angles. However, the reality was far graver. This was not merely a marinade, but rather an amalgamation of science and audacity. No witties. What else do we have? They had also procured a second-hand heater, for winter was fast approaching, and purchasing it early would be cost-effective, as prices would inevitably rise with the season. What is that white substance? Qin Yinshu inquired, pulling out a cloth to show Jiang Yuemo. Weren't we supposed to prepare lotus root powder? I believe this item will prove useful. Additionally, I acquired a grater, as well as pure white sugar and 100 condiments. If we run out of salt, we can always resort to the condiments. Jiang Yuemo gazed at the vividly colored condiments, her heart a tumult of emotions. Consuming these technological concoctions, would it truly not lead to dire consequences? Chapter 61. Preparing lotus root powder. Let us prepare lotus root powder after our meal. I excel at it, Qin Yinshu said, his eyes tenderly fixed upon her. Yet he sensed a slight chill in the air as he donned his attire amidst Jiang Yuemo's wistful gaze. I know you are exceptionally skilled, but for now, it is paramount that you tend to your feet. You shall direct, and I shall execute. Though he possessed the ability as well, it was far more delightful for both to partake in the experience. Jiang Yuemo joyfully peeled an orange, contemplating whether this was the essence of love. It was undeniably sweet, yet tinged with a hint of sourness. Suddenly, she let out a small gag, prompting Qin Yinshu to chuckle as he brought over a trash bin to catch the remnants of her orange. He gently wiped her mouth, remarking, "Let us refrain from the sour for now and indulge in apples instead. I shall wash the lotus roots first." All right. The lotus roots placed at the entrance weighed a substantial 100 pounds. After diligently washing them, a whole hour passed, culminating in a large basket filled with the discarded skins. Qin Yinshu, feeling the strain in his shoulders, lifted his gaze to the window, where Jiang Yuemo was engrossed in stitching something with a tender and devoted expression. Such days were a fantasy he had never dared to envision before. He wished time could remain suspended in this moment. He fetched a large basin and, with meticulous care, grated the peeled lotus roots, producing 2 generous bowls of lotus pulp. Once the grinding was complete, he called out, "Momo, it's time to filter the pulp. Didn't you buy some cloth for this purpose?" "Oh, Momo, you're truly wonderful." Jiang Yuemo's lips curled upwards, her delight evident as she stitched the sheepskin jacket in her hands. Qin Yinshu produced the ceramic jars he had purchased, only to realize that they were insufficient for his needs, prompting him to reluctantly bring out a large water vat. 4 ceramic jars were just enough to fill with water, while the vat was designated for filtering the lotus root powder. A large round bamboo sieve was placed atop the vat, perfectly sealing its opening, and a cloth was laid over it as he commenced the filtering of the lotus residue. Unable to manage the cloth alone, he carried Jiang Yuemo from the room, seating her on a chair. Together, they each grasped opposite corners of the cloth, gently swaying it from side to side, facilitating the rapid flow of lotus powder water into the vat. Subsequently, they gathered the cloth into a bundle, applying pressure to extract the excess lotus powder water within. "Qin Yinshu, this won't do. Allow me to assist," she interjected. Jiang Yuemo felt an irresistible urge to take action, her crafty instincts surging with fervor. "I shall take your measurements," she declared. "I am currently halfway through crafting our sheepskin coat. I have utilized 1 entire piece of sheepskin, leaving the remnants perfect for creating a pair of boots or gloves." "Very well," she continued. After measuring the dimensions with precision, Jiang Yuemo cut out the portion of leather designated for Qin Yinshu, deliberately opting for a slightly larger size to allow for additional layers beneath, ensuring greater warmth. Meanwhile, Qin Yinshu had prepared a jar filled to the brim with filtered lotus root powder water. After letting it settle for a day, the separation of water and powder would be complete, achieving an impressive 80 readiness. "Momo, what would you like for lunch?" he inquired, his prowess in the kitchen formidable enough to conjure a grand feast. "I'm not hungry. Please just boil some water," she replied. Jiang Yuemo discovered that the sheepskin was somewhat stiff. It would be best to smooth it out with an iron or stretch it with warmth for a more aesthetically pleasing appearance. However, lacking both an iron and the necessary warmth, they resorted to using hot water instead. While waiting for the water to heat, the two of them managed to take a bite of the stir-fried ginger and continued with their respective tasks. Qin Yinshu fluffed up the duck down comforter and set it aside. He intended to build a cabinet to store his and Mo's clothing, but the room was too small to accommodate such a piece of furniture. Upon further contemplation, he resolved to construct the cabinet above the bed, creating a horizontal shelf along the wall. Though the clothes could not be hung within, it would at least provide a designated space for storing garments, rather than leaving them scattered everywhere. Jiang Yuemo relocated from her bed to the table, meticulously smoothing the sheepskin with a bag of hot water. After skillfully cutting the material into a front placket, back, sleeves, and fur collar, she busied herself throughout the day. For dinner, she finished the stir-fried ginger leftover from lunch. It was only after 9 o'clock that she finally completed her sewing tasks. It was late, and she decided to take a brief respite before continuing, for her eyes were beginning to strain. Qin Yinshu had been clattering away all day, and Jiang Yuemo found his incessant noise exceedingly bothersome, her head throbbing from the racket. The romantic filter she once had for her boyfriend had shattered, and all she desired now was to succumb to sleep. "Are you done nailing? I'm feeling a bit drowsy. Please tidy up. I need to sleep," she remarked. Qin Yinshu glanced at the clock, noting it was 9:53 p.m. Typically, they would not retire until 11. But after such a tiring day, it was indeed time for rest. "Just a moment. Let me arrange the bedding," he replied. Jiang Yuemo rested her head on the table, toying with the wool ball. With nothing else to occupy her, she fashioned a piece of felt from the fallen fibers. "Jiang Jia, are you home? I left something by the door." Jiang called out, noticing the light still illuminating the room while the courtyard gate remained locked. Just as she was about to turn away, Qin Yinshu emerged from the house and opened the gate. "Oh, Brother Qi, is Jiang Jia asleep?" "Not at all. If you have something to discuss, come inside," he replied. Jiang Yan's face was shrouded in the dim night, making it difficult to discern her expression. Yet she endeavored to keep her tone as casual as ever. No need. This is just something Jiang Jia asked me to buy for her. 10 points. Just transfer it to me later. I'll be on my way." She wished to conclude the conversation swiftly, relieved that it was not Jiang Jia who had come out, as she did not want to cause her any concern. "All right, rest early." Okay. This is... I see, just give it to me. It's lingerie." Qin Yinshu handed her the item and poured 2 glasses of water, one for her and one for himself. Jiang seemed slightly off. Suddenly, a message from Jiang Ping appeared on Qin Yinshu's wristwatch. "What is wrong with Jiang? Is she hurt?" "Not all. It seems she is just a bit unhappy." Qin Yinshu sensed that might be the case. The girl, usually lively and exuberant, was acting unusually subdued today. "I'll ask her, but perhaps it's better to wait until tomorrow. Discussing too much tonight might lead to impulsive reactions." "Impulsive? Do you think she might act rashly and cause some trouble?" No, I must go." Jiang Yuemo hurriedly stepped out, clutching the wooden stick that Qin Yinshu had casually picked up for her while organizing the cabinet. The stick forked into a Y shape, serving perfectly as a makeshift cane. "Take your time, don't rush," she urged. Shaoan, I know you're awake. Open the door." Jiang, startled by the voice, quickly emerged from her blankets, wiped away her tears, and smiled at her reflection in the mirror, appearing less despondent than before. "Just a moment, Sister Jiang, I'm getting dressed." In truth, she was applying some soot to her face, attempting to conceal any traces of her distress. Chapter 62. The vanished Jiang and stood hesitantly at the door, weighing her options before finally opening it. "Shaoan!" Goodness! Jiang Yuemo was taken aback by her expression, which was as dark as if she had just emerged from a tumultuous encounter. She claimed that Jiang had been away for 3 days, and she believed it wholeheartedly. Jiang enforced a couple of awkward laughs as she helped Jiang Yuemo into the courtyard, both of them limping slightly, their backs turned in a way that evoked a twinge of sympathy. Following this was a moment of intimate sisterly conversation, during which Qin Yinshu, displaying keen awareness, discreetly took his leave, gently closing the door behind him. "Sister Jiang," she began, "it's a long story regarding my face." Jiang was not one to fabricate tales, and the look of her straining to devise a response elicited laughter from Jiang Yuemo. "I am quite tight-lipped, so do share with me." "Stop laughing. I truly don't know how to begin. Let me ponder where to start." Jiang Yuemo endeavored to present himself with an air of solemnity. "Today, my brother and I encountered Lu Jian." "Lu Jian? The one from the Huang Shu mercenary corps? He is still alive. I had presumed him dead. In areas of high radiation, without any protection, an individual like him, a genetically modified human, would not merely face certain death, but would likely sustain severe injuries, his genes deteriorating, suffering a fate worse than that of a cancer patient, awaiting a grim demise without any remedy for relief. Jiang poured himself a glass of water, inhaled deeply, and began to speak slowly. Indeed, he is alive and well. My brother and I were quite intrigued by the sudden improvement in his condition, so we discreetly followed him. Unfortunately, we ended up in quite a predicament. Curse it, I shall seek retribution for you. Jiang awkwardly cleared his throat twice. No, please sit down and allow me to continue. Lu Jian, along with his uncle Wang Tianbao, stealthily made their way to the residence of Huang Husan. Huang Husan, what a distant name. That cunning little dwarf. However, I did not lay eyes on Huang Husan, nor did I see Gao Sanzai or the emaciated Shou Goshen. These four vermin, typically inseparable in their mischief, were conspicuously absent that day. Huang Husan's abode was utterly deserted. Jiang Yuemo was indeed somewhat curious. Logically speaking, a petty individual like Huang Husan, known for his vindictiveness, should not have remained so quiet after she had robbed them. For several days, she was on edge, nearly contemplating moving into the mercenary group as quarters for safety. My brother and I dared not approach too closely, only hearing Wang Tianbao's voice from within, uttering phrases like, "No, please, let's not go there. Don't force me to do this, brother-in-law. I can't. My sister will kill me." These disjointed remarks continued until silence enveloped the room. Just yesterday, having engaged in certain activities, Jiang Yuemo now wore a look of disdain, disgust evident on her face. "Sister Jiang, what are you thinking? It's not what you presume. I'm contemplating joyful matters. If you have not considered it, how can you ascertain my thoughts?" Jiang was left speechless, her small face tinged with a shade of blue. "Wait, blue?" Jiang Yuemo, seizing an opportune moment when Jiang was distracted, slyly smeared her face. Lo and behold, an avatar. "Oh dear, Sister Jiang, I can no longer face the world." Jiang's resilient heart shattered, tears cascading like rivulets of soot, dark and peculiar. Yet, amid this spectacle, it was nearly impossible for Jiang Yuemo to suppress her laughter, collapsing onto the table in fits of mirth, while Jiang harbored a fierce desire to silence her. I won't laugh. Please continue," she said. But laughter erupted uncontrollably. Never mind." After approximately an hour, Huang Husan and Wang Tianbao emerged, lugging 2 large bags, which they loaded onto Huang Husan's tricycle before departing. Jiang, in tears, peeled away her fragile fade with a tissue, revealing a delicate visage, a deep azure, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Jiang Yuemo struggled to suppress her laughter, nearly causing herself internal injury. She pinched Jiang's small face, marveling at its natural hue, which was astonishingly genuine and not merely painted on. Jiang, biting her handkerchief, appeared as pitiful as a young bride. Moreover, she had ventured through the affluent street with that very face, purchasing undergarments for Sister Jiang and reflecting on the gazes of onlookers. She felt a profound sense of social embarrassment. "Did you not test it?" she inquired, laughter bubbling forth. "I did, but the watch ran out of battery. I thought to eat a little, reasoning that even if it was high radiation, it would be inconsequential, so I indulged a bit." As the conversation progressed, Jiang's voice dwindled to a whisper. Jiang Yuemo's emotions were intricate. This gluttonous girl seemed intent on sampling every flavor, even that of poison. "I fervently wish that once tonight passes, I can revert to my former self, for I do not wish to be seen by Jiang Ping in this ghastly state. He would surely find it utterly hilarious." Suddenly, the courtyard door was thrust open, heavy footsteps drawing near before the door was flung wide. "Oh, goodness!" Jiang Ping and Jiang locked eyes, both startled by the unexpected encounter. "What manner of blue-faced specter is this? Get out of my house!" Jiang exclaimed, his frustration palpable. "Sister Jiang, what brings you to my abode? Come over here." Jiang was utterly exasperated. "And you dare criticize me? You look even stranger. Your face is red as a monkey's backside." Jiang Yuemo felt that she had died of laughter in the Jiang family today, believing there was no hope for her with such a ridiculous sense of humor. Jiang Ping touched his face, casting a dubious glance at Jiang. "Am I truly your brother?" he exclaimed in disbelief. "What is wrong with me?" Is my face excessively flushed? Jiang Ping turned to the mirror, encountering the reflection of Guan Gong in a startlingly close encounter. Good heavens! Even a single pomegranate can be deadly. Jiang Ping cursed under his breath while searching for the charger for his watch, amidst the increasingly subdued laughter of Jiang Yuemo. He managed to power up the device. Jiang Yuemo laughed to the point of breathlessness, collapsing onto the ground and tugging at Jiang and his trousers in a desperate plea for help. Startling Jiang into urgently assisting her to regain her composure. Shaolin, allow me to tell you, Lu Jian is truly despicable. The two bags he and Wang Tianbao disposed of contained the bodies of Gao Sanzai and Huang Husan, which they callously discarded to feed the beasts. Jiang Ping spoke with a serious tone, his disdain for Lu Jian palpable. I also overheard that he intended to pin the deaths of Huang Husan and Gao Sanzai on Sister Jiang and us, but then an unforeseen incident occurred the following day, and that matter was left unresolved. As for the nature of that incident, I did not catch the details. Jiang Ping rubbed his face with a towel, the redness upon it only intensifying, growing increasingly flushed. They also mentioned something about a crystal mine, but it was too distant for me to hear entirely. Jiang Yuemo was taken aback upon hearing about the crystal mine, as memories of the river overflowing with white energy stones flooded her mind, connecting the dots in her thoughts. I'll escort you, Sister Jiang. Once Jiang had departed, Jiang Yuemo could hardly contain her excitement as she spoke. Qin Yinshu, something significant has occurred. The matter of the crystals is not solely known to us. Chapter 63. Lu Jian and the conspiracy. Qin Yinshu set down the basket he was holding and assisted Jiang Yuemo onto the bed. It is quite late. We can converse while lying down. If Lu Jian is aware of the crystal mine's location, he will undoubtedly seek to excavate it. Should he extract a substantial amount of crystal stones, it could incite a surge of beasts. Qin Yinshu raised an eyebrow. How do you know this? Such an event has never transpired. Jiang Yuemo curled her lips in disdain. How was she to know? She had only been here for a short while. Wait a minute. Jiang Yuemo suddenly recalled the day she arrived in this world. The roar of ferocious beasts reverberated like thunder, causing the earth to tremble. Each breath of the colossal creatures resembled a tempest, stirring up the dust that surrounded her. Although the moment was fleeting, she acutely sensed the looming shadow of death within those brief seconds. The howls of the beasts were akin to a raging storm, evoking a sense of dread. Their forms towered like mountains, robust and formidable, as if capable of obliterating everything in their path. That pig-like Tyrannosaurus could crush her beneath its foot, rendering her utterly helpless. Are you suggesting that the day we met coincided with the beast tide? Qin Yinshu remained non-committal, feeling he had considerable authority on the matter. A year prior, the leader of the base, Lin Xiaotian, had issued an irrefutable command, bestowing a mission upon the 4 major mercenary groups, targeting the Yellow Weasel Mercenary Corps. What mission? Jiang Yuemo swallowed hard, contemplating the 4 prominent mercenary groups, the Tianlang, Qifeng, Jiuqian, and Xinhua. The Huangshu mercenary group was in a completely different league. It was inconceivable that any mission would warrant the collective mobilization of these 4 formidable factions. They were prepared to go to any lengths to seize the cloth pouch from Lu Jian's waist, all while ensuring that no one became aware of their intentions. This was indeed a peculiar assignment, one that, while seemingly straightforward, was fraught with complexity due to its nature of targeting one's own. However, at that moment, we received a second directive, equally binding in its urgency, originating from the chief commander of the base S enforcement team, Tao Jigang. Surely it couldn't be. Qin Yinshu regarded Jiang Yuemo with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing an affair entirely detached from his own concerns. Indeed, the mandate was clear: protect Lu Jian at all costs. 2 conflicting orders. And then, Qin Yinshu tucked Jiang Yuemo under the covers, drawing her into his embrace. Subsequently, the 4 major mercenary groups resolved to deploy the majority of their operatives, overtly safeguarding Lu Jian while covertly dispatching an individual to snatch the cloth pouch from him, engaging in what they deemed a fair competition. So, what transpired thereafter? Who emerged victorious? Jiang Yuemo's voice was hushed, for she understood that Qin Yinshu had not emerged victorious. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such dire circumstances. None had triumphed. It was merely a trap. Lu Jian had vanished overnight, and following the faintest traces he left behind, I tracked him to the western woods. Yet, what awaited us there was not Lu Jian, but the enforcement team. Zhang Ming of the Qifeng Mercenary Corps, Lu Jiejia of the Zhoutian Mercenary Corps, and Li Hongwu of the Xianyu Mercenary Corps. All of us were apprehended by the enforcement team. Captured. But to where were we taken? Qin Yinchu's gaze was profound, his tone frigid. Taken for experimentation. The elite experts from the 4 major mercenary corps had been nurtured from a young age, with all resources devoted to their training. Their physical prowess epitomized the pinnacle of genetically modified individuals. When they devised this snare, their intention was to compel the 4 major mercenary corps to dispatch their top agents, thereby advancing their nefarious secrets. Jiang Yuemo was taken aback. How could they be so certain that the mercenary group would dispatch their top-tier mercenaries? The reward proclaimed by the leader surpassed that of the overall commander, an offer that no mercenary group could possibly decline. Thus, to ensure absolute certainty, they would require only the finest mercenaries to accomplish the task. Qin Yinshu gazed tenderly at Jiang Yuemo, gently tousling her hair and inhaling the scent at her neck. Then you. Jiang Yuemo looked at him with heartache. After enduring an excruciating year and a month of experimentation, Qin Yinshu sensed that they were finally poised to unleash their intentions upon his mind. After all, the shattered minds of Zhang Ming, Lu Jiejia, and Li Hongwu lay before him, their bodies preserved in formaldehyde, a constant reminder of his plight. Daily, he was subjected to dismemberment, administered various drugs, and injected with gene-altering serums, leaving him in unbearable agony. Lu Jiejia, with her ethereal grace, once seemingly untouchable, now knelt in despair, pleading for a swift end. Zhang Ming, his skull forcibly pried open, and Li Hongwu, while fully conscious, had his limbs severed and replaced with those of Zhang Ming. Jiang Yuemo's pupils trembled, rendering him speechless. Zhu Diang, he knew that the base had permitted experiments on you. Familiarity with a person's face does not equate to understanding their heart. Qin Yinshu clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging. He resolutely shut his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. After a moment, he shook his head. He was unaware, more accurately, he had been oblivious until that point, believing that he and Lu Jian had vanished together. Yet, for the sake of the commander and the base, Chu Tian had no choice but to issue that directive. Lu Jian had not been heard from in an entire year after that incident, as if he had evaporated from the world. It was truly baffling why they thought I would be able to find him. It was utterly ludicrous. The collapse of genes could still be restored. Wait, Qin Yinshu had regained his faculties. Could it be the white energy stone? Surely, it could not be that very stone. I must admit, Jiang Yuemo had unraveled the truth. Qin Yinshu affectionately kissed her deeply, overwhelmed by his love for her. The base feared I would divulge secrets, and since they had previously promised Chu Tian to spare my life, they transformed me into that state. Chu Tian brought him to the Tianlang Mercenary Corps, but before arrangements for lodging could be made, a beast tide erupted. Unexpectedly, the beast tide broke out merely 2 hours after I found Lu Jian and led him out of the forest. Various mercenary groups and enforcement teams mobilized to combat the beast tide, and it was there that I encountered you. Their gazes locked. Qin Yinshu's eyes were gentle, while Jiang Yuemo's were red-rimmed. Zhu Diang, deceivers, all of them. The claims that Qin Yinshu had been wandering for over a year, but they had searched for him for so long, all lies. Qin Yinshu, you have endured so much suffering. It dawned on me that this was the reason the Tianlang Mercenary Corps was shunned by the other 3 groups. Their current glory was purchased at the cost of 3 lives. Now that they are aware of your recovery, will they dare to trouble you again? Chapter 64. The Day Before Winter, additional update. They will not, barring any unforeseen circumstances. They will likely assume I have amnesia. They possess great confidence in their technology, and they're surely aware of your high-priced acquisition of Class A potions. Even if recovery is possible, it poses no threat to them. However, that madman at the base did not anticipate that Jiang Yuemo would discover such a white energy stone, inadvertently restoring Qin Yinshu's memories. But why is Lu Jian unharmed now? Why hasn't T the base eliminated him? That scoundrel, it's all because of him. Who knows what other dealings are at play? Yet, these matters bear little relevance to us now. I have retired, and I am now but an ordinary person, wishing only to accompany you each day. He yearns to be a clingy husband, wishing to transform into a small ornament, following Jiang Yuemo wherever she goes. After that experiment, he felt transformed. He had never been fond of socializing before. Now, he cherished the sensation of Jiang Yuemo's hands gliding over his body, yearning to be closer, ever closer. Jiang Yuemo gazed at the crimson mark on Qin Yinshu's arm. Prior to the treatment with the white energy stone, it had merely been a scar. How pitiful! Qin Yinshu's life had truly been wretched, even more so than her own. Locking eyes with Jiang Yuemo, Qin Yinshu inexplicably felt maternal affection. What manner of gaze was this? Do not regard me with such expressions, my dear. I preferred the look you wore last night. Qin Yinshu lifted her chin and bestowed a gentle kiss, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water surface. You are the moon bestowed upon me by the heavens. How fortuitous it is that our names align so perfectly, months end, years beginning. We are truly destined to be together. Jiang Yuemo felt a warmth rising to her cheeks, and before she could comprehend the situation, she was pinned down by Qin Yinshu. In the midst of his repeated transgressions, she found herself unwittingly calling his name over and over again. By the end, she was utterly oblivious to what she was shouting. Husband, darling, and amidst Qin Yinshu's chaotic declarations, this gentleman, satisfied, drifted into a contented slumber. The following morning, Qin Yinshu received a sharp slap from Jiang Yuemo. She had discovered that her foot had swollen considerably worse. At this rate, she could hardly fathom how long it would take to heal. I will go buy a tube of grade C ointment. A couple of days' application should suffice. Please do not be angry, my dear. Then why didn't you mention it the day before? You made me endure unnecessary pain all day. Qin Yinshu felt a twinge of guilt, for he had feared that if Jiang Yuemo's foot healed, she might no longer need him and could very well vanish from his life. He despised himself for such cowardice, for employing such a shameful thought to retain her, which only exacerbated her injury. There were surely other ways to keep her close. He needed to check the warehouse for something useful. Qin Yinshu, what are you thinking? I've been calling you for quite some time. Jiang Yuemo felt that perhaps her tendency to daydream had inadvertently influenced Qin Yinshu. Suppressing the gloom that lingered in his eyes, Qin Yinshu met Jiang Yuemo's radiant face, and the clouds of his heart dissipated. It's nothing. I'll go prepare dinner. After the two shared breakfast, Qin Yinshu brought forth a sea-grade potion for Jiang Yuemo to apply and resumed his busy endeavors. The weather, in stark contrast to the previous day, plummeted suddenly like a roller coaster. What had once felt like the height of summer now required Qin Yinshu to move the water tank indoors before he could finish preparing the lotus powder. After a day of settling, the water and powder had separated. Qin Yinshu poured the water from the earthen jar into a large pot outside, boiling it for scalding the sheepskin or for bathing. He then transferred the separated lotus powder water back into the earthen jar, leaving the lotus powder at the bottom. The pale pink lotus powder filled a large basket, weighing over 10 pounds. Once excess moisture was dried, it would likely reduce to around 6 pounds. From over 100 pounds of lotus roots, only about 6 pounds of powder were produced, yet since Yuemo adored it, it was truly worthwhile. After drying the lotus powder, Qin Yinshu hastily entered the room and turned on the heater. It's quite cold. Let me warm your hands. No need. You warm up first. I'll go rinse the water tank and bring out the hot water. Otherwise, it would be a waste of boiled water. Miss Jiang, the payment for the cotton field surrounding the mouse hole has been sent. Please check. Okay, thank you. Points credited, 68. Wow, Qin Yinshu. Money falls from the sky while sitting at home. Qin Yinshu leaned over to take a glance, his smile radiating warmth. Indeed splendid. Jiang Yuemo hummed a cheerful tune as she continued to refine her sheepskin coat. When Qin Yinshu brought in hot water, the two of them together began to iron the half-piece of sheepskin belonging to Qin Yinshu. After being meticulously processed by the mercenaries and Jiang Yuemo, the sheepskin became both supple and substantial. Jiang Yuemo, meticulously measuring the dimensions, cut the sheepskin into the front placket, back, and sleeves. The two sat before the heater, one weaving a basket while the other stitched garments, as snowflakes fluttered gently outside the window. Qin Yinshu sensed something unusual outside and brought the lotus powder indoors. Fortunately, having feared the wind, he had covered it with a layer of cloth, rendering it still edible. What a close call. How about we have hot pot for lunch? Qin Yinshu inquired, rummaging through the lotus powder in front of the heater. Hot pot. That sounds wonderful, came the enthusiastic reply. Perfect. I bought both spicy and numbing seasonings yesterday. Which do you prefer? Seasonings. How tasty can that watery substance really be? Jiang Yuemo replied, her enthusiasm waning. Feeling disinclined to eat. Either is fine. What's wrong? You seem suddenly listless. What about the spicy one? Does the snowfall affect the potatoes and ginger? Jiang Yuemo suddenly recalled that she still had a small plot of land, and she hoped that the snowfall would not obliterate her modest vegetable garden. However, she reasoned that even if everything grew, not all of it would be edible. She could only wish for a bountiful harvest. Qin Yinshu poured water from one of the earthenware pots into the water tank, filling it to the brim, while reserving one container for pickling the yanghe ginger. Under Jiang Yuemo's disapproving gaze, Qin Yinshu emptied a bag of advanced ingredients into the pot, thoroughly cleaning the yanghe ginger and filling a large jar to the brim, leaving it to rest in the corner. In response to Jiang Yuemo's lackluster expression, he added a generous amount of spicy seasoning to the pot, and the fragrant aroma wafted throughout the room. It was nothing they could not manage, yet the scent was undeniably enticing. Such was the nature of advanced culinary techniques. When Qin Yinshu presented a large pot of homemade hot pot on the table, Jiang Yuemo was overjoyed, relishing every bite. Whoever devised this is a genius. It is simply delicious, she exclaimed between chews. Her adorable demeanor struck a chord in Qin Yinshu's heart. I didn't add too much spice, as I was concerned about your foot injury, he remarked. No worries, this is just perfect, she replied. It seemed she had become accustomed to such delightful meals, reminiscing about the days when she struggled with meager rations. Then you should eat more, he encouraged, exuding the warmth of a caring partner. Attending to Jiang Yuemo with meticulous attention, it was reminiscent of how she had once cared for him, wiping his mouth, handing him napkins, and diligently washing the dishes and pots after their meal. Jiang Yuemo was immensely pleased with him. Indeed, this man seemed as if he had been tailor-made for her. While she was blissfully stitching a sheepskin coat, her watch suddenly flashed an urgent message about Chu Tian. Although the sight of Chu Tian now unsettled her, her curiosity compelled her to click on the notification. Miss Jiang, Shen Jibai has gone missing. Chapter 65. The disappearance of Shen Jibai. How could Shen Jibai possibly be missing? Young brother Shen fell ill a few days ago and has been frequently out of sight. By the time we realized, he had already been missing for nearly 2 days. Jiang Yuemo found himself engulfed in a tempest of thoughts. How could anyone possibly abduct Shen Jibai? Such a scenario seemed utterly implausible, especially considering his unfamiliarity with the area. Jiang Yuemo instinctively wanted to send a message to Shen Jibai. However, Shen Jibai did not possess a wristwatch, rendering communication impossible. What happened? Mo. Shen Jibai is missing. Qin Yinshu poured a glass of freshly squeezed juice for Jiang Yuemo, gently setting the kettle aside. Shen Jibai? He is the one you mentioned. The individual who lived among the monkey troop in the forest for 3 years, correct? Indeed, it is he. He has done me a great favor. Without Shen Jibai, I might have perished at the hands of a tiger named Dolly. A tiger with a name. Qin Yinshu was quite curious about who had bestowed such a name upon the tiger. Dolly? Dolly. It was I who named myself. Jiang Yuemo gently moved her ankle, still feeling a lack of strength. Even if she wished to venture out in search, she found herself utterly powerless. Do not worry, she reassured herself. Chu Tian and his companions are well-informed and remarkably capable. News should arrive shortly. In truth, Qin Yinshu was more intrigued by why Shen Jibai could endure a span of 3 years in a high-radiation zone. Contemplating this, he posed the question aloud. Shen Jibai had consumed water infused with white energy stones, which likely accounted for his resilience. Qin Yinshu, however, felt that he was increasingly veering into the realm of absurdity. Jiang Yuemo recalled the dark and crawling figure of Shen Jibai amidst the monkey troop. If he could adapt to the monkeys, What challenge could the mercenary group possibly present that he could not overcome? No, Jiang Yuemo. Jiang Yuemo. Can you hear me? Damn it. I've been captured in a laboratory. I previously shared the light brain with you, which automatically recorded your brainwaves. Therefore, you're my only means of communication now. Please, I beg you. I feel as though I might perish. Why are they sharpening the chainsaw? Hurry, I am about to be cut in half. ZZZ. Suddenly, a panicked voice echoed in Jiang Yuemo's ear, reminiscent of a three-dimensional broadcast, looping incessantly. Jiang Yuemo appeared bewildered and shocked. Finally expressing a sense of urgency, Qin Yinshu, I heard Shun Jibai's voice. What? What is Mo saying? Each word was clear to him, yet the meaning eluded him. Shun Jibai was pleading for help, claiming he was trapped in the laboratory. Qin Yinshu's face reflected deep concern. Could it be that Mo had frightened himself? He truly deserved it. Montak. It's real. He said he connected with my brainwaves, the laboratory, the one from your previous experiments. Sister, my only sister, dear sister, hurry to rescue me, or you shall never see your beloved brother again. Jiang Yuemo endeavored to communicate with him, yet in Qin Yinshu's eyes, she appeared utterly deranged, conversing with herself. It seemed she truly could hear Shun Jibai's cries for help, which was simply astonishing. Shun Jibai, how were you captured? Can you hear me? Are you all right? Are you still alive? Sister, they have triangular tags on their chests. They injected me. It hurts so much I might explode, and it could be everywhere. ZZZ, when collecting the bodies, ZZZ, please remember to gather all of me. I don't want to be missing limbs in my next life. ZZZ, he should send a location and describe his current situation. It was merely a plea for assistance, a desperate need to rescue him. Qin Yinshu, Shun Jibai mentioned that they had injected him, and those individuals bore triangular tags on their chests. Qin Yinshu's pupils constricted. It was indeed them, that lunatic group, far away in the laboratory. After being injected with an unknown substance, Shun Jibai's heart raced uncontrollably, and his blood pressure soared. A copious amount of mucus and saliva flowed from his mouth, too rapid to swallow, as he lost all control over his body. Even more terrifying, he remained acutely aware. Shun Jibai felt as though he were suffocating. Truly, he was on the verge of drowning in his own fluids, while everyone surrounded him, observing his agonizing struggle, their expressions predominantly indifferent. Only two individuals gazed at him with an intensity that seemed capable of incinerating him. Professor, all indicators for subject 0073 have exceeded normal human ranges. Despite the increased dosage, his body astonishingly continues to recover at an incredible pace. It's utterly remarkable. The elderly man in the front adjusted his glasses, a bewildering smile curling at the corners of his mouth, cackling with glee. This is splendid, splendid. Heaven is aiding me. Heaven is aiding me. The old man stumbled toward Shun Jibai, disregarding his filth, his touch gentle as if caressing his most cherished child. Yet, his veins bulged, and his expression was one of madness. Shun Jibai harbored no doubt that the old man might devour him whole in the next moment. Beep. Backup energy reserves depleted, ceasing body repair mode, entering hibernation state, wishing you a pleasant remainder of your life. Shun Jibai's light brain was utterly useless. After 3 years in the wasteland, he had exhausted every means to find energy for it. Because of these madmen, even the last backup energy reserves had been consumed. Perhaps he truly was destined to die. He did not wish to perish. Jiang Yuemo, if you do not arrive soon, I shall take my leave, wishing you a pleasant remainder of your life. The old man's spectacles were hurled to the ground, his gaze fixed upon Shun Jibai's ashen face. A tempest of fury brewing within him. It is impossible. It cannot be. How could the heavenly spirit stone fail to restore his body? Hurry, what are you dawdling for? This is inconceivable, my lifelong efforts. How could it come to this? The old man stumbled to the workbench, sweeping everything off the table in a frenzy, revealing a thick black notebook hidden beneath. Heavenly spirit stone water, upon consumption, eliminates high levels of radiation. Is the energy within the heavenly spirit stone infinite? Tentative, The origin of the Heavenly Spirit Stone remains unknown. Long-term consumption of Heavenly Spirit Stone water may provide lasting resistance to radiation. Body reformation does not achieve gene enhancement, failure, altering gene sequences for self-repair of the body in progress. Can gene enhancement agents integrate with a body restored by Heavenly Spirit Stone water? In progress. Professor, he has gone into shock. Is he still alive? Yes, he lives. The old man exhaled in relief. As long as he lives, that is all that matters. If he were to die, it would be a grave loss. Chapter 66. The Rescue of Shun Jibai 1. Outside. The snow continues to fall, yet the temperature remains relatively stable. Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu prepared their gear, donning radiation-proof suits to shield themselves from the falling snowflakes. Jiang Yuemo, clutching her singular silver pistol, embarked on her journey, limping as she went. Qin Yinshu sent a message to Chu Tian, indicating that the choice now lay solely in Chu Tian's hands. Shun Jibai is in the laboratory. Upon receiving the message, the atmosphere around Chu Tian grew oppressively tense, causing several mercenaries to shy away, fearful of invoking his wrath. He commanded the sealing of all information and dispatched teams 1, 2, and 3 to accompany him, while Team 4, led by Fang Tianqi, was directed towards the western woods. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tian resolved to take a bold step. The matter concerning Qin Yinshu had become a lifelong torment for him, and he could no longer betray his brother. With Qin Yinshu carrying Jiang Yuemo and Chu Tian leading 60 mercenaries, they all headed resolutely in the same direction. Fang Tianqi, licking his lips, boldly disseminated news of a discovered swarm in the western woods, drawing the attention of mercenary groups far and wide. The prospect of honey, a rare and precious resource, was enticing. The nectar gathered by bees contained energy comparable to that of crystal stones. This energy could be absorbed by the body, offering immense benefits, especially for individuals like them who were genetically modified. Within a mere 10 minutes, Fang Tianqi captivated the interest of various mercenary factions, many of whom dispatched most of their members, some seeking collaboration, others stalking with the intent to seize. Under the guise of such grand commotion, Chu Tian's disappearance became entirely justifiable. After all, the discovery of such a treasure necessitated vigilant protection. Finally, Qin Yinshu, carrying Jiang Yuemo, arrived before a sheer rock face. Is this the underground laboratory you mentioned? Indeed, but entry requires a special method. Without a pass, we cannot gain access. Jiang Yuemo descended from him, flexing her ankle. Fortunately, she could still walk, albeit with a slight limp. The two of them groped along the stone wall, and Qin Yinshu roughly discerned the location of the stone door. This is it. This is the entrance. Jiang Yuemo lifted a stone from the side, gesturing for Qin Yinshu to step aside. Stay back, sister is about to perform. The massive rock crashed against the stone wall, shattering into countless fragments, yet the wall merely sustained a narrow fissure. Concerned for her safety, Qin Yinshu hurriedly intervened. Think of another way. This is far too perilous. Jiang Yuemo nodded, acknowledging the validity of his statement. Indeed, there must be some other material behind this stone, given its remarkable hardness. He extended his hand to feel the crack, his left hand forming a fist. With a swift motion, his pristine white hand punctured a hole through the stone wall, revealing a cold, pale interior. The wall bore the imprint of his fist. Such quality, quite impressive indeed. Jiang Yuemo's actions startled Qin Yinshu, prompting him to hurriedly inspect her hand, which was oozing blood from a fractured finger. An alarm blared. Warning! Intruder alert. Professor, we have intruder. The old man, who was about to dissect Shun Jibai, was momentarily taken aback by the alarm. He could not permit any unforeseen circumstances to disrupt his experiment. Damn Lin, shouted he on, reneging on our agreement, daring to send someone here? Since you show no mercy, do not expect my kindness. Zhai E, take 0073 and retreat. Zhai Er, gather the documents, destroy what needs to be destroyed, and take what must be taken. Zhai San, lead the rest in dealing with the intruders. Among the 10 individuals, Zhai E, the tallest and strongest, immediately hefted Shun Jibai and guided the professor toward the back door without a moment's hesitation. Jair promptly organized the documents, destroying those that required it and securing others. Jai-san, along with the remaining 7, retrieved weapons from beneath the experimental table and calmly exited to confront the threat. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu were still exploring the stone door, while Chu Tian, accompanied by over 60 others and armed with 300 rounds of ammunition, entered the laboratory. With mixed emotions, Chu Tian produced the access pass, uncertain if it would still be valid after all this time. The first floor door was ajar, and one of the team members cautiously pushed it open. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the storage room, revealing neatly arranged shelves filled with weapons, igniting a fervor among the group. 2 individuals could not resist approaching the nearest weapon rack, reaching out to touch the guns displayed upon it. The 8 members from Jai-san to Jai-Shi were exceptionally skilled, just as they were beginning to comprehend the situation. Xiao Zheng's wrist suddenly erupted in a small spray of blood, the force of the explosion causing the gun in his hand to fall. In those fleeting seconds, a man clad in a white lab coat emerged from the shadows, swiftly shooting Xiao Wu and Xiao Zheng dead. Stay concealed. Chu Tian realized that the enemy had been prepared all along. The unnecessary sacrifice of 2 brothers filled him with anguish. These madmen should have been eliminated long ago. Everyone held their breath, attuned to any suspicious sounds. However, Jai-san had deliberately turned off the lighting system. They had donned night vision goggles, and annihilating this band of mercenaries was merely a matter of time. Yet at that moment, another gunshot rang out, followed by the agonized cries of teammate. Then a series of gunfire, accompanied by the sounds of collisions with the shelves and cries for help, plunging the storage room into chaos. The mercenaries could only discern their surroundings by the beam of the flashlight. They were in the light while the enemy lurked in darkness. The flashlight's glow resembling the scythe of death poised to claim their lives. Chu Tian focused intently on the spot where 4 shots had been fired. If the shooter revealed himself once more, he would have the opportunity to eliminate him. Zhai Wu was struck in the shoulder, blood gushing forth. Yet he appeared impervious to pain. Chu Tian steadied his gun, sensing the murderous intent in the air, his gaze unwavering on the column behind which the assailant hid. 3 seconds later, a bloodied figure emerged from behind a shelf. As soon as Zhai Wufang revealed himself, Chu Tian, without a moment's hesitation, raised his hand and fired 3 consecutive shots, each striking true to the center of his forehead. Zhai Lu, who was Zhai Wufang's wingman, suddenly panicked. In a fleeting moment of disarray, he inadvertently exposed his position. With a swift roll, Chu Tian deftly seized Zhai Lu's neck amidst a barrage of gunfire, executing the maneuver with precision and speed. Zhai Lu, unable to evade in time, landed a punch on Chu Tian's face, but Chu Tian was swifter, taking him down with a single shot. You should have perished long ago. Jai-san observed Chu Tian, now entirely within his blind spot, his brow furrowing slightly as he realized the formidable challenge he posed, far more daunting than anticipated. He promptly ordered Zhai Si and Zhai Qi, the closest to Chu Tian, to prioritize his elimination. The mercenaries, lacking directives from Chu Tian, no longer dared to act recklessly, retreating behind cover or around corners, engaged in a tense standoff with Jai-san and his companions. Zhai Wufang delicately licked her fingertips, stained with the blood that Zhai Lu had splattered upon her face. Chu Tian, I harbor no desire to be your enemy. Simply allow me to eliminate you, and in your next life, be a good child, will you? Chu Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression a tumultuous mix as he fixed his gaze upon the approaching figure in the distance. Chapter 67. The Rescue of Shun Jibai. 2. Shun Jibai was slung over Hua Yi's shoulder, jolting and foaming at the mouth. He observed the corridor, laid out like a prison, with neatly arranged rooms lining both sides. The old man traversed the hallway, pressing buttons along the walls, his face alight with a maniacal grin. Lin Xiaotian, you shall pay dearly for this. As the door swung open, Shun Jibai was struck with shock by the sight within, as if he had plunged into the depths of hell. Could it be that he was hallucinating? Why did some individuals possess canine heads? His eyes reddened, fixated on the grotesque creatures before him. What on earth were they? Some monsters emerging from the rooms towered like giants, bearing a striking resemblance to humans. Yet their size and skin bore an unsettling quality. With blood-red eyes and razor-sharp teeth, their dark purple skin stretched over bulging muscles, and their monstrous visages exhibited no semblance of reason, resembling a pack of beasts driven solely by the instinct to kill. Others were a blend of human and beast, maintaining a human stature, yet sporting massive dog or rat heads, with limbs reminiscent of savage creatures, an abominable amalgamation. Come forth, my darlings. The first-generation gene hybrids. Ha ha ha. What unwavering, kept pace with the old man, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding chaos. Dozens of peculiar hybrids burst forth from the rooms, raising their formidable claws, poised to strike. Bow to me, my warriors. Ha ha ha. The old man's hair was tousled, resembling a wind-tossed haystack, his eyes brimming with confusion and fervor. From his pocket, he produced a controller and pressed a few buttons, causing the lead giant to come to a halt. The old man commanded these constructs to clear a path for him, releasing a multitude of them wherever he passed. His demeanor exuded an indescribable madness, rendering it impossible for anyone to meet his gaze. Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu were locked in a fierce struggle against the door, fortunate that they had chosen a handy cleaver for their exit. Yet at this moment, the blade had become dulled and chipped. What to do? If they delayed any longer, Shun Jibai would be in peril. The door was constructed of remarkably resilient material. No matter what they struck it with, it merely yielded to dents without sustaining any significant damage. Just as despair began to envelop them, the door suddenly cracked open from the center, slowly parting to either side. However, due to the relentless strikes by Jiang Yuemo, the door had warped, causing it to become lodged and only open a narrow gap sufficient for a single person to pass through. Hua Yiquan frantically pressed the button, his brow furrowed. Professor, it's stuck. Useless. The old man commanded the leading cyborg with a canine head, intending to forcefully breach the door. From Jiang Yuemo's perspective, a towering half-orc let out a menacing roar, its sharp fangs and claws straining with all their might to pry the door apart. Be careful, Momo. What is that? The emergence of this creature shattered Jiang Yuemo's understanding of reality. Seizing the opportunity while the cyborg was ensnared, Qin Yinshu swiftly pulled Jiang Yuemo away, his tone frigid. It's the mad Professor Changpu's experimental subject. Wait, is it stuck? It seems so. Jiang Yuemo retrieved her firearm from her bag and handed it to Qin Yinshu, seizing the opportunity to take his life while he was incapacitated. In an instant, Qin Yinshu regained his composure, raising the gun and firing 4 fatal shots aimed at the creature's head and heart. The synthetic beast whimpered, rendered motionless and entirely wedged at the doorway. Changpu realized that his 0347 had lost all signs of life, driving him into a frenzy. One experimental subject after another pried opened the previous one, attempting to reach the door, only to be shot down. A relentless cycle. At this narrow threshold, a scene reminiscent of a legendary gourd boy rescuing his grandfather unfolded. Professor, this is untenable. The adversary may have an entire battalion lying in ambush at the entrance. We should redirect to the front door. Changpu was uncertain whether they could indeed shift to the front. His original intent had been to unleash these hybrids, maneuvering them from the back to catch the enemy off guard, but Lin Xiaotian, that cunning old man, had obstructed his line of sight and set up an ambush ahead of time. Despicable. Changpu departed, sending a message to Hua-san. What is the situation at the front? Resolve them quickly and assist me at the back. Hua-san, expressionless, fixed his gaze on the lifeless body, its neck crushed by Chu Tian. It belonged to Hua Wu, now deceased, yet a grotesque smile lingered on her discolored face. Chu Tian was renowned for his close combat skills within the base, and it was sheer arrogance for her to imagine she could defeat him in close quarters. It will be done shortly. I will keep Hua Jiu occupied with Chu Tian. Not shortly. Immediately. Release the gas. Hua-san hesitated for a moment, then instructed the remaining experimental personnel to swiftly locate gas masks before activating the toxic gas. Those who received the message rushed, nearly disregarding their lives. Those with gas masks donned them and pressed the green button beside the masks. Those with gas masks proceed to the back door to support the professor. Those without masks grasped their weapons, abandoning stealth to engage in close combat with the members of the Tianlang mercenary corps. Chu Tian promptly commanded that those without masks should exit immediately to avoid unnecessary sacrifice. Yet, none retreated. This was their mission, a vow to defend the dignity of mercenaries at all costs. Huasan, regrettably, found himself without a gas mask. He retrieved a white substance from his pocket, placing it in his mouth, discarded his empty firearm, and drew two gleaming curved blades, charging toward Chu Tian. After dispatching 6 synthetic beings, the adversaries seemed to have ceased their movements, just as Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu were poised to launch a further assault. A chilling intent to kill emanated from behind them, and Qin Yinshu's instinct overtook his mind as he swiftly pulled Jiang Yuemo back. "Who goes there?" "Your grandfather." Huajiao grinned maliciously, discarding his gas mask behind him, appearing to be merely a 13 or 14-year-old child. Yet, in this moment, his actions were anything but childish. Huajiao swung the axe in his hand, clashing with Qin Yinshu's serrated blade. Gazing into Qin Yinshu's eyes, he excitedly licked the corner of his mouth. Jiang Yuemo raised her gun, pressing it against Huajiao's forehead, looking at him with disdain. "Don't move. If you do, I shall blow your brains out." "Shoot? Sister. Go ahead, shoot me dead. Do it now." Jiang Yuemo, lacking proficiency in marksmanship, did not dare to pull the trigger. As Huaba and Hua Shi arrived belatedly, they immediately aimed their firearms at Jiang Yuemo, witnessing the tense standoff. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, followed by raucous laughter. "Do you dare, you wretched woman?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yinshu seized Huajiao's face with a powerful grip, forcefully slamming him against the stone wall. "Oh, that feels good. Qin Yinshu, do you truly believe you have triumphed?" He mocked, laughter echoing. Seizing the moment, Huajiao swiftly produced a device resembling a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button. In an instant, Qin Yinshu's strength seemed to dissipate, his limbs weakening as he collapsed to his knees before Huajiao. "What have you done to him?" Jiang Yuemo fired 4 shots at Huajiao, but unfortunately, her aim was imprecise, allowing him to evade. Huaba and Hua Shi rushed forward, firmly restraining Jiang Yuemo. Huajiao tossed the silver remote control in his hand, casting an amused gaze upon Qin Yinshu, who lay paralyzed and seething with impotent rage. "What have you done?" "TSK, TSK. Qin Yinshu is my remote control plaything, and you failed to see that. Let me feel your chip and your heart are both racing. Such a delightful sensation." Huajiao reached out to touch the nape of Qin Yinshu's neck, then his chest, tilting his head in puzzlement after a moment. This isn't right. Why are you merely kneeling?" "Qin Yinshu, have you malfunctioned?" Huajiao drew a dagger from his pocket, approaching Jiang Yuemo amidst Qin Yinshu's pleading gaze. "Go on, kill her." Qin Yinshu's pupils contracted in horror as he watched Jiang Yuemo's face being pressed to the ground. Hua Shi took the dagger from Huajiao's hand, aiming it at her throat, yet he found himself utterly powerless, unable to control his own body. In Jiang Yuemo's direst moment of need, he was rendered useless, a complete failure. "No!" Bang! A bullet pierced through, causing Hua Shi's hand to explode in a spray of crimson, the dagger falling and grazing Jiang Yuemo's face, leaving a trail of blood. "How bothersome! Who is it now?" Huajiao glanced over impatiently. Fang Tianqi, accompanied by over 20 others, charged forward, pursued by other mercenaries who were hot on his heels. "Huajiao, long time no see. Seeing you brings me great joy," Fang Tianqi exclaimed, as if greeting an old friend. In the bewildered gazes of Huaba and Hua Shi, Fang Tianqi casually raised his gun and shot them both, casting a disdainful glance at them. "TSK, I dislike your gaze. You look like a fool. May you perish." Huajiao, irritated, withdrew the dagger from the ground and pressed it against Jiang Yuemo's neck. "I advise you not to move. Restore Qin Yinshu to normal. And as a gesture of our friendship, I shall grant you a swift end today. Who would be friends with a big-tongued fool who cannot speak Mandarin? I can speak Mandarin, dear Huajiao, but seeing you brings me such joy that I cannot help myself." Huajiao had only ever found 2 individuals irksome in his life, the old man Changpu and the perverse Fang Tianqi. Changpu was tolerable, as he was his professor, but Fang Tianqi was an even greater lunatic. Trouble always followed when Feng Tianqi was around. Now, with the old man behind him and Feng Tianqi before him, it was a thoroughly dismal day. Those who had rushed over in hopes of witnessing a sweet resolution were met instead with Changpu commanding the synthetic beast to pry open the back door of the laboratory. Caught off guard, they found themselves face to face with a horde of bizarrely shaped hybrids. Feng Tianqi gazed with keen interest at the androids, his brows arching in delight. "Oh man, you should have mentioned you possessed these wonders earlier. Who knows, I might have truly joined you." Emerging at last from the confines of his limited perspective, Changpu beheld Feng Tianqi and the throng adorned with the emblems of various mercenary factions, solidifying his conviction that Lin Xiaotian had betrayed their pact. It's too late. Eliminate them all. The mercenary groups behind him fell into disarray, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Forget it, fire at will. They intend to annihilate us. Can we afford to spare anyone? As flurries of snow cascaded down, akin to the sounding of a war horn, the mercenaries surged forth, the tide of battle swiftly shifting. Amidst the turmoil, Huajiao grasped Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu, intending to reach Changpu's side. However, he underestimated Jiang Yuemo. The moment Huajiao released his dagger, she sprang into action. Huajiao deemed her audaciously reckless and seized her by the throat. Yet, a sudden turn of events unfolded. To his astonishment, Jiang Yuemo gripped his wrist with fierce determination. With a mere exertion of strength, Huajiao's wrist shattered. My hand! The surrounding clamor rendered them unnoticed. Huajiao aimed to swiftly end Jiang Yuemo's life, but she preempted him, snatching the dagger with a directness that even a genetically enhanced individual like him could not contest. Had he truly enhanced this woman? Why could he not recall? Yet, time afforded no respite for reflection. Jiang Yuemo plunged the dagger viciously into his thigh, eliciting a scream and an unnatural flush upon his face. Sister, what a revolting scene." Jiang Yuemo disdainfully kicked him away, yet upon glancing at Qin Yinshu, who resembled a marionette beside her, she forced herself to suppress her revulsion and rendered him unconscious. She dared not apply too much force, fearing that she might inadvertently bring him pleasure or even cause his demise. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Yuemo noticed Hua Yi at the back, unwaveringly guarding the control panel held by Changpu, with the unconscious Shun Jibai slung over his shoulder. Rescuing Shun Jibai proved to be an arduous challenge. Yet extricating Qin Yinshu amidst the turmoil was a remarkably simple task. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuemo hoisted the 2-meter-tall Qin Yinshu and seized Huajiao by the nape, hastening her escape from the scene with remarkable speed. At that moment, her waist no longer ached, and her feet were free of pain. She felt capable of covering 3 meters in a mere second. Shun Jibai exclaimed, "Jiang Yuemo, how had the situation escalated to this point?" Her plan had been to stealthily infiltrate and rescue the individuals, ideally exiting just as quietly. Yet now a standoff had ensued, equally bewildered with the various mercenary groups compelled to join the fray. The onslaught from the synthetic beings was so relentless that they scarcely had time to contact their respective leaders. Yet surely, such monstrosities were deserving of eradication by all. As their ammunition was exhausted, they resorted to close combat. These enhanced creatures were akin to relentless war machines, impervious to pain. Even when their arms were severed or bullets pierced their thighs, their movements remained unimpeded. Only by severing their heads or shattering their hearts could they be halted. Jiang Yuemo retrieved the silver remote control from Huajiao. She recalled that Huajiao had pressed the lowest red button, along with the red buttons on either side. In a moment fraught with tension and complexity, she closed her eyes and pressed another button towards Qin Yinshu. Before she could open her eyes, she found herself enveloped in a warm and powerful embrace. "It's all my fault. I failed to protect you." Qin Yinshu trembled, truly terrified at the thought of losing Jiang Yuemo before his very eyes. It seemed that Changpu had encountered some conflict with Lin Xiaotian, leading to this unfortunate misunderstanding in which he believed Lin Xiaotian had sent people to besiege him. In a desperate gamble, he had unleashed his experimental subjects. How could Lin Xiaotian possibly wish to eliminate Changpu? The two were, after all, cut from the same cloth. Lin Xiaotian intended to provide Changpu with captives to transform. who would then be sold back to him as slaves for mining and as assassins to carry out unspeakable orders. Lin Xiaotian was counting on Changpu to convert the entire city into genetically enhanced individuals to support his rule. What was to be done about Huojiao? A wave of revulsion washed over Qin Yinshu as he recalled Huojiao's repulsive actions. He cast a disdainful glance at him and crushed the remote that had controlled him. Then, seizing the dagger from Jiang Yuemo's hand, he covered her eyes with one hand while with the other, he swiftly slashed Huojiao's throat. Initially, Huojiao had feigned death, eager to discern Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu's intentions, but now he was truly lifeless. His pupils dilated, and he clutched his neck tightly as crimson blood flowed from the wound, staining the surrounding whiteness. He attempted to speak, but his throat was choked with blood, rendering him utterly voiceless. Jiang Yuemo captured the snowflakes falling upon her, stifling the tremors that threatened to overwhelm her, and stood up with the support of Qin Yinshu. Chapter 69. The Unfathomable Standoff of Three Forces. Since Changpu believed that Lin Xiaotian had dispatched individuals, we shall stir the waters even further. Qin Yinshu sent an urgent plea for assistance to the enforcement team, only to receive a panicked response upon the receipt of the accident's location. This place was exceedingly sensitive for them, harboring an underground research facility, a clandestine secret known to all. The captain of the enforcement team departed to report to the overall commander, Tao Jigang. Has the laboratory been attacked? Are we certain of its location? Yet, when he explicitly expressed his desire to join their collaboration, that old scoundrel Lin Xiaotian refused. Very well, you wish to monopolize this, do you? But what is this all about? Is it to destroy what cannot be obtained? No, we must immediately dispatch personnel. I shall personally lead a team of 300 elite soldiers to accompany me. Tao Jigang was resolute in acquiring Changpu's technology. For with an entire squad of genetically enhanced individuals, he would be invincible across this continent. Thus, the three factions, Changpu, the mercenaries, and Tao Jigang, converge around Lin Xiaotian while strategically avoiding him, engaging in a standoff. Changpu observed as her creations gradually gained the upper hand. Yet each of these specimens was precious to her. Losing even one caused her heart to bleed. The squad leader of the Xian Yu mercenary group realized that these monstrosities possessed an extraordinary resilience, seemingly impossible to kill, leading to significant losses among his comrades as they fell one after another. This approach was unsustainable and, simultaneously, members of various mercenary groups began pleading for rescue from the base enforcement team. Some messages had not yet been dispatched when they turned and encountered the enforcement team. The enforcement team was remarkably efficient. Commander Tao, these monsters are impossible to kill. They're far too strong. What should we do, Commander? What to do? I wish I knew. Tao Jigang was nearly pulling his hair out in frustration. He had come to rescue Changpu. Yet now everyone was watching. How could he possibly save her? What was that old rascal Changpu up to, placing herself in such a precarious position? Enough is enough. Upon seeing Tao Jigang, Changpu was consumed by fury. You Lin Xiaotian, you Tao Jigang, are you tearing down the bridge after crossing it? You all shall perish. The delicate balance had been shattered, and the onslaught of genetically enhanced beings intensified. Despite their combined numbers being only over 80, they overwhelmed the nearly 1,000 mercenaries present. Witnessing Changpu's ruthless assault, Tao Jigang's confusion was eclipsed by rage. Very well, you wish to strike me? Then you shall capture Changpu alive. The enforcement team received orders, armed themselves, and joined the fray, causing the tide of battle to shift instantly. Amidst the chaos, Hui, under Changpu's command, abandoned Shinjibai to join the fray. At this moment, Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu silently appeared behind Changpu. Chu Tian's fists rained down upon Hua San relentlessly. You must be poisoned as well. What benefit is there in serving Changpu? The two exchanged blows, exerting their utmost strength. Chu Tian discerned that Hua San's attacks were ruthless, akin to a man oblivious to pain, employing a reckless fighting style. Their strengths were evenly matched, rendering it difficult to ascertain a victor. Inside the room, mercenaries lay dead or injured, and only a few fortunate enough to don gas masks remained standing. Boss, we are here to assist you. Yu, at the moment Huasan struck, launched a hidden blade that pierced directly through Huasan's wrist. Huh? Huasan, puzzled, moved his wrist, only to discover that his left hand was impaled against the wall. Chu Tian realized that Huasan was not unaware of pain. Rather, he had genuinely lost his sense of it. Seizing the opportunity, Yu and Chu Tian attacked from both sides. Within mere seconds, both of Huasan's temples were pierced by the hidden blades, his eyes widening in disbelief as life ebbed away. His raised hands seemed to grasp at something, yet ultimately, it was in vain. Get everyone out. Yu staggered, dragging two fallen brothers as he stumbled toward the exit. Chu Tian, meanwhile, turned and extracted the small white ball from Huasan's mouth, crushing it to reveal a small note that read, "Thank you. I am finally free." With a sigh, Chu Tian closed Huasan's eyes, only to notice that the desperate hands he had raised appeared to be pointing towards a certain direction. Following this direction, Chu Tian opened a door, revealing a room brimming with various potions. Yu, take these potions outside and administer them to our brothers. Yu, accompanied by two unpoisoned brothers, began to transport boxes of B-grade potions, which astonishingly were stored by the crate. Yu worked joyfully, for salvation was at hand for their comrades. Chu Tian left 5 men behind to secure the scene and tend to the unconscious mercenaries with medicine. He led the remaining 10 deeper into the facility, the atmosphere growing increasingly disquieting. Here, limbs, brains, and entrails were suspended in grotesque displays, some even belonging to beasts. Suddenly, upon opening a door, a nauseating stench assaulted them, causing Lin Musin to recoil and hastily shut the door. Ugh, this is revolting. What on earth is this place? Is a laboratory? What are they researching? The group pushed open a large door, locking eyes with Hua, whose expression was filled with panic. Researcher? Hey, brother, what are you doing? Lin Musin raised his unloaded gun at Hua, frightening him into releasing the documents he had not yet destroyed. I don't know. I know nothing. I'm just doing my job. Hua retreated hurriedly, appearing to have suffered a tremendous mental shock. Lin Musin felt a sense of bewilderment, yet he did not dare to lower his guard, tightly gripping the only weapon he possessed, a dagger. He crouched down, cradling his head with both hands. Hua, in a fit of madness, swept everything off the table with a violent motion, emitting a shrill scream from his throat. I don't know. I know nothing. Chu Tian raised his hand, and a concealed blade, which had just been extracted from Huasan, shot forth from his grasp, striking Hua directly in the center of his brow. Meanwhile, Hua's hand, reaching toward the underside of the table, tightened around a black pistol that was already loaded. Had it not been for that fleeting second, Lin Musin would have fallen victim to this feigned lunatic's treachery. Li Ming charged forward, delivering 2 powerful kicks, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Pretending to be mad, are you? You still wish to ambush me? Prepare to meet your demise." Chu Tian cast a glance at Lin Musin, silently advancing to search Hua, retrieving a key from his pocket that unlocked the passage to the back door. Since everyone is absent here, they must be at the back door. Lin Musin, infuriated, joined Li Ming in delivering furious kicks to Hua, reflecting on how he had just felt sympathy for him moments ago. However, before Chu Tian could open the door, a tremendous roar erupted from outside. Chapter 70. The collapse of Lin Xiaotian. Chu Tian, with grave urgency, swung the door open and swiftly led the remaining mercenaries in flight. His watch indicated the presence of a colossal life form ahead. Qin Yin held Changpu by the throat with one hand, while the other pressed a dagger against his carotid artery, rendering him utterly immobile. Jiang Yuemo seized his control panel, her eyes vigilant as she regarded him. "Who are you? Return my central control to me. Release me." Jiang Yuemo scrutinized the panel, which appeared quite similar to a tablet. The markings were distinctly clear, rendering it remarkably simple and comprehensible. Jiang Yuemo turned to Changpu and smiled mischievously, then patted Shen Jibai on the back, signaling that he was safe now. "It's impossible for you to have it. Give up on that idea." Shen Jibai lay on the ground, his face smeared with tears and dirt. Yet he had never felt such a profound sense of security from the earth beneath him. Why were his eyes perpetually brimming with tears? Because he could not contain himself. "Changpu, can you make your synthetic being stop? You're dreaming. That's utterly impossible." Oh, I understand it's unlikely, but I still wish to offer you a chance for redemption. Qin Yinshu swiftly drew his knife, cleanly slicing through Changpu's throat. Since it's impossible, then you shall die. Changpu, in disbelief, clutched his wound, blood pouring from his mouth as he fixed his gaze on Qin Yinshu's indifferent eyes. It's impossible. Do they not crave my skills? Do they not wish for? Changpu could not die with his eyes closed. Not far away, He watched as Changpu's figure slowly collapsed. His heart filled with rage as he saw Qin Yinshu holding the knife. How could you kill him? You deserve to die. He charged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with Qin Yinshu, while Jiang Yuemo dragged Shen Jibai to a small corner, diligently examining the central control panel. You should perish. Do you realize how important he was to me? If anyone should die, it should be by my hand. Qin Yinshu, I will kill you. Qin Yinshu paid no heed to He, merely grappling with him to ensure Jiang Yuemo remained unharmed. He, consumed by madness, had lost his initial composure. His eyes, once devoid of sorrow or joy, now brimmed with fury. Qin Yinshu kicked Changpu's lifeless body towards He. If you like him so much, here you go. I will kill you. Just as He pushed Changpu's corpse aside, Qin Yinshu suddenly closed in, seizing Hui's vulnerability to launch a fierce assault. He barely dodged, but Qin Yinshu's dagger grazed him in several places, narrowly missing vital areas. I cannot die. I cannot die. Xiaowei is still waiting for me. Xiaowei. Qin Yinshu, you will die. He, reckless and desperate, lunged forward, raising a rock high to strike Qin Yinshu when a gunshot rang out. The bullet tore through the air, striking Hui's heart. In his final moments, He stared intently at the monstrous beast behind Chu Tian. Xiaowei. Qin Yinshu turned and locked eyes with Chu Tian. I leave this to you. Chu Tian nodded and released the iron chain in his grasp. Qin Yinshu also noticed the bizarre creature, a slender neck supporting a massive fox head, teetering precariously, its limbs resembling those of an ape, entirely unclothed. A grotesque sight indeed. Hui's hand inched closer to the creature, which fixed its gaze upon him, the sound of clanking chains echoing from its neck. Approaching Hui with heavy steps, I gently inhaled the scent of his impending demise. Then, I sank my teeth into his arm, tearing away a substantial piece of flesh. Xiaowei, Hui has breathed his last. It seems that he and this Xiaowei must have shared a multitude of stories. Meanwhile, after a period of exploration, Jiang Yuemo finally halted the majority of the synthetic beings. Those genetic-enhanced constructs, stripped of their control, stood motionless, resembling tamed wild beasts in their docility. They sniffed the air, and upon catching the scent of blood emanating from the corpses on the ground, they took a bite. It was at this moment that Lin Xiaotian received the belated news. The scene before him delivered a visceral shock to his senses. Who could explain why things had devolved into such chaos? Tao Jigang, visibly furious, commanded the enforcement team to eliminate the synthetic beings, while the bodies of Changpu and Hui lay at Chu Tian's feet. Qin Yinshu, having carried Shen Jibai and Jiang Yuemo to safety, withdrew from the fray, leaving Lin Xiaotian perched atop a high peak, emitting a frantic shriek. Shen Jibai, covered in filth, could scarcely utter a word, his eyes pleadingly fixed on Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu. Qin Yinshu settled Jiang Yuemo comfortably before retrieving a prized white energy stone to dissolve in water, subsequently heading to the courtyard to tend to Shen Jibai. He first administered the energy-infused water, then helped him change into clean garments, even boiling a large pot of hot water. Qin Yinshu raised an eyebrow, noting that the process bore a striking resemblance to the way he plucked feathers from wild ducks. Shen Jibai lay despondently in the courtyard, the cold wind biting at him, the freshly fallen snow chilling the ground beneath his scant attire. He lamented, "My life is over." Qin Yinshu paid him no mind. Was he to lie in the courtyard when he could be indoors? Meng Meng was still in the house. From the storage, he retrieved the last vial of B-grade serum, pouring half into his palm and gently massaging it into Jiang Yuemo. He consumed the remaining portion, knowing it would benefit his own health. Jiang Yuemo closed her eyes and swallowed. The taste as repugnant as ever. The two exchanged glances, remaining silent for a moment, until Jiang Yuemo finally spoke. Qin Yinshu, is my combat ability truly that inadequate? Qin Yinshu recalled the door that had been battered with numerous dents, its formidable presence having decisively influenced half of the battlefield. No, my dear, you simply lack systematic training. Once your foot heals, I shall teach you. Really? As long as you can endure. At that moment, Jiang Yuemo remained unaware that her hellish days were about to commence. For every ounce of joy she felt now, there would soon be a corresponding depth of sorrow. Shen Jibai finally regained control over his limbs, trembling and quaking as he crawled back into the courtyard. Jiang Yuemo, help! Jiang Yuemo pressed his forehead in exasperation. Qin Yinshu, bring him in. Qin Yinshu gazed at Shen Jibai, his expression a mix of bewilderment and frustration. Were it not for him, today's events would never have unfolded in such a manner. Yet, Shen Jibai too harbored no desire for this outcome. No one could have anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. Where did it all begin to change? Zhu Dian, Shen Jibai, why were you taken? Shen Jibai shivered, clutching the blanket tightly, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. I do not know. A few days ago, I had a fever and was resting. When I awoke, I found myself in a laboratory. The fact that Shen Jibai emerged from the forest was known only to the members of the Tianlang Mercenary Corps. Their unwavering loyalty is a matter of well-established fact. If this incident has no connection to Chu Tian, then Jiang Yuemo might as well have eaten his own shoes. Chapter 71. Resolution Chu Tian. This rascal continues to surprise me in ways I never expected. Jiang Yuemo felt a surge of indignation. The series of events had truly reshaped her perception of Chu Tian. Shen Jibai, trembling slightly, reached out towards the heater, releasing a contented sigh. Brother Chu is not that kind of person. I believe in him. Speechless, it seemed Shen Jibai's mind had yet to return to normal, prompting such unwavering trust in Chu Tian. Qin Yinshu silently sat on the bed, continuing to massage Jiang Yuemo's feet. With lowered eyelashes, he softly spoke. Everyone has their own responsibilities. It does not affect us, so there's no need to be overly concerned. Qin Yinshu understood the reasons behind Chu Tian's actions. Chu Tian harbored deep-seated feelings regarding that incident from years ago. They had witnessed the experiment together, where the living were dismembered and the dead sewn together. Like him, Chu Tian wished to obliterate that laboratory entirely. There lay buried countless nameless remains. However, now he had attachments. What once were mere past events had transformed into something more significant, and he would no longer be entangled with them. Whether one deemed him a coward or an escapist, it mattered little. What was done, and he felt compelled to undertake a particular task at present. Qin Yinshu laid out a mat for Shen Jibai, placing the heater on the ground to ensure warmth for both the bed and the mat. You lie down first. I will step out for a moment. Please do not kick off the blankets. Jiang Yuemo had consumed a nutrient solution, feeling warm beneath the covers, slightly drowsy, and nodding absent-mindedly to Qin Yinshu's instructions. Under the cloak of night, Qin Yinshu grasped the crowbar in his hand, prying open the window of Lu Jian's home. Despite his tall and robust stature, he made not a sound as he landed. Hidden by the moonlight, Qin Yinshu stood quietly at the bedside, observing Lu Jian. His expression was grave and composed, tightly gripping a dagger that he twirled lightly, as if ready to slice Lu Jian's throat at any moment. Lu Jian lay on his side, a beautiful woman sleeping beside him, her brow furrowed, indicating a restless slumber. Qin Yinshu retrieved the cloth bag from beneath Lu Jian's pillow, finding, as expected, nothing but a purple energy crystal. Pressing his tongue against his molars, he swiftly seized Lu Jian's neck. The occurrence was so rapid that Lu Jian awoke the instant he felt the grip, yet Qin Yinshu was quicker, shoving him into a sack and dragging him away into the obscurity of the night. The beautiful woman turned over, her eyes wide with terror, clutching the blanket tightly as she trembled. Qin Yinshu brought Lu Jian to an open area, sitting upon a large stone, one foot firmly pressed against Lu Jian. He struck the sack with the crowbar. Lu Jian, honestly, where are the things you've hidden? Don't move. I've told you if I possess one, I can acquire a second. If I die, no one will ever know. A palpable ferocity gleamed in Qin Yinshu's eyes. In that moment, his true nature emerged, brutal and merciless, entirely unlike the restrained and gentle demeanor he had shown before Jiang Yuemo. Qin Yinshu drew the dagger from his chest and began stabbing the sack, uncertain of where the blade would land. "I'll give you 3 seconds. If you can't articulate it, I'll ask your wife. Your brother-in-law must know something." Lu Jian felt a blade pierce his thigh, another his shoulder. Trapped within the sack, evasion was futile. "Damn it, it was Lin Xiaotian who sent you, wasn't it? I'd rather die than divulge anything." One came to count. "Impossible. Just kill me. If you do, no one will gain anything. Ha ha ha. You all desire that thing so desperately. I know all too well. 2. Kill me. If you have the guts, just kill me." Though Lu Jian spoke bravely, fear gripped his heart. Realizing this man showed no intent to relent. Was he truly going to kill him? He did not want to die. Qin Yinshu's patience had evaporated. The third stab pierced Lu Jian's throat. "Qin Yinshu clapped his hands, plucking a leaf from the side to hastily wipe the sticky blood and distance himself from the scene of the crime. Upon returning home, he took advantage of the chilly evening breeze to wash away the stench of blood from his body. Lu Jian had indeed possessed nothing of value. This was confirmed. From this moment forth, the whereabouts of the celestial spirit stone shall remain undisclosed. Oh, but wait, there is one more. Qin Yinshu cast a glance at Shen Jibai, who was curled up on the floor. Shen Jibai turned over and fell off the wooden plank. Ouch! After warming himself by the heater, Qin Yinshu nestled into the blankets, drawing Jiang Yuemo into his embrace, feeling utterly content as he closed his eyes. Meanwhile, various mercenary groups erupted in chaos before Lin Xiaotian, as they discovered amidst the battlefield that those they deemed monstrous gene-enhanced beings were, in fact, their long-lost brothers, relatives, and friends. They clamored to confront Lin Xiaotian, vehemently denouncing Changpu. Yet, it was Lin Xiaotian who truly suffered, for the research base he had painstakingly constructed was now in ruins, and he was compelled to maintain the facade of justice for them. Who would advocate for him amidst this rabble? Did they even comprehend what they had cost him? And Tao Jigang betraying him, was he? Lin Xiaotian vowed that he would not let him off easily. Tao Jigang harbored similar sentiments. As the two glared at one another across a sea of fallen, gene-enhanced beings, their eyes ablaze with fury. The following morning, the alarm clock roused the three, and it was only then that Shen Jibai felt the weight of having narrowly escaped death. Clutching the blanket, he wept uncontrollably. "Jiang Yuemo, had you arrived even a moment later, I would have been disemboweled. You have no idea. My light brain has run out of energy, and I couldn't even connect my brainwaves with yours. They were about to kill me." Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu were jolted awake by the noise, sitting up in unison from their warm beds, frowning at Shen Jibai. Jiang Yuemo, Shen Jibai, still shaken, gingerly touched his belly, head, arms, and legs. Yes, all intact. Qin Yinshu got out of bed, rummaging for their slightly battered old watch, and handed it to Shen Jibai. Though somewhat worn, it was still functional enough to tell the time. "What are your plans moving forward?" Shen Jibai accepted the watch with a grateful nod. While he had yet to ascertain whether it was indeed Chu Tian who leaked his information to the laboratory, it was undoubtedly someone from within the mercenary group. Since they could not accommodate him, there was no need for him to seek their favor. If you find yourself without a place to stay, you might inquire with Jiang Ping. He is the captain of the Eastern City Wild Hunting Team, and they have a storage facility for their game where you could reside. Chapter 72. Special Training. Shen Jibai was aware that Jiang Yuemo's home, comprising both the house and courtyard, was merely 50 square meters. With Qin Yinshu also present, she was unable to offer him shelter. "All right, then I shall ask Jiang Ping." Jiang Yuemo flexed her ankle, pleasantly surprised that it had healed overnight. Aside from a slight stiffness upon first stepping down, she soon adjusted to walking without any discomfort. "Allow me to escort you. I share a rapport with them," she offered. Qin Yinshu remained non-committal, preparing breakfast for them alone at home. The snow had ceased by morning, leaving the world draped in a silvery mantle. Jiang Yuemo knocked on the door of the Jiang family, shaking off a flurry of snowflakes. "Jiang and Jiang Ping, are you home?" The Jiang siblings were about to head out, each carrying a large basket. "Sister Jiang, we're off to gather peanuts. Would you care to join us?" Not just yet. My foot is still a tad sore. I've come because Shun Jibai has left the mercenary group and currently lacks a place to stay. I wanted to inquire if your hunting team requires additional members. Jiang Ping jovially pulled Shun Jibai close and playfully punched him. Of course, we have room. Brother Shun, with your robust physique, you'll serve us well. Come along. We'll head out to pick peanuts together. Shun Jibai was deeply touched, eagerly volunteering to assist Jiang and with the basket. However, Jiang Ping, who had previously regarded him with kindness, suddenly wore a scowling face, casting a menacing glare at Shun Jibai, as if to say, I'm watching you. All right, enough of that. Don't act as if someone owes you 8 million. Jiang Ping remarked. Shun Jibai remained silent, having discerned that Jiang Ping was rather protective of his sister. Thank you, Jiang Ping and Shaoan. Do come over for dinner at my place tonight. Absolutely. Brother Chi's cooking is the finest. What? Training before dinner. Jiang Yuemo was poised to display her prowess with chopsticks, but alas, they were unceremoniously snatched away by Qin Yinshu. From this day forth, you shall dedicate an hour each morning to rigorous training prior to breakfast, commencing from the most fundamental techniques. This entails rising at the unearthly hour of 3:30, an hour earlier than your usual 4:30. Moreover, during the course of your training, I shall show no mercy. Jiang Yuemo sighed deeply, acknowledging that this was for her own good, a request she had made herself. Otherwise, when faced with danger, she would have to confront it head-on, inevitably succumbing after just a few exchanges. Laziness was not an option. Once she mastered her agility, the next time she encountered those little rascals attempting to seize her belongings, she would not shy away from vengeance. Old grievances rekindled. Filled with determination, her waist no longer ached, her feet free from pain. She could resist the temptation of breakfast entirely. Qin Yinshu nodded in approval, leading Jiang Yuemo to the courtyard. Jiang Yuemo assumed a horse stance while he demonstrated a set of military exercises. I will perform it for you once. Remember it well. After you finish your stance, you will practice this fitness routine. Absolutely. However, the reality proved daunting. After half an hour of training, despite merely holding a stance, Jiang Yuemo felt as though she were on the brink of suffering, her legs aching unbearably, longing for a seat. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, dizziness enveloped her, and her arms trembled. The sensation was so intense that she would have preferred a day's labor over this torment. How could half an hour drag on so slowly? Unbeknownst to her, while she felt as though death would be a relief, only 5 minutes had actually elapsed. Once training concluded, Jiang Yuemo, her legs quaking, was led by Qin Yinshu on a brief circuit around the room, ostensibly to relax her muscles. Otherwise, in her current state, she would only grow more fatigued with each session. Relax her muscles? She was thoroughly relaxed. Wasn't she soft as a puddle of mud, molded by the relentless trials of life into something resilient yet pliable? Just 15 more minutes. She could endure a little longer. 15 minutes. She had already held her stance for that long. Jiang Yuemo embraced herself internally. Dear one, you have already done remarkably well. As she encountered breakfast once more, it was already 7:15 in the morning. Jiang Yuemo devoured her food with great enthusiasm. In her current state, everything she consumed was exceptionally delicious. Qin Yinshu silently sighed, acknowledging that her attitude was commendable, yet her aptitude was rather poor, and her penchant for playfulness only seemed to grow. She relied solely on her brute strength to persevere, or else she would not have come this far. Nevertheless, achieving such results for the first time was commendable. Perhaps his expectations were set too high, and she should take her time. Jiang Yuemo savored the last spoonful of vegetable porridge, letting out a contented sigh. Ah, how delightful it is. Let us venture out later to find some more dishes. Any leftovers can be made into dumplings, ensuring we can enjoy them even in winter. Very well. You take a moment to rest while I attend to the dishes. Jiang Yuemo was indeed correct. The first snowfall of winter had already graced the earth. Yet the winter vegetables remained unharvested, necessitating urgent action. However, at this hour, the prospects of discovering easily accessible winter vegetables were bleak, compelling them to venture into more remote areas in search of fortune. After washing the dishes, the two began to prepare their gear for the outing. Following yesterday's snowfall, The temperature had plummeted significantly. They donned the cashmere coats they had hastily crafted, layered on radiation suits, and shielded their faces with masks to prevent frostbite on their ears. One could say they were armed from head to toe. Qin Yinshu nodded. Previously, he had always worn the standard winter attire of mercenaries and had never personally prepared such gear. This was his first experience wearing clothing outside of the mercenary group, highlighting his inexperience in such preparations. Nonetheless, he pondered whether the general store might have any scrap fabric available, which could be utilized to fashion additional trousers. Qin Yinshu secured the crowbar and machete, the last remnants of weaponry from his household. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He pulled from his pocket a small purple energy crystal, no larger than a fingernail, and handed it to Jiang Yuemo. Wow! Jiang Yuemo rubbed her eyes vigorously, gazing incredulously at the energy crystal. Then shifting her gaze to Qin Yinshu. "Where did you come from?" she exclaimed. "Did you extort Lu Jian yesterday and take it from his home?" Jiang Yuemo recalled several days prior when Lu Jian had discreetly shown the energy stone to Chu Tian. At that moment, they believed themselves to be inconspicuous. Yet, Jiang Yuemo had observed everything quite clearly. She felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy, struggling to suppress the urge to incapacitate the two and seize the treasure for herself. To her astonishment, days later, this coveted object was finally in her possession, as if she were dreaming. "My heavens, this cannot be, I must put away." Jiang Yuemo alternately lifted the bed and stuffed it into her bag, her unease manifesting in her restless pacing around the room. Chapter 73. The Rabbit. Place it under the bed, alongside the white energy stone. No, that won't do. What if it gets stolen? I would lose everything. Jiang Yuemo pondered for a while and ultimately decided to stow it away in her bag, believing it to be safer kept close to her. She even took out the white energy stone and placed it within her bag. Qin Yinshu sighed, bemused by her unwavering confidence, resembling a miser guarding her treasures. Jiang Yuemo was unaware of his inner thoughts. Had she known, she would undoubtedly have contested them. Of course, she willingly embraced her role as a guardian of wealth. After setting down her belongings, Qin Yinshu accepted the large basket from Jiang Yuemo, filled with shovels and spades. Jiang Yuemo tucked the small silver gun into her pocket and carefully concealed her green handbag within her coat, securing it close to her body, thus feeling a sense of satisfaction. The two of them, bundled up like bears, set forth with a spirited demeanor. This winter was truly extraordinary for Jiang Yuemo, as it marked her first encounter with snow. Although the snow might harbor radioactive substances that could pose a threat to her, she remained exhilarated, picking up a stick from the ground to gesticulate animatedly. Qin Yinshu ambled leisurely behind her, still haunted by the memory of the control exerted over him by Huijiao. Even though the controller had been destroyed, he couldn't shake the feeling that unless he extracted the chip from his body, he would be in grave peril. Qin Yinshu activated the bodily monitor on his wristwatch, commencing a record of his physical condition for future analysis, ensuring he would have reference data once the chip was removed. "Qin Yinshu, look over there." Jiang Yuemo suddenly called out with great excitement, then lowered her voice as if fearful of disturbing something. Qin Yinshu followed her gaze and beheld a brown-gray rabbit, standing as tall as Jiang Yuemo's waist. The creature had been gnawing at the roots of a spinach plant, but upon hearing Jiang Yuemo's voice, it stood upright, ears perked, turning its head from side to side, trying to capture any unusual sounds in the air. In that moment, both Qin Yinshu and Jiang Yuemo dared not move, their eyes fixed on the large rabbit, aware that a kick from it could easily result in broken ribs. After confirming that there were no other disturbances in the vicinity, the brown-gray rabbit wiggled its rear and resumed its nibbling, while two smaller rabbits emerged from behind the spinach. Following the larger one, Qin Yinshu plucked a blade of grass to test the wind direction, then signaled to Jiang Yuemo to cautiously adjust her steps and quietly maneuver to the leeward side of the rabbit. Since rabbits rely heavily on their hearing and sense of smell to detect potential threats, it was essential to position themselves downwind, minimizing the chances of their scent being detected. Thoughts of spicy rabbit heads, dried rabbit, hand-pulled rabbit, stewed rabbit meat, and stir-fried rabbit meat flooded Jiang Yuemo's mind, causing tears of excitement to slip from the corners of her mouth, her heart racing with fervor as her gaze remained fixated on the large brown-gray rabbit. The rabbit continued to munch happily, while the two smaller ones separated to forage, each moving in different directions. Jiang Yuemo was not content with merely capturing the large rabbit. She desired all three. Qin Yinshu sensed that Jiang Yuemo was about to soar towards the rabbit's mouth, and he could see the veins on his forehead throbbing with agitation. However, he was somewhat distant from her, rendering conversation between them impossible for the moment. The large rabbit is closer to me. You may first conceal yourself and ambush the small rabbit to the southeast. The two smaller rabbits are rather dispersed in their movements. Resolve this swiftly, ensuring you do not approach them too closely or create excessive noise, as it may frighten them away. Jiang Yuemo gazed at the battle plan sent by Qin Yinshu, and she seemed to comprehend it, yet a question lingered in her mind. Which direction is southeast? The one that appears somewhat dark. Jiang Yuemo made an unexpected okay gesture, demonstrating her understanding. She retrieved a small silver gun from her backpack and contentedly wiped its surface. Who could resist such a charming object? Although she had never undergone formal shooting training, her prior experience with live-action CS provided her with a foundational skill set. At the very least, she could aim accurately, though hitting the target was another matter entirely. Jiang Yuemo suddenly felt a wave of nervousness. This was her first experience with an ambush. After calming her emotions, she followed the direction indicated by Qin Yinshu, lying on the ground and advancing in a prone position. In Jiang Yuemo's eyes, her posture was impeccable, her movements swift and decisive. In Qin Yinshu's gaze, he wondered, where had she gone? Why was she lying on the ground? 10 minutes later, he finally glimpsed the emerging figure of Jiang Yuemo. Her appearance, akin to that of a special forces soldier, left Qin Yinshu with a lump in his throat, a sensation of suffocation weighing heavily upon him. You could adopt a different posture to approach it. Okay. The veins on Qin Yinshu's forehead throbbed with intensity. Very well. This was indeed commendable. At the very least, it increased his speed by 50. He momentarily suppressed the bitterness within, moving lightly and with purpose to his concealed vantage point. He plucked the lush, broad leaves surrounding him, extracting their juice to mask his scent. Retrieving a crowbar from his pack, he began searching for an optimal angle. It seemed that a single ranged weapon at home was insufficient. He would need to seek out another opportunity to procure one. A rabbit extended its forelimbs to rub its face, its small nose twitching as it cautiously sniffed the unfamiliar air. Sensing no immediate danger, the large brown-gray rabbit hopped a couple of steps, turning its back to Qin Yinshu, and resumed nibbling on the grass roots. I am in position. Upon arriving at the designated location, Jiang Yuemo sent a message to Qin Yinshu, her gaze intently fixed on the rabbits in the distance. The large brownish-gray rabbit was comparable in size to the giant flower-patterned rabbit she had encountered before. Would it still be delectable? Might the meat be too tough? The two smaller rabbits were nearly half a meter in length as well. She hoped they would be equally appetizing and fragrant. Jiang Yuemo silently prayed, harboring concern for Qin Yinshu, fearing that he might not be able to fell the massive rabbit with a single strike. Observing the rabbit's robust physique, its powerful hind legs, and its keen, dark eyes, she realized that a single kick could leave him confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. We act together. Our primary objective is to capture both a large and a small one. If the smaller one escapes, it is of little consequence, but do not place yourself in peril. The rabbit possessed extraordinarily acute hearing, necessitating that Qin Yinshu land a decisive blow the moment Jiang Yuemo fired her weapon. Otherwise, capturing it again would prove exceedingly challenging. As time elapsed, Jiang Yuemo's gaze remained fixed on both her watch and the rabbit. Jiang Yuemo took a deep breath, her hand gripping the wrist of the other with an intense gaze. With a resounding thud, the large rabbit startled, kicking the ground twice as it prepared to flee. However, Qin Yinshu had already leapt into the air from the opposite side, like a celestial warrior descending from the heavens, wielding a crowbar high above, ready to strike down upon the rabbit. Chapter 74. Eagle the rabbit, completely oblivious to the peril lurking behind it, was caught unawares. By the time it realized the danger, it was too late. The crowbar crashed down upon its nape, rendering the creature motionless in an instant. Swift and decisive, Qin Yinshu snapped its neck and then hurled the crowbar at another escaping hare. Yet, it was in vain. Though still a juvenile, the rabbit darted away with remarkable speed. "Qin Yinshu, look! I took it down." Jiang Yuemo held the two rabbits, their lively frolic reminiscent of the moment son Wukong emerged from the flower fruit mountain, instantly bringing a smile to Qin Yinshu's face. However, that moment of mirth was fleeting. "Get down." "What?" Montak. The events unfolded with such swiftness that both were caught unprepared. Qin Yinshu picked up the gun that had fallen to the ground and fired 5 shots at the colossal eagle, but it deftly evaded each one. The last 3 shots, hindered by insufficient recoil, barely reached their target. Qin Yinshu's gaze was fixed on the soaring eagle, his eyes stinging painfully from the sun's glare, forcing tears to escape. Similarly, Jiang Yuemo, ensnared in the eagle's grasp high above, was also in tears, the wind stinging her face and rendering her eyes red. Nevertheless, despite the adversity, she did not relinquish her hold on the rabbits. Jiang Yuemo found herself increasingly distant from Qin Yinshu, even crossing a river and soaring into a high-radiation zone. This madness is unfathomable. One could not possibly choose such a torturous demise. Surely, a swift cut to the throat would be a far cleaner exit, devoid of excessive suffering. Jiang Yuemo found herself ensconced within a vast nest, precariously perched atop a towering cliff. To her side lay an abyss so profound that its depths were unfathomable. A single misstep could send her plummeting to a certain demise. The colossal eagle, having just taken flight, appeared to span an impressive 5 meters. At this moment, the entirety of the majestic bird felt somewhat cramped within the confines of the nest alongside Jiang Yuemo. By scrutinizing its distinctive features, she deduced that it was a golden eagle. Jiang Yuemo glanced down, frightened, and hurriedly shifted back, not wishing to tumble down. However, her abrupt movement startled the eagle, which extended its talons and let out a cry, landing Jiang Yuemo beneath its feet. My lord, please do not harm me. Feast upon this instead. I am not delectable." Jiang Yuemo beheld the formidable talons and the razor-sharp beak of the imposing eagle, its gaze as frigid as ice. With resolute determination, she promptly relinquished the rabbit she had clutched throughout her journey, even going so far as to assist the majestic bird in tearing it asunder. Blood splattered onto her wristwatch, the sound of its high radiation alert echoing ominously, yet she felt no remorse in offering it to the eagle. After indulging in the fresh rabbit's essence, it would no longer consider her a meal. As anticipated, the giant eagle was irresistibly drawn to the sanguine aroma of the fresh kill, its once restrained talons now gripping the rabbit firmly, while its sharp beak methodically tore into the tender flesh. Jiang Yuemo confirmed that she was temporarily safe and stealthily moved to the edge of her nest, her hand reaching back to explore. Suddenly, she encountered a protruding stone. Under the sunlight, the stone radiated a soft glow, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. If her eyes did not deceive her, it was a piece of meteorite. My goodness, Jiang Yuemo felt an exhilarating rush of fortune. In the novels of the esteemed Jin Yong, the legendary sword, the Xiantai heavy sword, was crafted from meteorite. The invincible Dugu Qiubai wielded it to conquer all foes. Yang Guo mastered divine skills with it, and Guijing and Huang Rong split it in two, subsequently forging the dragon-slaying saber and the heaven-raising sword, igniting a tempest of bloodshed in the martial world. Jiang Yuemo was utterly exhilarated, as if she had suddenly acquired the fabled dragon-slaying saber and the heavenly sword. Yet, despite possessing these legendary weapons, she found herself unable to contend with the eagle. However, her dragon-slaying saber and heavenly sword were, for the moment, merely blocks of iron. Not to mention that this fragment of meteorite could at best serve as a couple of daggers, incapable of forging either the heavenly sword or the dragon-slaying saber. Scientifically speaking, meteorite iron is a form of meteoric material, remnants of cosmic meteorites that have not fully burned up beyond the Earth's atmosphere. These stones, composed of iron, stone, or a combination thereof, are known as meteorites. With an iron content exceeding 80, often enriched with nickel, meteorite iron is a divine alloy bestowed upon humanity, a superb material for forging weapons through heat and smithing. The luster and texture of this meteorite were unmistakably indicative of its nature. She herself remained still. As a chilling breeze rustled through her hair, the Eagle King had finished feasting on the rabbit and seemed poised to make her its next meal. However, the Eagle King appeared to have other commitments, for after thoroughly devouring the plump rabbit, it flapped its wings and departed, leaving Jiang Yuemo trembling alone in the vast eagless nest, akin to someone stricken with Parkinson's disease. Watching the Eagle King's receding silhouette, Jiang Yuemo exhaled in relief, concealing her heavenly sword and dragon-slaying saber, and sent a message to Qin Yinshu to report her safety and location. I am temporarily safe. She silently prayed for Qin Yinshu to arrive swiftly to rescue her. The sun was growing increasingly radiant, but fortunately, the eagle's nesting site was shrouded in shadows, shielding her from its harsh rays for the time being. Jiang Yuemo engaged in prayer for a while, surprisingly feeling a twinge of hunger. With nothing else to occupy her, she began to rummage through the eagle's nest, hoping to stumble upon another piece of meteorite. Alas, fate was unkind, and only that solitary fragment remained. I'm almost there. Where are you? Qin Yinshu's inner garments had become thoroughly soaked with sweat, his brow glistening with perspiration. Yet, pressing onward would lead him to the precipice. Was Jiang Yuemo truly perched upon the cliff edge, claiming it was safe? Here, accompanied by an attached image, Jiang Yuemo noticed that the two of them were drawing closer together, prompting her to cry out for help. Qin Yinshu, I am down here, down here. Can you hear me? Just drop a rope. Qin Yinshu observed the location and heard Jiang Yuemo's fragmented calls, carried by the wind. All right, do not fear. I will rescue you immediately. He surveyed his surroundings and spotted some seemingly sturdy vines nearby. However, hesitant to take a risk, he quickly intertwined several of the vines, hoping to fortify their strength. A little to the left, I can't reach. All right. Jiang Yuemo anxiously stomped her feet as she spotted the vine from a distance. Once the vine was within her grasp, she tugged at it twice to signal that she had secured it. Qin Yinshu hastily pulled her up, urging her, enough of this. We must make haste. After running for a while, they soon realized they had found themselves at the heart of the forest, where the likelihood of encountering ferocious beasts loomed large. We can no longer run. It may attract unwanted attention from predators. Let us proceed with caution and aim to exit before nightfall. Qin Yinshu had spent 2 hours traversing this terrain, and had it not been for his exceptional physical prowess and unwavering determination, Jiang Yuemo would not have been rescued so promptly. Indeed, she replied, although they were at the forest core, it bore no significant difference from an ordinary thicket, and in fact, it was even easier to lose one's way. Fortunately, both of their watches were functional, with the compass and map features operating smoothly. Qin Yinshu rummaged through his pocket and produced a vial of nutrient solution, offering it to Jiang Yuemo. Drink this. You've toiled throughout the day and must be famished. Jiang Yuemo's eyes sparkled, not due to the nutrient solution, but because of the fallen meteorite. Look at this, she exclaimed. A meteorite? Where did you acquire it? From an eagle's nest. Qin Yinshu fell silent. She truly had a knack for discovering treasures wherever she went, even raiding an eagle's nest. With this material, a new weapon could be forged. What do you think about crafting a dagger? Qin Yinshu pondered, weighing the meteorite in his hand, which was larger than his fist. He was not inclined toward a dagger. Rather, he yearned to create a ranged weapon. Chapter 75. Meteorite and Shunjibai. Due to the excessively sharp talons of the eagle, they tore through Jiang Yuemo's clothing, causing her some distress, but fortunately, she sustained no injuries. Jiang Yuemo, anxious that Qin Yinshu might misplace the meteorite, hurriedly took it and gleefully tucked it into her satchel, for it was indeed a precious treasure that needed safeguarding. However, the meteorite was rather bulky and weighed heavily, and after a while, she returned it to Qin Yinshu. It's quite heavy. Perhaps you should carry it, she remarked. Qin Yinshu smiled wryly as he securely nestled the meteorite in his embrace. We must hasten our departure, otherwise, the rabbits we hunt may be claimed by others. Jiang Yuemo suddenly recalled the purpose of their outing today. The two had arrived with great fervor, only to leave inexplicably. What would become of the hard-won rabbit? What if someone else were to take it? What if it fell prey to other wild beasts? Jiang Yuemo, consumed by concern, grasped Qin Yinshu's hand and urged him to run, disregarding the potential attention from wild beasts. Fortunately, their hunting location was secluded, nestled within an expansive wilderness, devoid of many visitors. The rabbits remained, and their tools were intact. Thank heavens, everything is still here, otherwise our efforts would have been in vain today. Qin Yinshu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He had anticipated that someone might have taken the catch, or that it might have fallen prey to a beast. A beeping sound indicated moderate radiation levels, recommending limited consumption. Qin Yinshu, we can eat meat, actual meat. This sizable rabbit will sustain us for quite some time. Jiang Yuemo was overwhelmed with excitement. She had lost all hope, as the smaller options were scarcely viable, and a larger one seemed even less likely. To her astonishment, she was presented with such a delightful surprise. Tonight, they would feast on braised rabbit meat. Qin Yinshu, witnessing her joy, smiled brightly, his eyes curving like crescent moons. The enchanting glimmer in his gaze instantly captivated Jiang Yuemo's heart. Entranced, she became so engrossed that she stumbled and fell. Oh dear, how embarrassing. The allure of male beauty can lead one astray. Silly girl. Qin Yinshu often noticed how Jiang Yuemo would gaze at him with such fascination, realizing that perhaps he was not as insignificant as he believed. At least his appearance could charm her. As they journeyed along the path, they unexpectedly encountered Shinjibai and Jiang Yanjiangping. Jiang Yuemo pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, prior to Qin Yinshu's arrival, he was unable to partake in hunting. Come to my house for dinner tonight. There will be a delightful feast. The rabbits were packed into a basket by Jiang Yuemo, overflowing and discreetly covered with slender blades of grass, rendering them less conspicuous. Jiang N's eyes sparkled. There was meat. As for Jiang Ping, he was even more excited. With a keen sense of smell, he detected the scent of blood wafting from the basket behind Qin Yinshu. You won't believe the treasures we discovered today. Hurry, open the door. I can't wait to show you. Jiang Ping urged Qin Yinshu to unlock the courtyard gate, his eagerness to boast about their day's bounty palpable. Among the five, while Shun Jibai remained taciturn, the other four were fervently eager to share the fruits of their labor. Ding ding ding. Sichuan pepper. Jiang Ping triumphantly displayed a generous handful of Sichuan pepper, casting a proud glance at Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu, while Jiang En and Shun Jibai shared in their collective pride, puffing out their chests. It appeared they had indeed collected a substantial basket of Sichuan pepper. Puffed. What you have is nothing compared to mine. Watch this. Jiang Yuemo lifted the rabbit, which was as long as half her body, and placed it delightfully upon the table. Wow, what a massive rabbit! Jiang exclaimed, feeling a pang of envy, instinctively dabbing a bit of blood onto his wristwatch. Beep, beep, beep. Moderate radiation levels detected, suggesting limited consumption. Have you lost your senses? Qin Yin sighed inwardly at this childish individual, taking the rabbit aside to prepare it, as everyone was eagerly awaiting the meal. Jiang Yuemo provocatively gazed at Jiang Ping, who, undeterred, retrieved 3 baskets of peanuts from behind him. These are edible, meticulously sifted by each of us. This is indeed sustenance. Are you taken aback? Jiang Ping raised an eyebrow, observing the composed Jiang Yuemo. With a flick of her hair and a sigh, she declared, initially, I wish to engage with you as an ordinary individual, but it appears that is no longer feasible. I shall lay my cards on the table. I am a billionaire. She slammed a piece of meteorite onto the table, her excitement causing it to embed itself into the surface. Wow, what is this? A rock? Jiang Ping struggled to pry the meteorite free, scrutinizing it under the light. It resembled an ore. Yet what kind of ore was it? Was it valuable? Jiang Yuemo snatched it away, tenderly caressing the meteorite. Do you recognize its worth? This is a meteorite, immensely valuable. Jiang Ping lunged forward, his eyes sparkling with excitement. But Jiang Yuemo deftly evaded him, leaving him grasping at nothing. Is this the legendary space meteorite? Let me see. No, I won't let you. The two of them tussled, causing the meteorite to tumble to the ground, rolling to Shinjibai's feet, who picked it up. Energy entity detected, currently charging. Shun Jibai exclaimed, let me have a turn, let me touch it. What kind of gaze is that? He clutched the meteorite with fervent excitement, trembling as he approached Jiang Yuemo. Jiang Yuemo wore a perplexed expression, and so did Jiang Ping and Jiang'an. What have you discovered? Where is your home? Jiang'an inquired with genuine concern, fearing that Shun Jibai might faint from excessive excitement. This meteorite is an energy entity from outer space. It can recharge my quantum brain. Sister Jiang, I am saved. After struggling for 3 years and 6 months in this place, Shun Jibai was finally experiencing the familiar energy fluctuations from his home planet. He had thought he would be trapped here for a lifetime. Although there was nothing inherently wrong with this existence, who wouldn't long for home? Truly, that is splendid. Quickly take this. Just return it to me once it is fully charged. Jiang Yuemo was genuinely delighted for him, while Jiang Ping and Jiang were utterly perplexed. Qin Yinshu was equally bewildered. The rabbit was too large to hold on to, tumbling into the basin and splashing water all over his face, leaving him no time to ponder why Jiang Yuemo was so agitated. What are you all talking about? What do you mean by charging? I can't make sense of it, he exclaimed. I don't understand either. Sister Jiang, Jiang Ping, and Jiang'an echoed in synchrony, scratching their heads in confusion as they glanced at Shun Jibai, who was trembling like he had Parkinson's, and then at Jiang Yuemo, whose face radiated joy. Shun Jibai quivered his lips, hesitating briefly before speaking. Actually, I am not from this world. Chapter 76. A Shattered Worldview Not from This World. Jiang Ping and Jiang'an chorused, skeptical that Shun Jibai was concocting a tale. Come on, you're not from this world? What proof do you have? You have arms and legs just like us, exactly the same. Do you have some special powers? Jiang Ping assumed he was joking, nonchalantly propping himself against the table. Special powers? Indeed, I do. Shun Jibai promptly demonstrated a vanishing act, making the table disappear. Jiang Ping was caught off guard and stumbled before regaining his balance, only to discover the table had vanished, which startled him into standing upright. What? Ew, he stammered, pinching Jiang'an, who yelped in response. Are you insane? Why are you pinching me? Pinch yourself. No. You need to perform another trick. Make this one disappear. As he reached out to make contact with Shun Jibai, he felt a slight pull in his palm, and the stone vanished. Jiang Ping examined his hand repeatedly, utterly convinced. Shun Jibai returned the stone to Jiang Ping, concluding his performance. So, you really are an alien? Can you transform? Were you originally like this? I wouldn't classify myself as an alien. I am a human, and this has always been my appearance. Qin Yinshu entered the room, holding an orange energy crystal extracted from the rabbit's belly. He was taken aback to see the table reappear and then disappear again, along with the stone. Stunned, he stood frozen. Qin Yinshu, why are you standing at the door? Kumin. Yes, Brother Qi. Shun Jibai is an alien. Not an alien. I am from another planet. That is still an alien. Shun Jibai was already weary of the term. In the room, 3 out of the 5 individuals experienced a profound disruption of their worldviews, necessitating time to absorb the revelation. Thus, Shun Jibai seized the opportunity to share his story while everyone processed the information. I hail from a new era, designated as Planet 2330, of the Celestial Palace. In our world, a planet is akin to a nation. Shun Jibai described his affluent homeland, where he enjoyed a stable life. Though he did not have everything handed to him, he never faced deprivation in food or clothing. Born into a family neither affluent nor destitute, he lacked the vivacity or resilience one might expect. Positioned as the 3rd among 5 siblings, he was unremarkable, attending an average college and pursuing a major in spacecraft piloting, one chosen by the majority. He believed his life would unfold as unremarkably as his early years. However, amidst the celestial spheres, war erupted. A formidable nation, in alliance with other minor asteroids, proclaimed the discovery of relics from ancient Earth on the Celestial Palace planet. Their intent was to eradicate all inhabitants of the Celestial Palace to safeguard these precious remnants. Yet, he remained oblivious to the relics' whereabouts or nature. All he knew was that on that fateful night, amidst a barrage of gunfire, countless warships soared through the skies and bullets rained down like countless stars. His parents, siblings, neighbors, all perished. He could not escape and sought refuge within a spacecraft. Unexpectedly, the vessel activated, transporting him back to the forest of his beginnings. Severely injured, He narrowly escaped being devoured by wild beasts, and during his struggle, he inadvertently drank from a stream, finding himself inexplicably accepted by the surrounding fauna. It was not so much acceptance as tacit acknowledgement. He became one of the guardians of the stream's secret. Subsequently, he spent 3 years, 5 months, and 26 days among a troop of monkeys until he encountered Jiang Yuemo. Following this meeting, he accompanied Jiang Yuemo to this place and came to know you all. Jiang offered him a tissue to dry his tears. Shun Jibai's light brain was fully charged, and while the energy within the meteorite was limited, it was sufficient to sustain him for another 3 years. Do not weep. From now on, my home is your home. You will perform magic tricks for me daily, and I will build you a house. Jiang Ping comforted, embracing the sobbing Shun Jibai. Only Qin Yinshu remained silent, fixated on Jiang Yuemo, his fists clenched, veins bulging on the backs of his hands, struggling to suppress his urge to speak. Qin Yinshu pressed an orange energy crystal into Jiang Yuemo's hand before turning to exit and attend to the rabbits. He sliced through the rabbits' flesh with ferocity, as if intent on dismembering them completely, carving deep grooves into the cutting board. Jiang inquired cautiously, wary of provoking Shun Jibai further, with a newfound outlet for expression. The tears Shun Jibai had bottled up for 3 years finally flowed freely. He had left home at the tender age of 15, and now, at merely 18, he was of the same age as Jiang, and Jiang Ping naturally assumed the role of the elder brother, clumsily patting Shun Jibai's back, unconcerned that his shirt was soaked with the boy's tears. I do not know. I do not know. Shun Jibai shook his head within Jiang Ping's embrace, rediscovering the comfort of being held by an older brother, finding solace in the familiarity. It is all right. Tomorrow, I will inquire if we can build a house on that vacant lot next to my home. If necessary, we can expend more points. From now on, we shall be your family. I have only Jiang as a sister. Henceforth, she shall be your sister as well. Beside Jiang Ping's house lies the city wall. Although a small plot of land is available, building is generally prohibited. However, should someone maneuver a bit, the city law enforcement might turn a blind eye, making it feasible. After shedding enough tears, Shun Jibai recalled Jiang Ping's mention of constructing a house and began to extract energy crystals from his spatial realm. These stones possess energy that closely resembles that of true energy sources. However, they are inadequate for charging a light brain. Nevertheless, their beauty captivated Shun Jibai, who collected several rounded, exquisite, and pure-colored specimens. The energy crystals cascaded down, filling the table with over 30 pieces of varying sizes, predominantly green and azure, with even a solitary blue among them. He refrained from taking out the white crystal, for he possessed only one, which he had stealthily transported into his space while the tiger was distracted. The risk of attracting ferocious beasts with the white energy stone was too great. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. The god of wealth, Jiang Ping, Jiang En, and Jiang Yuemo, along with Qin Yinshu, who had just finished preparing rabbit meat and was calming his emotions, had never encountered such a gathering of energy crystals. Qin Yinshu stood at the door, holding a basin of rabbit meat, momentarily stunned. Was he hallucinating? Chapter 77. Braised rabbit meat medley so much. Jiang Ping's eyes sparkled, and Jiang Yuemo's were no less radiant. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned the group, contemplating whether it would be feasible for Qin Yinshu to silence them and claim these energy stones for himself. After a moment, Jiang Yuemo quelled his dark thoughts and touched the small purple energy crystal in his pocket, roughly the size of a fingernail, sighing with satisfaction. No matter. His crystal was worth more than all these combined. Would this be enough to construct a house? Yes, indeed, absolutely sufficient. Jiang Ping and Jiang En indulged in counting the energy crystals, the sound of beeping incessant. Ultimately, the total value of all the energy crystals amounted to a staggering 16,534 points. How fortuitous! The land in the eastern part of the city was clearly priced at 800 per square meter. This would allow for a construction of approximately 20 square meters, perfectly fitting the adjacent plot beside his own house, which was also about 20 square meters. Once completed, it would undoubtedly be smaller than 20 square meters. But that was of little concern. They could merge their houses and share a courtyard, allowing for greater activity space and mutual support. Yet, the necessary arrangements would require a considerable sum. Would 1,000 be sufficient? Shinjibai, newly arrived and lacking a clear understanding of the purchasing power of energy crystal points in this world, realized that even Jiang Yuemo was only half aware of it. 1,000. That seemed excessive. He feared being easily taken advantage of outside. Rest assured, leave this to me. 300 will suffice. Qin Yinshu forced his gaze away from the pile of energy crystals and turned to Jiang Yuemo. Upon witnessing her actions, a sudden recollection of the substantial sum of money shared between myself and Jiang Yuemo flooded my mind, bringing a sense of equilibrium to my thoughts. I grasped a large basin filled with raw meat and made my way to the stove. This basin, weighing approximately 20 to 30 kilograms, contained an abundance of meat, far too much to consume in a single day. It was intended to be dried and preserved for the winter. I took nearly a pound and placed it into the pot, while the remainder was carefully packed into the vacuum sealer. As the sealer could not accommodate all the contents, Qin Yinshu removed its previous contents, solely dedicating it to the meat. After they finished dinner and departed, I planned to dry the remaining rabbit meat. The vacuum sealer was filled to its brim, not to mention that the entrails, rabbit heads, and limbs had yet to be stored. Qin Yinshu then turned and carried the rabbit heads and limbs into the warehouse, expertly threading them onto iron wire to hang them up. As Jiang Yuemo quietly seized a handful of meat from the refrigerator and tossed it into the pot while he stepped out, one could not help but ponder the notion that a satisfying meat feast for 5 individuals should be more generous than a mere pound. A glance at Jiang Yuemo's somewhat guilty silhouette was enough to ascertain the perpetrator of this culinary escapade. With a resigned sigh, one is reminded that without the burden of household management, the true value of groceries remains elusive. Nevertheless, today is a day of joy, and indulging a bit more is permissible. Tomorrow, the day after, and even the days beyond may well be devoid of such indulgence. After soaking the rabbit meat for a while, the water was drained. Observing that the oil barrel was nearing depletion as it was poured, a profound melancholy enveloped Qin Yinshu's heart. Gently tossing the rabbit meat in the pan, he then introduced seasonings. Fortunately, the kitchen still boasted ginger and freshly harvested Sichuan peppercorns, both of which would enhance the flavor. The enticing aroma soon permeated the entire room, captivating the attention of the other 4, who momentarily forgot about the pile of energy crystals before them, all eyes drawn irresistibly to Qin Yinshu. With a spatula in hand, Qin Yinshu's grace in stir-frying the rabbit meat was more visually appealing than the dish itself, leaving Jiang Yuemo utterly entranced. However, mere rabbit meat was insufficient. There were also leftover ant eggs, which would spoil if not consumed, along with some lotus root and ginger that were on the verge of going bad. All were added to the pot. A heaping, hearty stew of varied ingredients, fresh from the stove, emerged. Wow, Chigu, I must say, why is it that your cooking smells so delightful, even though we are all preparing meals? Jiang Ping filled 5 bowls to the brim with rice from the pot and ladled generous servings of soup over them. Devouring a large mouthful. Chigu, this is absolutely delicious. Schwing vigorously. Jiang Ping's enthusiastic chatter while eating resulted in a choking incident, reddening his face and thickening his neck. Jiang patted his back and handed him a glass of water, allowing him to finally swallow his morsel. Even while dining, you cannot keep your mouth shut. Speak less. Jiang admonished. Jiang Ping learned his lesson. Indeed, conversing while eating did hinder his culinary enjoyment. Meanwhile, Shun Jibai, with an unperturbed demeanor, was rapidly devouring a generous bowl of rice, even outpacing Jiang Ping. Who understands? It has been 3.5 years, 3.5 long years, since I last tasted a meal prepared by someone else, Shun Jibai remarked. Like a considerate proprietor of a pig farm, Qin Yinshu watched the 4 indulge in their meal with a twinkle in his eye, serving this one a bit more and that one a little extra. He had his favorites, unconsciously bestowing Jiang Yuemo with more meat and Jiang Ping with extra soup. After the 5 had finished their meal, Jiang Ping and Shun Jibai took on the responsibility of washing the dishes. Jiang Yuemo, Jiang In, and Qin Yinshu ventured into the courtyard to sift through the Sichuan peppercorns. The daylight hours were alarmingly scarce once they harvested the peanuts. There would be no time left for the peppercorns. Yet, they desired both, uncertain if they would ever return to this place the following day. The appearance of the peppercorns was largely as Jiang Yuemo remembered, albeit slightly larger. Each peppercorn was roughly the size of an octagon, clustered abundantly on a single stalk. They filled an entire large basket with peppercorns, sufficient for a day's worth of testing. Even the inedible ones should not be discarded. They must be retained. What purpose could they serve? Jiang questioned, perplexed, for these mutated peppercorns, with their excessively high radiation levels, were unfit for consumption and would merely occupy space. To create peppercorn bombs. Jiang Yuemo recalled her initial days upon arrival, devoid of any self-defense tools. By a stroke of serendipity, she encountered a pepper seedling that bore only 2 inedible peppers. She ground them into powder and used it to fend off the bamboo rats, demonstrating a formidable power that should not be underestimated, inflicting harm upon both predator and prey alike. Indeed, the keen sense of smell possessed by wild beasts rendered such pungent stimuli effective in repelling them. Qin Yinshu concurred, recognizing that possessing an additional means of protection while venturing outside could only be beneficial. Exhausted beyond measure, Jiang Ping languidly reclined in a lounge chair. His body sprawled in a languorous manner. Do not be idle. Come and assist with the chores, as there is still so much to be done, urged Shen Jibai, who had seated himself on a small stool beside Jiang Yuemo, instinctively inspecting the Sichuan peppercorns with a sweet smile gracing his lips, unbeknownst to him. The atmosphere was bustling yet fulfilling, a stark contrast of the past, when he had been perpetually busy without purpose, leading a chaotic life devoid of novelty. Here they come. Just rest for a moment. You truly are Jiang Pap, incapable of idling in the presence of others, teased Jiang, and tossing a handful of peppercorns in jest. As if I have been idle. Hurry up. These are for you. Very well. I shall attend to it. Dear grandmother, Jiang Ping sighed dramatically, as he moved the small stool to sit beside Shen Jibai, under the soft glow of the yard's nightfall and the distant streetlights. The 5 of them commenced their post-dinner endeavors. Chapter 78, Building a House, 1. At 10:57 p.m., Jiang retrieved a small portion of edible items and placed them into a winnowing basket, presenting them to Jiang Yuemo. This is the reward for Sister Jiang and Brother Qi for their assistance today. Keep these edible items separate. Do not confuse them with those that are inedible. Jiang Yuemo accepted the task, handing it to Qin Yinshu while advising him to keep it safe. Jiang Ping stood up, stretching lazily, his bones cracking audibly. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. Come on, let us move your bedding to my place. Jiang Ping draped his arm over Shen Jibai's shoulder, appearing almost boneless, towering at nearly 2 meters, which made the slightly shorter Shen Jibai stagger under his weight. They arrived at the makeshift bed where Shen Jibai had slept the previous night. It was, in essence, 3 wooden planks topped with a thick mattress and a quilt, with a pillow fashioned from rolled-up old clothes, looking rather pitiful. Just make do for now. Once the house is built, I'll get you a proper bed. Shen Jibai felt a sense of contentment during his time in the monkey cave. He had slept on a bed of grass, and a bamboo bed wouldn't even fit. He had left behind a coffee table that was too cumbersome to transport. This is already more than enough. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Shen Jibai acknowledged that he had always relied on others, be it Jiang Jia or Jiang Ge. What's there to thank? From now on, you're my little brother, someone I, Jiang Ping, will look after. Stand tall and don't sulk, Jiang Ping replied. Shen Jibai held onto the bedding Jiang Yuemo had given him, while Jiang Ping carried the wooden planks, followed closely by Jiang, who was laden with a large basket on his back. The basket was so large that it obscured Jiang's feet, making it difficult to see where he was stepping. He stumbled a few times, causing Jiang Yuemo to laugh heartily, yet she hurried to assist him, fearing he might fall. All right, let me help you. You may be short, but you sure have strength. In response to Jiang Yuemo's teasing gaze, Jiang, slightly miffed, tightened his grip on the basket and quickened his pace. Everyone says I'm short. It's so disheartening. Finally, after everything was settled, Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu washed up and lay in bed, tightly embracing one another. The stillness of the night resonated with the rhythm of their hearts. The softness of the bed felt like resting on clouds. Jiang Yuemo drifted into a peaceful slumber, while Qin Yinshu furrowed his brow in worry. He had come perilously close to losing her. If only he had been stronger, more vigilant, he could have prevented Jiang Yuemo from facing the dangers of that day. Her sleep was deep, her breaths long and rhythmic, providing a sense of reassurance. Indeed, it mattered little where she had come from. What mattered was that she chose to remain, to stay by his side, and that was sufficient. Coming to terms with these thoughts, Qin Yinshu allowed a gentle smile to grace his lips as he nestled into a comfortable position within Jiang Yuemo's embrace, surrendering to sleep. The next morning, Jiang Yuemo, under Qin Yinshu's insistence, reluctantly practiced horse stance for half an hour, followed by another half hour of military-style boxing. At last, as they finished breakfast and prepared to head out for hunting, they were interrupted by the boisterous Jiang Ping, who was eager to enlist help. "Come on, let us go. I've borrowed all the tools. We're building a house for Jiang Jie." Building what? She has no idea how. Although she had previously been known as a farming enthusiast, it did not imply that she was adept at all agricultural tasks. After all, that was merely a facade. To construct a house, we must first fell the trees, and I have already chosen the specific ones. Why the rush? Surely, you aren't busy seeking assistance for the construction at such an early hour, are you? Naturally, one would be anxious if they had pressing matters at hand. After all, building a house is no small feat. Why are you not the least bit exhilarated? Moreover, we will be compensated for transporting the timber. Is there a remuneration for hauling wood? How much will it be? Jiang Yuemo felt that Shun Jibai was excessively courteous, insisting on remuneration for such a trivial favor. Naturally, it would amount to at least 30 points. 30? Why so much? Given the urgency of the task, this is indeed the price. I have considered Shun Jibai's reputation and refrained from demanding more. Later, if you exert yourself, we can split the reward 70-30, with you receiving the larger share. How generous! Qin Yinshu sensed that today's hunting plan was destined to be thwarted. Constructing the house was indeed an urgent matter. It was imperative to lay a solid foundation promptly, lest someone change their mind in a few days, jeopardizing the construction. Moreover, with winter approaching, today was significantly colder than yesterday. Jiang Yuemo is truly astounded by the human relationships in this world, where emotions can be bought without tangible actions. Oh no, that's not quite right. It is akin to purchasing a card for experiencing personal connections. So let us hasten forth. Jiang Yuemo, and Qin Yinshu, each wielding a hefty axe, hurriedly ascended the mountain. Along the way, they encountered numerous scavengers, who instinctively kept their distance, fearing that these three might go mad and wield their axes indiscriminately. Jiang and Shun Jibai were on a quest to hire laborers for laying the foundation and to procure bricks and cement. The region suitable for the growth of pine trees, ideal for construction, was not particularly close to their base, even with their brisk pace. It would take nearly an hour and a half to reach. Initially, Jiang Yuemo felt a surge of enthusiasm, but as the journey dragged on under the relentless sun, discomfort began to set in. After a considerable detour, they finally arrived at their destination. How delightful it would be to have a vehicle capable of transporting them effortlessly. Sister Jiang, your imagination knows no bounds. Not only are fuel prices exorbitant, but even that solar-powered tricycle was a second-hand purchase, acquired through my parents' painstakingly amassed points over a lifetime. The second-hand tricycle from the Jiang family was treated with the utmost care, akin to a treasured possession. And apart from the time Jiang Yuemo was hospitalized, it had never been seen in use again. Even during distant hunting trips, it remained untouched. Most importantly, relying on a vehicle for transportation could significantly reduce physical exertion, allowing for the accomplishment of far more tasks. The points spent on such a vehicle would be substantial. Best not to dwell on that, for they had arrived. Jiang Ping, satisfied, patted the pine tree before him and rolled up his sleeves to begin. Meanwhile, Qin Yinshu fell into contemplation. The matter of a vehicle was not entirely out of reach. The trio felled 2 trees, providing ample timber for Shun Jibai's house. These towering pines reached heights of 200 meters, not to mention the abundance of branches. There would be sufficient wood to craft an entire suite of furniture for Shun Jibai, even to erect a fence and build a storage shed without any shortage. Jiang Yuemo has finally realized the purpose of her presence here. Even the donkeys of the production team would not be subjected to such treatment. A mere 21 points. They think they can purchase my life for such a paltry sum. After just one trip, she found herself unable to move. She felt utterly exhausted. Both Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu's hands were chafed, resulting in painful blisters from the ropes that bound them to the trees. Their shoulders were sore and reddened, and their legs trembled with exhaustion. This is the anguish of building a house on one's own. All materials must be sourced independently, and all consequences must be borne personally. Why do you exert yourself so? Jiang Yuemo shrugged, a nonchalant expression gracing her features. She took the medicine and, imitating Qin Yinshu, applied it to her own shoulder, which bore the same marks of injury. Chapter 79. Building a house, crafting a dagger. 2. Having laid the foundation, an entire day elapsed. As night fell, Shun Jibai tossed and turned on the makeshift bed, marveling at the incredibility of soon possessing his own home. Throughout his life, he had always settled for what his brother discarded, be it toys or clothing. When it came to items that truly belonged to him, the only one that stood out was the second-hand spaceship his parents purchased when he enrolled in a piloting program. Though now rendered inoperative, he cherished it dearly, keeping it safe in his personal space. Shun Jibai brimmed with anticipation for the forthcoming house, so much so that sleep eluded him. Equally restless was Jiang Yuemo. Qin Yinshu, do you think we can continue to scavenge for survival like this forever? Is there something you truly wish to pursue? Qin Yinshu pondered that since Jiang Yuemo, hailing from the same origins as Shun Jibai, must have experienced a life of relative comfort, enjoying the benefits of a peaceful era from the moment of her birth. Now, thrust into an unfamiliar realm, he felt he had yet to provide her with a better existence, which seemed a disservice to her. Just a thought. But what do you say we open a shop? Jiang Yuemo abruptly turned over, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Qin Yinshu. Open a shop? Qin Yinshu raised an eyebrow, his expression of incredulity so evident that it left Jiang Yuemo feeling somewhat embarrassed, her face warming. I merely suggested it, of course, and even if we were to open a shop, we currently lack sufficient funds. The total points at home barely amount to 300. Although we possess some energy stones, it would be best to refrain from using them unless absolutely necessary. With this thought, Jiang Yuemo felt fatigued and turned away, her enthusiasm waning. We can deliberate on the matter of opening a shop after winter has passed, but there is something I wish to implement at present. What is it? Let us purchase a vehicle. Discussing this topic rekindled Jiang Yuemo's interest. Can we truly afford a vehicle? We cannot afford something like what Jiang Ping has, but we can buy second-hand bicycle parts and assemble them ourselves. The frame and wheels may be somewhat costly and difficult to find. The smaller components are relatively easier to procure, yet it is preferable that they are new. Otherwise, they are prone to breakage and could pose a danger. All things considered, around 600 points should suffice to acquire a disassembled bicycle. A bicycle? How did I not consider that? You are brilliant, Qin Yinshu. Jiang Yuemo was overwhelmed with excitement and passionately kissed Qin Yinshu. In the coming days, I shall strive diligently to earn more points, so I can purchase a bicycle for my beloved Mo. Jiang Yuemo lunged like a bear, pinning the tall and robust Qin Yinshu onto the bed, showering him with haphazard kisses. The mischievous outcome was that she fell victim to Qin Yinshu's counterattack, and the following morning, she was not roused even by the alarm clock. It's time for breakfast. Just 5 more minutes, she murmured. Qin Yinshu granted Jiang Yuemo a reprieve from morning training. Casting a glance at the marks on her skin, his conscience pricked as he rubbed his nose awkwardly. All right, a little more rest. But soon we must visit the general store to forge that piece of meteoric iron into weapons. Qin Yinshu planned to craft 2 daggers from the iron, one for himself and one for Jiang Yuemo. As for range weaponry, he decided to postpone that thought for now, intending to fashion a bow and arrow when he came across suitable materials. A trip to the general store? Jiang Yuemo was in a state of drowsiness, unable to comprehend the reason for her visit to the grocery store. Yet, she refrained from pondering it further, overwhelmed by fatigue. However, Qin Yinshu continued to chatter incessantly in her ear. After visiting the grocery store, I assisted at Shun Jibai's residence, laboring to construct a house, earning 2 credits per day, without meals provided. Would you like to join in the task of crafting furniture? That too offers 2 credits for a day's work. If you choose not to engage in furniture making, you could accompany Jiang and to gather twigs and collect various items along the way. A sharp sound echoed, as Jiang Yuemo delivered a resounding slap to Qin Yinshu. This act of reprimand brought her back to her senses. Aye, it was unintentional. Jiang Yuemo, in a state of drowsiness, was vaguely aware of someone speaking nearby. Instinctively, she reached out to strike the alarm clock, only to inadvertently hit Qin Yinshu instead. Unfazed, Qin Yinshu pressed a gentle kiss to the palm of her hand, assuring her, "It's nothing. What is a little tap from my wife? Once you're awake, come join me for breakfast." Jiang Yuemo extended a hand, signaling Qin Yinshu for an embrace. Qin Yinshu bent down, lifting Jiang Yuemo from the bed to the chair, and together they enjoyed their breakfast. The cashmere coat shielded them from much of the chill, yet the cold wind, sharp as a blade, still brushed against their masks. With determination, Qin Yinshu wrapped his arm around Jiang Yuemo and confidently pushed open the door to Granny Fong's general store. "Ah, a visitor. Who might you be?" Granny Fong, who had been languidly reclining in a rocking chair, immediately became alert upon seeing Qin Yinshu and Jiang Yuemo clad in masks resembling robbers. Amused yet incredulous, Qin Yinshu removed his mask, never anticipating that one day he would be mistaken for a bandit. Upon recognizing him, Granny Fong let out a sigh of relief. "Captain Qi, what brings you here?" She resumed her benevolent yet shrewd demeanor, chuckling as she sat in her rocking chair, fanning herself despite the room not being particularly warm. Weapon crafting. Qin Yinshu, typically reticent in front of others, wasted no time and presented the meteorite to Granny Fong. The chunk, slightly larger than his fist, captivated her attention. "What fine piece. Are you selling it?" Granny Fong exclaimed. "This meteorite is of exceptional quality, perfect for crafting weapons. Such a large piece could yield a knife." "Not for sale. I wish to forge 2 daggers, one for myself and one for my wife." Only then did Granny Fong notice Jiang Yuemo lurking in the shadows. "Isn't this my little good luck charm? How come you don't have an energy crystal this time?" "Nevertheless, having a meteorite is quite favorable. It seems you bring me luck. The young lady is here as well. I remember you. In light of her presence, I shall accept 30% of the material and 10 points for the labor fee." "Agreed. I shall return tomorrow to collect the items." Granny Fong toyed with the meteorite, shaking her head. "Tomorrow will not do. It will take 3 days." "3 days. Very well. I shall return in 3 days." Jiang Yuemo remained utterly silent throughout, entirely due to her lack of understanding of the matter at hand, rendering her unable to interject. Now that she was present, she decided to explore, wondering if there was anything lacking. From needles and threads to pots and pans, everything was available in abundance. Granny Fong continued to be as dedicated as ever, fervently promoting her wares. Chapter 80, Building a House. Preparing a Kong. 3. Jiang Yuemo indeed took a serious look, but unfortunately, she could not find what she desired among the goods, and could only express her regret. "Do you have bicycle frames and wheels? If not, could you please let me know when they become available?" Granny Fong nodded. Such matters were trivial for her. However, she could not disclose to Jiang Yuemo that she had them, for the allure of rarity would be diminished, and consequently, she would be unable to sell them at a premium. "Rest assured, I will keep that in mind," Granny Fong replied with a smile, jotting down Jiang Yuemo's request, her emotional satisfaction soaring. After addressing the matter of the fallen iron, Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu braved the biting wind and arrived at Jiang Ping's home. The outline of Shun Jibai's house had taken shape. They were now using bricks to construct the walls. The small house was remarkably exquisite. Though it was a sparrow in size, it was complete in every aspect. "Sister Jiang, you've come. What do you think of my cement mix?" Jiang Ping asked, lifting a mound of cement with a trowel and skillfully applying it to the bricks, creating a smooth row. "Very good," Jiang Yuemo affirmed. Qin Yinshu also joined the construction efforts, each contributing equally. With the 3 capable men working together, the walls visibly took form, and they even smoothed the surfaces. Once dried, They would undergo further processing before being topped off. Lunch was prepared by Jiang En and Jiang Yuemo. Although it wasn't as delectable as what Qin Yinshu could whip up, none of them were picky eaters, and their hunger made the meal taste delightful. Shun Jibai, what about your furniture? I can make you some chairs from bamboo, but I'm no carpenter, Jiang Ping mumbled with a mouthful of rice. I can manage the tables and stools myself, but the bed is a bit challenging. Chigo, can you help with that? Qin Yinshu nodded. It's just a bed. I made one for Jiang Yuemo before, and the bed they currently sleep on is my handiwork. I can manage that, he replied. Then, why not build a Kong? Jiang Yuemo posed a profound inquiry. What exactly is a Kong? How does one explain this to those who have never encountered such a structure? It is essentially a rectangular platform constructed from stone, layered with slate and wooden boards, coated with mud, and designed with a flue and Kong holes. When the temperature drops, one simply adds a handful of firewood into the Kong hole, and it becomes warm, rendering the entire room cozy. The four listeners were left in a haze. Yet Qin Yinshu found the process reminiscent of constructing a barbecue pit. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang voiced the first question. Surely, one cannot sleep on it without risk of being roasted? Not at all. By maintaining a moderate fire and sealing the stove pit to retain heat. The temperature can be sustained for 3 to 4 hours without endangering anyone's safety. Despite this clarification, the others still struggled to visualize it. However, Jiang Yuemo grew increasingly animated in her description. Suddenly struck by the idea of building a Kong in her home to stave off the winter chill and conserve electricity that would otherwise be wasted on heating. With the cold winter looming, the solar energy conversion panels were proving inadequate, barely supplying enough power for cooking and lighting. If a power outage were to occur, would they not risk freezing in their own home? Really, Qin Yinshu, we could construct a Kong and save on electricity and the effort of running a heater. Qin Yinshu nodded in agreement, as he consistently supported her decisions. Very well. Once Shun Jibai completes the house, we shall build a Kong. Shun Jibai, meanwhile, felt a flicker of interest in the concept, particularly since he lacked solar panels and had to rely on Jiang Ping's hospitality for meals. When winter's chill set in, the absence of a power generation system would render heating impossible, risking their comfort. Why not try building one at my place first? After all, my house is only half finished. Jiang Yuemo nodded, noting that the construction of the house had reached a suitable stage for building the Kong. When it came time to light the fire and warm the Kong, the walls would also benefit from the heat. Certainly, it was no issue. We would allow the walls to air dry for a while. After the second round of processing in the afternoon, we would commence the Kong construction. Throughout the afternoon, everyone engaged in discussions on how to build the Kong and gathered suitable stones. By the time the walls were nearly dry, evening had already descended. Jiang Yuemo directed Jiang Ping, Qin Yinshu, and Shun Jibai in the meticulous arrangement of stones, shaping them in accordance with the contours of the Kong. Jiang, accustomed to such tasks, remained industrious, never pausing for a moment. While others stacked stones in front, she diligently smoothed the walls with a mixture of clay, ensuring they were even and sleek, filling in the cracks with care. The construction of the Kong demanded precision. The foot of the Kong needed to be elevated above the head, creating a gentle slope. Subsequently, fireproof materials such as shards of pottery and small stones were placed within, with a greater concentration at the head and less at the foot, forming a subtle incline that would be nearly imperceptible upon closer inspection. After determining where to leave the necessary gaps, Jiang Yuemo instructed Qin Yinshu and Jiang Ping to cover the Kong with the prepared square bricks. Shun Jibai meticulously smoothed the surface of the Kong, for Jiang Yuemo had remarked that an uneven surface would lead to discomfort during sleep. Jiang Yuemo constructed a Kong for Shun Jibai, which was connected to the stove outside. Indeed, the others were also building another stove at Shun Jibai's residence, although they had yet to purchase a pot. Nevertheless, with this arrangement, Shun Jibai could be considered to have established his own independent household. It was already past midnight, yet the group remained animated, working tirelessly to complete the roof of the house in order to test whether the smoke flue functioned properly. If it did not, or if the seams of the Kong were not well sealed, smoke would billow during the heating process, filling the room and causing great discomfort. They decided to heat the Kong first to dry it out and evaluate its efficacy. It was essential to test it. The group gazed at the petite yet exquisite single Kong, measuring just 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, but it was ample for Shun Jibai's needs. Once the heater was turned on, they found themselves drawn to its warmth, enveloping the entire room in a cozy embrace. Shun Jibai touched the head of the Kong, recoiling slightly from the heat. "It's quite hot," he exclaimed. "Are you foolish? Overheating the room and the Kong isn't necessary once it's adequately dried. Just moderate heating will suffice." Shun Jibai beamed as he surveyed his new home, frequently touching this and that, his face adorned with an unyielding smile of joy. "Honestly, I cannot thank you all enough," he expressed with fervor, bowing deeply to the 4 of them. Beyond this, he rewarded each person with 10 points, which for him were merely numbers, far overshadowed by the assistance and camaraderie offered by Jiang Yuemo and the others. "What thanks? This younger brother even addresses me formally," Jiang Ping chortled, playfully tousling Shun Jibai's short hair into disarray. Chapter 81. House Construction. Water. 4. Early the next morning, deprived of her privilege to rest, Jiang Yuemo spent half an hour practicing horse stance and then ran 2 full laps around the eastern city wall, feeling as though her legs might wither away. "I can't go on like this. I'm utterly exhausted." Qin Yinshu chuckled lightly, lifting her onto his shoulder. "Then you can sit aside and watch me work." In the courtyard, Jiang Ping had already dragged over a long piece of xiangfei bamboo, measuring 100 meters in length. Its cut segments larger than the tires used by heavy-duty trucks. "What is this bamboo intended for?" Jiang Yuemo was set down by Qin Yinshu, leisurely seated in a chair. Sipping warm water, she pondered over a cabinet, considering what to store within. Was it truly necessary to utilize so much bamboo? The remainder would be employed to construct a fence and other furniture. Jiang Ping had ventured out to procure anti-corrosive paint and reinforcement agents. Soon, they would all gather at her home to craft furniture together. In her childhood, Jiang En and Jiang Ping's parents had shown her much kindness. Yet a calamity struck during a beast tide, resulting in a tragic fate for their parents. Thus, only 8-year-old Jiang Ping and 5-year-old Jiang En remained. This is the first time Jiang Yuemo has heard about his childhood. By the way, now that both Shun Jibai and you have consumed that water, Jiang Ping and Jiang En. Speak of the devil, Jiang En and Shun Jibai arrived at Jiang Yuemo's home, carrying a plethora of tools. "Good morning, Sister Jiang." "Good morning, Shaoan. Have you eaten?" Qin Yinshu, understanding Jiang Yuemo's intent, nodded at her. Jiang Yuemo swiftly arranged 4 small stools and effortlessly pulled Shun Jibai into the room. "I wish to prepare some water infused with energy stones for Jiang Ping and Jiang En as well." Shun Jibai was taken aback, unable to fathom that Jiang Yuemo would actually share such a thing with them, indicating that Jiang Ping and Jiang En held considerable significance in Jiang Yuemo's heart. "Of course, it's fine. You may decide," he said. "However, I need you to provide some cover." The 2 of them emerged from the room with a cup of water for Jiang En, and the 4 of us settled in a circle around the split bamboo. After consuming half a tube of nutrient solution, I was eager to finish the task at hand swiftly, as I was looking forward to savoring Shun Jibai's warm house wine. "Ah, Sister Jiang, this water is truly sweet." Jiang Yuemo smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. Shun Jibai, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head as thoughts of his nearly completed house filled him with sweetness, akin to the joy of marrying a beloved. Indeed, he mused, he would surely present the homemade green plum wine and peach wine for them to enjoy. Having spent over 3 years in the monkey's nest, his sole pastime had likely been brewing wine. Oh, how he adored green plum wine. The anticipation was palpable. Upon hearing the mention of green plum wine, Jiang Yuemo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, yearning to taste Shun Jibai's concoction immediately. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind. "Shun Jibai, how do you choose the fruits for your wine? Do you select only the large, plump ones that look delectable? Is there not more to it?" Jiang En and Jiang Yuemo exchanged glances and, in unison, remarked, "You didn't remove the inedible ones, did you?" Jiang Yuemo suddenly realized this point. Could it be that the monkey had helped him select the edible items? She felt as if she were becoming seasoned by this world, instinctively questioning how anyone could consume food with high radiation. However, When Shun Jibai arrived, he was entirely unaware of this. Could it be due to the water? Shun Jibai found himself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate his thoughts before finally expressing a question. It seemed to him that he had always simply picked up whatever was available to eat, without ever discerning between high radiation and low radiation. Jiang Yuemo retrieved a high-concentration Sichuan pepper from a nearby basket and presented it to Shun Jibai. Take a bite, let me see. Sichuan pepper. Allow me to witness you tasting it raw. As Jiang Ping entered the courtyard, he noticed his newly acknowledged younger brother being scrutinized like a monkey. What's going on here? Just when I was parched, I haven't had a sip of water all morning. Little brother, you truly benefit from my presence. The boss, out of consideration for me, only charged you 3 points for this little item, which is quite a bargain. Jiang Ping casually took the water from Jiang Yuemo and gulped down a generous mouthful, grinning as he addressed Shun Jibai. Brother, have you ever pondered what Shun Jibai subsisted on during his 3 years in the forest? It must be, wait. Jiang Ping suddenly realized that Shun Jibai was not from this world. He might not even know what is edible and what is not. In Shun Jibai's eyes, everything here appeared plump, succulent, and ripe for consumption. Goodness, how did you survive? Are you impervious to all toxins? Jiang Yuemo timely spoke up, gesturing subtly towards Shun Jibai. Perhaps it was due to something he had consumed? In an instant, Shun Jibai grasped the implication. All right, the inhabitants of our planet partake in a specially formulated nutrient solution. That must be the reason. Nutrient solution. What a miraculous concoction that allows one to thrive even after consuming radiation-infused flora for 3 years. Jiang En and Jiang Ping expressed their astonishment towards Shun Jibai. In turn, retrieved the nutrient solution Jiang Yuemo had provided him, pouring it into a bowl of water. You should give it a try. It might prove beneficial. Jiang En and Jiang Ping eagerly accepted it, for this was an extraordinary revelation. What did this signify? It meant that no matter where one found themselves, starvation would be averted, and one could endure prolonged stays in highly irradiated regions, traversing the entire continent with ease. Jiang Ping, in his excitement, drank the solution with the fervor of a devout believer. And even Jiang Yuemo could not deter him, as he plucked an unknown leaf from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. Moments later, he collapsed after 3 steps, writhing in convulsions. Witnessing the entire episode, Jiang and Jiang Yuemo emitted sharp, frantic cries, while Qin Yinshu and Shun Jibai were equally alarmed, hastily administering water to Jiang Ping to induce vomiting. After a tumultuous ordeal, Jiang Ping nearly lost half his life. That one to-do, brother. Vomit that stuff out. Was it expired? Shun Jibai's face turned ashen, and among the 5 present, aside from Jiang and Jiang Ping, the remaining 3 were aware that Shun Jibai could consume food with high radiation levels without issue, unrelated to the stream water. Shun Jibai felt utterly embarrassed, sending a message to Jiang Yuemo via his light brain. Sister Jiang, it's possible that the energy from my light brain is autonomously repairing my body, which is why I seem unaffected by what I eat. You. Jiang Ping continued to retch violently, leaving Jiang and feeling distressed. 1,000 words stuck in his throat, unable to escape. Yet, seeing his older brother's previously dark visage now pale, all he could do was sigh, gently patting his back. Brother, you were too impulsive, like Shinong tasting 100 herbs. Are you feeling any better? I'm better. Qin Yinshu and Shun Jibai help him onto the bed, administering the final vial of B-grade medication, alleviating the burning sensation in Jiang Ping's throat. Chapter 82. Scavenging. Jiang and offered his brother another few sips of water, patting his back supportively to ease his discomfort. Do you think you're made of iron? Eating without caution. Jiang Ping sheepishly scratched his head, acknowledging his recklessness. I was just too excited. It's fine, everyone. Just a false alarm. Shun Jibai and Jiang Yuemo felt somewhat guilty. Brother Jiang, it may be due to the differences in our constitutions. After consuming this water, I truly am unaffected by radiation in highly irradiated areas. Could it also be attributed to your constitution? No, Sister Jiang has also consumed it. She can vouch for its efficacy. Jiang Yuemo nodded vigorously, affirming Shun Jibai's words. Jiang Ping joyfully sprang up from the bed, feeling no aches in his waist or legs. If everyone drinks this water, then won't they all be able to resist radiation? Shun Jibai cast an awkward glance at Jiang Yuemo, while Jiang and playfully slapped Jiang Ping on the back of his head. What kind of saint do you think you are? That's Shun Jibai's property, and you wish to decide for him? What if that nutrient solution is crucial for him? I'm sorry. I spoke without thinking. I meant no harm. Jiang Ping hastily waved his hands, clarifying that he had no ulterior motives, merely a thoughtless remark. It's all right, Shun Jibai replied, unfazed, as it was of little consequence to him. Sensing Jiang Yuemo's distracted demeanor, Qin Yinshu gently squeezed her hand and tenderly stroked her hair. Do not place undue psychological pressure on yourself. Jiang Ping, however, misinterpreted Qin Yinshu's words, his face flushing with embarrassment. Yes, Jiang Jie, I was the one being dramatic earlier. It had nothing to do with you. Do not burden yourself with excessive mental strain. If this white energy stone is discovered by others, the ensuing turmoil would be beyond our imagination. This world could once again plunge into endless wars and strife. We are merely the fortunate few who have discovered it. Safeguarding the secret is our paramount duty. Taking advantage of a brief moment to visit the restroom, Qin Yinshu sent a comforting message to Jiang Yuemo via her wristwatch. Jiang Yuemo also recalled the incident involving Lu Jian, which had arisen from this very matter. Now, it resembled a gem that could explode at any moment. One wonders how the situation at the laboratory was ultimately resolved. Sister Jiang, do you find this chair comfortable? Jiang Ping asked as he brought over a bamboo rocking chair, seemingly requesting Jiang Yuemo to assist in testing it. Jiang Yuemo set aside her contemplations and reclined comfortably on the bamboo chair, gently swaying with a sense of utmost contentment. Indeed. He's splendid. Shao and see. Sister Jiang is perfectly at ease even while lying down. Jiang Yuemo sprang up, firmly grasping Jiang Ping's ear, enforcing justice. What do you mean? I merely possess great strength. I'm not particularly heavy. What do you mean? Ouch. I was wrong. I only thought you looked unhappy, teasing you a bit. Qin Yinshu and Jiang exchanged wry smiles, acknowledging Jiang Ping's audacious antics, a unique approach to humor. Brother Qi, I have washed all the vegetables. When shall we dine? Shun Jibai called out cheerfully from the doorway, holding a large basin of vegetables acquired from Jiang's home. However, Qin Yinshu's wristwatch suddenly beeped, signaling a message from Chu Tian. The laboratory is nearly organized, and hazardous materials have been cleared. The area has now been vacated. There are many items worthy of disassembly. If you're interested, come quickly. Chu Tian indicated that the laboratory was ripe for scavenging. What laboratory? Jiang Ping and Jiang queried, bewildered. We must go. Absolutely. What if we find something valuable? Even if we don't, the scrap metal and that door could fetch a good price. Jiang Yuemo succinctly described the scene of that day to Jiang and Jiang Pingyi, leaving them utterly astounded, as if he were regaling them with a fantastical tale. A hybrid of beast and man? How could that be? It was simply too surreal. I shall not accompany you. I prefer to tend to matters at home. Brother Jiang, Brother Qi, Sister Jiang, Shaoan, you may proceed. Sister Jiang, is it true that you could not even break down that door? Goodness, it must be worth a considerable sum. Fortunately, we arrived by car, which surely gives us an advantage in speed. However, they did not merely drive. They also brought an array of tools. Yet, upon arriving at the site of the ruins, they discovered that they were not the only ones with connections. A continuous stream of individuals was making their way to the laboratory site. Everything of value had been stripped away by several major mercenary groups. The door, which once seemed impenetrable, was now irrelevant, as the entire area had been reduced to genuine ruins, devoid of any remnants. What purpose did Chu Tian have in summoning us here? Jiang Yuemo expressed her complaints. Yet, she still overlooked the impoverished state of the people inhabiting this land. Most of those arriving in tricycles had already begun their labor, meticulously gathering intact bricks and loading them into their vehicles, occasionally unearthing something mysterious from within the bricks and furtively concealing it, wary of prying eyes. Bricks? Indeed, Sister Jiang. 10 pounds for a point. Let us not speak further. Just carry on. Jiang Ping appeared unfazed by this scene. as they frequently engaged in various scavenging activities among the ruins and had mentally prepared themselves for such sights. However, he had never encountered the kind of impenetrable door that Sister Jiang described, and his curiosity was piqued. Suddenly, Qin Yinshu recalled a certain location, took Jiang Yuemo's hand, and led her around to the back, heading straight for the grove behind the back door. "Where are we going?" she asked, feeling a wave of nausea. Jiang Yuemo was confronted with the sight of the meticulously gnawed white bones, which elicited a visceral sense of revulsion within her. However, with her stomach empty, she could only retch repeatedly. Qin Yinshu, startled, gently patted her back, his expression laden with remorse. "I am truly sorry, my dear. It's all right. It's not your fault. Such physiological reactions are entirely natural. But why are we here to witness Huojio's remains?" Indeed, this skeletal structure belonged to Huojio. Though ravaged and stripped bare by wild beasts, she could not shake the memory of this place. It marked the first instance where she had witnessed death unfold before her eyes, and, indirectly, it was also a death that had transpired through her own actions. In a moment of reflection, Qin Yinshu kicked the skull, gingerly retrieving the dagger, lying beneath it with a handkerchief. Time had passed, and the dark crimson stains had long since dried upon the blade. Huojio's dagger was indeed of considerable value. Chapter 83. Blizzard. Qin Yinshu, clutching the dagger, approached a nearby river, only to discover that the water had frozen solid. He had no choice but to wrap it in a handkerchief and toss it into the basket. "Let us hasten to gather bricks. If we delay, there will be none left. There's no rush. There are treasures far more valuable than bricks." Qin Yinshu's enigmatic demeanor piqued Jiang Yuemo's curiosity. There was something irresistibly charming about him whenever he spoke of wealth. "What valuable treasures await us?" Qin Yinshu, careful not to disturb the snow blanketing the ground, picked up a bullet casing and presented it to Jiang Yuemo, the yellow casing glimmering in the light. "Is this worth anything?" Typically, mercenaries seldom scavenge for such items, as they have higher value pursuits. Yet, the general store accepts all sorts of metals. Bullet casings are indeed one of them, valued at 10 points per pound. 10 points. Jiang Yuemo weighed the shell casing in her hand, estimating it to be approximately 10 grams. A pound consists of 500 grams, so if she collects 50 shell casings, she could exchange them for 10 points. A profitable venture indeed. At this moment, she was no longer Jiang Yuemo. She had transformed into a metal detector, her eyes serving as her measuring tool. The duo arrived at a clearly defined combat zone, where several individuals were already digging through the snow with various tools, searching for glimmering objects. It was evident that they were not the only ones scavenging for shell casings. However, the competitive pressure was not overwhelming. Most people were engaged in menial labor. Qin Yinshu pondered whether bullet heads counted too. Of course, anything metallic would suffice. Suddenly, Qin Yinshu halted mid-sentence. Realizing that he had been gazing downward for too long, he noticed that large clusters of snowflakes had begun to fall from the sky. None of the individuals present were clad in radiation-proof attire, and if the snowflakes settled upon them, they could potentially contract an unknown virus. "Quick, find shelter. Where can we hide? The walls have all been torn down. What a fierce wind. Why has it suddenly picked up?" Qin Yinshu tugged at Jiang Yuemo, sprinting toward the tricycle. At that very moment, Jiang Ping decisively cleared the tricycle with Jiang and Shinji by. "Get in the vehicle. Tear open the bags and drape them over your head. Cover yourselves with a basket quickly. Surrounded by mountains, there would be no refuge if a blizzard descended upon them." Jiang tossed bricks aside while shielding Shinji by with the basket. Qin Yinshu and Jiang Yuemo were also not idle. The vehicle started too slowly, so they propelled it forward, jumping aboard the moment the engine roared to life. "Mo, cover your head with this." Qin Yinshu, in a state of panic, shielded Jiang Yuemo with the basket. In his haste, he forgot that there were items inside. A dagger clinked to the ground, nearly piercing Jiang Yuemo. "And what about you?" Qin Yinshu tore open a bag, draping it over his head. Though the sight was comical, it was better than nothing. The fierce wind howled, snowflakes whipped through the air, and the violent tremors made it difficult for anyone to maintain their footing. They screamed and ran, desperately searching for a glimmer of hope for survival. Some were swept away by the gale, others were tripped, trampled underfoot, their fates uncertain. In that moment, there was no room to concern oneself with others. One's own life took precedence. The falling snow was akin to blades. The five of them, heedless of whether the gate was shut, crowded into Jiang Yuemo's small house like refugees, panting heavily. Outside, the wind shrieked, whipping large flurries of snow against everything in its path. The raging storm surged like a wild beast, painting the entire world in a shroud of white. The window was obstructed by snow, and Jiang Yuemo could only peer through the crevices to observe the chaos outside. Some individuals, as if struggling to breathe, collapsed to the ground. Others fought over the shelter of others. Some even pushed unfamiliar strangers out of the refuge, solely for the chance to enter. Suddenly, a face pressed against the window, startling Jiang Yuemo into a scream. The man's eyes were a vivid crimson, with the veins on his face prominently displaying shades of blue and purple, while his 10 fingers were drenched in blood, frantically pounding on the doors and windows of Jiang Yuemo's home. "Save me! Let me in, I implore you!" Qin Yinshu, along with Jiang Ping and Jiang En, observed the scene with detached indifference, while Shun Jibai and Jiang Yuemo wore expressions of pity. Yet none uttered a word to open the door for him. This man was already infected. Permitting him entry would spell doom for all. "Why won't you let me in? Why?" The man appeared deranged, rolling about in the courtyard, frothing at the mouth. Just when Jiang Yuemo believed him to be lifeless, he suddenly sprang up, seizing a shovel from the yard, and charged towards the window with madness. "You will all perish. Ha ha, you heartless creatures. May you all die alongside me. Ha ha ha." In a fleeting moment, he charged forward. Jiang Yuemo swiftly raised his weapon, the bullet piercing through the glass and striking true to his heart. The deranged man staggered in disbelief, taking several faltering steps, while Qin Yinshu seized the gun, covering Jiang Yuemo's eyes and aiming squarely at the man's forehead. Jiang Ping and Jiang En, wary of the shattering glass, hurriedly advanced to block the bullet hole. Shun Jibai rummaged through a basket of odds and ends, extracting adhesive tape to securely affix a large shard of glass. Fortunately, the window of Jiang Yuemo's home was composed of 4 small panes, with only one appearing to be on the verge of shattering. The rest remained intact. Jiang Yuemo trembled, her hands shaking as she collapsed to the ground, breathless and gasping. "I have killed. I have taken a life. The last time, it was merely witnessing someone perish before her eyes. This time, she had wielded the hand that ended a life, shattering her own moral boundaries." Qin Yinshu pressed her head against his chest, enveloping her in a heavy embrace. "No, you have not killed him. You have granted him release." Jiang En grasped Jiang Yuemo's hand, his expression a tapestry of complexity. "Here, taking a life has become a commonplace occurrence. Murders arise from the desperation for sustenance, from trivial disputes, from the primal instinct to survive. As long as the act does not stray too far from the norm, the enforcement team remains indifferent. For each death silences another voice. Each soul here clings to the belief that in the struggle for existence, only the fittest prevail." Jiang Yuemo's tears soaked Qin Yinshu's clothing. If given another chance, she would unhesitatingly take that person's life. "I am fine, I am fine." Before Jiang Yuemo could finish her words, the warm yellow light in the room abruptly extinguished, and the heater ceased to function. Despite it being daytime, the entire space was suddenly enveloped in darkness. It seemed that the solar energy conversion panel had either been torn away or damaged. Qin Yinshu gently patted Jiang Yuemo's back to comfort her, as the blizzard showed no signs of abating. In the past, such weather would linger for 3 or 4 days without pause, and it appeared we might not be able to leave for several days. Jiang Ping observed the location of the corpse in the yard with a grave expression. In just a brief 3 minutes, the fierce winds had disturbed it, and the blizzard had buried it, rendering its original position unrecognizable. Chapter 84, 20 square meters of extreme survival. As for food, we had sufficient supplies. However, with the power outage, the temperature in the room continued to plummet, posing a deadly threat. The heater, now rendered useless, had become merely a decoration. The chilling effect was painfully evident, and Jiang Yuemo, who had previously been lost in thoughts of the life she had taken, was now shivering uncontrollably, her mind seemingly frozen, halting her chaotic thoughts. Wait, didn't we have the Kong prepared yesterday? We can simply heat it. Shunji suddenly recalled his 20-square-meter little abode and the small Kong within. Once ignited, the Kong would warm the entire room far better than the heater ever could. Not to mention the large stock of firewood in the yard, sufficient to burn for 4 or 5 days without issue. Yes, indeed. Let us hurry. I cannot bear to freeze to death in this icy tomb. Jiang Ping exclaimed, his runny nose betraying his cold as he bundled Jiang in tightly in the thick quilt on the bed. Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu retrieved their radiation protection suits and handed them to Jiang Ping and Jiang'an. Given that Jiang Ping and Jiang'an's household possessed an abundance of blankets, they nodded in acknowledgement of Jiang Yuemo's arrangements and promptly donned the radiation suits before setting off. Outside, the blizzard raged violently. Were it not for Jiang Ping's steadfast presence akin to a stabilizing anchor, Jiang might have been swept away by the howling winds. There was no need to fetch any provisions from the warehouse, as the stove lacked electricity and cooking was out of the question. They would have to subsist on nutritional supplements instead. Qin Yinshu lifted the bed to extract a small box of nutritional liquids, which appeared to contain over 20 vials. Uncertain of how many days the snow would persist, he decided to take them all. He also packed the last remaining C-grade reagent and 5 E-grade reagents from beneath the bed, placing everything together into the box. At this moment, Jiang Yuemo unexpectedly realized the convenience of the nutrient solution. She rummaged through her home and unearthed the flashlight she had previously seized from Huang Husan. Testing it with a couple of presses, to her delight, it shone brightly. Meanwhile, Shunji was diligently struggling with the quilt and pillow, attempting to stuff them into the basket. Jiang Yuemo recalled the animal skins hanging in the warehouse. Please take the animal skins as well. We may not know how long we will stay, and we ought to keep ourselves occupied. Just then, Jiang Ping entered, wrapped in snow and wind, promptly shutting the door to shake off the snow clinging to him. Here you go. Are you ready? Let us move quickly. Jiang Ping was still wearing the coat of Qin Yinshu and handed his to Qin Yinshu, while Jiang Yuemo donned Jiang'an's and Shunji wore Jiang Yuemo's. At that moment, Jiang Ping harbored a small concern. He wished Shunji would not wear Jiang'an's radiation-proof clothing. However, it seemed no one else cared about such matters. Shunji secured the items in the basket to shield them from the wind and snow and dashed outside with it. Qin Yinshu stuffed a box of nutrients into Jiang Yuemo's arms, ensuring he had the flint and lighter, then turned to accompany Jiang Ping for the animal skins and firewood. Jiang Yuemo and Shunji sat on the icy Kong, resembling 2 refugees. The wind whipped the snow, causing both to feel sharp pains in their chests with each breath. Hurry, open the door. Jiang Ping carried a large vat covered with sheepskin, followed closely by Qin Yinshu, who bore wood in his arms. Jiang'an swiftly opened and closed the door, welcoming Jiang Ping inside. What's in the vat? Why are you carrying it? Jiang Ping cautiously brushed the snow off the sheepskin, fearful that even a trace of snow might contaminate its contents. It's water, though now frozen solid. Yet, Jiang Ping felt little sensation, as he had grown numb from the cold. Outside, Qin Yinshu filled the stove with a generous amount of wood. Fortunately, the sheltering wall prevented the wind from extinguishing the flames, which he finally coaxed to life. After squatting by the stove for a while, the wood ignited. With his mind consumed by the howling wind and snow, and remembering Jiang Yuemo's advice, he quickly sealed the stove's opening, shaking off the snow from his clothes before re-entering the warmth of the room. As they organized their belongings, the temperature rose, filling the small space with a cozy warmth. The Kong becoming pleasantly heated, Jiang'an pulled Jiang Ping closer to the Kong, hoping he would recover swiftly. Oh, there's nothing to worry about, sis. Me fine. See? I can move. Jiang Ping flexed his fingers, attempting to reassure Jiang of his well-being. Yet, in truth, his frost-bitten hands throbbed painfully as warmth enveloped them, akin to being gnawed by countless tiny insects, a sharp, sour discomfort that made him want to scream, especially upon contact with the Kong's surface. The searing pain pierced deep into his bones. Just as long as you're all right. Don't let your hands freeze off. I'd rather not have to feed you. Jiang'an mumbled as he spread his own blanket. Indeed, fortune had turned, It was now their turn to sleep on the floor. Shinjibai's small single Kong would accommodate only him. If Jiang Yuemo and Jiang squeezed together, they could manage. But it seemed unreasonable to occupy someone else's home and expect to rest in the best spot. Sister Jiang and Jiang, why don't you two girls sleep on the Kong? The ground is cold, which is detrimental to your health. We 3 men can manage just fine. Jiang Ping, warming his hands, echoed Shun Jibai's sentiment. Indeed, we wouldn't want you to catch a chill and subsequently incur medical expenses. Jiang furrowed her brow in irritation, wishing she could silence her foolish brother with a swift slap. Qin Yinshu naturally preferred that Jiang Yuemo sleep on the Kong, for the floor would certainly be colder at night. Let Momo and Xiao occupy the Kong. It wouldn't be feasible for 4 of us to sleep on the ground. Indeed, Qin Yinshu later brought in numerous dry logs, filling half the room. Now, in this cramped 20-square-meter abode, there was barely room to breathe. Fortunately, there was no furniture, or it would be even more congested. Jiang and Jiang Yuemo were surprised by their newfound camaraderie and willingly made the bed. A flashlight illuminated the room while the raging wind howled outside, and the 4 of them cozily gathered by the Kong, leaning against the wall to absorb its warmth. In truth, for Jiang Yuemo, the width of the Kong was merely a makeshift heat barrier. She never anticipated living in such dire straits. How she longed to open a shop, amassing countless points to traverse this land with ease. No, one shop would not suffice. She dreamed of establishing many. Jiang, feeling overheated, shed her fur vest and took a generous swig of nutrient solution, exhaling a contented sigh. This winter, despite their disheveled state, felt the warmest since their parents' departure. Chapter 85. Chu Tian's plea for help while Jiang and Jiang Yuemo chatted and laughed. They crafted 2 pairs of rabbit fur boots and cashmere knee pads, perfectly fitting Jiang Yuemo. Although the rabbit fur boots lacked sufficient warmth, Jiang also fashioned cashmere insoles. Despite the 5 of them being crammed together, they unexpectedly enjoyed a good night's sleep, except for Jiang Yuemo and Jiang and I. My throat, Jiang struggled to speak, only to find her throat painfully parched, her lips cracked and sore as she attempted to part them. So hot, feeling unwell. Jiang Yuemo was at a loss for words. She too had fallen victim. Just as Jiang Ping finished adding firewood in the house, he discovered that both Jiang Yuemo and Jiang had inexplicably fallen silent, which sent him into fits of laughter. You two resemble a pair of silent ducks. Ha ha. What happened, ha? Qin Yinshu suspected that perhaps his excessive concern for their comfort, having stoked the fire 4 times yesterday to ward off the cold, had left him feeling a bit guilty. Drink some nutritional liquid, take it slow. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, soothing like sweet rain upon parched earth. Chu Tian sent me a message. What did he say? Let me see. Help. Over 60 of us are trapped in a mine. Any rescue will be handsomely rewarded. Accompanied by a location tag, Chu Tian and the Tianlang mercenary group were ensnared within the mine. Qin Yinshu's expression turned grave as he magnified the location repeatedly. Should we go rescue them? No, he replied. He almost caused Shun Jibai harm. I refused to assist. Jiang Ping rolled his eyes, folding blankets with a hint of indignation. Jiang Yuemo leaned closer and realized that this location appeared quite familiar. It was indeed the mountain range she had encountered upon her arrival. To her surprise, there was a mine hidden within. 3 hours had elapsed since they sent out the distress signal, and now the weather outside was severe, beset by blizzards that rendered any vehicular passage impossible. Even if they relied on their own 2 legs, it would take them 2 hours to reach the site, not to mention the arduous task of conducting a search and rescue operation. The prospect of survival seemed grim. Jiang sensed that Chu Tian's fate was precarious. Nevertheless, they had to investigate, for there were more than 60 lives at stake. Jiang Yuemo hurriedly donned all her thick garments, enveloping herself in a radiation-proof suit, ensuring she was thoroughly wrapped from the tips of her hair to the soles of her feet. Qin Yinshu followed suit. Wait, we shall join as well. Jiang and Jiang Ping also dressed appropriately, securing their radiation suits tightly to prevent the wind from whisking them away. They were not only equipped with tools but also brought along 4 ropes and a large basket. The 4 of them trudged through the biting wind and snow, wielding shovels, picks, and rakes, making their way toward the designated location of the distress signal. They stumbled against the fierce blizzard, with howling winds and swirling snowflakes threatening to engulf them. To prevent being scattered by the tempest, they tethered themselves together with several ropes around their waists. The frigid air invaded every pore, leaving them shivering uncontrollably. With each step, they exerted every ounce of strength, akin to warriors battling through an endless storm. Time became indiscernible, but eventually, their coordinates aligned with Chu Tian's distress signal. Is it right beneath us? The storm was so fierce that Jiang Yuemo's voice was rendered inaudible. Sister Jiang, I can't hear you. She repeated, I said. Is it right beneath us? Qin Yinshu nodded fervently, attempting to mitigate the communication barrier. Stop talking, or we might trigger an avalanche. The four of them managed to clear a path through the snow slope, and their efforts bore fruit as Jiang Yuemo and her companions discovered the cave entrance. After laboriously clearing snow for half an hour, they regrettably found that the mine had collapsed, with stones blocking the entrance. What do we do now? The entrance is blocked, and the oxygen inside must be dwindling. We don't know if anyone can still be alive. Let us dig. No, let us reassess. Acting rashly could easily cause a secondary collapse. This mine had existed for many years. Qin Yinshu remembered visiting it during his childhood to extract ores. It was a funnel-shaped shaft with a vertical depth of approximately 20 meters, dark and narrow, its passages intricate and convoluted. It should have been abandoned. How could Chu Tian and the others be inside? They needed to ascertain the extent of the collapse to find a suitable spot for excavation. Unfortunately, the snowfall was so heavy that it nearly buried the area, resembling a thick blanket that obscured all visibility. Nevertheless, there was no choice but to dig. The possibility of death was preferable to certain demise. With a single stroke of her pickaxe, Jiang Yuemo opened a breach in the obstructing ore. Fortunately, her formidable presence made the removal of the fallen rocks considerably easier. Jiang was also industriously engaged, methodically clearing the rubble from the entrance to prevent any obstruction. This mine's shaft was vertical, and the collapsed stones were likely restrained by the scaffolding and supports below, facilitating the cleanup process. The pressing concern, however, lay in whether those trapped below were still alive and how to rescue them. Jiang Yuemo shattered the final layer of stone with a single punch, creating a passage just wide enough for one person to traverse. I possess great strength. I shall pull from above. Who will descend? The three of them exchanged glances, contemplating the opening before them. I will go, Jiang declared, stepping forward with unwavering resolve, staring into the inky abyss. What do you mean you will go? Stay up here and wait for me. Qin Yinshu remained silent, deftly untying 4 ropes from their bodies, skillfully connecting them end to end, securing the knot tightly. I will descend. You all wait for me above. Without room for descent, Qin Yinshu attached a basket to the end of the rope and was the first to let it drop. He then retrieved a flashlight from his pocket, clenching it between his teeth as he began his descent along the rope. The mine shaft, plunging 20 meters into darkness, was devoid of any light source save for the faint glow of the flashlight, which seemed to be waning. Chu Tian? At last, Qin Yinshu reached the bottom, though the length of the rope fell short. Fortunately, the lower section of the climbing frame remained intact. He navigated along it, illuminating the cavern with his flashlight. Much of the mine had collapsed, a large boulder obstructing his path. The air was thin, tinged with a metallic scent of blood. Qin Yinshu climbed over the stone and beheld a multitude of lifeless bodies sprawled before him. Without a moment to ponder, he quickly hoisted one end of the basket and secured it to his back. Upon reaching the rope, he gave a vigorous shake to signal Jiang Yuemo to pull him up. It's done. Jiang Yuemo and Jiang Anjiangping were desperately tugging at the rope. The basket lodged at the cave's entrance. Fortunately, help had arrived. Chapter 86, Rescuing Lives. After ensuring the safety of the elder brother, Jiang Yuemo hurriedly pulled down another. The snow had ceased, now whipped up by the fierce wind, lifting the flakes that had previously settled around. Sister Jiang, they're underdressed. Won't they freeze to death? They had managed to pull up 4 or 5 individuals, all unconscious. If it weren't for the faint signs of life, Jiang Ping would have thought they were dead. First, administer CPR. It's a miracle we can rescue them at all, let alone worry about their comfort in this cold. The snow carried a virus, and she was deeply moved by her own selfless heart, marveling at the extraordinary circumstance that compelled her to brave the storm to save others. Qin Yinshu carried one person in each arm, striving to relocate everyone beneath the ventilation shaft, where the air in the mine had grown so thin that he himself felt the pangs of oxygen deprivation. After finally moving over 40 individuals, Qin Yinshu discovered the unconscious Chu Tian. Chu Tian, are you still alive? He felt for the pulse in his carotid artery, relieved to find a faint heartbeat. He hoisted Chu Tian and Cheng Yu, racing towards the vent, only then realizing that Chu Tian was injured. The sporadic scent of blood had intensified during his movements. Illuminating the area with his flashlight, he noted the claw marks on Chu Tian's arm and back, and it became apparent that most of the individuals here bore wounds that had begun to fester. There seemed to be 2 or 3 more people still inside the cave, prompting Qin Yinshu to continue his efforts. When he lifted Fang Tianxi, the latter, in a daze, felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and instinctively grasped Qin Yinshu's clothing. It hurts. Endure it. After placing the last person in the basket, Qin Yinshu glanced at his watch, confirming that no other living souls remained in the mine. He, too, sat in the basket as Jiang Yuemo pulled him up. Jiang counted 47 in total. Not even 60, Brother Qi. That's all. All gone? Shouldn't there still be? Was this what they meant by gone? Qin Yinshu nodded. Of those revived through CPR, more than half were now trembling together in a huddle. Chu Tian coughed up blood. In the fleeting moment, he locked eyes with Jiang Ping, although his pupils were dilated. He remained as alert as a wild beast. If Jiang Ping hadn't dodged quickly, Chu Tian's dagger would have severed his artery. Who? It's me. Qin Yinshu grasped Chu Tian's wrist. Although Chu Tian turned his face toward the sound, his pupils remained unfocused. Big Qi, I can't see. Upon recognizing Qin Yinshu's voice, Chu Tian relaxed his guard, feeling the biting cold and the howling wind. At that moment, he realized he was no longer in that dark mine. His vision had vanished. My eyes. Qin Yinshu grasped the seemingly frantic Chu Tian, offering reassurance. I perceive that you must have sustained a blow to your head. Once the bruising subsides, your vision should return. Do not be anxious. That is reassuring. My comrades, my dear comrades, those who remain alive have been rescued. I have contacted the Xinhua Mercenary Corps to assist you. They should be arriving shortly. No sooner had I spoken than the roar of a truck echoed, its massive wheels crunching through the snow with a creaking sound. Ah, is that not our Captain Chu? In such a disheveled state? The leader of the Xinhua Mercenary Corps, a captivating beauty named Lu Jiao, arrived with only 2 other young boys who appear to be no older than 15. Is it just the 3 of you? Lu Jiao scoffed, leaping down from the driver's seat. Captain Qi, oh, I forgot, you're no longer captain. Brother Qi, in this frigid weather. It is a blessing that anyone has come to your aid. It is far better than having people wish for your demise in the cold. Enough of the banter. Get in the vehicle. The 2 boys, twins named in Nan and in Bei, though small in stature, possessed remarkable strength, managing to lift an adult man into the truck with ease. As her vehicle roared to life, a considerable amount of snow cascaded down the hillside behind them, burying the very spot where they had stood moments ago. Chu Tian remained engulfed in his despair over his blindness, forcing his eyes shut and lying to the side like a lifeless being. The others in the truck, cold and famished, were none the less grateful for their salvation. Jiang Yuemo illuminated the compartment, and amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, she smiled mischievously, producing over 20 vials of nutrient solution from her bosom. The eyes of the onlookers instantly gleamed with excitement. Upon learning that the number of those trapped exceeded 60, she brought forth all the nutrient solutions available in her household. Ahem, I believe everyone is quite famished, am I right? She inquired. A chorus of nods reverberated through the crowd of refugees. The eyes of the 40-odd individuals followed Jiang Yuemo's hands with unwavering focus, fearful that if they faltered for a moment, the precious nutrient solution might elude them. Alas, dear friends, I know you have endured such prolonged confinement, and I can only imagine your thirst and hunger. Regrettably, my family is not well off, and as we hasten to rescue you from peril, I could not carry much with me. Thus, I borrowed these few vials from my neighbors. hoping you will not look down upon them. Those present were individuals of valor and discipline, although the allure of the nutrient solution stirred their hearts with yearning. None dared to seize it forcefully, especially considering that Jiang Yuemo was their savior. Her modesty and thoughtfulness moved them deeply, almost melting their hearts. One elderly gentleman gazed at her as if she were his own daughter, tears streaming down his face. Had it not been for Jiang Yuemo and her companions, he would never have seen his daughter again. Dear girl, there is no need for further words. I accept this kindness with gratitude. I shall not take without giving in return. I shall purchase it with my points. How about 5 points for half a vial? This way, everyone can partake. With that, one person initiated the exchange, and the others soon followed suit, no longer concealing their desires for the nutrient solution as they faced the threat of starvation. Indeed, I too shall buy. I am not lacking in points. Me as well. Count me in. Do not jostle. Do not jostle. There is enough for all. Jiang Yuemo clutched the nutrient solution, precariously tilting as she accumulated points until her hands grew weary. I have one more E-grade potion, she said. Uncle, I see your wound is inflamed. Please use this. The uncle was moved to tears, marveling at such a considerate young girl. Ultimately, the last E-grade potion was sold at the highest price of 30 points on this continent. With 23 nutrient solutions and 1 E-grade potion, Jiang Yuemo garnered a total of 145 points, leaving her in splendid profit. Of course, indulging herself did not preclude her from sharing the bounty. She allocated 5 points each to Jiang and Jiang Ping as a service fee for their maintenance. What is your mother up to? Lu Jiaojiao inquired with confusion, directing her voice toward the person on her wrist communicator. She was on a call with her husband. My mother is experiencing leg pain today. Did you not promise to stay home with her? Why must you go on a mission? What need is there for you, a woman, to charge into the fray? Do I not earn enough? When have I ever neglected you? My mother has raised me with great difficulty. Could you not consider her feelings, Lu Jiaojiao? You're always off on missions. Lu Jiaojiao rolled her eyes, scoffing. Every debt has its master. Who among us has not struggled? Do not carry regrets to the grave. She hung up, feeling it was a waste of her time. Chapter 87. Lu Jiaojiao, Lu Jiaojiao. That was a close call. She nearly let him voice his frustrations. Lu Jiaojiao covered her ears and abruptly ended the call, her gaze meeting the faces of Anbei and Annan, who were pinching their noses in discomfort. Embarrassed, she let out a mischievous laugh, steering with one hand while playfully ruffling Anbei and Annan's short hair, akin to a sly fox reveling in its mischief. Anbei and Annan sighed in resignation, their faces flushed as they tidied their disheveled hair. They finally arrived at the headquarters of the Serious Mercenary Corps. Chu Tian was supported by Lin Yuzhen and Cheng Yu, stepping out of the vehicle with a steady gait, as if he were not blind. However, a closer inspection revealed his fingertips turning white as he gripped their sleeves, and he failed to avoid the stones in his path, tripping over them nonetheless. Lu Jiaojiao leaped from the car, waving goodbye to the departing figures of Anbei and Annan. Leaning against the car, she lit a cigarette, the wind tousling her fiery red hair, intertwining her strands with the curling smoke. Captain Lu, will this be a private or public account? Qin Yinshu inquired after Lu Jiaojiao finished her smoke. Private accounts were for Lu Jiaojiao, while public accounts were for the Xianyu Mercenary Corps. Originally, this should have been a discussion between Chu Tian and her, but given his current state, it was inappropriate for outsiders to be informed. Otherwise, he would not have sought her assistance from afar. Lu Jiaojiao pressed her tongue against her back molars, narrowing her eyes. Private account, she stated, striding past Qin Yinshu and effortlessly pulling Jiang Ping, who was hastily lowering his head and quickening his pace, into her embrace. Standing an impressive height of nearly 2 meters, Jiang Ping found himself ensnared by the petite Lu Jiaojiao, who barely reached 175 centimeters, rendering him immobile. Ping, why do you neglect to greet me? Where are you off to? She inquired, an impish glint in her eyes. Let go of me, Jiang Ping retorted, his face aflame, ears burning crimson, whether from the cold or some other cause, he could not tell. Lu Jiaojiao arched an eyebrow, her fingers trailing along the contour of his ear and jaw, her voice sultry as she leaned in closer, whispering, call me good sister, and I shall release you. Lu Jiaojiao, You are married. Do you not realize that? Jiang Ping gasped, momentarily breathless, as he struggled fiercely to free himself from her grasp. In that instant, he seemed to shatter an unseen barrier within, pushing Lu Jiaojiao away and fleeing, leaving only those words behind. What is going on with your brother? An ex-girlfriend? How do you know? Came the incredulous reply. It's quite apparent. Your brother's face is redder than a mutated pomegranate. And with Jiang Ping's prowess, how could this Lu? What was her name? Ensnare him. Jiang shook his head disapprovingly, his expression conveying a clear message. You simply do not understand. Lowering his voice, he leaned closer to Jiang Yuemo, eager to divulge the gossip. Lu Jiaojiao is currently the foremost mercenary of the Xinwen Mercenary Corps. Ever since the disappearance of their previous top mercenary, Zhang Ming, she has ascended to the rank of number 1. She has 2 older brothers, being the third in line, and is affectionately dubbed the Relentless Warrior. How do you know all this? Jiang Yuemo gently patted her shoulder, waiting for Nan and Bei to pass by. Once they had moved along, the two rejoined each other, murmuring quietly. It is of no consequence. Please continue, and focus on the matter at hand, your brother. Before she became the foremost mercenary, she had been in a 3-year relationship with my brother. I had assumed that I would soon have a sister-in-law. However, tragedy struck when Sister Jiao Jiao's father passed away, leaving her with a mountain of debt. Did you not mention that she has 2 brothers? Both brothers are mercenaries as well, and during the recent beast tide, they sustained severe injuries. One is now blind, while the other has lost the use of his legs. Her father was indeed a peculiar character. Jiang could not help but gasp, only to be met with a sharp slap from Jiang Ping on the back of her head, causing her to yelp in pain, startling those around her. Jiang Yuemo, feeling somewhat guilty, discreetly touched his nose as he swiftly carried an injured mercenary away, embodying the admirable ethos of a dead companion is preferable to a living one. Lu Jiaojiao observed his retreating figure with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy, letting out a heavy sigh before once again donning a smile that lit up her features. She cast a glance at her wristwatch, and the mirth faded. With a furrowed brow, Lu Jiaojiao sought out Qin Yinshu. Boss Qi, considering the harsh weather, I still came out to take on this task. Is this remuneration rather insufficient? Qin Yinshu gestured at his wrist to indicate the time. An hour late. Their agreed meeting time was 16:30. The mercenaries, who had been unearthed from the elements, ought not to have been left to freeze outside. Yet, Lu Jiaojiao arrived an hour late, exacerbating the mercenaries' conditions, most of whom were now exhibiting symptoms of high fever. While this could not be solely blamed on her, tardiness warranted a penalty. Lu Jiaojiao suppressed the gloom in her eyes and muttered a curse under her breath. Annan tugged at Lu Jiaojiao's sleeve, his beautiful eyes meeting hers in a silent assurance that everything was all right. Lu Jiaojiao smiled radiantly and playfully pinched his cheek. Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's get to work. Qin Yinshu glanced at the 2 young boys, who nimbly lifted the stretcher, transporting mercenaries significantly taller than themselves with steady strides that spoke of training. Are they mercenaries? Lu Jiaojiao inquired. No, they are my younger brothers. Is there a problem? She added. Their compensation will be accounted for. Just transfer it to the captain. I'm leaving now. With a wave, Lu Jiaojiao called for Annan and Anbei, who swiftly climbed into the back seat of the truck. Amidst the swirling snowstorm, Lu Jiaojiao drove away from the Tianlang Mercenary Corps in her rickety, rusted truck. Qin Yinshu transferred 10 points to the captain of the Xian Yu Mercenary Corps, annotating the reason for the transaction. Qin Yinshu, most of the people have been moved. You should come in and warm your hands. Jiang Yuemo felt the coldness enveloping her to the point of near numbness, and hurriedly pulled Qin Yin into the room, primarily to settle the commission at Chu Tian's office. Little did she expect that mercenaries would one day find themselves in the position of disbursing commissions to others. In Chu Tian's office, Jiang Ping bore the marks of 2 distinct slaps, sitting alongside the visibly irate Jiang, and whose disheveled hair added to the atmosphere of tension. Chu Tian's eyes were swathed in cloth, and while most of the wounds on his upper body had been bandaged, a faint scent of medicinal ointment lingered in the air around him. Since Jiang Yuemo developed an opinion about Chu Tian during their last encounter, she has been scrutinizing him with an expression that conveys her discontent. How shall the commission be calculated? Yet, Chu Tian remains oblivious to Jiang Yuemo's evident dissatisfaction. In Chapter 88, titled Commission, the first step to opening a shop, he expresses his gratitude to the group. Commission? What standards do you all hope for? Chu Tian Muset. For this is the first occasion he has been rescued by individuals outside of mercenaries, and he possesses no prior experience in such matters. Moreover, had it not been for Jiang Yuemo and her companions, the Twilight Wolf mercenary group might have faced total annihilation. Let us set aside the discussion of commission for now. Jiang Yuemo interjects with a query. Why did you not seek assistance from other mercenary groups or the enforcement team? We were initially on a mission to hunt the mutated lynxes when we were unexpectedly caught in a blizzard. We decided to take refuge in a mine, only to be met with the lynx's retaliation. They collapsed the mine, trapping us within. If the enforcement team discovers that the entire Twilight Wolf mercenary group is ensnared in the mine, they might seize the opportunity to plunder our resources. And whether they would come to our rescue afterward is highly debatable. They certainly would not, he acknowledges. Although Tao Jigang and Lin Xiaodian have clashed, their only consensus seems to be a shared disdain for the Twilight Wolf mercenary group. The other mercenary teams are inclined to ostracize them. It would be a stretch to expect them to refrain from taking advantage. In their desperate entrapment within the mine, the proud Chu Tian is compelled to confront this stark reality. It is only in their dire circumstances that they truly grasp the preciousness of life. Tragically, some comrades, gravely injured, succumbed to asphyxiation before help could arrive. Jiang Yuemo's fingers involuntarily tapped on the table as time passed, second by second. Her gaze remained fixed on the slightly flustered Chu Tian, and she spoke slowly. May I make a modest request regarding the commission? Of course, that's no problem at all, Chu Tian replied, unwavering in his stance. As he had stated before, without Jiang Yuemo and her companions, the existence of the Tianlang mercenary corps was uncertain. The points or resources would merely serve as adornments for others. Jiang Yuemo felt a twinge of guilt, uncertain if her actions could be deemed as taking advantage of someone's misfortune. She turned to embrace Jiang and Jiang Ping and Qin Yinshu, whispering excitedly, igniting a fervor within them that almost lifted them off the ground. Chu Tian, unable to see or hear clearly, fidgeted with the hem of his garment, yet patiently awaited Jiang Yuemo's words. After a brief consultation, Jiang Yuemo cleared her throat and stated, I wish to open a shop on Fortune Street. Chu Tian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped her intent. You wish to rent a storefront? He inquired. Indeed, I seek to lease a suitable establishment. Chu Tian began weighing the pros and cons in his mind. It was true that Jiang Yuemo and her companions had rescued them all. However, opening a shop in this realm was governed by an unwritten rule. No organization could establish a business. Only individuals could. Yet, a solitary person could hardly safeguard their shop without the backing of a formidable force, thus forming an unspoken understanding. Take Granny Feng's general store as an example. Its protector was Wan Fuguai, her own son, who held sway over the very lifeblood of Fortune Street. This is why Granny Feng's general store could boldly operate across from the bustling Resource Exchange Center, a prime location teeming with foot traffic and favorable reviews. After all, negative feedback had been silenced by Wan Fuguai. Should the Star Wolf Mercenary Corps intervene, it would signify a binding alliance between the mercenary group and Jiang Yuemo. While this could ensure her financial stability, any ensuing trouble would implicate the entire Star Wolf Mercenary Corps. This was a proposition that risked the entire mercenary team, and he needed to deliberate further. As Jiang Yuemo seized the moment of his contemplation, she continued to articulate her terms. I shall remit the monthly rent punctually, and I shall never default on the costs associated with maintenance and utilities. I desire to sell whatever I choose without interference from the Tiansha Mercenary Corps, and it would be preferable if our association remained concealed from others. After all, their reputation is rather disreputable, and Jiang Yuemo harbored concerns that the establishment of her shop might be hindered by public opinion. Chu Tianqing responded with a non-committal hum, neither granting nor denying her request. Are there any additional conditions? None. Is it possible to negotiate other terms aside from opening the shop? It is not feasible. Jiang Yuemo spoke with unwavering determination. This was her first experience negotiating with others. Although a tinge of nervousness coursed through her, she could not afford to falter. She aimed to accomplish this task, while Chu Tian remained oblivious to her trepidation and anxiety, as this represented her closest opportunity to distance herself from the shop. However, it would be necessary to wait until winter had passed to bring this endeavor to fruition, which would require considerable patience. No matter. Jiang Yuemo excitedly shook Qin Yinchu's hand beneath the table, yet her tone remained serious. Cheng Yu, observing the expressions of Jiang Yuemo and her companions, felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, akin to the taste of sour pickles. Was he truly envious of Jiang Yuemo? Impossible. You have all worked hard this time. Feel free to approach me with any requests in the future. As the entire mercenary group is injured, I shall not linger. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Shun Jibai, draped in a large sheepskin, swiftly moved towards the door, his spirits lifted upon hearing the sound of the tricycle, waving his hands in delight. The four individuals huddled by the edge of the Kong, relishing the long-awaited warmth. Shun Jibai busily poured cup after cup of hot water. Are you serious about opening a shop? Of course it's true. Chu Tian promised it himself. How could it be false? Then what shall we sell? What is the rent? How do we procure goods? What shall we name the shop? Who? Ah, Shun Jibai, you have so many questions. Wait a moment. Let me explain one by one. Jiang Ping, overwhelmed by the noise, pulled the incessantly chattering Shun Jibai into his embrace, his icy hand resting on Shun Jibai's warm belly, startling him. You're such a weirdo, Jiang Ping. Let go. Shun Jibai bounced away from him, abandoning even the affectionate title of Brother Jiang. Just warming your hands? Why the fuss? Shun Jibai silently distanced himself, leaning closer to Qin Yinchu, seeking her insight. Yet, Qin Yinchu was even more audacious, nonchalantly pressing Jiang Yuemo's hand against her own abdomen, claiming inspiration from Jiang Ping to warm her hands. Jiang Yuemo awkwardly shrank beneath the covers, while Jiang Ping cheerfully wrapped the blanket around Jiang, and only Shun Jibai remained ensnared in a world of pain. Chu Tian remarked that the shop's matters could only be resolved after winter passed, leaving me still uncertain about what to sell. It would be beneficial for everyone to brainstorm together. Chapter 89. The second step in opening a shop. How about a grocery store? Jiang silently raised his hand to express his opinion. Jiang Yuemo lowered her hand, shaking her head. Fenggue Street is the domain of one Fugu, and Granny Fong, who runs the grocery store, is his mother. No matter how hard we strive, I could assemble my wild hunt team to serve as mercenaries. Jiang Ping raised his hand to voice his opinion. Qin Yinchu's lips twitched. This time, they were leveraging Chu Tian's influence to seize this opportunity. Forming a mercenary group on their own might jeopardize their backing. Moreover, mercenaries must meet certain standards, and the wild hunt team currently does not qualify. Jiang Ping lowered his hand, suddenly startled as Shun Jibai excitedly slapped his thigh, causing him to yelp in pain. No matter how excited you are, don't hit your own leg. Shun Jibai produced several packets of seeds and a large piece of brown, paper-like material, placing them before the group. Jiang Yuemo was perplexed, yet upon glimpsing the seeds, her eyes widened in astonishment. This is... Indeed, they are seeds. On our planet, every household cultivates its own vegetables, and these seeds remain untainted. What sprouts from them, barring any unforeseen circumstances, will undoubtedly possess a low level of radiation and may even yield abundantly. However, we lack soil. We have seeds but no earth. Shun Jibai mysteriously lifted a piece of brown paper. This is compressed planting soil, which expands manifold when soaked in water, sufficient for cultivating 2 acres of land. Such a quantity. Even Jiang Yuemo was taken aback. Indeed, technology transforms lives. We can sell vegetables, but what sorts of seeds are these? They are all collected during my time at the academy. There are watermelons and also green beans. This package contains corn, and this one holds potatoes. This one is remarkable. It is strawberries. Jiang examined a large bag filled with yellow spherical seeds for quite some time. What is this? Yellow soybeans? Precisely. Then we can steam yellow soybean sprouts to eat. As Jiang Yuemo's mind sparkled with inspiration, the idea of constructing a greenhouse emerged, allowing for vegetable cultivation even in winter. However, the acquisition or rental of land for such a venture posed a financial challenge, as they lacked the means to purchase land. Although Jiang Ping's remark was somewhat dispiriting, it remained a truth. They were brimming with ideas, yet their pockets were notably bare. The prospect of erecting a greenhouse in their modest yard, albeit limited in space, promised significant yields. Notably, the winter prices for vegetables would surge compared to the usual rates, and the proximity of Fugu Street to affluent neighborhoods assured a steady demand. Excitement bubbled within me. Along with Qin Yinshu, we had accumulated over 300 points, with 200 available for investment in our shop. Jiang glanced at his watch, revealing a balance of 400 points among his siblings, half of which could be utilized. Meanwhile, Shun Jibai felt a pang of embarrassment. Having constructed his house and purchased numerous additional items, he was left with a mere 100 points. I possess 106 points, all of which I can contribute, he declared. Qin Yinshu nodded in agreement, considering that the rent and utilities for the shop on Fugu Street would amount to approximately 300 each month. The materials for the greenhouse, including plastic and framework, would also require a substantial investment, estimated at around 100 points. Let's not dwell on uncertainties. We must take action to discover the outcome. Tomorrow morning, after I clear the snow, I shall procure the materials for the greenhouse, I resolved. At 11:30 p.m., the five of us, each consumed by our thoughts, drifted into slumber. Before retiring for the night, Jiang Ping added a generous supply of firewood to the stove. Jiang Yuemo repeatedly cautioned, insisting that a single heating in the evening would suffice. Any further would result in an unbearable warmth. Indeed, upon rising in the morning, the chill was palpable, yet still tolerable. Qin Yinshu took Jiang Yuemo for their morning training, while Jiang Ping and Shun Jibai busied themselves with clearing the snow. Jiang Yuemo shuddered at the thought of the corpse in the yard, fearing that she might suffer nightmares in her sleep, and was also apprehensive about the possibility of some strange virus emanating from the remains. However, her concerns were unwarranted. The body had frozen solid, and Qin Yinshu had rolled it up with a tattered cover and buried it in a pit, thus granting it a semblance of peace. The bamboo framework in the yard had been ravaged by the strong winds, leaning precariously in various directions, with most of it broken and in need of reinforcement. Upon surveying the surroundings, she noted that there was little else amiss, save for the fact that the yard gate had been blown away by the gusts. Fortunately, the items typically left to dry outdoors had been collected by Qin Yinshu the day before the storm, sparing them from significant loss. Let's also set up a Kong, she suggested. Indeed, Qin Yinshu agreed, finding the Kong at Shun Jibai's residence quite agreeable, with the only drawback being the need to venture out to stoke the fire each evening. I hope my potatoes and Yanghe ginger are unharmed. Jiang Yuemo's peripheral vision caught sight of the right side of the courtyard, blanketed in heavy snow, where the potato and ginger fields had vanished from view. Rest assured, these two plants are accustomed to such conditions in the wild. Native flora are not nearly as delicate as one might presume. Qin Yin remarked with a hint of jest, observing Jiang Yuemo's reaction with keen interest. That is reassuring, indeed. Jiang Yuemo exhaled with relief, while Qin Yinshu felt a momentary pang of frustration. As anticipated, Jiang Yuemo was not a native of this land, a fact that was now indisputable. His previous linguistic trap, deliberately constructed using comparisons between local flora and those familiar to Jiang Yuemo, had gone unchallenged. Let's clear the left side. After all, the strong winds have already scattered much of the debris. How about we construct a greenhouse right here? Of course, that is feasible, though acquiring the materials for the greenhouse might prove to be somewhat challenging. We shall need to seek out one Fuguwei once more. This matter is not urgent. We can first focus on preparing the Kong. Qin Yinshu felt reassured, and Jiang Yuemo shared his calmness. Jiang Ping had delivered a batch of leftover bricks from the Shun family, nonchalantly brushing his short hair as he approached. Guess what? I anticipated your need for Kong preparation and brought you these bricks. Impressive, isn't it? Indeed, you are remarkable. If you could assist me in constructing the Kong, that would be even more impressive. With a proud puff of his chest, Jiang Ping pushed a cart filled with bricks, resembling a flamboyant peacock. Qin Yinshu chuckled softly, glancing at Jiang Yuemo and Jiang Ping, both of whom were equally juvenile in their exuberance. Together, they skillfully stacked the bricks, forming the preliminary structure of the Kong, neat and exceedingly refined. Jiang Ping beamed with a sense of accomplishment. What do you think about us helping others with Kong preparation? Do you think anyone would hire me? Jiang Ping, why is it seemingly simple-minded? How could Jiang Yuemo have overlooked this matter? This idea is splendid. However, Qin Yinshu and I seldom have ample time. She still needs to prepare for the greenhouse project. This is certainly not an issue. Leave it to me. Though this initiative originated from you, your intention to remain uninvolved is evident. How about we split the commission 37-7? Jiang Yuemo expressed no objections. The money felt akin to a gift, and thus the two reached a mutual understanding. Splendid. This winter, my band of brothers will have work to occupy their time. During the winter months, most wild hunting teams must take a respite, enduring a protracted hiatus of up to 5 months, relying solely on their meager reserves. After all, wild hunting teams lack the prowess of mercenaries and dare not venture out to hunt during winter, as a moment's carelessness could lead to freezing to death or falling prey to wild beasts. Chapter 90. The Auction. 1. Jiang Yuemo's family prepared the Kong, rendering the bed previously constructed by Qin Yinshu obsolete. The bed slats were repurposed for the Kong, leaving only the wooden frame of the bed, which Qin Yinshu disassembled for firewood, truly embodying the principle of maximizing utility. Jiang Yuemo held a profound affection for the earthy scent that lingered in the air after the soil had been scorched by fire, to the point of being somewhat entranced by it. Much like other children who reveled in sweets during their youth, she found delight in tasting the soil, particularly the yellow earth from her grandmother's home, which had a savory flavor. Each time, she would dip her fingers in the soil and savor it delicately in her mouth. But inevitably, she would face the consequences of her actions, receiving a sound reprimand that left her quite sore. When it came time to prepare the Kong bed for the Jiang family, there was a shortage of bricks, and Jiang Ping decided to purchase some. Thus, he took the 3-wheeled vehicle and, on the way, brought Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu to Fugui Street. Upon arriving in front of that familiar door once again, Jiang Yuemo experienced a sense of surreal nostalgia. The bright and opulent decor remained unchanged, as did the 2 imposing security guards. The 2 guards, who appeared quite formidable, had a lasting impression of Jiang Yuemo, since they had outgrown the comforting embrace of being carried like a princess. The impact this young girl had on them reached deep into their souls. "Miss Jiang, what brings you here?" To block Jiang Yuemo's path. On an ordinary day, she might have been permitted inside, but today was not one of those days. It was the day of the auction. "I'm looking for Boss Wan. Is he available?" "Boss is occupied today." "Miss Jiang Yuemo, isn't this my dear little sister? Quick, quick. Air, do not obstruct her. Let my sister in." Wan Fugui, resembling a benevolent Buddha, patted his ample belly and mused about the melodious calls of magpies, realizing that it was the little deity of wealth who had arrived. "Boss Wan, call me brother. None of that boss nonsense. And this must be my brother-in-law. Quite the handsome fellow. Today, brother has an auction commencing shortly. Would you like to join us?" He was convinced that this little deity had come to bless him with fortune and was eager to ensure she attended the auction and secured something of value. "No, I'm here just to..." Qin Yinshu gently squeezed her palm, signaling her to acquiesce. "I'm here to see how you've been, brother." "Ha. Then I shall comply with your wishes." Wan Fugui was genuinely touched. It felt wonderful to be remembered by such an auspicious figure. "Brother is thriving, and my health is splendid, though I've been feeling a bit of tightness in my chest lately. Must be the change in weather." "No worries. These are mere trifles. I have a private room downstairs. Would you care to sit?" "Thank you, brother. Don't mention it." Wan Fugui led Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu into an old, rickety elevator, which creaked ominously as it descended to the basement. The sound of the elevator was reminiscent of rusted chains, causing Jiang Yuemo's face to pale in fright. Qin Yinshu, sensing her discomfort, assumed it was her first experience in an elevator and gently wrapped his arms around her in reassurance. Jiang Yuemo was genuinely frightened. She feared that the elevator might plummet, leaving her demise shrouded in mystery. The trio entered a small private room, its door crafted from specialized glass. allowing a clear view of the outside while concealing the interior from prying eyes. Through the door, the entire layout of the auction could be discerned with clarity. They occupied a relatively elevated position, overlooking a space resembling a casual seating arrangement, where approximately 20 chairs and tables were filled with attendees, some even standing at the periphery. The stage ahead was meticulously prepared, featuring an auction table and a display stand. The adjoining rooms also appeared to be teeming with guests, with a similar number of patrons. Jiang Yuemo felt she had made the right decision to come. Even if she wasn't purchasing anything, it was an opportunity to broaden her horizons. Please take a seat. I shall go and inspect that group of inept individuals. The event is about to commence, so do remain seated. If you require anything, simply press the button, and assistance will arrive shortly. Rest assured, brother. Jiang Yuemo found Wan Fuguwei rather agreeable, despite his rugged appearance and robust stature. To her surprise, he proved to be a person of considerable depth beneath his coarse exterior. Once Wan Fuguwei departed, only Qin Yinshu and Jiang Yuemo remained in the elegant chamber. The auction was an exclusive affair, circulating solely among the affluent, leaving commoners unable to procure even a pass to enter, despite their accumulated points. Wan Fuguwei, wary of potential violence over treasures, had thus barred the participation of the less fortunate. How did he allow us entry then? Perhaps he perceives a connection between us and the Tianlang mercenary corps? Qin Yinshu mused, perplexed. From his understanding, Wan Fuguwei was a man of considerable arrogance, often aloof and rarely cordial, making his attentiveness towards Jiang Yuemo all the more incongruous with the rumors surrounding him. It seemed the tales were misleading. Unbeknownst to Qin Yinshu, Wan Fuguwei favored Jiang Yuemo due to his firm belief that she would bring him prosperity. Despite his blustering demeanor, he was, in fact, somewhat of a mama's boy. His mother had proclaimed Jiang Yuemo to be a harbinger of wealth, and thus he felt compelled to cater to this little deity of fortune. At last, the auction commenced under Wan Fuguwei's directive. With a clap of his hands, a mysterious black box was presented by a captivating beauty, drawing the attention of all in attendance and heightening their anticipation. Wan Fuguwei's objective was fulfilled. He gracefully withdrew and ceded the floor to the auctioneer. This item was a knife crafted from the 12th rib of a mutated wild bull. It is widely acknowledged that the 12th rib is the finest for knife making, being the straightest and most robust, yielding a durable product impervious to pests. Whether for self-defense or display, this knife was indeed exceptional. The effort to acquire this bovine blade had necessitated the formation of 3 squads, incurring significant losses, yet every sacrifice was deemed worthwhile. The starting bid was set at 30 points, with increments no less than 10 points. 40 points. 50 points. The 8th guest placed a bid, 50 points once. 60 points. The 16th guest countered, 60 points once. 60 points twice. 60 points thrice, sold. Congratulations to guest number 16. The elegantly attired lady in a qipao carefully packaged the bovine knife and respectfully presented it to the 16th guest. Your auction item. May you enjoy it. Please note that all sales are final. The 16th guest was one of 3 youthful gentlemen, with the one who had just bid sitting in the center. The gentleman to his right cast a sidelong glance at the qipao-clad lady, transferring points to her via his watch, before receiving the box with a scowl and dismissively waving her away. Jiang Yuemo observed that the relationship among the 3 individuals was rather unusual, as the young gentleman in the middle had placed his hand upon the posterior of the man to his left. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, startling him and sending a shiver down his spine. Chapter 91. The Auction 2. Miss Sir, here's the list for this auction for your perusal. A soft knock resonated at the door, and upon Qin Yinshu's opening it, a strikingly beautiful young lady entered, carrying a tray upon which lay a flat tablet. She presented the tablet with both hands and then quietly closed the door behind her. Thank you. Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu found themselves together at this auction, which prominently featured 13 exquisite items. The first item has already been successfully sold. The bidding for the second item is currently fervent. It is a necklace crafted from a string of orange energy crystals. The yellow energy crystal resembles wings, and upon its creation into a necklace, it has been aptly named Wings of the Angel. The starting bid is set at 600 points, significantly exceeding the initial price of the first item by more than 20-fold. The next item is an S-grade potion, scheduled for the third auction. One cannot help but wonder what extraordinary item will serve as the grand finale of this event. Jiang Yuemo hastily dragged the progress bar to the very bottom. What is the Changhe residence? It is a luxurious enclave, renowned for its superior security measures. It is said that there are no limits on water and electricity usage, and dedicated personnel are available to select premium quality meat and vegetables. Everything one could desire is abundantly provided. A law enforcement team patrols daily, ensuring a sense of safety and security. Jiang Yuemo understood. It was akin to the upscale residential complexes of her previous life, complemented by a large supermarket for fresh produce and a sophisticated security system. Alas, it was beyond her means. Was there anything here that she could afford? Congratulations to guest number 9, the Wings of Angels, 3 purchases for a total of 300 points. Guest number 9 was a lady adorned in a Western-style gown, its hem embellished with vibrant crimson roses, topped with a grand hat that obscured her face behind a veil of black lace, exuding an air of mystery and sensuality. This attire reminded Jiang Yuemo of the Black Widow from the comics she had previously perused. The fourth auction item was provided by the event's organizer, Mr. 1. 3 or crushers, with a starting bid of 600 points, and each increment not less than 50 points. The crowd exchanged glances, silence enveloping the room as no one dared to raise their bids, engaging in hushed conversations instead. Why was there no bidding? The attendees were affluent individuals. Surely, they did not require such clumsy machinery. Qin Yinshu, however, observed with keen interest the large metallic contraption displayed on the pedestal. He had experience in or processing, and possessing such a machine would prove advantageous, refined, or could be sold at a premium or fashioned into weapons, both lucrative avenues for accruing points. Yet, individuals like them, ordinary folk, had no means to access or veins. Oh dear, it seems this group truly lacks any connection to or deposits. Are they impoverished? No, or veins at all? Unsurprisingly, the ore crushers failed to sell. Juan Fugue muttered complaints as he retreated to a private room, his discontent clearly audible to Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu. The fourth auction item, a rapid-fire crossbow crafted by Master Peng Sheng, was introduced, small yet exquisite. Wait, if her eyes did not deceive her. Those were daggers forged from the legendary 9 Heavens Dark Iron. Oh my, I desire them. I must bid quickly. The auctioneer announced the crossbow. Yet what was presented were 2 daggers made of meteorite iron. 9 Heavens Dark Iron. Was this the fabled material said to originate from outer space? Mr. Wang, I cannot allow you to win this time. Old Juan, if your auction house cannot proceed, how about relinquishing it to me? Boomed Juan Fugue's rival, who relished in his misfortune. Qin Yinshu scrutinized the 2 daggers, their design and size aligning perfectly with his original sketches. Juan Fugue, bewildered, urgently summoned assistance. Boss, I contacted little Lu regarding the inventory, and he mentioned that the boxes for the crossbow and the daggers were too similar, and he mistakenly swapped them. You fool! Juan Fugue kicked the hapless assistant, while those interested in the daggers began to engage in lively bidding. Zhang Yaozu, Juan Fugue's arch-nemesis, grinned with his golden teeth, relishing in the spectacle. While Zhang Yaozu was merely an amusing fool, the prominent figures in the other private rooms began to join in the excitement. Boss Juan, brother-in-law, I am currently occupied. Please make yourselves comfortable while I attend to some matters. I must locate the client who commissioned this item and see if he is willing to part with it. Perhaps I can offer additional rewards. Boss Juan, those daggers appear to be mine. Qin Yinshu has confirmed that the daggers feature a lightning-shaped groove, a design he specifically requested due to his fondness for that particular shape. It can be said that these daggers are unparalleled in both material and design, undoubtedly crafted from the meteorite he delivered 2 days ago. Juan Fugue's eyes widened in astonishment, rendering him speechless for a moment, before he erupted with joy, grasping Qin Yinshu's hands tightly. Brother, dear brother, you must assist me. Brothers share an unbreakable bond, thicker than blood, and are true to one another. Jiang Yuemo pressed his forehead, lamenting that Juan Fugue had once again fallen into the habit of misusing idioms. The auctioneer below was in a state of disarray, and the guests, incited by Jiang Yuemo, began to raise their bids, which had already reached 3,000 points and continued to climb. Sister, dear sister, you must lend your brother a hand. I have built my fortune from the ground up, enduring storms and hardships, laboring tirelessly day and night like a relentless harvester in fields. Yet, despite my arduous efforts, I find myself outmatched by the influential figures in the private room, who can easily suppress me with a mere flick of their wrist. Sister, dear sister, blood is thicker than water. Jiang Yuemo found herself thoroughly bewildered by his words. Was Wan Fugui's intention in reciting so many idioms to hypnotize others? Rest assured, brother. Take the dagger and use it. I will ensure you do not suffer any loss. Whatever price the dagger fetches, I shall give you that amount without taking a single point for myself. Furthermore, I shall present the crossbow to you as a token of my sincerity. A heavy stone lifted from Wan Fugui's heart. He remarked that Jiang Yuemo brought good fortune, and it seemed her luck was not merely in wealth, but also in fortune. That stock clerk, Xiao Lu, was it? I shall remember you. May you never cross my path again with your ill-fated merchandise. Wan Fugui signaled for the auction to continue, and everyone tacitly chose to forget about the crossbow incident. At that moment, the pair of dual daggers, now permitted for auction by Wan Fugui, were being introduced by the auctioneer. Crafted from the mysterious Nine Heavens black iron, these dual daggers were the latest masterpiece of Master Peng Cheng, originally intended to be the highlight of the next auction. Yet, fate had brought them forth sooner. The highest bid thus far was from guest number 1 at 300 points. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? 300 points once. 6,000. Guest number 2 raised the bid to 6,000 points. 6,000 points once. 6,000 points twice. The occupants of the private box were a young couple. The woman maintained a calm demeanor, while the man appeared quite anxious. 500. Qingwan, do not worry. I will secure these daggers for you. They are dual daggers. We shall each take one. I will provide you with everything you desire. Chapter 92. The Auction 3. The girl, referred to as Qingwan, blew gently at the froth in her teacup and took a sip, ignoring him. 500 points twice. 10,000. Lin Qingyu, you're doing this on purpose. Gu Xie pushed through the box doors, attempting to barge into box number 2, but was intercepted by 2 burly men at the entrance, who regarded him with cold indifference, as if to suggest that any further attempts to force his way and would result in him being tossed over the railing. Jiang Yuemo's private room was conveniently situated directly opposite boxes 1 and 2, securing the prime vantage point for observing the unfolding drama. Initially nestled in Qi Nianchu's embrace, she was swept up in excitement, clapping fervently as the bidding for the first and second boxes intensified. Upon hearing the ensuing argument, she pressed herself against the door, akin to a voyeur indulging in clandestine observation. Lin Qingyu? This must be Gu Xie. And the other occupant of that room couldn't possibly be Lin Xiaotian's sole daughter, Lin Qingwan. As the door to box 2 swung open, a girl emerged, brandishing a light rifle, its ominous black muzzle aimed squarely at Gu Xie's forehead. With a resounding thud, Gu Xie fell back in fright, eliciting peals of laughter from the girl, who reveled in her audacity. Gu Xie, I warned you not to provoke me. Also, my grandmother is Cheng Zhuoyin, not the insipid Lin Qingyu. If you dare to bother me again, I shall indeed fire this weapon. Cheng Zhuoyin cast him a sidelong glance, chuckled softly, and closed the door, dismissing him without further thought. 10,000 points for 1. 10,000 points for 2. 10,000 points for 3 deal. Wan Fugui felt a bubbling excitement within, yet was quickly reminded that not a single point would find its way into his own hands, leaving him feeling as though he had swallowed a dry bun. Never mind, never mind. Thankfully, the crisis is averted, such as only fitting to honor the god of wealth. No loss incurred. Lin Qingwan maintained her characteristic calm demeanor, not once glancing at Gu Xie as she departed the auction house, flanked by her entourage. In a bid to appease both Gu Xie and Lin Qingwan, Wan Fugui presented them with a VIP card from Wan's auction house as a gesture of goodwill, and naturally, he extended a card to Cheng Zhuoyin as well. The intricate politics of the powerful eluded his understanding, but he hoped desperately that they would not ensnare him. A mere plump fish in their convoluted nets, Jiang Yuemo indulged in the delightful spectacle, seemingly witnessing a dispute among the affluent. Initially, she presumed it to be a case of genuine versus counterfeit heiresses, only to be surprised by the unexpected turn of events that delivered a resounding slap in the face to preconceived notions. Indeed, the thrill of witnessing such drama at close quarters was exhilarating. Qin Yinshu gazed at her with fondness, his heart tingling with affection for Jiang Yuemo's gossiping demeanor, yearning to embrace her. No sooner had he spoken than the elegant lady in the Chong Sam rapped thrice on the door. Under the excited gaze of Jiang Yuemo, she transferred 1,000 points to her wristwatch with a smile before gently closing the door. Wealth had arrived. Jiang Yuemo plunged into Qin Yinshu's embrace, joyfully glancing at the balance on her watch over and over again. So delighted? Of course, I can now consider myself a person of considerable means. Jiang Yuemo gently kissed her wristwatch, her current mood transcending mere happiness. Alas, the meteorite was a regrettable loss. Nonetheless, we have garnered 10,000 points and a wrist crossbow. The weapon crafted by Master Pengsheng is exquisitely precise. With this thought, we find ourselves in a position of profit. The auction is in full swing, and the sixth item up for bid is a private residence's protective shield, adding an extra layer of security to one's home, fetching an astonishing price of 60,000 points, leaving Jiang Yuemo utterly astonished. She has unwittingly stepped into the realm of the affluent. Sister, I have already dispatched someone to discuss the wrist crossbow. Refrain from saying anything further. On Wealthy Street, I still possess a degree of influence, so, in the future, let them know my name when you venture out. Wan Fugue believes that the essence of life is grounded in loyalty. Jiang Yuemo is undoubtedly the most loyal person he has encountered, offering the precious Nine Heavens Xian iron without hesitation. However, he considers himself even more loyal. Had he chosen to act with force today, neither of them would have exited the auction house unscathed. Of course, you're my dear brother. Blood is thicker than water. Wan Fugue paused, then burst into laughter, finding her sentiments particularly endearing. Indeed. Are there any other items that catch your eye? I shall gift you whatever you desire. I wish to acquire a greenhouse, purchasing some frames and plastic. I wonder if you have any available. Certainly. Sister, when you shop, how could I possibly accept your money? I shall give you a 50% discount. Jiang Yuemo acquired a batch of materials for constructing a greenhouse at a remarkably low price. Wan Fugue even sent personnel to assist with the installation, truly alleviating their workload. Initially, it was anticipated that 100 points would suffice for a single greenhouse. Yet unexpectedly, 2 were constructed, one for Jiang and S family and another for Jiang Yuemo's. Additionally, a low shelter was erected for the potatoes and Yanghe ginger, necessitating one to crouch in order to enter, primarily to provide warmth. After all, these potatoes and Yanghe ginger were painstakingly selected seeds, and Jiang Yuemo would be deeply pained if they were to be frozen. The craftsmen responsible for the greenhouse were highly skilled, having meticulously prepared prior to commencing work on the vegetable shelter. They first secured the foundation of the greenhouse and assembled the necessary materials, including wire, clamps, and an array of specialized tools. Both craftsmen possessed amiable dispositions, allowing Jiang Yuemo to learn from the sidelines without interruption, and they patiently explained each step to her. They began by lowering the top of the greenhouse to create a dome shape. The master craftsman, at the apex of the dome, clamped a wire with 2 clamps. The second craftsman, on the opposite side, positioned the wire at the top of the greenhouse and, with a firm squeeze, secured the wire at the dome summit. Next, they focused on reinforcing the top and sides. The master craftsman selected a spot at the top of the greenhouse to fix 2 clamps with wire, while the second craftsman attached a clamp to a wire, securing it to the side of the greenhouse. The movements were both precise and straightforward, allowing Jiang Yuemo to grasp the technique with ease, even participating in the construction of the second greenhouse. For the reinforcement on both sides of the wire, the method mirrored that used for the top. The young girl adapted quickly, demonstrating commendable skill. Finally, an overall reinforcement was conducted, ensuring the stability of the greenhouse by utilizing both horizontal and vertical wires. Additionally, shade nets and windbreak nets were affixed around the greenhouse to enhance its resilience against the wind. Due to the harshness of winter, a layer of insulation cotton was even added within the greenhouse for extra warmth. Jiang Yuemo, filled with joy, wished to invite her two masters for dinner. However, they sternly declined and hurriedly departed. Boss One had already settled their wages, and it was not permissible to impose further. Should Boss One discover that they had dined at her expense, he would certainly deduct their pay. Jiang Yuemo felt a tinge of regret. She had hoped to invite the two masters for a meal today, anticipating that Qin Yinshu would take to the kitchen and prepare a delightful feast of meat. Qin Yinshu, however, discerned her little scheme with clarity and stifled a soft chuckle. Very well, let us summon Shun Jibai and Jiang into our home. It is the perfect occasion to make amends for the neglected warm house wine of Shun Jibai. Oh, what a splendid opportunity. Chapter 93. The mining area. It is a pity that the soybean sprouts were not prepared in time a few days ago. Otherwise, we could have savored them today. Yet, it is not too late to commence the sprouting now. As Jiang Yuemo made her way to summon Shun Jibai and Jiang Jiangin, she casually held the bag of yellow beans. She placed them in a large basin, soaking them in cold water, intending to check on them tomorrow for any transformation. Sister Jiang, our solar panel is still operational. Let us dine at my home today. Indeed, I completely forgot to purchase the solar panel. A single solar energy panel requires 200 points, but there's no rush. We can simply use the one at my place. Jiang Yuemo chuckled softly, revealing her balance to Jiang En, who gasped in astonishment. This, good heavens, a secret. Jiang En clasped her mouth, nodding frantically. She understood. Sister Jiang would be her idol from now on. The group gathered at Jiang En's home, savoring a sumptuous pot of braised rabbit, delighting in the prospects of their future establishment. Soon, Sister Jiang would take on the role of the boss, and Brother Qi would be the lady of the house. Ha! Jiang En, tipsy, embraced Jiang Yuemo, laughing heartily, while Jiang Ping burped, somewhat puzzled. Why isn't Brother Qi the boss and Sister Jiang the lady of the house? Aren't ladies always the bosses? Silly. Who said a lady must always be the boss? Our Sister Jiang is so capable. Of course, she is the grand proprietor. Shun Jibai, swaying from the effects of the local brew, was surprised by its remarkable purity. Even he, who claimed to never get drunk, felt a bit tipsy, though he insisted he could still drink. Suddenly, with a thud, Shun Jibai succumbed. His claim of being impervious to intoxication seemed self-proclaimed. Carry him away. How dull. Outside, the snow danced wildly in the howling wind, while inside, the five friends gathered around a small lamp, reveling in their merriment. The consequences of their indulgence were evident, as they awoke to throbbing headaches. What time was it? 12:32. Sister Jiang, Shun Jibai, remove your foot from my face. Why are there bite marks on my foot? Qin Yinshu was still in decent shape, having been the first to awaken. Jiang En's home lay in disarray after the revelry of the previous night. Jiang Yuemo rubbed his head, feeling as though he had not yet enjoyed sufficient rest. Shall we go mining? Gather at the eastern part of the city at 3, was the message sent to Jiang Yuemo by Chu Tian, causing the attention of this habitual drinker to be piqued as his wristwatch vibrated twice. Mining? Qin Yinshu also took note, nodding in agreement. It is indeed a viable option. Typically, these mining areas uncovered by mercenaries belong to semi-human territories. By surrendering 50 points, one can mine there for a week. I recall that the 3 are crushers owned by Wan Fugae when unsold. If we truly manage to acquire some, or we might even be able to refine iron and establish an ironworks. Profitable. Jiang Yuemo was quite intrigued by this. All right, I will arrive punctually. You and Brother Qi may go ahead. My brother and I shall remain at home. Shun Jibai, are you joining us? I cannot. My new furniture has yet to be completed, and I must stay home to set it up. Shun Jibai yawned, thinking of his cozy little abode, a flush of joy gracing his cheeks. Qin Yinshu, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. This fellow was truly irresponsible. There was much to prepare for the mine, and they only possessed a single pickaxe, necessitating the purchase of another, along with headlamps, nutrient solutions, and portable water. Observing Jiang Yuemo sleeping so soundly, He could only secure the door and head to the general store with her wristwatch. Alas, his own watch had no points left, while Jiang Yuemo's was brimming with wealth. Time to rise. It's 2:30, Momo. Just a little longer. Qin Yinshu pressed a gentle kiss on her cheek. His stubble, unshaven from a night of indulgence, pricked her skin, prompting an instinctive retreat. Ducking away. Quickly, arise. We must head to the mine. Jiang Yuemo was forcibly roused by Qin Yinshu, who, with a deft hand, compelled her to take a generous sip of water. He even styled her hair with meticulous care. Dress warmly. I prepared everything you might need. And this as well. Qin Yinshu secured a small wrist crossbow to Jiang Yuemo's left hand. Although it bore the name of crossbow, it resembled more of a concealed weapon masquerading as a wrist guard. The prominent top section was adorned with shards of colored glass, artfully concealing a diminutive aiming scope. When not in use, the scope could be lowered, resembling the face of a watch, blending seamlessly with her attire. The fabric conveniently concealed the slender bolts, which were as fine as toothpicks, yet possessed formidable recoil. Qin Yinshu lifted Jiang Yuemo's hand, instructing, "Focus closely. Allow me to demonstrate." His breath brushed past her strands of hair as he regarded the aiming scope with a serious demeanor. In but a second, the tiny bolt was released, piercing through the wall with precision, embedding itself within. In the instant when Jiang Yuemo released the crossbow bolt, she felt an unexpected force pushing her backward, a sensation that was somewhat novel. With time, she would adapt. In the future, she could even apply poison to the bolts, which were reusable. This groove allowed for the substitution of small stones or other items when bolts were unavailable. This weapon captivated her heart. Moreover, the scope added to her delight. With everything prepared, the formidable couple ventured out once more. Their rendezvous point was near the corner gate in the eastern part of the city, not far from their home. A mere 10-minute walk brought them there. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the sight of over 10 large trucks, leaving Jiang Yuemo in awe at the boldness of the Tianlang mercenary corps. How did Chu Tian suddenly come into possession of a mine? She recalled the ambush on the Porcupine, an image that made Qin Yinshu suppress a laugh, nodding in amusement. Indeed, it seemed Lu Jian had sought to collaborate with Chu Tian on a mining venture, and it appeared that Chu Tian had never given up. He had finally discovered it. By the way, what became of Lu Jian? He seemed to have met his demise. Yes, he was slain by his own hand. Jiang Yuemo was somewhat taken aback, astonished to learn of his demise, likely silenced by Lin Tianxiao and Tao Jigang. Indeed, one should refrain from mingling too closely with those who are heavily tainted by the lust for power, for it may lead to a swift demise. Let us hasten to find a vehicle, for if we delay, we may find all seats occupied. Jiang Yuemo expressed her fervent agreement and immediately rushed forward, only to find that one vehicle was fully occupied after another. Squeeze in, squeeze in. If there's a space, take it. Don't all sit down. Some should stand. Hold your belongings close to avoid taking up extra room. Cheng Yu, trying to maintain order, shouted until his voice nearly gave out. When he noticed that Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu had yet to board, he grew even more anxious and personally pushed the two onto the vehicle just in time to close the door securely. Jiang Yuemo found herself in an exasperating predicament, utterly unprepared for the throng of miners that had gathered. Qin Yinshu raised a backpack above his head, encircling Jiang Yuemo in the corner of the vehicle, positioning himself to shield her from the crowd, striving to create a semblance of personal space. Regrettably, the force of those behind them was overwhelming. As the driver accelerated and braked with fervor, the inertia propelled the entire crowd forward, leaving Jiang Yuemo pressed helplessly against Qin Yinshu. Chapter 94. Mining the truck jostled along for approximately 20 minutes before finally arriving at their destination. The occupants began to disembark, spilling into the open expanse. It was the familiar forest once more, yet this time it bore a different purpose: mining. Jiang Yuemo surveyed her surroundings and noted that it resembled the scene she had envisioned. To the left, one could pay their points and subsequently gain passage on the right, regardless of whether they would strike fortune or the extent of their gains. The tickets were non-refundable. Understanding this, one had to act promptly. Those who wished to retract their decision could still leave now. However, once drawn into the woods, Could one truly find their way back? What was the purpose of their mining endeavors? Surely, it was to forge weapons? The ore could be exchanged at the center for points, with 50 pounds of red iron or yielding but a single point. Merely 1 point? The unrefined or held little market value. Those who ventured here were merely toiling for meager earnings. Do you see the vacant trucks? They are not yet ready to depart. Their function is to transport the mined ore. Once the ore is excavated and duly recorded in Chutian's ledger, the trucks will carry it off to the exchange center for redemption. Jiang Yuemo was somewhat perplexed. What if we decide to utilize it ourselves? In that case, we would merely need to pay a delivery fee of 2 points to have it brought to our home. That is quite feasible. We can indeed proceed with this plan. There are numerous establishments in the exchange center that purchase ores, not far from the esteemed Fu family's residence. Once we have accumulated sufficient points, we can rent a shop at the exchange center to trade our ores. Let us defer that discussion for now, as we have yet to even begin. As for the tools required for mining, I have already procured them. Once I don my equipment, I shall be ready to descend into the mines. Just as Qin Yinshu finished speaking, Cheng Yu issued commands to the others to enter the mining area. Jiang Yu, with great delight, paid her entrance points, only to be met with a cacophony of discordant voices. Behold, yet another young girl had arrived, eager to delve into the realm of mining for wealth. Come fort. Ha ha, treasures abound beneath the surface, ready to be unearthed by the sackful. With such slender arms and legs, one wonders if she possesses the strength to wield a heavy hammer. These individuals, clearly seasoned veterans of the mining trade, wield highly specialized tools, their grips polished to a sheen from years of use. Moreover, the muscularity of their physiques closely resembles the exertion typical of miners. The glances directed at Jiang Yuemo were rife with mockery and derision. Jiang Yuemo raised an eyebrow and effortlessly seized the large hammer from the lead miner's grasp. Without even a glance, she struck down upon the boulder beside her, shattering it into countless fragments, revealing glimmering ore within. Several miners swallowed nervously, attempting to feign ignorance as they edged away. Wait a moment. Ahem, is there something you need, young lady? The burly man remained robust and composed. Yet he dared not meet Jiang Yuemo's gaze. Your hammer. The hammer was casually tossed back to him by Jiang Yuemo, weighing approximately 60 pounds, or about 27 kilograms. The man did not dare to catch it, hastily ducking aside, fearful of injuring his hand. Should that hammer strike him, his hand would undoubtedly be rendered useless. The expressions of the group varied, but after exchanging glances, they quietly turned to form a line. Jiang Yuemo, swinging her basket, approached Qin Yinshu, who had just completed his points exchange. What's wrong? Nothing, just encountered a few bothersome individuals. No need to worry about them. Let us proceed to the elevator. Qin Yinshu feigned indifference, yet his gaze remained fixed on the 5 individuals, making their backs shiver. Upon locking eyes with Qin Yinshu, one of them jolted, hastily retreating from this place of trouble. This couple appeared far from virtuous, dressed as if they were common robbers. Surely they're not actual criminals, are they? Jiang Yuemo navigated 3 bends and finally arrived at the elevator leading to the mine. What a contraption they call an elevator. One must ascend into the shaft using a cage. Taking heed of the steps beneath, one must ascend and descend in an orderly fashion, avoiding overcrowding. Without the authorization of the shaft supervisor or the cage operator, one is prohibited from entering or exiting the cage. When the ascent or descent signal is given, one must refrain from boarding or disembarking until the cage has come to a complete stop. Upon entering the cage, it is imperative to securely close the cage door and curtain and to maintain a stable stance. One must ensure not to lose balance. With knees slightly bent, hands should grasp the handrail firmly, and no part of the body or any tool should protrude outside the cage. Throwing items outside the cage is strictly forbidden. If you comprehend these instructions, board the cage in an orderly manner. Lin Muzin, much like Cheng Yu, wielded a loudspeaker, shouting with fervor, the veins on his forehead bulging. Jiang Yuemo found the description quite apt. The elevator indeed resembled a crude cage. At its base lay a metal plate, while its sides were merely constructed from a few iron chains, forming a makeshift iron mesh that barely reached waist height. With a dozen or so individuals standing atop it, It swayed precariously, and she genuinely feared that someone might lose their balance and plummet to their demise. The safety measures in Chutian were alarmingly inadequate. The entire operation of this cage-like contraption was exceedingly rudimentary, and after a nerve-wracking descent, Jiang Yuemo finally touched solid ground, releasing a long sigh of relief. It was a feeling akin to having survived. Qin Yinshu grasped her hand, having shared her trepidation about her potential fall, as the elevator had tilted dangerously during their ascent, posing a significant threat. Yet, this was merely the mining area. Greater dangers lay ahead. What's wrong? Is there a situation? After a moment, a burly man stammered. It's nothing, the elevator just swayed a bit. Jiang Yuemo stifled a chuckle, recalling the man who had mocked her for being unable to wield a hammer. Little did she know he was but a coward. The surroundings were rather pleasant, with excellent ventilation, devoid of any sense of stuffiness. Although it was a newly open mine, it had been developed quite satisfactorily. Jiang Yuemo was not particularly versed in these matters. She merely sensed that the atmosphere here was slightly more stifling than outside, which seemed quite normal, given the slow circulation of air. The main mining tunnel in this area was remarkably spacious, allowing at least 3 or 4 individuals to walk side by side without difficulty. The entirety of the tunnel had been thoroughly cemented, with simple iron tracks on either side for transporting the excavated ore, and overhead hung a row of incandescent lights adorned with wire. Moreover, along the route, escape signs had been strategically placed, lending an air of reliability to the surroundings. Open flames were strictly prohibited here, and in the event of a conflict, it was advisable to refrain from using firearms. A crossbow would suffice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuemo instinctively touched the sleeve sword on her left arm, feeling a surge of security. Everything seemed to be just right. Let's find a suitable spot for mining, she suggested. Time is of the essence today, and an early yield would be optimal. The two of them sought a relatively less populated area and illuminated it with the searchlight above. The surrounding walls were composed of dark-colored rocks, and the light reflected off them, occasionally revealing glimmers reminiscent of metallic particles. In this shadowy realm, even the faintest glimmer sparkled like stars, creating a breathtaking sight. What are you grinning about? First, let's examine the surrounding fragments of ore. If we discover an abundance of the same type of ore, this will be our mining spot. Proceed with caution. Do not exert too much force, Qin Yinshu advised, acutely aware of Jiang Yuemo's potential for destruction. Just watch and learn. Excited by her first experience in mining, Jiang Yuemo picked up a fragment from the ground and scrutinized it closely. Under the light, the ore's cut surface refracted a dazzling brilliance, shining like a gemstone. Chapter 95. Mineral Exploration. What kind of ore is this? Qin Yinshu took a moment to glance at it. Iron ore. There should be plenty in this area. Let's begin our excavation here. Qin Yinshu, although not particularly knowledgeable, had only previously engaged in cleaning mining tunnels. This was indeed his first foray into actual mining. Jiang Yuemo, filled with delight, struck the stone wall with her pickaxe, producing a dull thud that echoed through the air. Fragments of rocks scattered in all directions, some even ricocheting onto her head. With each forceful swing of the pickaxe, a palpable recoil surged through her wrist, prompting her to rub her temples in frustration. How was she to continue chiseling away? The iron content within the rocks was exceedingly low, and the excavation proved to be quite arduous. If one wished to avoid rendering their wrist and arm utterly useless in a single blow, it would be wise to abandon such thoughts. Silly sister, she chuckled. How rude. Be quiet, retorted the uncle, playfully tapping the child's head, eliciting a pout of displeasure from the little one. Jiang Yuemo was somewhat taken aback. This uncle seemed rather amiable, even going so far as to remind a stranger. Thank you, uncle. This is my first time mining as well. Ahem. I have been mining for over a decade. My skills in locating deposits are not just proficient. They are nearly second nature. If you are inexperienced, I can certainly teach you. She was not easily swayed. Thank you. You are truly impressive. The uncle's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that his first attempt at self-promotion had not gone as planned. Gripping the child's hand, which was now clammy with sweat, he decided to be candid. Ahem. You two young ones are likely to struggle here without guidance. You won't find any good mines. I am a seasoned miner, earning 1 point per hour. Your investment will undoubtedly yield exceptional returns. Jiang Yuemo perceived that this man was afflicted with social anxiety, his sales pitch resembling something procured in bulk from a discount store. No, thank you, she replied curtly. Just as she turned away, 4 or 5 individuals encircled her. He charges too much for a single point. It's extortionate. Hire me. I only charge for 2 points in an hour. Me too. I am even more adept. I have worked in the base mining area before and am quite skilled. Leave her be. Are you trying to disrupt the market? Miss, hire me. I possess great strength. I can not only locate nests but also mine, and my rates are quite favorable. Jiang Yuemo, plagued by the cacophony, felt a throbbing pain in her temples. She wished to seek refuge from Qin Yinshu, only to discover that he too was besieged by a throng of individuals, unable to extricate himself. Resolutely, she resorted to her previous tactic, brandishing a heavy hammer to shatter the stones beside her, rendering the onlookers silent as the grave. I possess strength and discernment. I require no assistance. Stand azida. The crowd parted to clear a path. Jiang Yuemo approached the crowd surrounding Qin Yinshu, and under the curious and indignant gazes of several burly men, she effortlessly crushed a piece of, or with her bare hands. No one dared to question her authority any longer, as they dispersed like startled birds and beasts, turning their focus on others. Sister, please don't be angry with Dad. Here, this is for you. While others steered clear of Jiang Yuemo, unexpectedly, the little child bravely approached her. In one tiny hand, he clutched a flower crafted from yellow scraps of cloth. A similar flower adorned the child's ear, though it appeared less vibrant, somewhat dull and faded. Dad needs to earn points to help Mom with her illness. He didn't mean to disturb you. Please accept my gift and don't be upset. Such wisdom belied his tender age. The child, seemingly around 3 or 4, displayed an understanding of human relationships that was surprising. In this harsh environment, not only did food hasten maturity, but so too did life itself. Thank you. I am no longer angry. Then can that sister hire my dad? We are so pitiable. The bearded giant had just faced several confrontations with a group of 4 or 5 men, his eyes locked in a tense standoff. In the brief moment he turned away, the child had vanished, only to appear beside the formidable woman. She looked even more intimidating than before, and the thought struck him, if she were a dangerous individual, what would become of the girl? Dad, that sister is a good person. She accepted my flower. Jiang Yuemo's lips twitched, indicating a sense of moral coercion. While one can defend against the hard, it is the soft that proves elusive. Qin Yinshu scrutinized the man before him, and then leaned closer to Jiang Yuemo, whispering, "This man appears to possess genuine skills. The contours of his muscles are indeed a testament to years of toil in the mines, and the calluses on his hands speak of a life spent wielding a hammer. We are ill-equipped to locate a suitable place. Having someone to guide us would significantly alleviate our burden. Why did you not seek out someone else earlier?" Jiang Yuemo replied, "The individuals surrounding us are part of the same group. They lack true capabilities and will simply take their payment when the time comes. Their numbers are considerable. Engaging in conflict with them would be unwise. We are here to mine, not to provoke trouble." Jiang Yuemo nodded, acknowledging the reason. "That uncle, earning 1 point per hour. Shall we proceed?" The uncle was softly reprimanding his maid, instructing her not to adorn her ears with flowers so carelessly, reiterating how many times he had advised her to conceal her identity as a maid when venturing outside. Why was she so disobedient? Upon hearing Jiang Yuemo's call, he paused for a moment, then followed suit with an air of restraint. "Just call me Zhang Gang. It's 1 point per hour for finding nests and mining. But I'm not responsible for transportation. And what about this child? Who will look after you? You can't bring a child into the mines." Zhang Gang awkwardly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "It's all right. The little mouse can take care of herself. She won't wander off." Jiang Yuemo discerned that the child was a girl, and she also recognized Zhang Gang's desire to keep this fact concealed from others, so she refrained from exposing it. Pretending not to notice the little girl rolling her eyes upon hearing the name Shu Hua, Qin Yinshu gently tapped Jiang Yuemo, signaling her to look up. Between the 2 lamps, a conspicuous white device caught their attention. Zhang Gang, having observed Qin Yinshu's gesture, began to explain before he could speak. "This device is known as a tremor sensor. It can trigger an alarm at the onset of a collapse and can also report the situation externally. Therefore, it is advisable to select mining locations equipped with tremor sensors, just in case an incident were to occur. Of course, I am not suggesting that an incident will occur. It's merely a precaution. Jiang, socially anxious, sought assistance. This allows those outside to promptly confirm the location for rescue efforts. Naturally, it is best if nothing happens, he chuckled. The little girl, with a cheerful voice, alleviated the awkward atmosphere surrounding her bumbling father. I didn't expect you to be quite knowledgeable, she exclaimed. Of course, dear sister, you are beautiful, and I, Jiang Shujiao, would be honored to be your friend. Jiang Yuemo gazed at Jiang Shu, whose demeanor exuded the essence of a spirited young adult, and could not help but chuckle. Jiang Shu, is it? I am Jiang Yuemo. A pleasure to meet you. Jiang swiftly enveloped Jiang Shu in an embrace, anxious that Jiang Yuemo might inadvertently harm the delicate child. He stammered, Jiang Shu, as in mouse, the character for rat, a boy, is it? An unflattering name, yet one that is easy to sustain. Jiang Yuemo refrained from exposing him and felt a hint of amusement, for the atmosphere among the four was rendered exceedingly peculiar by Jiang social anxiety. Chapter 96. Mineral exploration in the mining area. It is imperative to avoid open flames and to be cautious of not tapping into underground water. Jiang gestured for Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu to crouch down. Upon doing so, they discovered a faint layer of moisture on the adjacent stone wall, and indeed, the ground bore similar evidence. During our mining endeavors, we occasionally encounter locations where the groundwater level is relatively high, leading to the accumulation of water within the mine tunnels. This is commonplace. It is essential to steer clear of such areas to prevent breaching the Dragon King Temple. Locations marked with railings or hazardous warning signs indicate the presence of harmful gases, posing risks of poisoning and asphyxiation. Such areas must be strictly avoided. No pedestrians are permitted near the ore chutes or loading areas, and one should not linger at the mouth of the chutes to avoid injury from falling rocks. Song Gong, with his incessant reminders, pointed out various locations as they passed, cautioning Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu. Most of the information was already known to Qin Yinshu, who remained silent, aware that Jiang Yuemo was less informed. At last, after considerable searching, Jiang retrieved a round piece of black substance from his bag and pressed it against the wall. What is this? A magnet. Jiang Yuemo was left speechless, contemplating how she had not realized that if she possessed a magnet, she might indeed locate iron ore. Was this what he referred to as finding a nest? Jiang scanned the area with his magnet for a while before selecting a suitable spot. He retrieved a hammer from his backpack and began to tap rhythmically against the wall. Initially, Jiang Yuemo found herself enveloped in confusion. However, after a brief period, she began to discern a hint of something. Was there an abundance of or within? The majority of Jiang strikes resonated with a dull, low sound, as he typically passed over such walls with a single tap. Occasionally, certain areas would emit a sharper sound, in stark contrast to the former, producing a clearer and more resonant tone. Whenever such sounds occurred, Jiang would hasten his pace of tapping. He nodded, indicating that the ore should be substantial. Once he confirmed the area, he proceeded to strike several times along the perimeter of the designated zone, ultimately marking a few locations with crosses. Young one, while I extract the ore, maintain a consistent rhythm along the edges. This girl possesses considerable strength, which I have also observed. You shall wield the heavy hammer to break the ore, and then rent a cart over there to transport it out when we exit. Understood. Jiang Shu, perceptive and obedient, found a corner to crouch in, resembling a little mouse, quietly hiding in the shadows, nearly undetectable unless one looked closely. Qin Yinshu executed his tasks with agility, almost matching Jiang tempo. Given that the ore was positioned relatively low, there was a risk it could fall and injure their feet, so both were cautious as they tapped and chiseled with their tools. With a sudden thud, an ore piece fell to the ground, and Jiang Yuemo swiftly swung her hammer, but it struck slightly off target. Instantly, a shower of sparks erupted from the ore, even driving the chisel deep into the ground. Where did this reckless youth come from? Those nearby were startled, but fortunately, no further danger ensued, leaving Jiang Yuemo feeling a twinge of apprehension. Focus. Creating so many sparks could attract the Fire Dragon King. You wouldn't survive that. Zhang Gang frowned, speaking in a low tone. The shattered pieces of or lay scattered, and Zhang Gang rummaged through the debris, revealing distinct red iron chunks within the broken shells. What a sizable piece. Young one, transport it to the cart. Someone is guarding it, so it won't be lost. Girl, strike a few more times on the stone. There may be other ores, but with less force. Zhang Gang seemed to reach into his pocket for something, but then hesitated and withdrew his hand. Jiang Yuemo exerted her strength this time, shattering the remaining large chunks of stone with a few decisive blows. The fragments were no longer merely crimson. They exhibited a spectrum of colors. This was the associated ore of hematite, alongside limonite and pyrite, quite a rarity indeed, which she promptly placed into her basket. Beyond hematite, what other minerals might this mining area possess? Is that quartz? Song Gong nodded affirmatively. Yes, quartz coexists with hematite. These on the ground are remnants of what was just shattered, still salvageable, albeit too fragmented. At this moment, Jiang Yuemo spotted Li Ming operating the mining vehicle. She had anticipated that her large basket would fill the vehicle completely, but it barely covered the bottom. He Yang Yi, Li Ming here for Livavid. Having joined the Tianlang mercenary group at the age of 5, with Qin Yen Chu as his squad leader at the age of 9. In a sense, he was somewhat raised by Qin Yen Chu, harboring profound feelings for him. I just saw you both. Li Ming flesha abrig de Samila. His white teeth gleaming in the dimly lit cavern, clearly overjoyed. Indeed, we arrived in a big truck. Norus. No, you must sit. Ki Nian Chu, unusually smiling in front of outsiders, admonished, you little rascal, work diligently. Yes, Li Ming found himself reliving the sensation of being led by Qin Yen Chu, his face lighting up with joy and exuberance. Returning to their previous spot, Zhang Gang transformed into a mining enthusiast, wielding his pickaxe against the wall with fervor. This time, it was Jiang Yuemo's turn to strike the rock alongside him. The ore was substantial and lofty, prompting Qin Yen Chu to join in as well. All right, step back. We're about to uncover a treasure. With one final swing, Zhang Gang's efforts resulted in a significant breakthrough, the entire ore fragment dislodging and landing safely. Thanks to the deft coordination of Zhang Gang and Qin Yen Chu, Jiang Yuemo raised the heavy hammer, poised to strike. Wait a moment, your strength is excessive. Let the young lad do the smashing. Come over and assist in holding the chisel. Zhang Gang expressed his discontent with Jiang Yuemo's tendency to shatter the ore into minuscule fragments, making it difficult to load. Jiang Yuemo never anticipated that one day someone would actually disdain the strength of those who labor. It is truly peculiar. Come now, do be exceedingly careful. Do not strike her. Qin Yen Chu, with steady precision, swung the heavy hammer, each blow resonating with a lingering echo. Jiang Yuemo felt as though she had been electrified, her vision shimmering in a cascade of colors. Chapter 97. The mining rat. Zhang Gang nodded in agreement. It was commendable. Operating the chisel is far from an easy task, a challenge even for many robust men. Yet Jiang Yuemo excelled in it. Jiang Yuemo chuckled softly, shaking her numbed wrist. Gripping the chisel firmly in both hands, she beckoned to Qin Yen Chu. Once more, Qin Yen Chu narrowed his eyes, gathering his strength anew, and with a resounding thud, he struck again. Again. Thud. His aim was precise. While Jiang Yuemo steadied herself with unwavering resolve, and Zhang Gang, exploring the mine wall nearby, contributed to their harmonious cooperation. After this vigorous session, Jiang Yuemo felt a persistent buzzing in her ears, and she had lost track of how many times she had adjusted the chisel's position. This section of the mine yielded uniform fragments, unlike the previous one, which had crumbled haphazardly. Here lay serpentine greenstone, a valuable find. Zhang Gang picked up a piece of ore, caressing it gently, examining it from all angles. Qin Yen Chu nodded, noting that it was worth 10 points per 10 pounds, significantly more than iron ore. If this weighs over 200 pounds, that would mean more than 20 points. Jiang Yuemo has truly begun to experience the joy of mining, which offers far superior cost-effectiveness compared to vegetable harvesting. Indeed, it is time to transport these findings, as a change of location is necessary. The commotion that Jiang Yuemo and Qi Nianshu initially created attracted the attention of many, who now occasionally cast envious glances at their excavated serpentinite, their eyes gleaming with greed. Jiang Yuemo hurriedly packed the ore, reflecting on her meager knowledge of geography. Areas rich in serpentine rock are primarily formed due to the compression of tectonic plates, resulting in magma deposits that give rise to serpentine. Therefore, this locale should also harbor chromite, if memory serves. She recalled that chromite is often accompanied by minerals such as pyrite and others. Jiang Yuemo pondered intensely, straining her mind, yet could recall little more. She vaguely remembered that the geography teacher had indeed covered this lesson, and she was acutely aware that she must have dozed off. What was that? 3 or 4 creatures, resembling medium-sized dogs, were laboriously dragging a mining cart, each adorned with a collar. Were they mining rats? Indeed, these creatures play a significant role in the mines. In perilous situations, following the mining rats could lead one to safety. Hence, at the outset of our mining endeavors, we tamed a batch of these mining rats, and now they are capable of pulling carts and performing various tasks. Their keen sense of smell even allows them to uncover treasures. This particular group of mining rats consisted of over 30 individuals, with 3 pulling one cart, and the smaller ones pulling in groups of 4. Accompanying each cart was a mercenary to prevent any potential frenzy from the rats. Despite their fearsome appearance, once tamed, they exhibited remarkable obedience, following the mine tracks without a single one lagging behind. As for our cart, it contained freshly extracted ore. It's serpentinite. Jiang Chigu, could you possibly sell us some of this serpentinite? Chugu instructed, offering a high price for it. What price are you offering? 15 tiles per cento jin, higher than the market rate. Rest assured. Jiang Yuemo glanced at Qi Nianshu and, upon seeing his nod of agreement, readily consented. That's wonderful, sister. Thank you, Sister Jiang and Brother Qi. If we can find chrome, we will purchase it at a premium. Liming assisted in preparing the ore, and it seemed that with just 2 more trips, they would be able to fill it to capacity. How shall we proceed with the excavation this time? Jiang Yuemo was eager to begin. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that Zhang Gang had drawn 3 sections, 1 for each person. After all, he too needed to mine for profit. Instructing Jiang Yuemo and Qi Nianshu was merely a secondary task, were it not for his pressing need for points. He would have preferred to avoid interactions with strangers altogether. Even Zhang Shu no longer shied away, picking up a small hammer and a tiny chisel to work diligently. Qi Nianshu and Jiang Yuemo also separated to pursue their own tasks. Jiang Yuemo meticulously struck along the edges delineated by Zhang Gang with her pickaxe, noting that the soil was somewhat loose, presumably to facilitate hammering down into the rock, or what Zhang Gang referred to as digging for treasures. Song Gong, with a wooden stick he had scavenged from somewhere clutched between his lips, paused from his own work to observe Jiang Yuemo and Qi Nianshu. He displayed a commendable sense of responsibility. Meanwhile, Zhang Shu was diligently collecting fragments of ore from the ground, sparing not a single speck. The rhythmic sound of striking echoed continuously, and Zhang Gang soon realized that Jiang Yuemo wielded her pickaxe with remarkable speed. Even more astonishing was her uncanny ability to strike precisely at the fissures in the rock each time. He recalled the years he had dedicated to honing his own skills, now merely estimating where to strike, yet this girl managed to hit the mark with such precision and efficiency, truly a talent. What he overlooked was that Jiang Yuemo was simply hammering along the pre-marked areas. This time, Qi Nianshu unearthed only a fist-sized piece of pyrite, leaving behind 50 to 60 pounds of waste rock, significantly less than in the previous 2 attempts. Jiang Yuemo, having struck approximately 50 pounds of red iron ore, even unearthed about 10 pounds of quartz as a byproduct. Satisfied with the yield, he decided to refrain from overindulgence. Zhang Gang, with a wooden stick clenched between his teeth, wiped the sweat from his brow. It was time to transport the haul, as the assembly hour was fast approaching. This time, Zhang Gang's bounty surpassed his previous mining endeavors. In the earlier 2 ventures, he had worked alongside 2 others, claiming a third of the spoils. On the 3rd occasion, he single-handedly procured over 20 pounds of chrome and earned an additional 4 points for instructing Jiang Yuemo and Qi Nianshu for 4 hours, sufficient to purchase medicine today. Gather round, gather round. Time waits for no one. The three of them filled a mining cart to capacity, incurring a 2-point transportation fee after weighing their load. Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu occupied seats in the cart of Liming and Lin Muzin, thus avoiding travel expenses. Otherwise, they would have needed to pay an additional 2 points for fare. The mercenary group was indeed lucrative, inciting a tinge of envy in Jiang Yuemo. Qin Yinshu took Jiang Yuemo's hand, tenderly massaging it. It's nothing, just a bit of callus. Qin Yinshu frowned, seemingly intent on keeping a watchful eye on Jiang Yuemo's hand. At his remark, Jiang Yuemo felt a sharp sting in his palm, realizing that his earlier excitement had led to oversight, and now he was left feeling sore and fatigued. I'll stitch you a pair of gloves tonight. We'll wear them tomorrow. All right. The two shared an intimate moment until a swarm of mercenaries rushed in like mischievous sprites. Chigu, Jiang Yuemo, you're here too. What's this? What are you staring at? Can't you see they want to share a kiss? Close your eyes. Hee, Chigu. Qin Yinshu cast a sweeping glance, and the air of dominion he once wielded over the mercenaries returned, causing their smiles to vanish in an instant. Chapter 98. Avalanche. My apologies, Chigu. Spare me. Drive on. Qin Yinshu pulled the blushing Jiang Yuemo into his embrace, disregarding the raucous youths. After all, nothing compared to the sweetness of his beloved. As he reminisced about some joyful thoughts, his ears reddened, though concealed by his mask, it remained unnoticed. Jiang Yuemo felt a tinge of embarrassment as they teased her with playful banter, completely oblivious to Qin Yinshu's actions. While the two of them basked in their affection, Zhang Gang found himself in a dire predicament. Old Zhang, we mean no offense, but we clearly see that hefty boulder weighing over 300 pounds. Surely you can't be the only one to feast while we merely sip the broth? Indeed, old Zhang, that load of, or belongs to you. Yet we ask for a mere morsel. Hey, Longo, look, there's chrome, or as well. Seems like old Zhang has struck gold. Longo, rubbing his glistening bald head, observed Zhang Gang's impotent fury and grinned, exposing his crooked yellow teeth as he jostled Zhang Gang aside to snatch the piece of chrome or, let us divide it among us. This piece I'll be taking. Zhang Shuju's eyes brimmed with resentment. In a moment, she darted out like a nimble little mouse, biting down on Long Ji's wrist where he held a chrome, or, let go. Her sharp baby teeth nearly pierced Long Ji's skin, but ultimately they were inadequate, and he kicked her away. Shuju. Zhang Gang clutched Zhang Shuju, his eyes bulging with rage. Longo, enraged, aimed a kick at Zhang Gang's chest. You fool. Don't you know to keep your pup in check? Pull that little brat's teeth out for biting. I swear, I'll make you regret it. Don't touch my child. Zhang Gang roared like an enraged lion, his unkempt beard obscuring his expression. Normally disheveled and meek, he appeared fearsome at that moment, causing Longu and his three lackeys to take a few steps back in trepidation. Intimidating, aren't you, Zhang Gang? You got quite the gall. If memory serves, there's a dead woman at home waiting for her medicine. Isn't there? Let me tell you, cross me, and no hospital will sell you any. Come at me. Strike me. Aim for my head, go ahead. Long Ji's eyes sparkled with mockery, his expression laced with disdain and humiliation, becoming the final straw that broke Zhang Gang's composure. Come on, I'm in a good mood today. If your wretched pup crawls through my legs, I'll spare you and even reward you with a vial of Grady medicine. How does that sound? Longo, you're so benevolent. Indeed. Longo, the kindest in the wasteland. Crawl through, and if your brat won't, then you can. Look at him. Was he just about to strike us? You nearly scared me to death. Hit me, Zhang Shuju's pupils constricted as she forcefully pulled Zhang Gang back, locking eyes with him, both filled with murderous intent. Their laughter had yet to subside when a thunderous roar erupted behind them. The snow behind them cascaded down like a massive white mountain, rushing from its peak with relentless force. Snowflakes and ice crystals plummeted under the pull of gravity, forming an irresistible torrent. The breathtaking scene, akin to nature's wrath, evoked both awe and terror. The vehicle roared to life at the very moment it teetered on the verge of sliding into the snowdrift, indifferent to whether anyone had boarded. Survival took precedence. The howling winds raged, Snowflakes danced violently in the air, and the intense tremors rendered it nearly impossible for individuals to maintain their footing. They screamed and dashed about, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope for survival. Some were swept away by the ferocious gusts, while others were entombed beneath the snow. Their fates uncertain. Zhang Gang, swift and agile, seized Zhang Shu and boarded the last vehicle. Long Gu and several of his underlings followed closely behind, their arrival alarmingly swift. Pull me up, Zhang Gang. I have points. I'll give you many points. I have medicine. Song Gong, Song Ge. You cannot abandon me to peril. We are brothers. Instant calma. Zhang Gang covered Zhang Shu's eyes, yet she forcefully pushed his hand away, her small eyes calmly surveying Long Gu and his companions, who were engulfed by the blizzard, vanishing in an instant from her sight, while she and Zhang Gang remained impassive. Their expressions mirrored one another, akin to desolate wells staring into the void as Long Gu faded from their view. Zhang Shu scanned her surroundings, as if committing the scene to memory. But the snow fell with relentless speed, akin to a relentless beast pursuing its prey, transforming the landscape in mere moments, leaving her no choice but to abandon the effort. You shouldn't tell everything to your mother. Zhang Gang choked slightly, truly bewildered as to from whom this child had learned such things. What a pity for the mine we excavated. Zhang Shu pressed her lips into a straight line, retrieving a piece of chrome from her pocket. Zhang Gang silently took the ore, cradling Zhang Shu and gently massaging her abdomen. It hurts, doesn't it? No, it doesn't hurt as much as yours. Zhang Shu had seen everything. Zhang Gang had concealed the blade within his sleeve, genuinely prepared to confront the so-called Long Gu. Had she not spoken, they might have perished. In the frigid atmosphere, the wound on Zhang Gang's hand had frozen and scabbed over, rendering him nearly oblivious to it. Yet how could that pain compare to the solid kick Zhang Shu had received? Perhaps he was the one lacking resolve. Did Qin Yinshu, Li Ming, and Lin Muzin manage to board? These two children had relinquished their seats for him and Qin Yinshu. Jiang Yuemo genuinely feared they might be buried in an avalanche for their selflessness, a burden she would carry for a lifetime. Don't worry. Qin Yinshu felt a twinge of anxiety, hastily sending a message to Li Ming and Lin Muzin. We're fine. Chiga, don't fret. We're both doing well. Li Ming even sent a photo of the two, grinning broadly, appearing truly unscathed, allowing Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu to finally breathe a sigh of relief. As long as they're all right, that's all that matters. Cheng Yu accelerated the vehicle to its limits. Sister Jiang, it's too early for that. Without warning, the snow on the right descended, and the two vehicles in the middle were caught unprepared, completely entombed, while the cars behind, traveling at excessive speed, narrowly avoided collision. Fortunately, the driver, exhibiting remarkable skill, skillfully guided the 6 vehicles trailing behind to maneuver from the left side, just managing to catch up with Cheng Yu's lead vehicle. Jiang Yuemo could only watch helplessly as events unfolded before her. She understood that she had never been a savior. In this era plagued by both natural disasters and man-made calamities, ensuring her own safety was the wisest course of action. Finally, the vehicle reached a safe haven, where the avalanche could no longer pursue them. The harrowing sight of the avalanche colliding with the forest was etched in her memory. The colossal waves of snow swiftly engulfed the trees, uprooting them entirely. Even the once mighty beasts, normally brimming with bravado, fled in terror, while those unable to escape were forever entombed beneath the snow. Chapter 99. The Broken Vehicle. Overnight in the forest, alas, the vehicle had run out of fuel. Cheng Yu attempted to start the engine twice, but to no avail. It only emitted a couple of futile sounds before falling silent. Zhang Yue, Li Montak, do you have any spare fuel? No, Brother Cheng. Brother Cheng, I have a flat tire. I'm out of fuel too, my fuel tank has a leak. Incredible that it hasn't exploded, yet there were only a few remaining ores, and whoever owned them could take them. Should anyone foolishly covet another's belongings, they should not expect any mercy from us, the Tianling mercenary group, in the future. The only cargo left belonged to Dawn and Lin Muzin. Coincidentally, Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu had arrived early, their oars packed at the very back, alongside Zhang Gang's. Zhang Shu spotted her half-basket of oars and rushed towards it joyfully, tears of happiness brimming in her eyes. Dad, I thought our oars were lost. Jiang Gang also beamed, though his bushy beard concealed much of his expression. Where did this child come from? Lin Muzin finally noticed Zhang Shu, astonished to find the child had been with them in the mine all along. Jiang Gang hurriedly shielded Zhang Shu behind him. This is my child. Dawn stepped forward, undeterred by the wary gazes of Jiang Gang and Zhang Shu. Here, child, have a treat. He opened his large hand to reveal a vividly colored candy wrapped in paper, shimmering under the moonlight. Zhang Shu swallowed hard. She had never seen such a beautiful sweet before. No thanks, the boy doesn't eat this. Jiang Gang's voice was laced with tension and protectiveness, betraying his anxiety. Without further ado, Dawn pressed the candy into Zhang Shu's hand. The child is too young. It will become quite cold soon. You, a grown man, can endure it. But let the child sit in the vehicle for now. As Dawn regarded Zhang Shu, he found her spirited and charming, particularly those eyes, sharp like a vigilant little wolf. Truly, she embodied the spirit of a warrior. I want to stay with Daddy. Although Zhang Shu accepted the candy from Dawn, she still wished to remain by her father's side, her vigilance unwavering. Zhang Shu paused momentarily, remembering her mother. Dawn smiled as he reached for her hand. Her small hand was soft yet bore a thin layer of calluses. Just as he was about to speak, his hand was pulled away. Don't be afraid. I'll drive. How about you sit beside me? The driver's seat felt relatively warmer, while the rear cargo area was exposed to the elements, rendering it truly frigid. Zhang Shu lightly adjusted her collar, smiling softly. Thank you. Li Ming raised an eyebrow, surprised by her politeness. How old are you? 7. He had assumed she was at most 5. How could she be so diminutive? The two exchanged words, and Zhang Shu gradually relaxed. As she sat in the passenger seat, held in Lin Muzin's embrace, her demeanor became less restrained. Zhang just watched 4 cars drive away, and upon turning around, he spotted Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yanchu. Oh, you haven't left, girl? Jiang Yuemo felt a flicker of joy upon seeing Zhang Gang. After all, the recent avalanche had struck with alarming swiftness, leaving everyone unprepared. Song Gong, being a familiar face, was a welcome sight, and it was a relief that he had survived. The vehicle was already at capacity, so she decided to remain and guard her oar. Qin Yanchu had gone to assist with the tire repair, leaving Jiang Yuemo steadfastly by her precious minerals. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Zhang Gang, being somewhat socially anxious, found himself at a loss for words, especially in the absence of Zhang Shu. Will you return to mine tomorrow? He inquired. Jiang Yuemo admired his adeptness at finding suitable spots for excavation, a skill she had yet to fully master, and she hoped for another day of collaboration. Come, tomorrow won't be solely about mining. The avalanche has been extensive. The mercenaries might hire us to clear the snow. Jiang Yuemo felt it was unlikely that points would be granted, yet the weekly mining event offering 50 points might be extended by a couple of days. Contemplating the calamity, Jiang Yuemo felt a pang of regret for the lives that were swiftly buried beneath the rubble. As she wallowed in her melancholy, a commotion erupted nearby. She witnessed several mercenaries being subdued, while 7 or 8 figures audaciously seized the orphan ground and fled, leaving Jiang Yuemo astounded by their audacity. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. Jiang Yuemo felt something strike her head, thrown by a mercenary. The individual crumpled to the ground, then, in a swift roll to evade, ended up tumbling to rest at Jiang Yuemo's feet. In the vicinity where Jiang Yuemo stood, a considerable crowd had gathered, primarily due to the presence of precious ores, which their guardians vigilantly monitored. It was uncertain which unfortunate soul had fallen victim to theft. Upon witnessing the arrival of robbers, the onlookers immediately scattered in fear. Jiang Yuemo quickly attempted to distance herself, yet she was perilously close to one of the assailants, who seized her foot with a firm grip. In an instant, 4 individuals surged forward. Zhang Gang was overpowered by 2, who muffled him and pressed him to the ground, while another hapless victim was also subdued. The leader's expression was obscured, rendering Jiang Yuemo unable to discern his intentions. With one man gripping her foot tightly, another brandished a knife against her throat, leaving her paralyzed with trepidation. 6th and 7th brothers, take the cargo and flee, commanded the burly man with a knife at Jiang Yuemo's neck. Mercenaries encircled them, apprehensive of the potential harm to Jiang Yuemo, Zhang Gang, and the other captive. "Let us go, or I will slay these three," he threatened. The 7 rascals displayed a surprising cleverness, while 5 created chaos. The other 2 absconded with 4 crates of ore, far exceeding what the 7 could extract from the mines. Yet, in the desolate wilderness, shrouded in darkness, where could they possibly escape? Chu Tian had departed with the vehicle, and the one in charge now was Fang Tianqi, a man whose ruthlessness Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu had long recognized. As he prepared to draw his firearm, Qin Yinshu, concerned for Jiang Yuemo's safety, restrained his hand. "What is wrong to Qi? If there is something to discuss, do so later. I'll take care of these ruffians swiftly," he assured. "Don't fire. It may harm Mo, Qin Yinshu implored. Fang Tianqi, visibly irritated, replied, "Troublesome. Daqui, leasing. I cannot allow these clowns to rob me under my very nose. It would be quite embarrassing." He wrested the gun from Qin Yinshu's grasp and aimed it squarely at the man holding the knife to Jiang Yuemo. To their astonishment, the assailant seemed intent on murder. The man trembled, tightening his grip, causing Jiang Yuemo's neck to bleed. "Lower the weapon, or I will genuinely kill this woman." Chapter 100. A Narrow Escape. Fang Tianqi. "This lunatic. Just a jest. Come on, come on." Fang Tianqi relinquished his gun, observing Qin Yinshu with a bemused expression. Jiang Yuemo felt a sharp pain in her neck, and her ankle was firmly grasped, leaving her too frightened to move. "Elder brother, please remain calm. Silence. You little wench, I shall first sear you before I slay you." "Very well, my good fellow, you have successfully provoked my ire. First sear, and then slay. Is it?" Under the cloak of night, Jiang Yuemo deftly retrieved a crossbow bolt, measuring the length of her finger from her left wrist. The slender projectile was approximately 3 times thicker than a needle, hardly noticeable at a cursory glance. As the burly man nervously confronted Qin Yinshu, he simultaneously commanded his subordinates to retreat. The fallen lackeys, regaining their composure, prepared to flee with baskets in hand. In the instant the large man held Jiang Yuemo hostage and began to withdraw, she swiftly raised her hand and plunged the bolt into his neck. Like a leopard, Qin Yinshu sprang into action, delivering a powerful punch that felled the assailant. "Big brother, don't mind him. Let's get out of here." Seeing their leader in peril, the remaining 6 lackeys were thrown into disarray. With Jiang Yuemo now safe from her perilous predicament, the other mercenaries and well-meaning individuals surged forward, capturing all 7 lackeys on the spot. "Stealing something, are you? You scoundrels. If you want to rob, my brothers will teach you a lesson. You're mistaken, big brother. Don't hit me. It was all their doing. I had nothing to do with it." Zhang Gang, filled with rage, found himself overwhelmed, as anyone could trample upon him. He seized a robber and began to beat him mercilessly, while the surrounding onlookers, noticing his unusual behavior, rushed to intervene but struggled to separate them. Montak. Does it hurt? Are there any other injuries?" Jiang Yuemo bore a slender crimson mark upon her neck, a sight that appeared alarming yet was merely a superficial wound. It was but a minor scrape. Otherwise, she remained unscathed. However, the slightest movement tugged at the injury, eliciting a sharp pain that made Jiang Yuemo hesitant to shift. Qin Yinshu unfastened his cashmere coat, cotton jacket, and outer layer, then tore a strip from his shirt to carefully bandage her wound. He held her close, feeling a pang of regret for having been preoccupied with repairing a tire. Had he stayed by her side, she would not have suffered such an unwarranted misfortune. The 7 little heroes had been thoroughly beaten, and even in the absence of light, Jiang Yuemo could envision their battered faces. Yet, the events of the day had utterly drained both of their energies and spirits. They hastily placed the basket of ore down, locked the door, and, without a thought for personal hygiene, collapsed onto the bed, too fatigued to care. Qin Yinshu, still possessing a semblance of rationality, was not overly exhausted and took the time to meticulously cleanse Jiang Yuemo's wound. Their slumber was deep and untroubled, the passage of time a mystery to them. It was not until noon the following day that they stirred. Jiang Yuemo was cocooned in her blankets, warm and blissfully asleep. Yet her wound had formed scabs, and even the slightest touch sent a searing pain through her neck. "Do not touch it. I shall procure some ointment shortly, and it will feel much better." Qin Yinshu said, his voice hoarse, his eyes bloodshot, betraying a restless night. What happened to you? He began, only to recall the previous night when the girl had been in a frenzy, shouting and flailing, even kicking herself onto the floor several times. In the end, he had to wrap her in a blanket and hold her close to bring her some semblance of calm. It seemed she had indeed been frightened. It's nothing, merely a bit weary, she replied. So, shall we go mining today? Yes, but by now, Chutian and the others must have already set out. Jiang Yuemo contemplated sending him a message for clarification, as they had convened at 3 o'clock the previous afternoon, and she remained uncertain about the specific gathering time. Wrapped in each other's embrace, Qin Yinshu enjoyed a far more restful slumber this time. They languidly lingered in the warmth of the blankets for 2 hours before finally rising to freshen up. Jiang Yuemo felt an unusual hunger. She surprisingly went an entire day without eating and hardly noticed it. That's merely an illusion. You should first drink some nutritional liquid to settle your stomach, someone advised. Yesterday, she had promised Jiang Yuemo a delightful meal to replenish her strength, and today she intended to keep that promise. As soon as Qin Yinshu rose, he retrieved some pork leg from storage. The last power outage had hindered the preservation of many items, but fortunately, the cooling weather made it relatively easy to maintain the freshness of the frozen pork. Mo, I have purchased 2 B-grade and 3 C-grade potions. Remember to apply them. Qin Yinshu reminded as he turned to leave with a ladder, not forgetting to urge Jiang Yuemo, who was reluctant to leave her warm bed. Before long, the rich aroma wafted through the air, rousing Jiang Yuemo from her cocoon of blankets. The two had not eaten all day, and now they craved something easily digestible. What is this? She inquired. It's meat porridge, Qin Yinshu replied, having chopped the meat finely and cooked it with rice until thickened, adding oil, salt, and bits of dried vegetables. The vibrant green of the dried vegetables matched perfectly with the meat porridge. He had just the right number of preserved salted duck eggs at home, selecting one to slice in half, the yolk glistening enticingly, promising a delectable taste. However, she had prepared century egg and lean meat porridge, occasionally adding a few shrimp, paired with her salted duck egg, an absolute delight. She felt quite satisfied. Qin Yinshu's culinary skills were exceptional, transforming simple ingredients into extraordinary flavors. How curious it was that despite using the same ingredients, the taste varied depending on who prepared the dish. What are you daydreaming about? Your porridge is nearly spilling over, he teased. I'm not that foolish. Just save some for me. Although Qin Yinshu had prepared meat porridge, he was rather stingy, making only 2 large bowls, insufficient for her appetite. Don't eat too much. It can lead to indigestion. We'll have something else later. You tease, I'll have my fill. Chapter 101. Purchasing major items in the afternoon. The two harvested a batch of sprouted bean sprouts, and the remaining beans were stir-fried into a fragrant dish. They sent some of the stir-fried beans and sprouts to Jiang, En, and Shun Jibai. Do you remember the last time we talked about buying a fragmenting machine? Jiang Yuan nodded, becoming increasingly addicted to the beans. As the weather grows colder, it seems imminent that the city will be sealed off. This week, we should gather more so that when the snow season arrives, we can refine pig iron at home. Is pig iron more valuable then, or? It exceeds it by more than tenfold. Qin Yinshu calculated that, excluding the time cost, the ticket for mining, coupled with the tools, totals 60 points. Additionally, purchasing a crushing machine requires 200 points. If we can acquire 1,000 gene of iron ore without any loss, 1,000 gene of ore can yield 100 gene of pig iron, which in turn can be converted into 10 gene of wrought iron, while 10 gene of wrought iron can only produce 1 gene of refined iron. However, we do not require refined iron. Pig iron suffices. Iron ore is valued at 50 gene per point, and pig iron at 1 gene per point. Therefore, 1,000 gene of iron ore costs 20 points, and producing 100 gene of pig iron can earn us 80 points. Yesterday, we harvested approximately 200 gene of iron ore. In the coming days, we can quietly acquire others ore in the mining area at a slightly higher price than the market rate, estimating that we could gather around 10 tons. Qin Yinshu, having previously been a mercenary, possesses a modicum of understanding regarding the quantity of ore collected. 1 ton equates to 2,000 gene. Thus 10 tons amounts to 20,000 gene. Collecting this will require around 400 points, and after deducting the cost for tools and machinery, we should save nearly 1,000 points. Jiang Yuemo found the idea feasible. She intended to open a shop, as there would be ample opportunities to earn money in the future. Mining iron ore would yield a modest profit of nearly 1,000 points with minimal effort. Although it was laborious and time-consuming, the next 5 months confined within the city left her with little to do at home. Our courtyard had no space left for storage, so it would be prudent to discuss this with Jiang and Jiangping and Shunjibai. I shared her sentiment. Together, we could prosper financially. Gathered at Jiang Yuemo's residence, the 5 of us increasingly felt the plan was viable. Sister Jiang, tomorrow my brother and I will also go mining. We had previously worked in the base's mining area, one of them remarked. However, the mining site was later attacked by beasts. Were it not for Jiang An's ability to hypnotize the creatures, providing Jiang Ping an opportunity to counterattack, they might have lost their lives that day. All right, let us venture forth together tomorrow. Shun Jibai expressed great enthusiasm for mining, having never tried it before. Although he was 18, 3 years of isolation from human society had left him with a childlike curiosity towards the unfamiliar. Qin Yinshu had truly leveraged his connections with the Tianlang mercenary corps to great effect. With their permission, he even established a separate stall for purchasing or at the same price as the mercenary corps, but without charging transportation fees, which attracted more sellers. Since Qin Yinshu also had to pay the transportation fees to the mercenary corps, the profits ultimately benefited Chu Tian and his associates, making little difference in the end. Nevertheless, most opted to sell to the Tianlang mercenary corps, as large enterprises offered greater credibility than individual sellers. After a week of scattered efforts, we amassed approximately 11 to 12 tons, filling our 3 households to the brim. This wouldn't suffice. We needed to rent a space for future iron smelting, as inhaling the dispersed dust could lead to illness. Thus, an additional expense was incurred, renting a warehouse for 5 months at the cost of 50 points. Finally, the mining days came to an end. Now, whenever Jiang Yuemo encountered dark places, she felt a sense of dread, as if haunted by the experience. Even contemplating tearing down her home's walls to search for ore. Stop daydreaming. After finishing our horse stance, we still need to visit Boss Wan to purchase a fragmentary mining machine. This morning, Qin Yinshu had prepared a delightful blood sausage stew, which Jiang Yuemo relished, leaving her feeling satisfied and considerably alleviating her earlier irritation from practicing the horse stance for an extra half hour. Here they come. In addition to mining, Jiang Yuemo has been industriously crafting 2 pairs of cashmere trousers and accessories, such as hats and gloves from the remaining sheepskin and rabbit fur. The 2 of them are truly fully equipped for their outing, with not a trace of skin exposed except for their eyes. What brings the lady out today? Upon seeing Jiang Yuemo, Wan Fugue was filled with delight, indicating that today he is destined for great fortune. Jiang Yuemo never anticipated that the notorious Wan Bapi, the miserly Iron Rooster, and the living king of hell would maintain such a cordial demeanor towards her for an extended period. The pretense of brotherly affection he displayed was indeed perplexing. She could not fathom his motives. Yet, she wore a smile, echoing, "Oh, dear brother, I merely stopped by to see you, ha." A mere fabrication, as Wan Fugue understood well that this girl was not one to seek an audience without purpose. "Brother, it's rather cold lately, and it seems the financial prospect have frozen as well." Wan Fugue poured 2 cups of hot tea for them, then took an interest in watering his money tree. "What a coincidence. A friend of mine inquired about crushers, and I recall that you might have some. Thus, I came to ask." The truth was, with her arrival, prosperity was on the horizon, and he was eager to discuss it. "Do you have any available? How many do you need?" "1 unit, she replied. "1? Is that not a bit too few? 1 unit yields no profit." She even deemed it expensive, having to muster her resolve to purchase that single machine. Wan Fugue, seated thoughtfully, recalled that last time Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu did not bid on those 3 crushers. It was unlikely they intended to use them. No news had surfaced about anyone establishing a mine. Could it be the Tianlang mercenary corps? Rumor had it they had recently opened a new mine. Perhaps they had sent Jiang Yuemo to test the waters. It would be prudent to showcase the superiority of his or Crusher's before they committed to a bulk purchase. Let me be clear, sister, the auction price for 3 units is 600, which is the base price. As brothers, we must be fair. You can take them for 200 each, totaling 500 for all 3. Today, as price is fixed, tomorrow may differ, so think carefully before you speak. Qin Yinshu tapped his wristwatch. The price was reasonable, aligning with their expectations. Do you require or Crushers? 2 units for 340. Chu Tian was somewhat taken aback by Qin Yinshu's message, as this was the first communication following the siege of the laboratory. He had assumed Qin Yinshu was upset and would not wish to contact him again. Yes, where can I collect them? The 2 Crushers at the base were in dire need of replacement, and Qin Yinshu's offer was 30 points lower than the market price. Quite the bargain. Qin Yinshu nodded at Jiang Yuemo, and she understood that the other 2 units were secured. Let us finalize this. Please assist in delivering them to the Tianlang Mercenary Corps. Wan Fugue clapped his hands, his smile revealing a gleeful grin. I knew it. Truly, you are the esteemed Wan boss. Very well, that's easily arranged. With a profit of 200 from the sale of the used machines, Wan Fugue was in high spirits, practically floating with joy. Chapter 102. Purchasing a vehicle. To be candid, there is yet another matter I must discuss. After purchasing a significant item, Jiang Yuemo felt a surge of excitement. Suddenly, she recalled the bicycle that Qin Yinshu had mentioned before, and her desire was ignited. It was indeed a splendid opportunity. Speak your mind, my friend. I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for you, facing any peril without hesitation. That is quite an exaggeration, Wan Fugue responded. For Jiang Yuemo would never dare to put him in such a perilous position. I wish to buy a bicycle. Wan Fugue blinked in surprise. Is that all? What a trivial matter. Surely you are unaware of my origins. I built my fortune from the ground up, and I have an abundance of such items. He chided her, noting that after all this time, she had not brought a token of gratitude. What do you think of that bicycle at the entrance? If you like it, feel free to take it. He noticed that Jiang Yuemo had been eyeing that very bicycle, and she was indeed quite astute. How could I possibly accept this? She protested, though her words belied her eagerness as she watched Ado bring the bicycle inside, unable to resist its allure. Take it if you like. I have plenty more. If you bring someone to sell it, I shall offer you an 8% discount, and my sister will seize this opportunity. Jiang Yuemo delightedly caressed the car, yet she understood that she could not accept it outright. Her brother had treated her so well. It was only fair that she confided in him. As the snow season came to an end, she and Aki planned to open a shop selling fruits, vegetables, and grains. Wan Fugue did not comprehend. Opening a shop? What's the matter? Do you need my assistance? They intended to sell produce with low levels of radiation. Jiang Yuemo's confidence seemed a bit audacious. How could she guarantee that her goods were indeed of low radiation? This thought prompted him to voice his inquiry. Brother, there are ways known to us. We are scholars, you understand. Wan Fugue, though lacking comprehension, prided himself on being educated and nodded vigorously. Yes, a trade secret. I shall not pry. What does the young lady mean? As we embark on this venture, I cannot help but feel indebted to you, dear brother. Therefore, as long as I am here, I assure you that 30% of my goods will be supplied to you. I hope you will not find them lacking. How could I? Wan Fugue was elated. After all, low-radiation produce was a rare find. Even the elite could not ensure their daily intake of such goods. If he had connections, it might lead to significant opportunities. Jiang Yuemo had indeed conferred upon him a considerable favor. After all, her offerings were truly unique. My dear sister, you must open a shop. I shall reserve a space for you. Choose any spot you desire. I have already selected a location, but I have yet to finalize it. We will revisit once the snow season is past. Wan Fugue squinted, resembling a benevolent Mithriel Buddha, bidding farewell to the duo. He then settled into his small tricycle and made his way to Granny Fong's grocery store. Mother, I'm here. I'm famished. What as for dinner today, mother? Rush. You don't even address your mother properly, just shouting. Do you treat your mother as a mere symbol? Granny Fong held a large bowl of sweet potato noodles, grumbling as she set the table, yet her hands never ceased their work. Eat. No amount of eating will silence your mouth. My goodness. You don't even mind it getting stuck in your teeth. Granny Fong generously poured a large spoonful of meat sauce for him and wiped the sauce from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Wan Fugi, in his 30s, resembled a giant infant before Granny Fong, and it seemed perfectly natural. The two bantered and scolded each other as they devoured a large bowl of sweet potato noodles, most of which found their way into Wan Fugi's stomach, providing him with much-needed warmth in the frigid weather. Ah, this bicycle is truly splendid. Amidst the biting cold wind, Jiang Yuemo, donning a mask and hat, stubbornly carried the weight of Qin Yinchu's obstinacy. Were it not for her headgear, the fierce gusts would surely have made her face feel as if it might split apart. Qin Yinchu, tall and robust, found himself cramped in the back seat, his long legs and feet barely accommodating. All right, Mo, have you had enough riding? Let me take a turn, he implored, truly on the verge of freezing, if not already at risk of being unceremoniously jostled by the bicycle's relentless motion. You come. Jiang Yuemo felt her hands growing numb from the cold. With great difficulty, she paused and exchanged positions with Qin Yinchu. In the final moment when Jiang Yuemo felt as though the fierce wind might sweep her away, the two of them reached the warm embrace of the blankets. The heated Kong they had ignited before leaving still retained a lingering warmth. They should have added more firewood, but both were too frozen to make the effort. With a snow disaster imminent, it was indeed wise to stockpile additional supplies, lest they find themselves without fuel. Jiang Yuemo, enveloped in her quilt, savored the warmth beneath her, never before experiencing life so delightfully tranquil as today. The sun shone gently, and although the outside world was frigid, her abode radiated a comforting warmth. Qin Yinchu, having finished heating the Kong, began preparing a meal. The pantry housed bean sprouts, an assortment of dried vegetables, rabbit meat, pork, salted duck eggs, and blood sausage. Pondering what to eat today, she drifted off to sleep. When Qin Yinchu called her for dinner, he noticed an unusual flush on Jiang Yuemo's face. She did not respond to his calls, her hands and feet icy, while her forehead burned with fever. Alarmed, he promptly administered an entire tube of B-grade medication, followed by a sponge bath with the remaining half bottle of white liquor to physically reduce her temperature. After monitoring her condition for half an hour, he resolved that if her temperature did not subside, a trip to the hospital would be inevitable. Qin Yinchu gathered every blanket in the house to cover her, even wrapping her in a sheepskin coat for additional warmth. Jiang Yuemo, in a state of unease, fidgeted restlessly, while Qin Yinchu tenderly wiped the sweat from her forehead, checking her temperature every 5 minutes. Fortunately, the fever had abated. It was not as intense as before. In fear of causing further complications, Qin Yinchu peeled away several layers of blankets, leaving only the duck-down comforters wrapped snugly around both Jiang Yuemo and himself. Festi. Beside them, a pot of water was kept warm. Qin Yinchu, not daring to relax for even a moment, immediately poured some into a cup upon hearing Jiang Yuemo's voice, carefully blowing on it before offering it to her. Be cautious, it's hot. Still, it wasn't tea enough. After finishing another large bowl, Jiang Yuemo found herself needing to use the restroom, yet was met with resistance. It's windy outside. You just begun to sweat. If you go out, you might fall ill again, Qin Yinchu replied, a disapproving expression on his face. What should I do? I want to go. Jiang Yuemo spoke in a sweet, pleading tone, which inexplicably made Qin Yinchu feel inclined to acquiesce to her wishes. Though he knew it was not the right time, her fever had not fully subsided. They'll fetch you a jar, and you can take care of it right here. Jiang Yuemo was overwhelmed with a mix of shame and indignation. No, it was absolutely impossible. Yet, holding it in was not a viable option. But if she continued to suppress it, something dreadful might occur. What could she do? Chapter 103. Smelting cast iron. The weather grew increasingly frigid, causing the two individuals trudging towards the warehouse to shiver uncontrollably. It's fine. Once we start moving, we will warm up. Before them lay a mountain of ore, a daunting sight that promised an arduous exertion ahead. The Tianling Mercenary Corps had already delivered the crusher to the modest warehouse rented by Jiang Yuemo. Though referred to as a warehouse, it was merely a makeshift structure of rickety boards, situated in a shanty town, perilously close to an area of high radiation concentration. The space was limited, emphasizing the principle of maximizing utility. The small warehouse, spanning over 60 square meters, was predominantly filled with towering stacks of ore, with the ore crusher positioned centrally amidst the chaos. Jiang Yuemo invested a considerable sum, minus 50 points, to acquire 3 large batteries sufficient to shatter the ore in this location. Without hesitation, Qin Yinshu began to extract the ore in batches, while Jiang Yuemo dug pits beside him. Sister Jiang, the pot is here. Jiang hoisted a large iron cauldron, while Shun Jibai and Jiang Ping carried water, although the long journey had rendered it frozen. After excavating 2 pits and connecting them, they placed the cauldron in one pit and built a fire in the other, swiftly melting the ice into water. They poured the boiling water onto the frozen, solid ground, and the 3 of them worked deftly, mixing the mud without pause, fearing it would freeze again. Jiang Ping and Qin Yinshu, the 2 strong laborers, tirelessly tossed or into the crusher without rest. Hurry, let's form a kiln. The consistency of the mud was just right, disregarding the cold air and heated water. They directly began shaping the kiln with their hands. Jiang En and Shun Jibai busily struck stones and gathered twigs to reinforce the trembling earthen kiln. After ensuring a proper airflow, they installed the previously purchased bellows, minus 20 points. The kiln was filled with straw, once ignited and the bellows operated. It not only left ash but also dried the kiln walls. Although Qin Yinshu and Jiang Ping had taken precautions, the swirling dust left their heads streaked with gray. They transported a large basket of crushed iron ore to the kiln, adding charcoal, minus 10 points, to raise the temperature. Charcoal was quite inexpensive here, costing only 10 points for 1,000 pounds. Jiang Yuemo could not suppress her laughter, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Metal was evidently precious in this land, while charcoal, a laborious endeavor, was surprisingly undervalued. The 3 of them took turns working the bellows, finally raising the furnace temperature to a level suitable for smelting iron. They added iron or powder, coke, and limestone, initiating the singular task of operating the bellows. The principle behind iron smelting was quite simple. Carbon and ore generate high temperatures upon contact, yielding iron, though the process was undeniably exhausting. After an entire day, not a single ingot of iron had been produced, and the 5 individuals were utterly fatigued, having consumed merely a tube of nutrient solution. Yet, the furnace required constant attention, and they had no choice but to remain by its side. Fortunately, the warmth emanating from the furnace provided a meager comfort against the cold. Sister Jiang, it's time to add more materials, came a call. The smelting process was fraught with potential errors, and Jiang Yuemo had to stay vigilant. With small, frequent additions of materials and continuous blowing, she feared that a moment of carelessness could cost her precious points. After more than 4 hours, as dusk settled, the first batch finally emerged. Carefully, they used long tongs to extract it, removing impurities to obtain the raw iron. The dawn of hope was before them. The fruits of their labor over the day had not been in vain. Over the course of 5 arduous months, undeterred by wind and snow, they had even collaborated with the Tianling Mercenary Corps, selling raw iron at a rate of 1.5 points per pound, from less than 12 tons of ore. They had produced approximately 2,400 pounds of raw iron, netting a total of 3,650 points. Originally, this sum was to be divided among 5, but as the machines and tools had been provided by Jiang Yuemo and Qin Yinshu, when it came time to distribute, Shun Jibai and Jiang Ping each received 670 points. The points earned over these 5 months surpassed what Jiang Ping gathered in an entire year of hunting. Yet the effort was undeniably taxing. Jiang Ping had become darker in complexion, his physique transformed. He now boasted a muscular build capable of delivering powerful strikes. Even Jiang had developed perfectly sculpted muscles from the continuous operation of the bellows. The 5 months of lockdown were the most grueling of times. In the shanty town, a significant portion had not survived, while another half had managed to rejuvenate, creating a new population. Humanity is a resilient species, capable of blossoming even in adversity. Finally, the city gates opened, and Jiang Yuemo could venture to the prosperous street she had longed for to open her new shop. Throughout these 5 months, Shun Jibai, lacking sufficient physical stamina, fell ill after 7 consecutive days of ironworking. For the sake of his health, his assigned task was to tend to the vegetables in the greenhouse. Shun Jibai was elated. He reveled in the agricultural work, finding profound happiness in witnessing the flourishing of fruits and vegetables. Sister Jiang, the persimmons and chives have been harvested, and the ginger and potatoes have been dug up as well. As he admired the bounty he had cultivated, a sense of accomplishment bubbled within him, prompting him to boast to Jiang Yuemo, "Let us cultivate watermelons after grating the potatoes and ginger. During these days, we shall nurture the watermelon seedlings." Sister Jiang, behold, drip, drip, pure sustenance, drip, drip, pure sustenance. All seeds sown by Shun Jibai and the produce derived from the earth exhibit the essence of pure nourishment, entirely untainted. Jiang Yuemo meticulously wiped clean a persimmon, only to find it lacking in sweetness, its flavor almost non-existent. Could this be a drawback of greenhouse produce? Sister Jiang, regardless of taste, do you have any idea how exorbitant pure foods are? They are even auctioned off in pairs. We possess an abundance. The persimmons alone weighed at least 300 pounds, and though the leeks had not been weighed, they filled 10 baskets to the brim. However, Jiang Yuemo was acutely aware of the principle that rarity begets value. Would such a sudden influx of pure food into the market not drive down prices? If they failed to sell, the vegetables would spoil. Upon hearing this, Shun Jibai, enigmatic as ever, chuckled softly. Sister Jiang, have you forgotten? I have a space. These vegetables will remain fresh indefinitely within it. How could she have overlooked that? What are the current market prices for pure foods? When categorized, the persimmons and leeks were exceedingly small. She had never encountered such diminutive specimens before. Persimmons in the market fetched 25 to 30 points per tael, while leeks commanded 35 to 40 points per tael. A single tomato weighed around 2 pounds, with 1 pound equating to 10 taels. Thus, each pound of tomatoes was worth 250 points. By this calculation, the profits they had painstakingly accrued over 5 months paled in comparison to the potential earnings from tomatoes. 300 pounds of tomatoes was not even the limit. They could harvest another 300 pounds, totaling 600 pounds. 600 pounds could yield a staggering 150,000 points. My goodness, an opportunity for wealth beyond imagination. Chapter 104. Opening a store. The conclusion, Shun Jibai, we cannot take advantage of you. The seeds are yours. And it seems we must now reconsider the distribution of profits. Shun Jibai quickly waved his hand. Sister Jiang, please do not speak like that. What is mine is yours. Without you, I would still be homeless. One must ultimately integrate into this world. The words of Jiang Yuemo struck deep within Shun Jibai's heart. Since we have chosen to embark on this journey together, we must lay everything bare and communicate openly, for we are the closest of companions. Are we not? Shun Jibai's eyes glistened with tears as he gazed at Qin Yinshu, Jiang Yuemo, and Jiang Pingjiangin. Each of them treated him with the care of an elder sibling. He realized he ought not to harbor such thoughts, perpetually feeling like an outsider. Jiang embraced him warmly. Little brother, you certainly have much on your mind. All right, Shun Jibai replied, breaking into a smile despite his tears. The annual rent for the store amounts to 20,000 points, with utilities and maintenance costing another 10,000. Various permits will also require an additional 10,000 points. These expenses will be shared among the 5 of us, equating to 8,000 per individual. I, along with Achi, will manage the store, while Jiang En and Jiang Ping, along with Shun Jibai, will handle the harvesting and transportation. How about we divide the final points in a ratio of 3, 3, 4? Since the raw materials are primarily provided by Abai, I propose that he takes the larger share, receiving 4, while the other 2 families take 3 each. Jiang nodded in agreement, and neither Jiang Ping nor Qin Yinshu objected. However, Shun Jibai was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. One day, we shall purchase a house at Changhiju. Indeed, our ambitions extend beyond this single store. We shall establish many, many more. Yet, to maintain the market price of our pristine produce, we cannot release too much at once. We must blend it with lower-grade potatoes and ginger. After much discussion, the group decided to package the pristine produce as gift boxes, adopting a high-end approach. The quantity of seeds is limited, and even if we were to replant, we cannot guarantee the quality will not degrade. Therefore, we shall sell a little at a time. With Shunjibai space available, these items sold gradually will suffice for a lifetime, not to mention there are still other seeds yet to be sown. What shall we name our store? Qin Yinshu pondered while twirling his pen, suddenly noticing the character for fortune inscribed upon it. How about 5 blessings arrive? Excellent. Quite auspicious indeed. A tad glitch. Jiang Yuemo quietly interjected. What if we call it 5 Blessings Hall? It's festive and rolls off the tongue nicely. Agreed. Thus, the grandest fresh produce supermarket, 5 Blessings Hall, dedicated to the sale of pristine food, was officially established, quickly attracting the affluent residents of the wealthy district. Wan Fugue was astounded by Jiang Yuemo's bold venture and fully immersed himself in promoting the business, spreading the word far and wide. Soon, it became known throughout the affluent area. Despite the exorbitant prices of the vegetables, customers flocked in droves, transforming the establishment into a symbol of status among the wealthy. Jiang Yuemo, Qin Yinshu, Jiang Ping, Jiang In, and Shun Jibai have swiftly ascended to the ranks of the new elite within the business sphere. Their enigmatic sources of goods and their generous approach to transactions have instilled a sense of caution among the upper echelons, who dare not provoke them. The Tianlang Mercenary Corps, through their mining endeavors, has emerged as the only mercenary group possessing control over mineral veins, subtly establishing themselves as the foremost among mercenary organizations. With the protection of the Tianlang Mercenary Corps, these 5 individuals can traverse this continent with an unparalleled audacity. Jiang Yuemo even expanded her business to other cities, discovering after a whole year in this place that the wasteland continent is not limited to just this one city, but is home to many others, both large and small. The city she resides in is the largest among them. With her points amassed to overflowing, Jiang Yuemo experienced firsthand the sensation of being indifferent to wealth. The fierce rivalry between Lin Tianxiao and Tao Jigang reached her ears. 2 years later, their factions were left in ruin after a bitter conflict. To everyone's astonishment, the newly appointed lord of the second-largest city, Arc City, Cheng Zhuin, led the Cheng family army to eliminate Lin Tianxiao and Tao Jigang. She successfully took over the colossal city and merged it with Arc City. Jiang Yuemo exhibited little interest in these matters. They bore no consequence for her business. In fact, she successfully orchestrated a grand commercial conference, garnering respect even from Cheng Zhuin. The conference spanned a myriad of industries, and Jiang Ping, Jiang In, and Shun Jibai busily traversed the expanse of the nation, each having matured significantly. Recently, Jiang Ping had been acting rather strangely, often leaving early and returning late. One day, Jiang In discovered a lipstick mark imprinted on his collar. Under the collective pressure of the 4, Jiang Ping confessed. He had been the clandestine lover of Lu Jiaojiao. This revelation shocked Jiang Yuemo, Qin Yinshu, and Shun Jibai to their cores, while Jiang In merely wore a knowing expression. Lu Jiaojiao was in the process of divorcing her pampered and indolent husband, and she had successfully taken over the Xianyu Mercenary Corps. With the mercenary group as her support, she had entirely liberated herself from her disastrous household and settled her late father's debts. After 3 years of sweet romance with Jiang Ping, followed by 3 years of silence and 2 years of tumultuous reconnection, they had finally reunited. Sister Jiang, I have repaired the spaceship. After 2 arduous years, Shun Jibai had scoured the cosmos for meteorites and iron, experiencing the vexation of wealth being unable to procure everything. Thanks to the assistance of the Tianlang and Xianyu mercenary groups, the quest for meteorites and iron had made significant progress. Jiang In marveled at the diminutive spaceship model before her, no larger than her hand, yet capable of transforming into a vessel 3 stories tall. It was truly remarkable. Shun Jibai yearned to repair the spaceship, as it held profound significance for him. It was the first birthday gift bestowed upon him by his parents during his 15 years of interstellar life, and indeed, the only one. Shun Jibai, brother Bai, little Bai, how does this thing operate? Let me have a turn. Jiang Ping busily circled the spaceship, resembling a large duck in his excitement, causing Jiang In to feel dizzy from his incessant pacing. Lu Jiaojiao emerged from within, cradling a soft, cherubic girl and placed the child into Jiang Ping's arms. You only know how to play. Take care of your daughter. I must take my leave. Each time Jiang and beheld this striking sister-in-law, her heart was filled with rosy admiration. And then, shall we go with sister-in-law? Here we come. Jiao Jiao's sweet little daughter blew a bubble in Jiang Ping's embrace, melting Jiang Yuemo's heart. Sister Jiang, could you hold her for me? Shun Jibai implored. Let me have a turn. Teach me. The allure of mecha and spacecraft held an immense captivation for men, overshadowing even paternal affection. Jiang Yuemo cradled the adorable little one who was nibbling on their fingers, just as she was about to share this delightful scene with Qin Yanchu. However, she discovered that he was equally transfixed, his gaze fixed upon the spaceship, his expression betraying a yearning desire. The end.